Chapter 526 Epsilon. Johnny lied that he had used Bingso because he knew that Bingso was unreliable. Once used, it will become Yuan Kongya's prey. Moreover, he cannot guarantee 100% that Bingpo will have no side effects. Bian Junwu said. Do you mean? Let us use Ice Soul to enhance our strength and then break through. Johnny nodded, and now there is only one way to go. You are all top aliens. If you use Ice Soul, you might be able to break through your limits and become a more powerful alien. At that time, you will have a chance to fight out. Bailey Chongqing and others frowned, feeling a little moved in their hearts. After all, the current situation is critical, and they must consider using all means to break through. Anyway, it is difficult for them to leave the corpse group alive now. Wu Di eagerly said to Bian Junwu. Boss, let's give it a try. Johnny even generously took out an Ice Soul. This Ice Soul can be used by you. He has a total of 3 Ice Souls in his hand, and he doesn't need too many for such an unstable thing. Bian Junwu glanced at Zhang Yi. Although he was wearing sunglasses, Zhang Yi still felt that his eyes were particularly cold. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel cold. He felt like he was being seen through. Didn't I hide my little thoughts from the old man Bian Junwu? Bian Junwu did not accept the Ice Soul that Zhang Yi handed over. He reached out from his pocket and took out the Ice Soul that Yuan Kongya gave him. There are 2 in total, and he needs to leave 1 to the research laboratory in Jiangnan region. As of now, I can only give it a try. Wu Di hurriedly shouted for me to come too. Others shouted, let's join together. They have experienced many life and death hardships, and naturally know that the so-called Ice Soul may have side effects. But now there is a crisis ahead, and none of them are willing to back down. Even if there are risks, they must face it together. No, it's enough for me to use alone. Bian Junwu took a deep look at Zhang Yi, then opened the small wooden box and took out an Ice Soul from inside. He just glanced at the small white ball of flesh in his hand. It was soft, cold, and squirming slightly as if there was still life. Bian Junwu didn't hesitate and directly pressed Bingpo onto his forehead. A deep smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. His purpose was achieved. Bailey Chongqing looked at Bian Junwu, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Wu Di had a look of pain on his face. Boss, let me come. Let me come. They knew why Bian Junwu did this. Because Bian Junwu's ability has seriously overstretched his body. His life will not be too long. As early as a month ago, they knew that even if Bian Junwu retreated to the second line to recuperate, he would only live for 2 years at most. But Bian Junwu resolutely chose to stay on the front line in order to strive for better living conditions for his wife and children. This old captain always rushes to the front when facing danger, protecting everyone from the wind and rain. Bingpo quickly merged into Bian Junwu's forehead. Zhang Yixian, who saw the scene from a distance, was stunned for a moment, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He couldn't even imagine that Bian Junwu could use Ice Soul. That kind of powerful superpower has never been seen in Tianhai City before, and its attack power is simply incomprehensible. And Zhang Yixian knew better that Bian Junwu would not survive long. As long as he dies, his power will fall on Yuan Kongya. By then, Yuan Kongya will become a true Epsilon-level alien, the strongest LV5 currently known to mankind. And their wish is not far away. Bian Junwu absorbed the Ice Soul, and he did not suffer from the discomfort of the fusion like Yang Mi did. Soon, an extremely terrifying aura emerged from his body, making Zhang Yi feel a little trembling in his body. Others even felt chills running down their backs, which was an instinctive sign when they encountered a powerful species. Bian Junwu straightened his body. He slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of gray-white eyes. But now, 2 bright rays of light appeared in those gray-white eyes, which were so sacred that they seemed to be able to see through all things. It's been a long time since I've seen the world with my own eyes. Bian Junwu regained his brightness, and he smiled happily. At this moment, he felt that he was in very good condition, and there seemed to be endless power emerging from his body. At this moment, he was finally no longer a Delta-level goalkeeper, but officially entered the Epsilon level. However, as the huge power emerged, a rapidly expanding hole seemed to appear in his body. His power emerged from the depths of his body, and then slowly disappeared as the hole grew. Ice Soul stimulated his potential, but it could not make up for the flaws in his abilities, but instead expanded them. Throat. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Bian Junwu's mouth. Boss! Wu Di and others shouted nervously. Bian Junwu waved his hand, and in a low and gentle voice, he said to everyone, "Close your eyes." Everyone closed their eyes obediently. They stopped attacking, and the zombie tide that had lost its resistance roared and rushed over, like a huge wave that was about to drown them. But the next moment, in the middle of the corpse group, a light that was more dazzling, brighter, and faster than the sun burst out. No one could see clearly what was happening. They couldn't even hear any sound. They just felt the sound of gentle footsteps in their ears, as if they were walking step by step towards the dawn. Despite Bien Junwo's warning, Zhang Yi quietly opened the dimensional door in front of him and then opened his eyes. He also wanted to see how powerful Bien Junwo was in a fully awakened state. With the defensive power of his dimensional gate, he still has the qualifications to take a look. No matter how powerful this pupil technique is, it will not hurt him unless it is aimed at him. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and saw Bien Jun was back. He put his hands in the pockets of his black coat and walked slowly forward. White light enveloped the entire world, and there were many dark shadows in the distance ahead. It was a ferocious and terrifying tide of corpses, densely packed and countless. But Bien Junwo turned a blind eye to them, as if they didn't exist. The moment the thick black shadow appeared, it suddenly dissipated like smoke. Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallowed. Bien Junwo. He is releasing his last glory. After cleaning up the surrounding zombies, he continued to kill them, trying to eliminate the biggest scourge for his teammates. This level of release of supernatural powers will definitely cause his hidden injuries to explode quickly. Zhang Yi looked at his back with a hint of respect in his eyes. Captain Bien, thank you for your hard work. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Chapter 527 The Final Fireworks. I don't know how long time passed without Bien Junwo's order. No one else dared to open their eyes. Because annihilation. The power of this pupil technique is too powerful. Even the members of the investigation team did not dare to open their eyes and look directly. What's more, Bien Junwo has already used Ice Soul at this time, and the power he exerts is better than before. Now he is undoubtedly the real Epsilon. Only Zhang Yi dared to open his eyes and look at him at this time if he opened the dimensional door for defense. Between heaven and earth, the white light covering everything is slowly disappearing. There are no more zombies around. Outside the scope of the white light, the people from the three major forces were completely frightened by the scene in front of them. They were too timid to get close. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in their lives. It also allowed them to see how terrifying the power of aliens can be. It turns out that aliens with strength reaching LV5 Epsilon level can really surpass weapons in the conventional sense. It can be called a humanoid nuclear weapon. There was a crazy look in Zheng Yixian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth could hardly help but raise. No, I can't laugh yet. Only the last step away from victory. That idiot Zhang Yi actually helped us so much. Ha ha ha. Now the leaders of several major bases in Tianhai City, including Bien Junwo, all use Bingso. As long as we kill them all, we will not be far from realizing our dream. On the battlefield, the white light slowly dissipated. Bien Junwo turned around and walked towards the crowd. Zhang Yi quickly closed his eyes and pretended that he didn't see anything. But the next moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder. That hand was steady and strong, as heavy as a mountain. Zhang Yi suddenly became nervous and heard a cold voice ringing in his ear. Stop pretending. Haven't you always watched well? Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and slowly opened his eyes. Have you discovered all this? But when he saw Bien Junwo's face, his smile became a little stiff, because Bien Junwo's face was very cold, and there was even a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. Captain Bien, thank you for saving us all. Zhang Yi quickly looked at Bien Junwo with sincere eyes and said. Bien Junwo remained unmoved, his right hand still placed on Zhang Yi's shoulder, and a huge pressure enveloped Zhang Yi. Although he knew that Bien Junwo's life was not long now, it would be easy for Bien Junwo to kill him at such a close distance after relying on the Ice Soul to break through to the Epsilon level. You are so calculating. Even I fell into your trap, Bien Junwo said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's face also became calm, and he whispered, Sorry, I didn't want to do this. This is a preliminary plan. There is really no other way now, so I can only do this. Zhang Yi didn't lie. There are 3 plans he prepared. The first plan was to take advantage of the snow worship cult's fear of the Jiangnan region, forcing them to give up the zombie army in their hands. Unfortunately, he underestimated the snow worship cult's ability to control the zombie tide. In fact, at this time, when the corpse tide completely breaks out, the snow worship cult will not be able to control the corpse tide. Just like the previous battle with the snow worship sect, the bronze-armored flying corpses would attack Yuan Kongya and others. The second plan is for Bien Junwo and others to use Ice Soul to forcibly increase their strength to defeat the zombie tide. As for the third plan, Zhang Yi and the others abandoned Tianhai City and escape before the death of love comes. If possible, he wouldn't want to do this. After all, he and Bian Junwu had no grievances. But in a state of control, he would not hesitate to do so. Because nothing is more important than him and the people around him staying alive. Bian Junwu shook his head. That's it. Anyway, my life is not long. In other words, I should also thank you. Without your proposal, I would not have completed the most gorgeous bloom in my life. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Is this the power of LV5 Epsilon? Really powerful. Unfortunately, there will never be a next time. Suddenly, his tall body shook, and the hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder loosened. Zhang Yi quickly supported his body. Please rest assured that after you leave, I will solve the remaining problems in Tianhai City. Bian Junwu couldn't help but glance at him. A flash of doubt in his gray eyes. It turns out that you are still hiding many secrets. So what is it? Bian Junwu did not wait for Zhang Yi's answer. In the last moments of his life, he completed a gorgeous transformation, sublimated to the extreme, and released the power that truly belonged to LV5. But this also overdrawn his entire life. He fell into Zhang Yi's arms, completely silent. Soon after, others realized that the fighting around them was over and opened their eyes. The hundreds of thousands of zombies that were once on the battlefield have almost disappeared. Especially the powerful bronze-armored corpses and bronze-armored flying corpses. None of them were left behind. However, some scattered ordinary zombies were still alive. But they could not pose any threat to everyone. Xiao Honglian opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and his vocal cords trembled. It's over. Real. Finished? Just now, she was prepared to die and be devoured by endless zombies. Now that the crisis is over, it gives her a strong feeling of unreality. But the investigation team had no time to rejoice. They understand what an explosion of this level of power means to Bian Junwu. When Wu Di saw Bian Junwu in Zhang Yi's arms, he looked up to the sky and let out a desperate cry. Boss! He rushed toward Zhang Yi, and then snatched Bian Junwu from Zhang Yi's arms. His eyes were full of fear, and he was as panicked as a child. Boss! Boss! Wake up! Wake up! Don't sleep. You won't wake up if you fall asleep. He shouted desperately in Bian Junwu's ear. But there was only silence in response. Soon, this arrogant and domineering investigation team member burst into tears, crying like a child. Zhang Yi silently stepped back, knowing that now was the time for these people to say goodbye. Wu Di, Bailey Chongqing, and others hurried over and surrounded Bian Junwu's body. Everyone had a sad look on their faces. But except for Wu Di, no one cried. They just put their right hands on their chests and silently paid tribute to Bian Junwu. In the apocalypse, as fighters, they have experienced too many life and death separations. This was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Perhaps in the future, this will be the fate of each of them. There is no need for too much crying or words. Only the respect in the heart will always exist. Wu Di hugged Bian Junwu's body tightly. Although his back was turned to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi could still see his shoulders shaking. It seems that his relationship with Bian Junwu is not ordinary. One after another, Wei Dinghai, Xing Tian, Zheng Yixian, and others, who were originally far away, also came to the scene. They didn't expect that the matter would be resolved in this way. But seeing the hundreds of thousands of zombies being wiped out, everyone felt relieved. Zheng Yixian felt happy. Although hundreds of thousands of zombies were lost, this kind of thing can be cultivated again sooner or later as long as there is enough time and nutrients. However, with Bian Junwu's ability, nothing can exchange for this kind of gain. Make a lot of money, he thought with a smile. At this time, he looked at the people in the field and silently counted the number of people who had used Bingpa. It's like an old farmer who has been cultivating for a season and is waiting for harvest. Chapter 528: A Sudden Knife Attack. Wei Dinghai and others walked over and expressed their sincere respect to Bian Junwu. Without Bian Junwu's sacrifice, the entire Tianhai City would have been doomed. Wu Di hugged Bian Junwu's body and sat on the ground silently. Vice Captain Bailey Chongqing had a serious face, and no sadness could be seen on his face. Now that the captain is dead, according to the district's rules, I will temporarily take over as captain. He took the communication device from Bian Junwu's body and contacted the senior officials of Jiangnan region with a serious expression. Everyone also stared at him with serious faces. Now that the corpse group has been eliminated, the Jiangnan region should also cancel the launch of Death of Love as mentioned before. Bailey Chongqing reported the situation here to Zhu Zheng. After hearing the news, Zhu Zheng said in a deep voice, "Is he still leaving?" Bailey Chongqing heard Zhu Zheng sigh softly. That's fine. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is his best destination. I believe he is not willing to linger in a hospital bed. Bailey Chongqing asked Commander Dao. What is our next move? Zhu Xing looked at the big screen in front of him. Bailey Chongqing and the others were clearly visible on the screen. He slowly said, Bring Bian Junwu back. The investigation team has lost its highest combat power and command, and is no longer a complete organization. Zhu Xing didn't want the elite warriors in his hands to be damaged again. What's more, now that the corpse tide in Tianhai City has been cleared twice, there will be no major turmoil in a short time. Yes, Commander. The call between Bailey Chongqing and Zhu Xing ended. He turned around, looked at Zhang Yi and the others and said, Blizzard City has cancelled the plan to launch Death of Love. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Tianhai City was saved, and the foundation and home they relied on for survival were also saved. Zhang Yixin came over, crossed his hands on his chest, recited a eulogy, and prayed for Bian Junwu and the deceased. Regarding Bian Junwu's death, everyone did not feel too sad. They were just grateful that his actions helped Tianhai City resolve the crisis. In fact, everyone is happy inside at the moment. Very unexpectedly, Zhang Yi suddenly took out the Longming Dao from another space. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Ming Xiu stared at Zhang Yi and asked with a frown. Zhang Yi turned around and stared at Xing Tian with his eyes, which made Xing Tian take a few steps back in fright. Zhang Yi, what are you going to do? Do what? I want your life. Zhang Yi let out a sneer, activated 8 times the speed, and stabbed forward fiercely. Poof! The sword made of adamant metal is indestructible, and combined with Zhang Yi's superpower, it can even cut through steel with ease. So it penetrated a body easily. The blade glowed with a strange blue light, and a wisp of blood slowly returned from the tip of the blade to the interface between the blade and the human body, dyeing the white cloak red. The smile on Zhang Yixian's face disappeared. He lowered his head and looked at the tip of the knife protruding from his chest, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't know where the knife came from, but after a moment, he figured everything out, because he saw Zhang Yi, who was clearly far away from him. Although the knife in his hand was stabbing in the direction of Xing Tian, the blade mysteriously disappeared in midair. Poof! Zhang Yi directly pulled the long knife back. The existence of the blood groove made the knife more traumatic to the human body after being pulled out. And the bleeding continued? Zhang Yixian suddenly fell to the ground, his chest stained red with blood. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Xiao Honglian frowned and scolded Zhang Yi in a deep voice. Everyone else looked at Zhang Yi with caution in their eyes. Even though their relationship with the snow worship cult was not harmonious in the past, they are now in the same boat and have just defeated the zombie wave. At a time when we should be rejoicing, Zhang Yi secretly kills us, which is really disgraceful. Bailey Chongqing and the other members of the investigation team frowned, but didn't say anything. They will not participate in the battle between the local forces in Tianhai City. Zhang Yixian raised his head and stared at Zhang Yi. The priests of the snow worship cult protected Zhang Yixian behind them with angry faces, and then made a posture of fighting Zhang Yi to the death. Liang Yu and others also stood next to Zhang Yi, ready to fight at any time. Han Chang, who worshipped the snow cult, had the most fiery temperament. He bared his teeth as a flat-headed brother and was about to rush over. But the long sword in Liang Yu's hand was unsheathed, and the fierce light of the sword made him quite afraid. Damn you! I must kill you! Han Chang bared his teeth and roared. The atmosphere at the scene was tense, and a fight was about to begin. Xingtian Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai looked at Zhang Yi with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Zhang Yi, why are you doing this? Zhang Yixian stared at Zhang Yi and said. Zhang Yi's attack just now was too fast and penetrated his body directly. Although he is the top alien in Tianhai City, Zhang Yixian's superpower is telekinesis, and his body is not much stronger than ordinary people. At this time, his chest was penetrated, and he no longer had the strength to fight. So fighting would be very detrimental to them. Everyone knows how strong Zhang Yi's team is. Wei Dihai also frowned and looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you need to give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we will not sit idly by. Although they don't care about the life and death of the snow worshippers. But Zhang Yi's approach was too dangerous, making them think that Zhang Yi would take the opportunity to eliminate other forces in Tianhai City. Have to guard against it. Zhang Yi held Long Ming in his hand, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the attack just now, due to the use of double doors to attack, the angle was a little less precise, and it did not directly penetrate Zhang Yixian's heart. But now that Zhang Yixian has lost his fighting power, the situation is under his control. Zhang Yixian. It's already this time. Do you still want to keep pretending? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, stared at Zhang Yixian, and said word by word, "Isn't the biggest mastermind behind the zombie tide in Tianhai City your snow worship cult?" These words were loud and clear, and the content expressed in them shocked everyone present. Xiao Honglian's eyes widened. What? What? Is the mastermind behind the zombie tide the snow worship cult? Other forces, the investigation team, including the priests of the snow worship cult, also showed expressions of disbelief. Han Chong yelled at Zhang Yi and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how many members our snow worship sect has lost due to this wave of zombies?" Xing Tian also said to Zhang Yi, "Yes, the snow worshipping sect suffered the most heavy losses in this zombie wave. If they were really behind it, they wouldn't do such stupid things. Right?" Zhang Yi turned his head and looked coldly at Zhang Yixian, who was kneeling on the ground and covering his chest. There was a gloomy and crazy look in Zhang Yixian's eyes. He never dreamed that Zhang Yi would discover their secret. "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense here. Do you think anyone will believe you?" Zhang Yi laughed. "Believe me or not, they will naturally analyze it after I finish talking." Zhang Yixian. What are you afraid of? Chapter 529 revealing everything. After everyone listened to Zhang Yi's words, although they did not believe it in their hearts, it did not affect them from continuing to listen. Anyway, Zhang Yi heard Zhang Yixian, not them. Moreover, the information Zhang Yi told was so explosive that they all wanted to hear what was going on. Bailey Chongqing and others also stared at Zhang Yi solemnly. They still haven't figured out the cause of the corpse wave in Tianhai City until now. Even the Captain Bian Junwood died in the battle. They don't want to leave any regrets. If we could investigate the cause of the corpse tide and return to life, we would be worthy of Bian Junwood's sacrifice. And there would also be a way to explain it to the higher-ups in Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi said loudly. Everyone. From the beginning, this was all a conspiracy of the snow worship cult. Everything starts with Bingpa. Ice Soul can awaken people's abilities and increase their potential. But its real function is to allow the person who uses Ice Soul to return his superpower to Yuan Kongya's body after his death. That's why the snow worshipping sect was so generous in giving us the Ice Soul. And they spared no effort to trigger a war in Tianhai City, with the purpose of causing more people to die, even if their own members are sacrificed. It doesn't matter. Ordinary congregants are nothing but a burden and are inherently worthless. They attract a large number of followers just to select people with superpower potential and then awaken their superpowers. Then let them die and let their powers return to Yuan Kongya. Therefore, even if all the people who worship the snow sect die, it is not important to Yuan Kongya, because from the beginning, she didn't need so many followers. Zhang Yi's eyes became gloomy. She has something better she could use. That is the zombie army she created with her own hands. Compared with ordinary humans, this undead army that completely obeys orders is powerful and is not easy to die as her real trump card. Zhang Yi's words made the air quiet. This information is so explosive that no one can easily believe it. Xiao Hong, Lian Bailey Chongqing and others couldn't help but look at Zhang Yixian's face, trying to get some answers from his face. Zhang Yixian gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. Slander. He slandered us. How could the snow worship cult have that kind of thing? If we really have the ability to control the zombie swarm, why would we be suppressed by all your major forces in the first place? There is no real evidence. Just your own speculation to attack me." Haha. Zhang Yi. I suspect you are the mastermind behind this. Zhang Yixian pointed at Zhang Yi and said coldly. Everyone at the scene looked at Zhang Yixian and then at Zhang Yi, and they were suddenly confused. Zhang Yixian's statement is obviously more in line with their understanding. I think back then, the snow worshipping sect was squeezed out by their 4 major bases, and could only survive in the cracks, using ice souls to gain some breathing room? How could he suddenly control an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies in just a few months? If we say who is more suspicious, Zhang Yi or Zhang Yixian, then it is undoubtedly Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi's power is still intact to this day. Zhang Yi said calmly that there was an abandoned building next to St. John's Cathedral, with a huge bloody vine growing inside. Its function is to absorb nutrients from the corpse and the earth, and then cultivate the Corpse King. The Corpse King has the ability to spread viruses and create zombies. The people who worship the Snow Sect did not use this trump card before, either because they did it intentionally, or because the blood vine was not fully mature yet. Zhang Yi pointed at Zhang Yixian and said lightly, "Since you said that I have no evidence, do you dare to take us to the Snow Worship Sect? Dig up the blood vine, and we will know the result at a glance. Bailey Chongqing and Xiao Hong were somewhat moved when practicing Wei Dinghai and Xingtian. That's right. Hearing is false, and seeing is believing. In fact, they had all thought about the abandoned building when they were defending the snow worship cult camp. They also sent people to investigate secretly. However, the results of the initial investigation were not satisfactory, and it was found that it was just a mutated plant that could produce food. But what Zhang Yi said immediately aroused their suspicion. Xiao Honglian crossed his arms and said to Zhang Yixian, "Zhang Yixian, if you have a clear conscience, just follow what Zhang Yi said and take us over to have a look." Wei Dinghai also said calmly, "Yes, we can tell if it is true or false at a glance. Then I can return your innocence." Xing Tian nodded, and I agreed with this approach. Although Bailey Chongqing and the others did not express their opinions, it was not difficult to tell from the expressions on their faces that they clearly planned to go and have a look. After all, they had suspected there was a problem there. It was just that time was limited at the time, and I didn't have time to observe it carefully. Zhang Yixian's heart sank. He endured the severe pain in his chest and said to Zhang Yi, "How would you explain what you did if you found out there was nothing there? You can't just stab me in vain, right?" Zhang Yi's lips curled into a sneer. "If I find you are innocent by then, I guess wrong. So," Zhang Yi drooped his eyelids, "you can come and fight me for your life." "You?" Zhang Yixian was furious. Zhang Yi's actions were too rogue. But he had no other choice. Even other forces around him didn't think there was anything wrong with what Zhang Yi did. Now is the end of the world, and murder and looting are commonplace. Several major forces were fighting for life and death, and there were many grievances. They didn't bother to care about Zhang Yi and Bai Shui's sex affairs. They only care about whether what Zhang Yi said is true. "Is the outbreak of corpse tide related to the snow worship cult?" Han Chang said angrily next to Zhang Yixian. "Okay, we are going straight in the snow sect, and we are afraid that you won't succeed." However, the sharp claws in his hands are pointed at Zhang Yi. "If I find out that it is not what you said, I will definitely take out your intestines." Zhang Yixian suddenly shouted in a low voice. "No! They must not be allowed to get close to the blood vine." A group of priests looked at Zhang Yixian, not quite understanding what he said. Zhang Yixian stared at Zhang Yidao. "The blood vine is the foundation for our snow worship sect to survive. They must be plotting against the blood vine. What if we take them there, and they try to rob the blood vine?" "Zhang Yi, you are so despicable. Since you want to fight, then we will fight with you." Zhang Yixian looked at Han Chang and others. "Enter! Let them know that our snow worship cult is not so easy to mess with." The priests believed in Zhang Yixian's words. When they heard what Zhang Yixian said, they who had long been holding back their intention to fight with Zhang Yi immediately rushed forward with shouts and screams. "Well, come!" A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. These rotten fish and shrimps taught by Bai Shui were really not taken seriously by him. Chapter 530 Zhang Yi's Strength. Zhang Yixian gave an order, and a dozen priests roared and rushed toward Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu had already greeted each other. Although no one knew about the sudden attack on Zhang Yixian, they understood the problem of the snow worship cult. Therefore, everyone did not panic, but put up a posture to fight. At this time, Zhang Yi, who had always been steady, rarely came to the front of the crowd. He covered his eyes with his right hand and said calmly, "That's enough. I don't have that much time to bother with you here now." When he put down his right hand, a white light flickered in the pupil of his right eye. Those caught by his gaze felt as if the entire space around them was distorting. Suddenly, an indescribably huge force began to tear their bodies apart from all angles in the three-dimensional space. Puff! 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 Almost at the same time, as the 7 priests were charging forward, the upper half of their bodies exploded and turned into bloody powder all over the sky. The other priests were so frightened that they froze on the spot. The terrifying scene in front of him made the most courageous Han Chang lose the courage to charge, and his feet stopped on the ground uncontrollably. Bailey Chongqing was a little lost when he saw this scene. Eye surgery. This is the first time Zhang Yi has shown his power in front of outsiders. He had used it before during the Battle of the 5 Armies, but at that time the proficiency of Kamui was not high, and he was only used for targeted kills, killing 2 defeated aliens. But now, he has completely mastered this ability, and killed 7 priests of the snow worship sect with one blow. Such terrifying power made Xiao Hong, Lian Xingtian, Wei Dinghai and others stunned. Only then did they understand how powerful Zhang Yi was. It's all fake that he can only defend and snipe, but is not good at melee combat. At this moment, Fatty Sue suddenly pointed in the distance and shouted, "Boss!" The man named Zheng ran away. Zhang Yi looked up and saw that Zheng Yixian took advantage of the priest's charge, turned around and ran away. Zheng Yixian, who possesses telekinesis, can control his body to fly at extremely fast speeds. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he told Bailey Chongqing and the others that it was not good. He was going back to inform Yuan Kongye. That woman is the most dangerous. We have to get rid of her. Otherwise everyone may die after we break up. Bailey Chongqing stared at Zhang Yi. Why should we believe you? Zhang Yi calmly replied, Believe me. You won't lose anything. Whether it is true or false, you will know by taking a look for yourself. The elites in the Jiangnan region won't be fooled by me so easily. Right? After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he ignored them, took out his snowmobile, and then called his people to chase after the snow cult. As for Han Chan and other priests, who were lucky enough to be alive, they had long been frightened out of their courage. How could they dare to stop them? Bailey Chongqing thought for a while, and immediately said, Let's go. Let's go and have a look. It's time to bring things to a close in Tianhai City. We have to know what's going on here. And we can't let the captain die in the dark. The investigation team immediately decided to go take a look. As for Xiao Honglian and Xingtian and Wei Dinghai, they also have the same idea. Anyway, so far, there is no conflict between this matter and them. Since it was Zhang Yi who took the initiative to suggest that the snow worship cult was suspected of manipulating the corpse tide, they followed him to take a look. They won't suffer any loss. As a result, everyone found suitable means of transportation and rushed towards the snow worship cult. There are still 6 strangers alive in the snow worship sect, headed by Han Chong. When they came to their senses, Zhang Yi and others were already gone. A stranger asked Han Chong now what to do, and they all went to church. Should we pursue him? A female stranger next to her said in fear that it was Zhang Yi. He is so terrible. He actually killed so many people in one fell swoop. Now the high priest was also attacked by him, and was seriously injured. Can we alone stop him? Han Chong gritted his teeth and said that we are members of the church. If the leader hadn't taken us in and given us superpowers, we wouldn't be where we are today. No matter what, we have to go back. If they want to fight, we will fight. After saying that, Han Chong turned around and searched nearby for a while, finally finding a snowmobile abandoned by other forces. He jumped up and said to the other priests, How do you choose? To go or not to go? The priests looked at each other, and finally 2 of them decided to go back with Han Chong to face Zhang Yi and others. Several others chose to leave the snow worship cult. Han Chong glanced at them coldly, but he didn't have time to waste time here. So he drove away in the car. The 3 people who stayed there looked at me, and I looked at you, and they all let out a long breath. A thin man with a beard said that no matter what the outcome of this battle is, there is a high probability that we will die if we go back. It's better to find another way out. Han Chong and the others are loyal to Yuan Kongye and Zheng Yixian, but we are only loyal to ourselves. They see it clearly. What Zhang Yi said, whether it was true or false, made them have to be vigilant. If what Zhang Yi said is true, Yuan Kongye and Zheng Yixian are behind everything. Then, if they accept the Ice Soul and awaken their superpowers, they will inevitably be killed and have their superpowers taken away once they return. Even if what Zhang Yi said is false. Looking at Zhang Yi's decisive attitude towards killing people, he must have made up his mind to fight with the snow worship cult. If they go back now, they will have to face the powerful Zhang Yi team, or they will have a narrow escape. Then, escaping is the most correct choice. They should be grateful to Zhang Yi for seriously injuring Zheng Yixian. Otherwise, they would not even have a chance to escape. Let's go! With our abilities, we can survive in this world no matter what. The bearded man blew out a puff of white smoke, stared into the distance, then turned and left. The other 2 did not hesitate and followed him. Today, there are almost no living people in Tianhai City. There will be no shortage of supplies. They only need to find a supermarket or warehouse, which will be enough for them to survive for several years. Snow Worshipper Camp. St. John's Cathedral. Yuan Kongye knelt in front of the altar and prayed devoutly. Suddenly, she opened her bright eyes. Just now, she felt a powerful supernatural power return to her body. Whose power is this? The pupil technique seems to belong to the investigation captain Bian Junwu. Yuan Kongye's eyes flickered like stars for a moment, and then he regained his composure. There was just a sweet smile on her lips. She could clearly feel how strong Bian Junwu was. But the next moment, she frowned again. Is Bian Junwu dead? How could he die? Who else in Tianhai City can kill him? Who else dares to kill him? Bien Junwu has a special status and represents the Jiangnan region. His death will also attract the attention of Jiangnan region. Yuan Kongye frowned, and she vaguely felt that some situation seemed to be out of control. Chapter 531, Attacking the Snow Worship Cult. There was heavy snow, and the Snow Worship Cult camp was in a dilapidated and desolate state. It used to be as lively as a town, with tens of thousands of believers gathering here to jointly resist the severe cold of the last days. But after a zombie wave, more than 90% of the church members died at the mouths as zombies. The only ones who survived were some strangers and their relatives. In the distant air, a figure flew quickly. Zhang Yixian's face was pale, even paler than the heavy snow in the world, and his blood was bright red. A huge blood flower bloomed on his chest, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Although Zhang Yi's knife did not hit his heart, it still penetrated his chest. If he had received effective treatment at that time, his life would not have been saved. But he knew that if he continued to stay there, their affairs would be exposed. So he had to come back and tell Yuan Kongye everything so that Yuan Kongye could be prepared. He can die, but nothing will happen to Yuan Kongye. Zhang Yixian landed in front of the church. Several strangers who were left behind saw him and were shocked by his injuries. High priest, you? Zhang Yixian didn't even look at them, and walked directly past them to the church door. He doesn't have much time. He must see Yuan Kongye as soon as possible. Several strangers wanted to go over and help Zhang Yixian, but they were forced back by his eyes. Crunch! Zhang Yixian pushed open the church door. Yuan Kongye seemed to feel something and turned around sharply. She saw Zhang Yixian, who was seriously injured. Yuan Kongye's pupils suddenly tightened, and she quickly walked to Zhang Yixian. When Zhang Yixian saw the one he loved, most of his breath was gone, and he fell down all of a sudden. If it weren't for the belief in his heart that supported him, he would have died on the way. Yuan Kongye reached out and caught his body. Zhang Yixian, what's wrong with you? Yuan Kongye felt uneasy for the first time in his cold voice. With that said, she stretched out her hand to treat Zhang Yixian's injury. With her ability, as long as the person is still alive, she can heal them no matter how serious the injury is. However, Zhang Yixian grabbed her wrist. Don't want. It's a waste of power on me. My injury is too serious. Saving me will cost you too much. Danger? Coming soon. If our affairs are exposed, they will kill you. You? Live well. Yuan Kongye's arm stopped in midair and did not fall down. Zhang Yixian had a weak smile on his face. He looked at Yuan Kongye's indifferent face, but saw a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Zhang Yixian smiled. At the end, he understood that Yuan Kongye had no feelings for him. You have to live well. For our ideal. He fell into Yuan Kongye's arms and slowly closed his eyes. Being able to die in the arms of the one he loves is not a regret for him, but a kind of happiness. Soon after, Zhang Yi and the others also chased them to the Snow Worship sect's camp. At this time, those who stayed behind in the Baishua sect did not know about the conflict between Zhang Yixian and Zhang Yi. When they saw that Zhang Yixian was injured, they asked vigilantly, "What's the matter with the injury to our high priest?" Zhang Yi ignored them and looked at the ajar door of St. John's Cathedral. He knew that Zhang Yixian must have come to see Yuan Kongye. At this time, Yuan Kongye was on guard, so it would be difficult to sneak attack her. Of course Zhang Yiben had no such plan, because at this moment, no one knows how many kinds of powers Yuan Kongye has mastered and how powerful they are. He didn't dare to attack rashly. Bailey Chongqing and the others then arrived at the Snow Worship sect. They immediately walked towards the abandoned building next to the church. By now, the problem of the zombie tide should have come to an end. Whether the zombie crisis is caused by the Snow Worship cult or not, they will know after just one look. Zhang Yi takes them. Come with me. I will prove it to you. Zhang Yi led the investigation team and other strangers from various forces to the abandoned building. There is an alien guarding the front of the building. He quickly spoke out to stop them. This is a forbidden area for our Snow Worship cult. You are not allowed. Before he finished speaking, Kong Sheng appeared in front of him like a ghost, grabbed his neck and pressed him against the wall. Don't make any noise. The stranger's eyes turned white, and he soon passed out. Zhang Yi and the others walked straight into the abandoned building. The abandoned building is still full of blood-colored brilliance. And the branches, leaves and vines of blood vines are crawling around every corner. This time they came during the day, so the scene they saw was clearer and more shocking. At this time, there were more corpses hanging on the ceiling and walls. After all, nearly 10,000 people died in that battle, which can be the best nourishment for the blood vine. There is an eerie atmosphere everywhere. Even if this is not the first time. Some people still feel a chill on their backs, and a layer of white hair sweat. The dead are not scary. What is scary is this weird scene that is almost like a religious ceremony. Xiao Honglian couldn't help but ask Zhang Yidao, where is the evidence you said? They actually secretly took away, and studied the things hanging on the wall. It was discovered that those were just ordinary shriveled corpses, drained of all nutrients. Therefore, they are not the source of the corpse tide. Zhang Yi walked forward step by step and said lightly, at the beginning, I had doubts. We have studied these corpses, as well as the branches and leaves of this blood vine, and found nothing similar to zombie viruses. He glanced at the crowd lightly. But I soon realized that this was what they had deliberately revealed to let us know. At the very least, you've all spied on this place before, right? If there really were any major secrets hidden, they couldn't be so lax in their defense. Everyone looked at each other, and looked away tacitly. That's right. When they took advantage of the opportunity to assist in the defense of the snow worship sect, they had sneaked in here quietly, and taken samples for research. Everyone quickly arrived in front of the blood vine's body. The blood-red plant, which was as huge as the world tree, stood tall in the sky, rooted deep in the earth, and topped the top of the abandoned building. Then it spread its branches and leaves from the ceiling of the highest floor, covering every space in the building. Zhang Yi said lightly that zombies like to live in dark and moist underground. This is the preference of viruses that reside in their bodies. Therefore, it can be concluded that the breeding environment of this virus must be the same. In the entire Tianhai city, scientific research sites suitable for such an environment have long since disappeared. Then, this is the only place. Zhang Yi pointed his hand at the ground at the root of the blood vine, and his eyes became sharp in an instant. This is his guess. But after the combination of various fragmented clues, this guess has become the most recent idea that is close to reality. And his arrival this time is to verify this idea. Chapter 532, Murderous Intent is Boiling. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, everyone couldn't help but look at the location of the roots of the blood vine. Bailey Chongqing frowned, stepped forward, and then punched the ground hard. As a dull loud noise came, the ground shattered instantly, and large pieces of cement and soil flew, swept in all directions by the evergreen fist wind. Zhang Yi and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back, using various methods to avoid the flying earth and rocks. Soon, when the dust settled, everyone hurriedly moved forward to observe whether Zhang Yi's so-called evidence had appeared. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened, with a look of extreme shock in their pupils, and a hint of hidden fear surging. The dense root system of the blood vine has been spreading, covering an unknown amount of land. And at the end of these roots, they bear fruit like peanuts. The fruit turned out to be corpses one after another. There are humanoid corpses covered with white hair. And there are also huge, bronze corpses. Some have almost completed their transformation, while others are still in the process of transformation, and still retain the appearance of their former human bodies. Everyone is familiar with them. Isn't that the Corpse King and the bronze armored corpse they fought with before? Unexpectedly, they all grow from the same tree. No, to be precise, it was bred, because it can be clearly seen that some of them still retain human characteristics, and are transforming into zombies. It turns out that the root of the problem is here. Snow worshippers. You damn bastards. After understanding the truth, Xiao Honglian clenched his fists, and let out an angry roar. Not just her. Everyone present was filled with anger. If this is a natural disaster, then that's it. They can only bear it. But this is a man-made disaster. Moreover, it was a long-planned, despicable man-made disaster. Since the end of the world, the snow worship cult has suffered the heaviest casualties. Yuan Kongya and Zheng Yixian used the sacrifices of ordinary people to gain the trust and sympathy of other forces. Everyone who understood everything at this time felt that they were being played by the snow worship cult, like a group of fools. If Zhang Yi hadn't exposed the snow worship cult's conspiracy in time, what would have been the consequences later? Just thinking about it is enough to send chills down your spine. I'm afraid that once the investigation team leaves Tianhai City, Yuan Kongya and Zheng Yixian will reveal their true face, and then wipe out other forces in one fell swoop. The feeling of being stared at by a giant python is not pleasant. Despicable and shameless villain. There are people in this world who can be so ruthless, even plotting against their own people. Xing Tian said angrily. He clenched his fists, with a clear flash of fear in his eyes. Although no one on the investigation team spoke, their expressions were terrifyingly gloomy. Yan Jun's death was a huge pain to them. Now they discover that the person who killed their captain has been beside them all along. They can't stand the feeling of being fooled. Bailey Chongqing slowly raised his head, narrowing his eyes, with a strange smile on his face. Suddenly he opened his mouth, showing his white teeth, and smiled and said, "Hey, these guys have set up a big game. It's just that we don't like to be played around by others as fools. Just kill those guys." A cold, murderous intention began to spread around. After everyone here knew the truth, they were eager to kill the snow worshippers. Some people do it for their comrades. Some do it for their family and friends. And some people do it purely for the losses suffered by their own forces. In short, now, they have a common goal, which is to let the guy who has played tricks on everyone die. Zhang Yi looked at the murderous people and said nothing. But there was a flash of light in his eyes. And he had a deeper plan in his heart. No one can estimate how strong Yuan Kongye is, having absorbed so many alien abilities. Zhang Yi knew she was strong. But he is definitely not strong enough to ignore other aliens. If that were the case, there would be no need for her to look at Jiangnan District's expression. But what about after getting Bian Jun with superpower? How high will her threat level be? Let's wait and see, Zhang Yi said to himself in his heart. Bailey Chongqing carried his huge knight's spear, turned around and walked outside. When he passed Yi Jikong, an explosives expert, he gave him a deep look. "Old Yi, please destroy this plant. Such a curse cannot be left behind." Yi Jikong nodded. "I understand. Just leave it to me. The blood vine is the real mother body of zombies. Only by destroying it can the zombie tide in Tianhai City disappear completely." Bailey Chongqing strode out of the abandoned building, and the rest of the investigation team followed. People from several major forces followed behind them without any hesitation. Now there is no need to use words to communicate what everyone wants to do. The culprit who caused the near destruction of Tianhai City, must die. Zhang Yi also followed silently behind everyone. Before leaving, he looked back at Yi Jikong. Yi Jikong walked to the blood vine and put his hand on the blood vine. I saw a flash of black light, and a strange black thing that looked like an 8-clawed octopus appeared on the blood vine. Release the ability, user. It seems that it should be the ability to condense superpowers into explosives that can be exploded at regular intervals. Zhang Yi didn't look much and kept staring at other people's research on superpowers, which could easily offend others. He just remembered Yi Jikong's ability in his mind, and then followed Bailey Chongqing and the others out. Not long after, a violent explosion suddenly came from the building. Then, the entire abandoned building suddenly collapsed. Yi Jikong, on the other hand, walked out of the smoke of the explosion with a calm expression. At this time, the remaining members of the Snow Worship sect were alarmed by the loud noise and appeared outside. They looked at the abandoned building slowly collapsing, and looked at people like Bailey Chongqing who were boiling with murderous intent. They were too timid to step forward. Bailey Chongqing didn't even look at them, and walked towards St. John's Cathedral carrying the knight's spear. Some snow worshippers saw this scene and plucked up the courage to step forward to stop it. If you want to see the leader, you must go through notification. A huge black shadow flashed past in the sky, and the bodies of those people turned into an afterimage in the air and disappeared instantly. Zhang Yi only saw a large cloud of blood mist erupting in the air. Bailey Chongqing's attack was so fast that he didn't even see it clearly. But a few seconds later, a shattering sound came from the wall of a building hundreds of meters away. Looking from a distance, 2 huge pools of blood appeared on the wall, like a mosquito swatted to death on the wall. Only Liang Yu stared at Bailey Chongqing's back and cautiously reminded Zhang Yidao that this person was very strong, at least equivalent to 3 Ling Fengs, or even higher. In the past, in the eyes of Zhang Yi and others, Ling Feng was synonymous with the perfect warrior, because his speed, strength, agility and other attributes are all maxed out. But this was the first time that they saw a powerful warrior who could completely defeat Ling Feng in the field of reinforcement. Chapter 533, The Immaculate One. When all the truth has been revealed, a war is absolutely inevitable. Both of them have lost something very important. Cherished people, valuable resources. These things are worth fighting for. Or like Zhang Yi, just fight for a peaceful life. Only separated by a gate. The atmosphere between the two sides was as tense as a bowstring breaking at the touch of a touch. The followers of the Snow Worship cult gathered around, but only a few combatants and the most devout believers were still there. Most of the non-combatant believers huddled nervously in their houses, like ostriches, not daring to see what was going on. But at this time, Li Jian hugged his wife and lay at the window watching all this. A crazy look flashed in his eyes. Son, have you seen it? Dad took revenge on you. That madman Yuan Kongye is dead today. Headed by Bailey Chongqing. Xiao Honglian and other forces. A total of more than 30 strangers gathered here. They stared at the white door decorated with sacred patterns. But no one rushed in rashly. Wu Di took a step forward. A huge ball of light appeared all over his body. And then, like a sharp sword, the floating cannon blasted towards the door of the church. In an instant, the door of the church was shattered to pieces. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed on the interior of the church. The moment the door shattered, he saw the scene inside. Under the altar, Yuan Kongye sat on the steps, holding the dead Zheng Yixian in his arms. When Wu Di's floating cannon approached her body, it was blocked by an invisible force. After seeing Yuan Kongye, Wu Di's eyes burst out with intense hatred. To him, Bian Junwu was like a father, and when Bian Junwu dies, he will blame anyone who caused this result. What he hates most is of course the leader of the snow worship sect. Go to H.L. Wu Di stood at the front, and hundreds of light balls emerged around him at the same time, reflecting him like a god. The densely packed floating cannon shot out like a storm, carrying the terrifying power of destroying everything. At this time, Yuan Kongye finally raised his head and looked at them. In those eyes that were as cold as icebergs that had never melted for thousands of years, a strong hatred erupted. In this world, the last person worthy of her trust also died. Zheng Yixian, welcome back. In fact, I have always wanted your telekinesis power. Yuan Kongye placed Zheng Yixian's body on the ground and slowly stood up. Within 10 meters centered on her, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared. The powerful floating cannon almost destroyed the church, but it couldn't get past her telepathic wall. Zhang Yi reminded that she has at least dozens of powers, so everyone should be careful. Xiao Hong's eyes were full of killing intent. No matter how powerful she is, I don't believe that the power of all the aliens in Tianhai City can't kill her. Her whole body was already covered in red flames, and dark red lines, like lava, flowed on the surface of her skin. She quickly ran to the other direction, and spit out a huge fire dragon towards Yuan Kongye. No one needs to deliberately give orders. The strangers here have survived until now. They are all the best among the best, and they know how to fight and cooperate. The crowd divided into 3 directions, and used long-range attack abilities to attack Yuan Kongye. The melee-type enhanced and orc-type ability users were waiting for Yuan Kongye to reveal an opening, and then rushed forward to give her a killing blow. All kinds of superpowers flew towards Yuan Kongye like a shower. However, no matter what kind of attack he faced, Yuan Kongye's face remained unwavering. There seems to be a spherical field outside her body, which can block any attack. In Zhang Yi's eyes, white light was shining. He wanted to know whether his divine power could break through Yuan Kongye's mental barrier. But this is his trump card, and cannot be used lightly. He must wait until the right opportunity arises. But at this moment, Yuan Kongye's body suddenly slowly floated into the air. She looked down at everyone like a god who had descended from the world. Seeing this scene, the followers of the snow worship sect in the distance knelt down excitedly on the spot, shouting, "Snow God!" Name: Zheng Yixian's ability. Zhang Yi said. At this time, Han Chang also arrived at the scene with 2 strangers. They were extremely anxious, fearing that Yuan Kongye would be poisoned by Bailey Chongqing and Zhang Yi. But when they saw the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with astonishment. Priestess He Chunhua clasped her hands together excitedly and asked excitedly, "Is this the blessing of the snow god?" "Master, she is indeed the human form of the snow god." But when Han Chang saw this scene, he felt that his throat was a little dry, and most of the blood in his veins had gone cold. But, isn't that the power of the high priest? Zheng Yixian's telekinesis is very powerful. The most enviable thing is that he can control his body and fly at high speeds without the control of gravity. But now, this ability appears in Yuan Kongye. Could it be? Is everything Zhang Yi said true? The so-called Ice Soul is completely a huge trap for cutting leaks. So, Yuan Kongye was extremely compassionate and gave them the opportunity to awaken their powers. Was it all a lie? Han Chang no longer dared to continue thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He felt that his faith had been greatly damaged. At this time, Yuan Kongye, suspended in midair, looked down at all living beings like a god. No matter how many supernatural powers attacked her, she still remained unmoved. Wu Di couldn't believe his eyes. His floating cannon is more powerful than a sniper rifle, even close to the power of a real rocket launcher. But why were so many floating cannons so easily caught by Yuan Kongye? Zhang Yi sensed something was wrong and silently retreated behind everyone. Yuan Kongye looked at them and said coldly, "You stupid and insignificant people! You have no idea what kind of existence you are against. I am the apostle of God in the human world, the messenger exercising divine power. All acts that blaspheme divine rights will be punished by God. After she said that, she suddenly slowly opened her arms. Let me cleanse this world without faith. As her arms began to rise, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Zhang Yi and others were unsteady on their feet, and almost fell to the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground, like an earthquake. In Zhang Yi's surprised eyes, the earth began to rise. Zhang Yi has already activated 8 times the speed, and the figure retreats like a ghost. Others also sensed something was wrong and moved away from Yuan Kongye. However, all the surrounding buildings are collapsing. The earth is breaking, and huge rocks are rising into the sky, like meteorites all over the sky. Such a powerful ability made Bailey Chongqing and others' pupils shrink when they saw it. They knew that Yuan Kongye was very strong, but they didn't expect that she would be so strong. They had seen this kind of power that seemed to destroy the world an hour ago. I didn't expect that they would see each other again so soon. LV5. Epsilon level alien power. After absorbing the superpowers of Bian Junwu and Zheng Yixian, Yuan Kongye successfully broke through to this rank. Yuan Kongye looked at everyone with cold eyes, and pressed down hard with his tender right hand. The huge boulders in the sky hit everyone on the ground like meteors. Chapter 534 Invincible. Countless boulders rose into the sky, and then quickly fell to the ground amid the horrified eyes of everyone, within a radius of several kilometers. This is an indiscriminate attack, like a meteor shower. But it is not beautiful, but full of the horror of destruction. Seeing that it was too late to escape, everyone was trying their best to resist with their own abilities. Bailey Chongqing laughed loudly, and the huge knight's spear in his hand danced like a windmill, facing the boulders that kept falling in the air. He just used his lance to fly them away. That is a huge boulder weighing several tons, or even dozens of tons. Not to mention people. Even if a truck is hit, it will be crushed into a discus. However, Bailey Chongqing relied on his powerful strength and his spear skills to make them deviate from their original track. He stood in front of everyone, not taking a step back, because Bian Junwu was already dead at this time, and he was the captain of the investigation team. He wants to protect the team members from wind and rain. Zhang Yi had the easiest time dealing with this kind of attack. His dimensional door opens, and no matter how huge the stone falls, it just disappears into another dimension silently. Compared to the two of them, the others look much more embarrassed. Xiao Honglian's flame attack had little effect on the boulders. She could only use the function of the purgatory furnace to strengthen her body, and quickly avoid the meteor shower. But the rocks flew through the air, and the boulders fell one after another, making her extremely embarrassed. And because many strangers were unable to dodge, they didn't even have a chance to scream after being hit by a boulder, and they were turned into a pile of meat. Come to me! Zhang Yi shouted to everyone. At this moment, in order to deal with Yuan Kongye, everyone's strength must be gathered. If everyone else is killed, Zhang Yi will be unable to survive alone. He must try his best to protect these people. When the others saw Zhang Yi easily blocking the rain of boulders with the help of the dimensional gate, they immediately gathered in his direction. As enemies once, they hated Zhang Yi's space powers with gnashing of teeth. But now as comrades on the same front, this ability gives them a great sense of security. Everyone quickly ran behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi opened a huge dimensional door and blocked it above his head, like opening a big umbrella to prevent raindrops from falling on everyone's heads. It's just that the raindrops are not water, but boulders that can turn people into flesh. However, they can hide under the dimensional gate, but some people cannot avoid it. That is the ordinary members of the Snow Worship sect and the aliens. When they first saw Yuan Kongye displaying his magical skills, they all knelt down and worshipped, feeling extremely happy in their hearts. However, Yuan Kongye's attacks were indiscriminate and covered them all. They were unprepared and were wiped out in an instant. Come back too, Yuan Kongye said calmly. The remaining aliens of the Snow Worship sect have no extra value now. It would be better to let them return to the kingdom of God. And then, their power will converge on Yuan Kongye. Zheng Yixian is dead. Yuan Kongye must win this battle. Only in this way can they build a world without pollution. Han Chang and the other three noticed something was wrong from the beginning, so they did not get close. But seeing Yuan Kongye kill all the believers with their own eyes, their faith completely collapsed. How so? Master, why does she want to kill devout believers? Yi Chunhua cried desperately. Han Chang gritted his teeth and quickly retreated with the two people in hand to avoid the attack of the boulder. It turns out that what Zhang Yi said was true. She is not a savior at all. She is a devil and a madman. Yuan Kongye noticed them, but her eyes were as cold as the extremely cold snow. Fortunately, her attention was on Zhang Yi and the others at this time, instead of deliberately obliterating Han Chang and the others. Otherwise, with her current strength, killing the three of them would be a piece of cake. Yuan Kongya lowered his head and stared at Zhang Yi, and whispered softly, "I really want your space power." She slowly raised her hand like a god and pointed a finger at Zhang Yi and others. On the ground, those huge rocks that had fallen long ago shook violently, and then rose into the sky again, turning into a huge storm of rocks around Zhang Yi and the others. There were flying boulders in all directions, and Zhang Yi and others were at the center of the storm. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he could only open two-dimensional gates at the same time, unable to defend all directions. Yuan Kongya's mind control is many times stronger than Zheng Yixin's, and they are not on the same level at all. But others were not idle either. Xing Tian activated his abilities. Xing Tian Legion. This is a power that can be blessed on everyone and enhance their combat effectiveness. These are the only strongest alien legions left in Tianhai City. With the blessing, their combat effectiveness has been improved to a higher level. The Flame Dragon breathes. Ice and Snow Storm. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai took action at the same time, and the flames and blizzard swept away in two directions, impacting the rocks there. Qi Guangming of the investigation team raised his head, looked at Yuan Kongya in the sky, and raised the black sniper rifle in his hand with a solemn look. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Only by solving Yuan Kongya can everything end. Just dealing with the rocks has no effect. A black stream of light shot out from the muzzle of his gun. Yuan Kongya's eyes were cold, and he didn't care about the bullet at all. But the next moment, her brows frowned slightly, because this bullet actually penetrated her mental barrier. However, the bullet stopped when it was less than 1 meter away from her. Qi Guangming's frown deepened. She had too many types of abilities, and couldn't handle them at all. Zhang Yi looked at him curiously. What kind of bullet did you use that could penetrate her mental barrier? He clearly remembered that Wu Di's numerous floating cannons had not affected the telepathy barrier at all. Qi Guangming glanced at him, and started to move. Specifically used to deal with mutated creatures. Mutated creatures naturally include aliens. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Jiangnan region is Jiangnan region. Less than half a year after the end of the world. Bullets specifically designed to deal with aliens have been developed. But thinking about it carefully, this thing has no impact on him. Because his dimensional gate is not strictly a defensive attribute, but a door to another dimension. Origin bullets are generally used to attack aliens that rely on supernatural powers for defense, such as enhanced orcs and aliens with telepathic barriers. At this moment, Bailey Chongqing's voice interrupted his thinking. I can't continue to let her control the rhythm like this. From now on, everyone will listen to my command. He stared at Yuan Kongya in the sky, his eyes focused as never before. No matter how powerful her powers are now, a young girl still lacks in combat experience. Then, she will easily reveal her flaws. Chapter 535 The Final Battle 1. Bailey Chongqing quickly formulated a battle plan for everyone. He had discovered a weakness in Yuan Kongya. That is, she cannot do two things at once. When she was attacked by Qi Guangming's origin bullet, her ability to control telekinesis was significantly reduced, and the speed of the rock storm slowed down. You continue to attack with long-range skills. Qi Guangming. Use origin bombs to contain her actions. I'll be in charge of the main attack. As for the killer move, Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi next to him. From beginning to end, Zhang Yi never attacked once. But Bailey Chongqing knew that he was hiding a killer move, Divine Power. Although the attack range is not very large. In terms of power, the Divine Power is definitely no less than Bian Junwa's Nirvana. We will give you a chance to give Yuan Kongya a fatal blow, Bailey Chongqing said with a smile. I will go over and pester her. If necessary, you can kill me together. Zhang Yi, Xiao Honglian and others couldn't help but feel shocked when they heard this. How could Bailey Chongqing be so decisive in order to kill Yuan Kongya? But when the rest of the investigation team heard this, they seemed not surprised. In order to carry out their mission, they had long put life and death aside. It's not that we are not afraid of death, but sometimes sacrifice is necessary. Otherwise, even greater losses will be caused. Just like today. If they can't kill Yuan Kongya, no one can leave alive. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay. Bailey Chongqing chooses one person to bear the greatest pressure. Because among everyone present, no one can even come close to his level in terms of melee combat ability. Well, let's get started. Bailey Chongqing shouted loudly. Xiao Honglian and others quickly took action and launched a fierce attack on Yuan Kongya. Qi Guangming also raised his gun and fired another primary bullet. Yuan Kongye knew that the dark bullets should not be careless. So he frowned slightly and raised his hand to form a huge ice wall in front of him. Although the origin bullet has special functions against aliens, as a bullet, its physical attack ability is relatively average. The huge ice wall blocked it. Yuan Kongye waved her right hand, and all the supernatural powers attacking her were extinguished in the air like flames doused with water. And at this moment, Bailey Chongqing had turned into a black lightning, leaped high from the ground, and suddenly rushed behind Yuan Kongye with a huge knight's spear. Silent and moving like thunder, the lance stabbed Yuan Kongye's back with great force. Yuan Kongye's eyes narrowed, and she didn't look back. But she had already noticed Bailey Chongqing's attack. Buzz! An invisible ripple swayed in the air, and a mental barrier blocked her back. But the huge knight's spear thrust forward and broke through half a meter of the barrier, only less than 30 centimeters closer to her back. Bailey Chongqing grasped the knight's spear tightly with both hands, and his silver teeth were almost broken. He couldn't continue to exert force in the air. If this charged attack failed, it would fail. But at this moment, Zhang Yi took action. The moment of distraction that everyone fought for was the moment for his divine power to take action. White light flickered in his pupils, and then it was aimed at Yuan Kongye in the sky, covering all the evergreen behind her. When masters exchanged blows, life or death was a matter of a split second. Yuan Kongye's moment of distraction allowed Zhang Yi to complete the lock. The terrifying pressure distorted the space, and Yuan Kongye finally had a look of shock in his eyes. Between her and Zhang Yi, a strange distortion occurred in the space. It was like a rag being twisted hard by two people from opposite directions. At this moment, a dazzling white light burst out from Yuan Kongye's eyes, covering the surrounding world. Silently, a strange sphere appeared in the space between the two, and even the light was distorted. But after a moment, the dazzling light dissipated in the sky. Everything returned to calm. Only a huge and smooth spherical depression appeared on the ground below the light ball, like cheese that had been scalded by a red-hot iron. Boom! A figure fell to the ground like a meteor, and Bailey Chongqing, who was wearing a black combat uniform, was thrown to the ground. This man of steel and iron bones actually spilled a trace of blood from his mouth. Ahem. Was the captain's nirvana controlled by her so quickly? Bailey Chongqing looked at Yuan Kongye with a solemn face and said, he was very familiar with the power just now. It was Bian Junhu's pupil technique. Annihilation. She even mastered Bian Junhu's superpowers. Xiao Honglian said in astonishment. They had seen with their own eyes how strong Bian Junhu was. That is a terrifying power that can kill hundreds of thousands of zombies by itself. Now that Yuan Kongye has obtained Bian Junhu's superpower, how can they still fight? Bailey Chongqing stood up and said loudly, no. She is not the captain. She just got this power, and she is not mature enough to use it. We can defeat her. He was very sure of this, because if Bian Junhu had used the ability just now, it would be impossible for him to stand up now. Yuan Kongye's eyes kept staring at Zhang Yi. The appearance of Shui made her feel a pressure. That kind of power is enough to fight against her. But Zhang Yi silently took out a meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth. The divine power consumes too much for him, and he must replenish his abilities in time. Fortunately, he is a space system user, and fighting wars of attrition is his strength. But no one noticed that Yuan Kongye had murderous intent in his eyes. At first, she didn't take these people seriously. With great power, she thought she was close to the realm of gods, and these weak mortals couldn't do anything to her. However, Zhang Yi's divine power made her feel a little scared. Maybe these mortals really have the ability to hurt her. This trace of fear made her angry. So she decided not to play anymore, but to kill everyone in front of her as quickly as possible. An even bigger storm spun around her. The black whirlwind enveloped countless gravel, ice and snow and everything around it, turning it into a huge tornado. Then this huge tornado hit everyone hard. Be careful and run. The tornado attracted everything around it, and everyone's feet began to become unstable. They hurriedly retreated to avoid being swept into the middle of the tornado. Once you enter it, you will definitely die. But when they thought they were far away, a raging snowstorm rolled in again on the ground. Yuan Kongye unleashed all kinds of terrifying abilities amid the wind, snow and gravel. For a moment, no one could resist. Although their abilities are also very powerful, their levels are completely different. When a foreigner reaches LV5 Epsilon, which is currently the strongest level of human beings, they will not belong to the same dimension as the lower level foreigners at all. So far, there is only one legendary Epsilon in the entire country of China, counting Bian Junhu, who was a flash in the pan and gained strength by burning his life. Yuan Kongya was the third one. And it is perfect Epsilon. Chapter 536 The Final Battle 2. Facing Yuan Kongya's terrifying power. Everyone struggled to resist. Zhang Yi's dimensional gate cannot protect everyone. But this kind of bug defense method that can defend against all physical attacks can keep him, Hua Liangyu and others safe and sound. How to fight this? She has so many abilities that even finding her weaknesses is impossible. Boss, let's escape, Fatty Su suggested. Escape? Where to escape? Zhang Yi stared coldly at Yuan Kongya in the center of the storm. Do you think we can escape now? If Zhang Yi was alone, there would be absolutely no problem in escaping. But it's not okay to take a few of them with you. After all, he himself could react to the speed of space travel. But they could not. Any delay in the process would waste time. And Yuan Kongya would quickly catch up. Now there is only one battle. If we win, Tianhai City will be at peace from now on. If you lose, think about losing again. Zhang Yi stared intently at Yuan Kongya in the sky. With the power in his right eye ready to go. Yuan Kongya felt this power. And her figure suddenly became illusory. As if there were countless afterimages overlapping each other, making it impossible for Zhang Yi to locate her. However, the biggest advantage of Zhang Yi and his team is the large number of people. Bailey Chongqing said that Yuan Kongya's combat experience is not rich enough. And even if he has enough strength, he still has flaws. Now with Zhang Yi's divine power as a check, Yuan Kongya could not concentrate on dealing with him. And they had the opportunity to attack from the side. Xingtian turned on his own powers to the maximum extent to bless everyone. Qi Guangming raised the sniper rifle in his hand and aimed the bullet at Yuan Kongya's head, which also brought a little pressure to her. Although she is not afraid of Qi Guangming, if she accidentally gets shot, it is not something she is willing to accept. Bailey Chongqing holds the knight's spear and carefully looks for the opportunity to kill with one strike. Although his defense power is amazing, if he gets hit again at close range, annihilation. Attack. I'm afraid even his bones will be broken. Do you want to resist me? Do you think you can do it? Yuan Kongya's voice echoed coldly in the sky. As she waved her hands, more terrifying storms swept in all directions, as if they were going to kill everyone with one blow. The main targets of the attack are Zhang Yi and Qi Guangming. Zhang Yi sensed this, immediately opened the double doors, and disappeared with everyone. The moment they left, their foothold was hit by countless rebels from all directions. However, Qi Guangming did not have the convenient ability to escape like Zhang Yi. Yuan Kongya's power covered every corner around him. As soon as he looked up, he could see a black whirlwind hundreds of meters high surrounding him in the center. There is no way to avoid it. Yuan Kongya seemed to be a higher dimensional creature, playing with his life at will. Break it for me. Just when Qi Guangming was at a loss, a familiar roar came from beside him. A huge knight's spear tore a hole in the storm. Bailey Chongqing, who was wearing a black combat uniform, rushed in, then tucked Qi Guangming under his arm, and rushed out carrying the storm. Oh! What a strong defense. When Yuan Kongya saw this scene, she recognized him as the vice captain of the investigation team. A top-notch enhanced ability user. But how long can you resist my attack? Within a radius of 3 kilometers, rocks penetrated the sky, and everything in the world became the object of her manipulation. Her energy seemed to be endless, and she continued to attack everyone. Divine power. Zhang Yi's attack strikes again. Yuan Kongya's attention has always been on Zhang Yi. When she saw this, she did not hesitate to use Nirvana to compete with him. The biggest threat to her is this person with the ability to kill with one strike. The two forces burst into strange light in the air, and then disappeared. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said to Liang Yu and others very fast, "Get out of here quickly. Today's battle is no longer something you can interfere with. The human wave tactic has no effect on aliens, who transcend the ordinary meaning. Now on the entire battlefield, they are probably the only ones who can have a certain impact on Yuan Kongya. Others staying here are just living targets for Yuan Kongya and adding burden to his teammates." Therefore, Zhang Yi asked Hua to take everyone else away. Even for Liang Yu, her melee combat ability would hardly be of much use at this time. But Liang Yu wanted to argue. But then she saw Zhang Yi's serious and scary face. Time was running out, and Zhang Yi didn't want to waste time with him. You must obey his orders. Liang Yu was a little frightened by Zhang Yi's eyes. But soon she also figured out that her ability would not be of great help to Zhang Yi, and would even affect Zhang Yi's ability to use space travel. Okay, let's go! Liang Yu jumped on Hua's back. Uncle Yu and Fatty Su told Zhang Yi to be careful. Then the two of them also jumped on Hua. The three of them and the beast glanced at Zhang Yi worriedly, and then ran away. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Hong trained Wei Dinghai, Xing Tian, and some members of the investigation team to become the main force. After Yuan Kongye mastered telekinesis, he could float high in the sky and fight while looking down at everyone. Therefore, with the exception of Bailey Chongqing, all those with enhanced abilities chose to retreat to the back to provide assistance and protection to the main attackers in front. As for strangers who focus on functionality, such as Meng Xiu and Yi Jikong, they leave the battlefield without hesitation. Wu Di's eyes were filled with hatred. He was surrounded by floating cannons, and the dazzling light balls emitted a terrifying impact, shooting towards Yuan Kongye like a heavy rain. At the same time, Xing Tian used his ability to bless everyone. Wei Dinghai's ice and snowstorm and Xiao Hong's flaming dragon were all trying their best to consume Yuan Kongye and distract her attention. At this time, everyone understood one thing in their hearts. If you want to defeat Yuan Kongye, Zhang Yi is the key, because only his attack can pose a threat to Yuan Kongye. Therefore, even Wu Di, who usually has the worst attitude towards Zhang Yi, at this moment showed the professionalism of an elite investigation team and tried his best to create an output environment for Zhang Yi. Yuan Kongye felt agitated when faced with the attack of more than a dozen strangers. These offenses were nothing to her, but she must always be on guard against Zhang Yi, who has the ability to kill with one hit. Once she appears in any defensive air attack and Zhang Yi's divine power hits her, she may be seriously injured. Chapter 537 The Final Battle 3. It's obvious that everything is going to end in death. Why are you still struggling? Forget it. I have no patience to continue playing around with you. Yuan Kongye's cold voice came from high in the sky. She didn't like the appearance of things that were beyond her control. A sharp white light burst out quickly from the pupils of her eyes. She hangs high in the sky, like a sun, with holy light sweeping in all directions. The power of Nirvana was pushed to its maximum limit by her. That power that could destroy everything reminded everyone of the famous scene where Bian Junwu killed hundreds of thousands of zombies by himself. Bailey Chongqing and others' faces turned pale, because they felt that the power of this blow was already on the level of Bian Junwu. Run away. Run away as far away as possible. Bailey Chongqing held Qi Guangming with one hand and Wu Di with the other, turning into an afterimage and running towards Zhang Yi. Xiao Honglian and others also made the same move. They know that now they can only rely on Zhang Yi's dimensional gate to try to resist this power. Zhang Yi opened his right hand and opened the dimensional door to the maximum. And a dimensional door, as huge as the Nantian gate, opened in front of him. Wei Dinghai used his frost armor to its fullest extent, and the thick armor enveloped him like a Gundam. But when the dying light swept across the earth, his armor was shattered like confetti. Wei Dinghai subconsciously stretched out his right arm in front of him, and his arm was directly destroyed as if it were a fake. At the last moment, he hid within the range of Zhang Yi's dimensional gate to save his life. The white light disappeared from the earth. Zhang Yi took a long breath, and his dimensional gate blocked Yuan Kongye's attack. After all, this kind of large-scale attack cannot concentrate all the power in one place like his divine power. Then it would be difficult to pose any threat to his dimensional gate. However, just this one blow caused almost all the aliens on the field to die. Only a few leaders of the forces and a few members of the investigation team were still alive. But there was no time for everyone to grieve, because right now, whether they could survive or not was a big question. The feeling of despair also began to permeate the hearts of everyone. They had tried their best, but they had not caused any harm to Yuan Kongye. On the contrary, they had suffered heavy casualties. How to fight next? Waiting to die? Are Epsilon-level aliens really invincible? Wei Dinghai sealed the wound on his arm with ice. But fortunately, he was not a melee-type alien, so he could still fight even if he lost an arm. Yuan Kongye exuded a sacred and soft light, looking down at Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi, you are very capable, but I absorbed the powers of 36 people, including Bian Junwu's. How should you deal with it? She stared at Zhang Yi, with a smile on her lips, and then she pointed her index finger at Zhang Yi. I also want your ability. Zhang Yi stared at Yuan Kongye, his eyes full of fear. He said to everyone in a deep voice, now, everyone has to work hard. Take out whatever is at the bottom of the box. Otherwise we might all die here. Wu Di gritted his teeth and yelled, we know it without you having to tell us. He didn't say a word. That is, can we really win even if we work hard? As a member of the investigation team, he didn't want to say such depressing words. But that's what he clearly thought in his heart. If you fight with all your life, there is still a chance of survival. Otherwise you will be dead. Zhang Yi said. Yuan Kongye's attack will not wait until Zhang Yi and the others finished chatting. Soon, a new round of attack came again. This time, the attack came from underground. The ground beneath their feet exploded, and hundreds of thorny vines covered with white frost stabbed at everyone from the soles of their feet. This is the ability of Dai Mei, the priest of the snow worship cult. Originally, she was just an ordinary special ability user who could breathe thorns and vines from her body as a means of combat. There was nothing noteworthy about her when she died. She was chewed up to the bone in the zombie battle just now. But in Yuan Kongya's hands, her ability can become extremely powerful. This attack caught everyone off guard. Zhang Yi decisively opened the space shuttle and left the place. The others hurriedly used all their means. Even if they fell into the rocks, they tried their best to block the attack of thorns that were harder and sharper than steel. Perhaps it was Zhang Yi's words that inspired their fighting spirit. Or perhaps the sad soldiers must win and live towards death. These all-powerful top aliens have finally begun to risk their lives. Wu Di gritted his teeth. And suddenly a surging spiritual power emerged from his body, sending his hair high into the sky. In an instant, his black hair turned whiter than snow, and the surging mental power enveloped his body, causing him to fly high into the sky. Seeing this scene, Bailey Chongqing and Qi Guangming, as well as the members of the investigation team who were watching the battle behind the building in the distance, all showed unbearable expressions. Wu Di's floating cannon consumes mental power. Once this power is used excessively, his lifespan will be consumed. At this time, Wu Di was already reckless and began to burn his mental power crazily. This approach allowed him to briefly touch the threshold of Epsilon. Wu Di's changes attracted Yuan Kongya's attention. She frowned, not expecting a new trouble to arise. Ha 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 ha. Wu Di laughed wildly. He knew what this approach meant to him. But now, he had no other choice. Bian Junhui can sacrifice for the team. And so can Wu Di. Die. You damn bitch. Around Wu Di, countless light balls swung his right hand and eroded away towards Yuan Kongya. The power of this attack is completely different from the previous one. At least it has been improved by several levels. And he raised his hands high, and actually condensed a huge spiritual power light ball with a radius of nearly 1 meter, and then swung it towards Yuan Kongya. The huge floating cannon is extremely fast and contains extremely terrifying destructive power. Others were not idle either. Together with Wu Di, they launched attacks on Yuan Kongya from all directions. Especially Zhang Yi. He actually went around behind Yuan Kongya, locked his divine power on her, and started to activate. Yuan Kongya frowned, not daring to show any signs of neglect. She also felt the threat of death. Annihilation. The terrifying light of death was once again centered on her, sweeping out in all directions. Zhang Yi and Wu Di followed each other and used their strongest attack. Terrible forces intertwined and collided in the air, showing colorful colors, and then quietly began to annihilate everything around them. After this fight, a look of exhaustion finally appeared on Yuan Kongya's face. She can possess countless supernatural powers, but the supernatural energy in her body can be exhausted. Faced with two top strangers attacking together at the same time, even she couldn't do it calmly. However, after this blow, Wu Di's condition took a turn for the worse. His face changed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and his eyes became a little dim. The next moment, he fell headfirst like a crashed plane. This blow consumed everything he had. Bailey Chongqing rushed over and caught him. On the other hand, it was Zhang Yi who quickly stuffed supernatural food into his mouth while beating him. He is not afraid of fighting a war of attrition. Even if he continuously displays his divine power, his powers can be quickly replenished. Chapter 538 The Final Battle 4. Zhang Yi and Wu Di jointly delivered the strongest blow, finally making Yuan Kongya look a little tired. However, the current situation is not optimistic, because except for Zhang Yi, everyone else suffered injuries of varying severity. Wu Di is completely disabled and can no longer fight. A large pool of blood emerged from the corner of Xiao Honglian's mouth. Even with the armor condensed from the purgatory furnace, she could not withstand the aftermath of the power of annihilation. As for Wei Dinghai, one of his arms was broken and his whole body was almost disabled. The only ones left standing in the field were Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing. But how could the two of them defeat the nearly invincible Yuan Kongya? Despair. Complete despair. The strength of high-level aliens can completely crush lower-level aliens. If it weren't for Bian Junhui's death, Bailey Chongqing would have even wanted to win her over and become a member of the Jiangnan region. However, he can't do that, because that is a betrayal of brothers in life and death. Why do you have to struggle? That would only add to the pain. It's better to quietly let me kill you, so that you can all be relieved. Yuan Kongya's voice came like a god's. And she could see that the people in front of her were no longer a threat to her. Even though Zhang Yi is a bit weird. His only threatening method. Divine power. Can't break Yuan Kongya's. Annihilation. At this moment, Yuan Kongya enjoyed this powerful feeling very much. This feeling of being able to control everything and destroy everything is really great. Outside the battlefield, several members of the investigation team couldn't stand it anymore. Although their abilities are not suitable for fighting Yuan Kongya, they cannot bear to see their teammates die tragically with their own eyes. Only Liang Yu and the others were hiding behind the boulder and watching Zhang Yi in the field. But their hearts were full of trust in him. Liang Yu murmured, how could Zhang Yi, who was most afraid of death, act like a hero when he was not sure? He must have a way. Sure enough. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke. He sighed softly and said to Bailey Chongqing and others, okay. It seems that your limit has reached this point. Although what you have accomplished is a little less than I imagined. It is almost enough. Zhang Yi said this in a loud tone, which made everyone around him feel stunned after hearing it. Yes, they admitted that Zhang Yi's divine power had great restraint on Yuan Kongya. But in their impression, Zhang Yi's strength lies in defense, not attack. If it was one-on-one today, he might be killed by Yuan Kongya within 5 seconds. So they didn't understand the reason for Zhang Yi's sudden change of attitude. Zhang Yi waved to the others, but his eyes were fixed on Yuan Kongya and did not leave for a moment. Get out of here. This next battlefield will be taken over by me. Things have developed so far. Everything has developed as Zhang Yi originally thought. The purpose of these strangers coming is to help Zhang Yi consume Yuan Kongya's power as much as possible. Perhaps it can be said that from the beginning, Zhang Yi did not expect them to be able to defeat Yuan Kongya. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Zhang Yi. You? Are you kidding? Looks like. Zhang Yi asked calmly. Of course not. No one would seek death at a time like this. They also didn't think Zhang Yi would be the kind of good person who would sacrifice himself to save others' lives. Now that Zhang Yi said so, they can only choose to believe it now. That's up to you. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai did not hesitate and decisively dragged their seriously injured bodies and ran away. Xing Tian glanced at Zhang Yi, gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Yi, our last hope rests on you. He gathered all his last powers together, and then blessed them all on Zhang Yi. This made Zhang Yi feel that his body was stronger and faster, and even his 5 senses became extremely sharp. Yuan Kongya did not stop others from leaving. As long as she is willing, no one in Tianhai City can escape. She was just curious about Zhang Yi's attitude and didn't know what this man wanted to do. Bailey Chongqing sent Wu Di away, who was almost exhausted. But he returned to the battlefield. His injuries are not minor, but they are still under control. So he will not leave the battlefield. Zhang Yi didn't stop him when he saw this scene. Since Bailey Chongqing is willing, let him fight together. But Zhang Yi doesn't expect him to play a big role. Bailey Chongqing suddenly threw a black pistol over. Zhang Yi recognized it at a glance. It was the gun of their captain Bian Junwu. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Bailey Chongqing said that there are about 20 origin bombs inside. The name Origin made Zhang Yi a little moved. Those bullets were specially used to deal with strangers, and they could even pose a certain threat to Yuan Kongya. Okay, I'll take it. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at Yuan Kongya, narrowing his eyes slightly. Everything should come to an end, right? The corners of Yuan Kongya's mouth were slightly raised, and she was suspended in midair, surrounded by divine light. Who gave you the confidence? Zhang Yi. You know nothing about power. Me. But I haven't tried my best yet. Yuan Kongya opened her arms, and the majestic power formed a violent storm around her. Now, I am beginning to slowly adapt to so many abilities in my body. Don't worry. I will kill you soon and take away your power. Centered on Yuan Kongya, an even more terrifying storm emerged. Moreover, the ground under Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing's feet was even more shattered, and countless gravels were suspended in the air. Bailey Chongqing used his flexible speed to jump away, stepping on boulders one after another in the air, trying to attack Yuan Kongya. Yuan Kongya's eyes were filled with a fierce aura, and he opened the 5 fingers of his left hand to point at him, and a huge force of thought swept him away. Even the most powerful enhancement system users cannot use their power while in the air. Zhang Yi ignored Bailey Chongqing. When the vibration started under his feet, his figure flashed in the air and appeared opposite Yuan Kongya. The vector direction of different spaces is not affected by the outside world. Therefore, as long as Zhang Yi can control direction, he can achieve any teleportation within a range of 300 meters, or even stand still in the air. Yuan Kongya waved his right hand, and a black tornado thousands of meters long hung upside down, like a sword of Damocles, stabbing Zhang Yi hard. But Zhang Yi didn't even dodge. He stood on the ruins of a building and also opened his right hand. The black tornado completely submerged into Zhang Yi's dimensional gate. The next moment, a second door suddenly opened on the right side of Yuan Kongya, and the tornado she released began to attack her in turn. With a look from Yuan Kongya, the huge tornado shattered. Is it a dimensional gate? So can you take this move? Yuan Kongya spoke coldly. The next moment, with Zhang Yi as the center, hundreds of spears transformed from hurricanes appeared in countless directions in all directions. Rushed to his location in an instant. Chapter 539 The Final Battle 5. Boom! The hurricane swept through this space wildly, and the earth had long been shattered into pieces. But Zhang Yi appeared from another place the next moment. He was safe and sound, and even his expression was equally indifferent. Bailey Chongqing, Xiao Honglian and others in the distance were all surprised when they saw this scene. Xiao Hong was stunned and couldn't help but whisper that in the past, he had never used his true strength in front of us. Perhaps only Liang Yu knows how terrifying Zhang Yi's life-saving ability is. The dimensional gate is already perverted enough, but now it has the ability to travel through space, which is enough to make him immune to almost all physical attacks. When Yuan Kongya saw Zhang Yi safe and sound, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon she sneered disdainfully. Will you just run away? Although Yuan Kongya hated Zhang Yi's ability, he was not afraid of it. In the past time, they have completed the collection of intelligence on the abilities of the entire Tianhai city. They have analyzed Zhang Yi's abilities very early. The conclusion is that the defense is full, but the offense is insufficient. Even now, Zhang Yi has divine power, ability, but this skill consumes too much and the forward swing is obvious. Unless it is a sneak attack, it is impossible to kill Yuan Kongya in a head-on confrontation. Yuan Kongya believed that he was invincible. Of course, Zhang Yi thinks so too. The sharpest spear versus the strongest shield. Which one will win? The people watching the battle from a distance were extremely nervous, but they could only pray for Zhang Yi. Come and kill me if you can. Zhang Yi sneered and made a provocative gesture towards Yuan Kongya. What came back was naturally a more violent attack. Zhang Yi's figure kept flashing in the air, with the ability to travel through space. His life-saving ability was really first-rate. Yuan Kongya cannot target him to attack, and ordinary physical attacks will be absorbed by the dimensional gate. Therefore, she could only expand her attack range so that Zhang Yi could not escape from her attack area. But what she didn't expect was that Zhang Yi would show new abilities at this time. Although the dimensional gate is huge in area and has extremely strong defensive capabilities, its weakness is that the defense range is one way and cannot be moved. After acquiring this ability, Zhang Yi continued to improve it. Finally, he activated a more flexible defense skill, Dimensional Shield. He can compress the two-dimensional gate to the size of a shield and then control it with his hands. Although the area has been reduced, it is more flexible and convenient to defend against attacks from all over the body. Moreover, he does not need to free his hands to attack. When fighting against Yuan Kongya, his only effective attack method is the pupil technique. Divine Power. This battle reached the borders of the Snow Worship sect, and the avenues were wiped out, with almost no blind spots in defense capabilities. No matter how terrifying Yuan Kongya's attack was, it would be absorbed by Zhang Yi with his dimensional shield and then bounce back. Zhang Yi is not always in a passive state of being beaten. Once he finds Yuan Kongya's opening, he will use his divine power to attack. Yuan Kongya has always been afraid of the power of Shui, and cannot attack too wantonly. Whenever Zhang Yi uses divine power, she must also use Nirvana to counterattack. Centered on the ruins of the Snow Worship sect, a radius of 10 kilometers became a battlefield for the two of them. Spherical illusory light groups appear in midair, and everything within the range will be swallowed up. Logically speaking, Zhang Yi's current combat effectiveness is far inferior to Yuan Kongya, and he is simply unable to sustain such a long battle. However, firstly, he is blessed by the power of the Xingtian Legion, and secondly, he has a large amount of supernatural food stored in his alien space. While fighting, he will eat to restore his physical strength and powers. If not, using at most 5 rounds of divine power, he would completely collapse. And because of this, he felt the horror of Yuan Kongya. After fighting for so long, her superpowers are still as terrifying as the ocean. Zhang Yi also had a profound experience with the power of LV5. This is still based on Yuan Kongya's lack of proficiency in combat experience. As for the others, they only watched the battle and shouted 666. Even Bailey Chongqing gave up joining the battle later on. In his opinion, in a battle of this level now, he could only become a burden in the past, and was not at all high enough to join in. Because of this, everyone's attitude towards Zhang Yi has changed from being unfavorable at the beginning to being shocked now. This defense is too terrifying. Fortunately, we didn't continue the fight with Zhang Yi. Otherwise, we would be the ones who were destroyed later in the fight. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai both had the same idea in their minds. However, even if it continues like this, it's not a problem. Meng Xiu looked solemn. Different levels of aliens have huge differences in the amount of supernatural powers in their bodies, especially after reaching LV5. It is impossible to understand it from the perspective of ordinary aliens. Zhang Yi's attack had no effect on her. Even if it could delay her, she still couldn't win. Once Yuan Kongye gets tired of it, he can completely abandon him and attack us first. Everyone's heart sank. What Meng Xiu said does make sense. Zhang Yi's defense was so strong that Yuan Kongye wouldn't be able to kill him for a while. However, if Yuan Kongye wanted to leave, Zhang Yi couldn't keep him. With telekinesis, her flying speed is not much different from teleportation. She could completely abandon Zhang Yi and kill others first. We have no other choice but to believe in Zhang Yi. Bailey Chongqing crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, Yuan Kongye really wants to kill us, and we are determined not to escape from an Epsilon. They had even heard of the first Epsilon in China. The mysterious and powerful man from Shengjing region. He can even kill people thousands of miles away. Everyone knew that Bailey Chongqing was right. Under the absolute power gap, all the little thoughts are in vain. Unless Zhang Yi can defeat Yuan Kongye, or at least exhaust her enough to be unable to chase, there is no point in them even running. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi and Yuan Kongye had been fighting for more than 10 minutes. An anxious look gradually appeared in Yuan Kongye's eyes. She has used dozens of methods to deal with Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi's dimensional shield and space travel are simply bugs. You can't hit it. You can't catch it. This made Yuan Kongye, who thought he was close to a god at this time, very angry. Her attacks also become more terrifying. Annihilation. Divine power. Another battle between big moves. Colorful colors appeared in the space again. A building was affected, and a spherical hole was melted directly from the waist, and then collapsed. Chapter 540 The Final Battle 6. Yuan Kong continued to attack Zhang Yi for a long time, and became more and more anxious. At this time, she missed Zheng Yixian more and more. She only needs to be a symbol of the snow worship cult, and worship the gods all day long. Zheng Yixian, if you are still here, you must know how to solve this kind of trouble. Right? She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. Because of my impatience, I was entangled by Zhang Yi. Think about it. What would Zheng Yixian do at this time? Yuan Kongye was so worried that he chose to give up on Zhang Yi and flew away, preparing to cause trouble for Uncle Yu and the others. Attack it, and you will save it. Only then can Zhang Yi reveal his flaws. Have you learned to be smart? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed, but there was a hint of ridicule in the corner of his mouth. Yuan Kongye discovered at this moment that Uncle Yu and the others had long since disappeared. All this was arranged by Zhang Yi. At this time, Uncle Yu and others had already gone to nowhere. But Yuan Kongye, who had been fighting Zhang Yi, didn't realize this at all. Only Xiao Honglian and others were still nearby. When they saw Yuan Kongye rushing towards them, their faces changed with fear. Yuan Kongye glanced at Zhang Yi angrily. Zhang Yi looked indifferent. Anyway, he couldn't put himself in danger now to save these people. Yuan Kongye could just kill them if he wanted to. However, if Yuan Kongye wanted to kill Bailey Chongqing, Xiao Honglian and others, he would leave his back to Zhang Yi. This is actually a great opportunity for Zhang Yi to win. What a hateful guy. The calm look on Yuan Kongye's face disappeared. Even though she has the power to push through everything, she can't do anything with this bug-level defense. Zhang Yi is like a Xuanwu who is good at fighting at this time. His whole body is covered with hard turtle LS that you cannot break. But once you show your flaws, there is a snake hidden in the turtle L that will bite you hard. Yuan Kongye tried his best to calm down. She had little combat experience, but as the actual combat progressed, she slowly learned a lot. She judged the characteristics of Zhang Yi's defensive ability. First, the scope is limited. Space shuttle is limited to a range of 300 meters. The dimensional shield can only protect the space around you. So if you want to defeat him, you must use a large-scale area attack. And it is powerful enough. Yuan Kongye has been using this method for a long time, but it has no good effect. An idea flashed in Yuan Kongye's mind. And he suddenly had a new idea. Her eyes gradually turned red, and her hair moved automatically. With her as the center, monstrous flames suddenly emerged, turning into hundreds of fire dragons and attacking Zhang Yi. High temperature is unavoidable, but Zhang Yi is wearing combat uniform. That kind of specially made battle suit can withstand temperatures of thousands of degrees in a short period of time. Zhang Yi used the dimensional shield to block the attack in front of him. But the next moment, those hundreds of huge fire dragons bypassed him, and then suddenly blasted into the ground. Zhang Yi frowned. If it wasn't a direct attack on him, what was the purpose? The huge fire dragon rushed into the ground, and thick white smoke suddenly filled the air. Now there were ice and snowflakes everywhere, which instantly melted into thick water vapor, and also blocked Zhang Yi's sight. Do you want to play sneak attack with me? Zhang Yi felt vigilant in his heart, and soon he felt like he was in a foggy valley, unable to see anything. The surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher, and Zhang Yi wanted to escape from the area. But the huge surrounding space had been affected by the high temperature, and there was white mist everywhere. Zhang Yi couldn't even tell the direction. Crash. Waves of water sounds reached Zhang Yi's ears. A huge lake has appeared on the ground. A very strange scene appeared in front of Zhang Yi's eyes. Water droplets quickly rose into the sky and came around Zhang Yi, filling the entire space. Not good. Zhang Yi immediately realized something was wrong. Even if he used space travel, he could not escape from the range covered by these water drops. More and more water droplets are floating in the sky, turning into a long river in the sky covering an extremely wide area. High in the sky, Yuan Kongya breathed out downwards. It was a white smoke, and after spitting out from her mouth, it quickly turned into a huge ice and snow storm, and the long river began to freeze in an instant. And in less than 2 seconds, it all condensed into one piece. The drop in temperature causes the mist to turn into ice particles and fall. As the fog dissipated, an unimaginable spectacle appeared on the battlefield. A huge cube of ice stood in the center of the battlefield, with a length of several thousand meters. There was a look of exhaustion in Yuan Kongya's eyes. Even with her current strength, it would take a lot of energy to use such a wide range of abilities. But a joyful smile appeared on her lips. Even if you are good at dodging, you can't dodge such a large-scale attack. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a door opened above the huge ice block. Zhang Yi walked out of the door, took a long breath, and then looked up to the sky with a smile on his face. This combo is very interesting, but it's a pity that it's useless to me. There is no environment suitable for survival in the alien space. It is a pure blank area without even air. However, entering it for a short period of time will not kill you. Therefore, it can be used as a temporary space to avoid attacks. Zhang Yi used this ability to avoid Yuan Kongya's skills. Yuan Kongya was stunned for a moment, her eyes shaking crazily like an undercurrent. It took her a long time to think of this method, but she didn't expect that Zhang Yi couldn't be taken down even though she did it. And her heart collapsed. Zhang Yi, I don't believe I can't kill you. This devout God believer, the aloof leader of the snow worship cult, looked as excited as an ordinary 20-year-old fairy. But just when she was about to take action again, a strong feeling of discomfort suddenly arose in her mind, and her vision began to blur. Yuan Kongya frowned and rubbed his forehead with his hands, not taking this feeling seriously. But this subtle change was captured by Zhang Yi. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he raised his finger towards Yuan Kongya with an arrogant expression. Come! If you can, come over and kill me. Oh, yes. By the way, I told you that the wound on Zheng Yixian's chest was caused by me. As soon as these words came out, Yuan Kongya's expression became a little ferocious. Okay. Then I will let you go down and be buried with him. When Zhang Yi was talking, he didn't stop eating. The superpower is consumed too quickly, so you can't stop replenishing your nutrition. Let us wait and see. Chapter 541 Super Poison. Zhang Yi and Yuan Kongya fought together again. Being unable to attack Zhang Yi for a long time made Yuan Kongya feel more and more agitated. In fact, it's not that she's not strong enough, but that her actual combat experience is too weak. Coupled with Zhang Yi's stimulation, she was determined to kill Zhang Yi here. But as the blow continued, Yuan Kongya's body felt more obvious discomfort. My mind was spinning, and I felt intense nausea as if I was motion sick. And the scene in front of me started to become blurry. This feeling is even more obvious when she is outputting like crazy. She suddenly realized that this feeling was not caused by her emotions, nor was she suffering from some sudden illness. After thinking of this, she suddenly stopped in midair, covering her forehead with one hand. gritting her teeth in pain and asking Zhang Yi, "You? What did you do to me?" After seeing Yuan Kongya's reaction, the smile on Zhang Yi's lips gradually became crazier. Sure enough. Has it already started? No. I can't laugh yet. I want to lead her into the abyss step by step, Zhang Yi said mockingly. It seems that you are still unable to control your own power. Maybe I guess it's the dead souls of those who have absorbed their superpowers that are haunting you, causing you so much pain. Yuan Kongya stared at Zhang Yi fiercely. Her body was in pain at this time. But Zhang Yi's words touched her heart and made her feel uneasy. After all, in order to achieve her goal of becoming stronger, she used too many methods and killed all the strangers who had used Ai's soul. Among them, there were even many believers who had been loyal to her, and Zhang Yixian, who was most important to her. Shut up. What do you know about me? Yuan Kongya gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and launched a fierce attack on Zhang Yi. The earth is shattered. Dark clouds roll back. The wind howls. The flames boil. And the ice and snow surge. She has countless powerful abilities at her fingertips. But for Zhang Yi, all this could not cause substantial harm at all. Zhang Yi is like a little roly-poly. Even though he withstands extremely powerful attacks, he cannot be defeated in the stormy weather. The only weakness in the stalemate between him and Yuan Kongya is that the supernatural energy in his body is far less than that of Yuan Kongya. But once he got Xingtian Legion. Secondly, with the blessing of abilities, his alien space stores a large amount of supernatural food, which is enough for him to consume energy again and again. But what is the meaning of this kind of battle? Even his strongest divine power cannot kill Yuan Kongya. So what if he continues to fight? The changes in Yuan Kongya's body gave Zhang Yi the answer. He secretly planned many plans, and they finally worked. This is his second plan for Yuan Kongya. The superpower poison. The first plan is based on the premise that Yuan Kongya and Zhang Yixian can perfectly control the corpse group, and let them abolish their martial arts, in exchange for a short-term peace in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi would then find a way to get rid of the snow worship cult with the help of the Jiangnan region. This plan failed. So Plan 2 was naturally launched. The key to Option 2 is Bian Zhenwu, who has his own supernatural toxins in his body. I have said before that there are countless mutations in this world, and not all of these mutations are positive, but also negative. The flaw in Bian Zhenwu's ability is that every time he releases a skill, he will lose his light and suffer incurable injuries to his body. The mutation is at the genetic level, so it cannot be cured with modern medicine. And Yuan Kongya absorbed the Ice Soul Host's superpower, so he would naturally get its negative effects. Regarding this point, Zhang Yi did not guess on his own. In the letter Li Jian wrote to him, he once mentioned one thing. Li Jian met a female priest in the snow worship sect. Her ability was to control ice and snow with her breath. But this power has a negative effect, which is that it damages her lungs. Therefore, she often coughs once she uses her powers. Later, Li Jian witnessed Yuan Kongya strangling her to death. One day, after she performed her supernatural powers in public and performed miracles for the congregation, she also coughed a few times. Her movements were exactly the same as those of the female priest. This detail was carefully described to Zhang Yi by Li Jian. Therefore, Zhang Yi judged that when Yuan Kongya absorbed supernatural powers, he would also absorb the negative energy of mutation. This is the second option, a carefully laid out strategy with Bian Zhenwu as the core. Only Zhang Yi and the entire Tianhai city knew about the flaws in Bian Zhenwu's military capabilities, while other forces had not received this information. So Yuan Kongya didn't know what the cost of using Nirvana was. When she gained this ability that was powerful enough to destroy everything in sight, she felt extremely happy and couldn't wait to use this power to wipe out everyone. As an Epsilon-level alien, the stronger the power she uses, the greater the backlash caused by the side effects. For example, Bian Zhenwu. When he completely unleashed his abilities, they turned into fireworks in an instant and quickly burned out his life. What Zhang Yi needs to do is to fight a protracted battle with Yuan Kongya and force her to keep using her abilities. Everyone in Tianhai City was engaged in a wheel battle with Yuan Kongya. The previous investigation team and dozens of strangers from several major forces had already consumed a wave of Yuan Kongya. After they were defeated, Zhang Yi made up for it. The smile on Zhang Yi's lips became stronger and stronger. In this way, as long as Yuan Kongya is killed, not only will the crisis in Tianhai City be completely resolved, moreover everyone else has been defeated. No one can compete with him to snatch Yuan Kongya's origin. That is the origin of an alien at the level of Epsilon. Once Zhang Yi absorbs her abilities, It is equivalent to absorbing the abilities of dozens of strangers at the same time. When the time comes, maybe Zhang Yi can also use this to advance to the Epsilon level. But he won't tell Yuan Kongya this. If you tell her, she might stop fighting. If she ran away, there would be nothing Zhang Yi could do against her. So, he deliberately used words to stimulate Yuan Kongya. I know you hate this world and want to destroy everyone. But speaking of which, you are not innocent. If your parents hadn't founded a cult and defrauded many members of the cult, leaving them bankrupt, you wouldn't have ended up like that. Yuan Kongya's pupils suddenly tightened. That period of history was the biggest shadow deep in her heart that she had never been willing to face. Zhang Yi's words made her recall those fragmented memory fragments again. How her parents died in a plane crash. At her parents' funeral, angry congregants rushed over and overturned her parents' coffins. Among the congregants, who had nowhere to vent, some people viciously pushed her down. What followed was endless inhumane torture. Zhang Yixian rushed over like a wounded beast to save her, but was pressed on the head and trampled to the ground. No matter how much he begged, his eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. Those people did not stop what they were doing to her. For a whole day and night, the pain had penetrated deep into her bones, making her doubt that she would survive. Ah! Yuan Kongya suddenly hugged his head tightly and let out a desperate cry. A majestic force swept out like a storm with her as the center. Chapter 542 No Cure. Yuan Kongya's vision had begun to blur at this time. She looked at Zhang Yi, but she couldn't see his outline clearly. Moreover, the pain in her head became more and more severe, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped her heart. Zhang Yi, what did you do to me? Answer me. Zhang Yi looked at Yuan Kongya from a distance. At this time, he was not in a hurry. The backlash of this kind of superpower cannot be treated. As long as Yuan Kongya starts to have an attack, it will only develop into a worse situation. Guess whether I will tell you or not, Zhang Yi said with a smile. It was impossible for him to give Yuan Kongya a chance to crack his own method. Although now, his painstaking efforts are beginning to bear fruit. But a person who travels 100 miles can make 195 steps. And he cannot be careless at the last moment. Yuan Kongya stared at Zhang Yi fiercely. She had already concluded in her heart that Zhang Yi must have used some kind of ability on her at some point, causing her body to suffer from some condition. Opinionated? Yuan Kongya scolded coldly. A vast white light suddenly began to emerge from her body, enveloping her entire body. This is her ability. Bless. Can cure all diseases and injuries in the human body. But this time, as soon as Yuan Kongya's ability was activated, she felt that the situation was unexpected. Not only did the discomfort in her body not disappear, but as she increased the output of her powers, her vision became blurred and her headache became more severe. Ahem. Cough, cough, cough. There was a sudden pain in her chest, and she couldn't help coughing. Kill him while he's sick. Zhang Yi would not miss such a good opportunity. And he would not give Yuan Kongya any breathing space. Only dead people can be trusted. Divine power. The divine power was activated again, penetrating towards Yuan Kongya. Yuan Kongya sensed the huge crisis and used Nirvana to resist. She blocked the blow again, but her body worsened. Ahem. Cough, cough, cough. In the distance, everyone who had almost lost their fighting power was watching the battle. Everyone felt strange when they saw Yuan Kongya suddenly having physical problems and coughing violently, because from beginning to end, they did not see what methods Zhang Yi used. Moreover, they have known Zhang Yi for so long, and they have a good understanding of Zhang Yi's abilities. He is a strange person in the space system, and he does not have the ability to poison people. Besides, it is almost impossible to poison an Epsilon-level alien during a battle. When Bailey Chongqing saw Yuan Kongya coughing, he suddenly understood everything. It's the captain's ability. Not only him, but all the members of the investigation team understood this. The strangers in Tianhai City didn't understand Bian Jun's superpower flaws, but they knew about it. Ming Xiu murmured that after absorbing the captain's superpower, she also got the side effects of the captain's superpower. Was it Zhang Yi's intention? Or was it a coincidence? She looked at Bailey Chongqing and the others with a bit of surprise in her eyes. Is it a coincidence? It doesn't look like it. But if Zhang Yi had planned it from the beginning, then when he asked Bian Junwu to use Bingso, he had actually plotted against Bian Junwu. Lying in his sleeping bag, Wu Di weakly cursed his Saiyan. He actually plotted against us. No, he did nothing wrong, Bailey Chongqing said calmly. At that time, doing that was the only way to save us. I think the captain also guessed Zhang Yi's plan against him. But the captain could only do that. He stared at the two people on the battlefield and felt a sense of admiration for Zhang Yi. However, This guy can actually lay out such a big chess game. It is really amazing. Even we have become pawns in his hands. Although it would be a little unpleasant to be taken advantage of. Bailey Chongqing admired Zhang Yi's scheming and skill. Woody cursed and said, "What a fart! I definitely want this guy. I must." Cough cough cough. He was already close to running out of gas. But now, he was so excited that he almost lost his breath. Ming Xiu comforted him and said, "Okay. The things here have nothing to do with us for the time being. You should rest first." Seeing that Yuan Kongye finally had a problem, everyone was heartened. They felt that they saw hope of life. Only if Zhang Yi defeats Yuan Kongye can they survive. Everyone knows this very well. On Zhang Yi's side, he was eating to replenish his physical energy while fighting Yuan Kongye from a distance. At this time, Yuan Kongye had a serious health problem. His vision was blurred, and his body also felt strong discomfort. Zhang Yi no longer uses divine power. This power consumes a lot of money for him. Even if it can be replenished by eating, it cannot be abused. After all, he still needs to maintain strong enough fighting power until the end of the battle. He knew very well that once Yuan Kongye was really defeated, the group of guys around him would never miss such delicious food. After all, this is the origin of an Epsilon-level alien. Therefore, Zhang Yi's offensive method was changed to origin bombs. The pistol used by Bian Junwu was larger than ordinary pistols. With a longer barrel, the black bullet shot out from the barrel with a devastating force against ordinary people or objects. Its power is no different from ordinary bullets. But once it encounters a stranger, its destructive power is unimaginable. Even if it is placed in Qi Guangming's hands, it will have a certain impact on Yuan Kongye. Not to mention that it is in Zhang Yi's hands at this time. Zhang Yi held Bian Junwu's gun and used his ability to jump in space to constantly avoid Yuan Kongye's attacks. At the same time, he took the opportunity to shoot her while she was in physical pain and unable to concentrate. The power of each origin bomb cannot be underestimated. Yuan Kongye could have used telekinesis to move at high speed and avoid the attack of the origin bomb. But at first, she didn't want to avoid it, because once she starts to actively avoid Zhang Yi's attack, it means that she has entered the defensive stage. This is something she, who calls herself the Apostle of God, absolutely cannot accept. So her choice was to use her telekinesis to intercept the original bomb. But in this way, her power consumption speed will be greatly accelerated. And the side effects of Bian Junwu's superpower are even more intense. Later, Yuan Kongye finally realized the crux of the problem. But she was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If she didn't use her powers, she would be killed quickly by Zhang Yi. Not to mention, there were many strangers around, waiting for her to fall. Could it be that? Am I going to lose? For the first time, such a thought appeared in Yuan Kongye's mind. She didn't want to admit it. After all, she and Zhang Yixian had been planning for so long for today. She has acquired the abilities of dozens of aliens, including the abilities of top aliens like Bian Junwu. She thought she was invincible. Looking at the entire Tian'ai city, no one could resist her attack. However, the appearance of Zhang Yi, a stranger, forced her into a desperate situation. In terms of attack power alone, Zhang Yi could not threaten her. Although the power of Shui is powerful, its attack range is limited. As long as she wants to leave, Zhang Yi will never be able to stop her. But Zhang Yi's defense was fully stretched. So much so that even as an Epsilon-level alien, Yuan Kongye could not break Zhang Yi's defense. Chapter 543: Overestimating One's Own Ability. It's not that Yuan Kongye is not strong enough. If a foreigner with rich combat experience had this power, Zhang Yi might not be able to achieve his goal so easily. Of course, in order to maintain the current situation, Zhang Yi is not easy. If he doesn't own it, Xingtian Legion, with his blessings and constant consumption of supernatural food to replenish his energy, he absolutely cannot confront Yuan Kongye until now. Epsilon represents the highest level of aliens currently in human beings. The amount of alien energy in Yuan Kongye's body is so much that even Zhang Yi feels troublesome. Fortunately, he can absorb energy from the outside. Yuan Kongye, what's wrong with you? After fighting for so long, are you about to surrender? Zhang Yi mocked Yuan Kongye while launching an attack on her, not giving her any room to breathe. As long as you surrender to me and abolish your powers, I can consider leaving you alive. He spoke seductively, trying to disturb Yuan Kongye's mind. Yuan Kongye's vision was blurred, but her fighting power was still extremely powerful. She possesses dozens of superpowers. Even if she cannot see with her eyes, she can still sense the things around her through her strengthened body. Zhang Yi responded with a huge ice pick. but he used the dimensional gate to swallow it in again. Yuan Kongya had almost lost his way to deal with Zhang Yi. At first, she planned to fight a war of attrition with Zhang Yi. After all, her fighting power is definitely superior to Zhang Yi. And as a higher-level alien, the alien energy stored in her body is many times that of Zhang Yi. But she didn't expect that Zhang Yi's alien space stored so much supernatural food. It's just like a low-level player bringing 10,000 bottles of red and blue pills to fight the world boss. Although the attack power is not high enough, he can kill you. If only that was it. The most fatal point was that there was something wrong with Yuan Kongya's own body. At this time, she already understood why her body had mutated. The problem definitely lies in the Ice Soul she gave Zhang Yi and others. Her wishful thinking was very good, since Ice Soul can help people awaken their superpowers and even stimulate their potential. The leaders of several forces will definitely keep it, either for themselves or for talented newcomers. When those people die, their abilities will return to Yuan Kongya's body. But she didn't expect that someone would take advantage of Ice Soul and deliberately give it to a superpower owner with huge negative effects. It was too late to wake up at this time, and the negative effects broke out, causing serious damage to her body. It can't even be relieved with healing powers. After all, mutation is at the genetic level and is irreversible. Yuan Kongya's expression gradually distorted, and she asked Zhang Yidao, "When did you attack me? Tell me. I want to know the answer." The corners of Zhang Yi's lips raised slightly. "Go to H.L. and ask the King of Hell." After he finished speaking, he fired an origin projectile at Yuan Kongya's head. Snort. Yuan Kongya waved his right hand lightly, and a huge ice wall appeared in front of him, blocking the origin missile. But after using the power, her head hurt like a needle. Yuan Kongya covered his head in pain, his body teetering in the air. "No! I can't continue to waste time with him." She finally realized that fighting like this was not an option. The man in front of her perfectly restrained her ability. She had to get away and take time to deal with her physical problems. After she fully adapts to her new power, she will come back and kill everyone here. Thinking of this, Yuan Kongya endured the severe pain, suddenly turned around and ran away in the opposite direction of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not surprised at all. He has already predicted all the choices Yuan Kongya might make. No matter what happens today, Yuan Kongya must die in his hands. When Jesus comes, he cannot stay. He said it. "Aren't you called a god? What are you running for?" Zhang Yi calmly replenished his energy while chasing Yuan Kongya, in order to prevent Yuan Kongya from suddenly making a comeback. Zhang Yi hung up not too far away from her, because today's Yuan Kongya has absorbed the powers of many aliens, including powerful enhanced aliens. His melee ability must be very strong. Zhang Yi will not take any risks. As long as the injury in Yuan Kongya's body breaks out, she will die. Zhang Yi is a qualified hunter, and he has plenty of patience. Yuan Kongya flew very fast. After gaining telekinesis, she quickly flew across the sky and turned into a white light and shadow. But no matter how fast she is, she can't be faster than Zhang Yi, who has the ability to jump in space. And just as Yuan Kongya fled far away, Bailey Chongqing and people from several major forces who were watching the battle also became excited. Yuan Kongya escaped. That means that Zhang Yi won this battle. Bailey Chongqing stared at Yuan Kongya in the sky. His eyes were downcast, and there was a flash of solemnity. An Epsilon-class alien who was seriously injured and escaped. If he could take away her origin, he would undoubtedly be able to make himself even more powerful. Not only him, but everyone present thought of this. Everyone's eyes became intense. In the end of the world, your own strength is the most real. They have seen how powerful Yuan Kongya is. An Epsilon-level alien is a super powerful gap that can completely crush the lower-level aliens. Who couldn't possibly be that kind of being? At this time, Zhang Yi was not nearby. He was hanging on Yuan Kongya from a distance, like a patient fisherman. Among the ruins in the distance, Wei Dinghai glanced at his disabled arm. He gritted his teeth and made a decisive decision. Even if Tianhai City comes to an end this time, and my strength is greatly reduced after losing an arm, I will not be able to maintain my position. It's better to give it a try. His eyes glowed with an icy blue color, and there was a storm gathering in his pupils. The next moment, his whole body merged into the vast white snow on the ground. Just as Yuan Kongya was on her way to escape, a huge vortex suddenly formed from the ground, and then quickly turned into a sharp spear and stabbed her high in the sky. Although Yuan Kongya's vision was completely blurred, and she almost lost the ability to see, her perception was still there. Facing this attack, she gritted her teeth and punched the ground. The giant spear made of ice and snow seemed to hit an iron wall. and the tip of the spear quickly collapsed. Then an invisible force quickly pressed down on it. All I heard was boom. With a sound, the entire storm spear shattered into countless ice and snow fragments. Wei Dinghai's body was slammed into the ground, and the frost armor surrounding his body shattered like glass. He sank deeply into the earth, and after a while, streams of blood spread from the ground, staining the surrounding snow red. Chapter 544, Killing. Wei Dinghai wanted to sneak attack Yuan Kongya while she was seriously injured and seize her origin. But I didn't expect that Yuan Kongya was still terrifyingly strong in such a state. With just one move, he was instantly killed by Yuan Kongya. This scene also woke up everyone watching the excitement. Even the injured Yuan Kongya was not something they could compete with. They are not Zhang Yi. They do not have such huge logistical supplies. And they do not have the kind of space system ability that has incredible defense power. Yuan Kongya couldn't deal with Zhang Yi. But killing them was as easy as killing ants. Yuan Kongya killed Wei Dinghai instantly, and quickly escaped into the distance. Zhang Yi chased after him leisurely. He glanced at the people hiding in the ruins and said with a smile. Yuan Kongya was seriously injured at this time. If you want to get her origin, please do so. Zhang Yi's tone was light, but in everyone's ears, it sounded like a joke. He seemed to be laughing at Wei Dinghai's overestimation of his capabilities. An injured Epsilon is not something ordinary aliens have the right to care about. Of course, although others did not take action, they had such thoughts. Everyone was silent, knowing that they were not qualified to compete with Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi glanced at them, he smiled faintly, and the next moment, he started a space jump and chased Yuan Kongya in the direction of escape. He was not in a hurry, because now, he has plenty of time. Yuan Kongya couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill Yuan Kongya. But they are all human beings. They all get tired, and they all need to rest and eat. Yuan Kongya became blind at this time, in the state of not sleeping or eating. Even a powerful alien couldn't stand it. And Zhang Yi had a lot of supplies on him. He even had military stimulants at his disposal that could forcibly boost his spirits. Next, he competed with Yuan Kongya in endurance. Zhang Yi and Yuan Kongya disappeared from the battlefield one after another. The others just breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously poked their heads out from the shelter of the ruins. Bailey Chongqing stared at the direction Zhang Yiyun was going, and couldn't help but say that in the end, he turned out to be the biggest winner. If Zhang Yi really absorbs the origin of Yuan Kongya, then he may even be directly promoted to the level of Epsilon. Then, Zhang Yi will also become the highest level alien in the entire Jiangnan region. At that time, they can only look up to its existence. Bailey Chongqing scratched his head. The captain originally said that he would join the team. But now that he has really come, I'm afraid he will become our leader. Explosives expert Yi Jikong came over and said seriously to Bailey Chongqing. But why do I feel like everything was designed by him now? All of us became his pawns and were used by him. Bailey Chongqing looked at Yi Jikong and smiled helplessly. Taking advantage of it? There is no other way. Who says others are superior in skills? He has a more open-minded view. Even if he is being used by others, as long as the result is good and their original purpose is achieved, he will not hate Zhang Yi, but will be grateful for everything Zhang Yi has done. Because without Zhang Yi, they would not have discovered the secret of the snow worship sect. Not only would they not be able to complete their mission, they would also have left a huge disaster to the entire Jiangnan region. No, even to the entire country of China. It's just a pity, Captain. Perhaps he could have lived longer. A sad look flashed across Yi Jikong's eyes. Dian Junwu was their spiritual support, and his death was a huge blow to every team member. Bailey Chongqing remained silent, and everyone fell into silence. Can you blame Zhang Yi for this matter? Without Zhang Yi, Dian Junwu might have been able to live a little longer. But everyone knew that the hidden wounds in his body could no longer be suppressed. Without Zhang Yi, he would have died soon. And this time he died on the battlefield. And his final glory bloomed before his death, which was not necessarily a bad thing for him. On the other side, Yuan Kongya is on the run. It's not that she can't beat Zhang Yi, but she really can't defeat Zhang Yi. At this time, she was blind, and the backlash from her powers was severe, making her urgently need to find a place to recuperate. She has dozens of powers, including many healing abilities. She believes that if she gives herself enough time, she will be able to find a way to heal herself. However, behind her, there was a pair of eyes staring at her in the dark, not giving her any chance to breathe. Although he couldn't see it, Yuan Kongya knew that Zhang Yi was always there. He was like a vulture, waiting for her death. Zhang Yi is not in a hurry at all. He is incredibly patient. He kept a proper distance and looked at Yuan Kongye silently. Once Yuan Kongye wanted to stop and rest, he would use an origin bomb to force her to fight. If Yuan Kongye was extremely angry and came to fight with him, he would run away without looking back. And every time after such consumption, Yuan Kongye's hidden injuries became more serious. As for Zhang Yi, he found a place, took out the food from the different space and ate it silently. It's like an eagle hunt. Zhang Yi injected himself with stimulants. This military stimulant can not only improve physical fitness, but also stimulate nerves. It doesn't matter if he stays up for 3 days and 3 nights. He can afford it. Once he waits until the end of this grand hunt, he will get a huge reward. A copy of the original power of an Epsilon-level alien. That is the essence of the original power of dozens of strangers. Yuan Kongye staggered and continued to escape in the wind and snow. She lost her direction. Her eyes turned completely gray, and she could no longer see. In the haze, she could only rely on instinct to escape. The next day, she relied on instinct and found a department store buried deep in the snow. But just when Yuan Kongye was about to go in and quickly find some food to replenish his strength, a rocket hit the place accurately, burning all the supplies. Yuan Kongye was already numb. But after being hungry for a day, she still felt a little broken inside when faced with this situation. She turned around and looked into the distance with her gray eyes. Zhang Yi stood on a low hill, holding a rocket launcher in his hand and looking at it with a smile. The rocket launcher emits a plume of smoke, and the smell is called despair. There was no expression on Yuan Kongye's face. She raised her hand and swept away. And the raging snowstorm swept away, seeming to destroy the entire mountain. But no matter how raging the storm was, he couldn't get close to Zhang Yi. In front of him, 2 huge dimensional gates formed a triangle to protect him. Invincible. Still not giving up. Zhang Yi asked calmly. Everyone around you is dead. Your parents are dead. Zhang Yixian is dead. And the tens of thousands of worshippers of the Snow Sect have also been tricked to death by you. Are you alive, and does anyone still love you? Even if you get everything, you are still alone. Everyone died because of you. Don't you ever feel a trace of guilt in your heart? In fact, the person who deserves the most damn is you. Chapter 545 The End of All Evil. Yuan Kongye listened to Zhang Yi's words silently. Her face was expressionless, and she didn't have any answer. But after a storm swept across the earth, she turned around and continued to run away. Zhang Yi didn't take it seriously and chased after him slowly. Yuan Kongye, who had lost her direction, was like a headless fly. She was running entirely by instinct. On the 3rd day, she arrived at the edge of Tianhai City. She was extremely weak at this time, and her small face as big as a palm was whiter than snow. She didn't eat anything for 3 days. Whenever she found something, Zhang Yi would destroy it. She couldn't stop and rest because she knew Zhang Yi's gun was secretly pointed at her head. Despair. Unparalleled despair. It felt like being cut into pieces with a dull knife. It will first slowly prick open your skin, then cut your flesh and peel your bones bit by bit. If Yuan Kongye met a stranger who was stronger than her and was killed directly by him, she might not be so painful. However, what she encountered was a piece of dog skin plaster. This made her extremely unwilling. But she was helpless. Zhang Yixian, it would be great if you were still alive. She staggered to a snow-capped mountain and walked slowly up the mountain. Zhang Yi was 1,000 meters behind her, following her slowly. Compared with Yuan Kongye, his condition seemed very full. He gave himself 2 injections of stimulants, so his nerves were more active than usual. He was confident enough that he could wait until Yuan Kongye couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at Yuan Kongye's state, he knew that he was not far from the final victory. Yuan Kongye walked to the snow-capped mountains and felt the cold wind blowing across her cheeks. Although there was a hint of coldness, it did not make her feel uncomfortable. However, she was too sleepy. Even the freezing cold wind and snow could not stop her from feeling sleepy. Countless times she couldn't even raise her eyelids. But every time she was about to fall asleep, a dark bullet would hit her from a distance and aim at her head. So tired. I'm so tired. Yuan Kongye murmured to himself. At this time, she was desperate and pitiful, and her little palm-sized face was filled with grievances. She seemed like a girl next door who was being bullied and wanted to seek protection. God, am I not your most loyal believer? Please save me. Yuan Kongye clasped her hands together and prayed to the God in her heart. But no voice responded to her. Why? Why doesn't God give me instructions? Did I do something wrong? However, everything I do is to create a pure and pollution-free world. Zhang Yixian. Zhang Yixian. What should I do? Can you tell me? How could she still look like the cold and holy leader of the snow worship cult at this time? She is just a helpless girl. In a daze, many faces appeared before her eyes. Her parents smiled and extended their palms to her. Let's go with Mom and Dad. We go to heaven. The next moment, Zhang Yixian told her eyes seriously. Wake up. Wake up quickly. Suddenly, the face in front of Yuan Kongye changed again. That was a gentle woman, looking at her kindly. Xiaoya, are you okay? When he saw this face, Yuan Kongye's dry eyes suddenly shed 2 lines of clear tears. Sister Chenro. Suddenly a lullaby sounded in her ears. Sleep. Sleep. Dear baby. Sleep. Sleep. Dear princess. Yuan Kongye could no longer hold on. She was sleepy and hungry, and her body had become an empty SHL. A lullaby that made her body sway. Give up. Give up. Everyone you value is dead. Everyone who loved you died because of you. What's the point of you still living? Die and you can see them. Yuan Kongye's body staggered. She struggled to reach a dead tree, and slowly fell down against it. Zhang Yixian. She read Zhang Yixian's name. I'm hungry, Yuan Kongye murmured, and then slowly closed his eyes. In the distance, Zhang Yi saw Yuan Kongye sleeping, silently raised the gun in his hand, and fired a shot at Yuan Kongye. Buzz! The bullet stopped 1 meter in front of Yuan Kongye, shook twice, and then landed on the snow. Not dead yet? Zhang Yi said lightly. He stared at Yuan Kongye cautiously, but did not dare to approach rashly. Wounded beasts are the most dangerous. If Yuan Kongye was really going to die, her counterattack before her death must be the most violent. He was not in a hurry. The origin bomb in Zhang Yi's hand has been used up. He took out an anti-material sniper rifle from another space and aimed it at Yuan Kongye's body. Aim only for the body, not the head, because this thing is so powerful. If it hits the head, it will be destroyed directly. That would affect Zhang Yi's ability to absorb her origin. After a few minutes, Zhang Yi tried to fire the first shot. Failure. Yuan Kongye blocked the attack with the help of telepathy barrier. Zhang Yi silently put away his gun and continued to spy in the dark. At this time, Yuan Kongye had lost consciousness, and her defense was entirely based on instinct. Zhang Yi didn't dare to get close, so he shot and attacked him every once in a while. In this way, time passed day and night. Yuan Kongye, the first super-level stranger in Tianhai City, was finally exhausted by Zhang Yi. Large-caliber sniper bullets penetrated her body. No, to be exact, it tore her body apart. This scene seems a bit cruel. A girl was torn in half, but facing such a terrifyingly powerful stranger, Zhang Yi had no choice but to do this. There is no mercy on the battlefield. Even dead people must be treated with care, and such an ending is not considered inhumane to her, because she is the biggest culprit behind the zombie turmoil in Tianhai City. Because of her, at least 1 million people in Tianhai City died in the mouths of zombies. All of this is the price she should pay for her disregard for human life. Seeing the last scene, Zhang Yi finally confirmed that Yuan Kongye was dead. His eyes were already bloodshot. He himself had not slept for 4 days and 3 nights. If he hadn't relied on medicine to support him, he would have fallen to the ground like Yuan Kongye. And he was even worse than Yuan Kongye. Zhang Yi stood up, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and slowly walked towards Yuan Kongye. A person who travels 100 miles is only half a mile away, and the last step to success is the furthest away. He didn't want anything to happen. Zhang Yi carefully observed his surroundings, and could confirm that no one was chasing him. Even if someone comes, he is not afraid. Although his spirit is almost at its limit, his powers are still abundant. No matter who comes, his divine power can annihilate them. After the deaths of Bian Zhenwu and Yuan Kongye, no one in Tianhai City was his opponent. Next, as long as he absorbs Yuan Kongye's origin, he will become a more powerful and unparalleled alien. I'm not that interested in how powerful I become. But if having power is the only way to protect myself and survive, I will pursue more powerful power. Zhang Yi walked up to Yuan Kongye step by step, and he was very careful throughout the whole process. It was only 2 kilometers, and he walked for more than 10 minutes. When he came to the broken body of the girl, the dead head was under the tree. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and put his right hand on Yuan Kongye's forehead. The next moment, an indescribable and huge force poured into his body along his palm. It was like a rushing river roaring inside his body. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, and his right eye burst out with a dazzling light that even lit up the surrounding space. At the same time, a trace of extremely dark brilliance appeared in the dark pupil of his left eye. Chapter 546 Void. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Yi absorbed all the remaining abilities of Yuan Kongye. He felt his power grow stronger. No matter from which level, it has ushered in an epic level of strengthening. Even the simplest dimensional gate has a greatly enhanced defense threshold, and his grasp of the power of space has become more refined. And it seems that he will be able to develop more powerful abilities in the future. However, there was one thing Zhang Yi didn't know. Yuan Kongye, as an Epsilon alien who was promoted later, also had flaws in his abilities. Because all of her abilities were obtained from plunder, and she has no power that truly belongs to her. In addition, not long after she was promoted, her origin was not yet stable. So she experienced a war, which caused her origin to be seriously damaged. So to be precise, Zhang Yi only absorbed a small part of Yuan Kongye's original power. But only this part of the power is far beyond the power of any Delta-level alien in Tianhai City. And what Zhang Yi has to do next is to completely make this power his own. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, and carefully realized the changes this power had brought to himself. He stood in the wind and snow, and it took a long time before he opened his eyes. Then, he slowly opened his palms. A black electric light condensed in his palm. At first, it was like a flickering spark. And then it quickly grew and turned into a dark substance that looked like flames and lightning. Crackling. The distorted sound continued. Zhang Yi controlled this power, and soon it solidified in Zhang Yi's palm. Finally, it turned into a dark, unstable spear. Even Zhang Yi felt a little unable to grasp this power. He quickly raised his hand and threw the spear into the distance. The black spear penetrated the void, fell to the mountainside in the distance, and submerged silently. But the next moment, a ball of dark material erupted from that direction and turned into a huge black ball, with a radius of more than 1,000 meters. When the black ball disappeared, it also left a huge circular hole on the mountainside of the low mountain. It was a huge circular pit with a radius of several hundred meters, and its surface was smooth, as if it had been directly wiped away by something. The power of the void, Zhang Yi murmured. When he obtained this power, he understood the function of this ability as if instinctively. The void can swallow everything. It is an upgraded version of Shui, with more terrifying lethality and more terrifying power. If it is used with a double door, is there anyone in this world that I cannot kill? Zhang Yi looked at his right hand. He even felt that this power could allow him to transcend human concepts and have the power to control the life and death of all things. People suddenly gain extremely powerful power, and their hearts will expand infinitely. However, this complacency was quickly suppressed by Zhang Yi. There are too many strong people in this world, and I can't be too self-righteous. Otherwise, complacency will be my demise. Yuan Kongye is the best example. Thinking of the terrifying power that Bian Junwu erupted before his death, and then thinking of the image of Yuan Kongye manipulating dozens of supernatural powers to kill strangers in Tianhai City wantonly, Zhang Yi felt that he had to calm down. What's more, Bian Junwu mentioned that there are other Epsilon-level aliens in this world. The one from Shengjing district can even kill people from thousands of miles away. The world is still full of dangers, and I have to be cautious, Zhang Yi said. But at the very least, even if I encounter a more powerful alien now, I have no problem protecting myself. Zhang Yi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with confidence. Even if he faced a monster-level superpower like Jiangnan region, he would not be afraid. Not that he was arrogant, but that Jiangnan region would definitely try its best to win over him. Then, even if he plotted against Bian Junwu and used his ability to dig holes for Yuan Kongye, he would have a way to turn it into a big deal and a trivial matter. Zhang Yi turned on the communicator and contacted Uncle Yu. Hello, Uncle Yu. I am Zhang Yi. Yuan Kongye has been killed by me. We are safe. On the other side, Uncle Yu seemed to exhale a long breath. After a few seconds, he said, That's good. That's really great. Where are you now? How is the situation with several forces in Tianhai City and the investigation team? During the 4 days and 3 nights of chasing, Zhang Yi focused all his energy on Yuan Kongye and had no contact with his family. Now that everything is settled, there are still some things that need to be finished in Tianhai City. Uncle Yu said that Wei Dinghai was dead, but his deputy Qin Jingwan was still alive and had returned to Chaoyu base with the remaining people. The other companies were similar, and the other investigation team members went to Qinpei base. Their people were seriously injured, especially Wu Di, who looked like he was about to die. They are recuperating at Qinpei base. As for us, we are all waiting at home for your return. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay. Let's talk about it after I get back. The other forces can no longer make much trouble. After this battle, the entire Tianhai city was almost destroyed. Among the 5 major forces. Except for them, the combat members of other forces are almost dead. And only a few aliens are left. From now on, they will not pose any threat to Zhang Yi. As for the investigation team, they are what Zhang Yi cares about most. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile from another space, turned on automatic driving, and returned to the shelter all the way. People at home are waiting for his return. When seeing Zhang Yi, everyone could not hide their excitement. In this crisis in Tianhai City, they almost lost their home and even their lives. In the end, it was Zhang Yi's strength that saved everything. Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Brother Zhang Yi! Brother! Boss! Everyone wanted to come over and hug Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi refused the hugs and cheers from everyone. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "I want to take a rest now. Let's talk about everything after I wake up." Stimulants are like coffee, which boosts the energy, but will cause fatigue to burst out later. After returning home, Zhang Yi's mental strength reached its limit. He passed through the crowd and returned to his room. His room was still warm and gorgeous. The huge Hasten's bed was neatly covered with white velvet quilts. The lights are warm and yellow. Snowflakes are flying outside the window. Everything is so quiet and peaceful. Zhang Yi took off his clothes, locked the door with his backhand, and threw himself on the bed. Now, he just wants to have a good sleep. Chapter 547 Extra. Yuan Kongye, 4,000 words. June 2046 in the Western calendar. In early summer, the temperature in Tianhai City becomes very hot. The monsoon wind blowing from the east coast cannot dispel the high temperature of the subtropical climate. But it brings humid air. Summer in the south always comes earlier than in the north. Even the cicadas on the banyan tree are more diligent than those in the north, climbing up the treetops early and making upsetting cicada cries. This voice lingered outside the courtyard of the theological church, impatient and slightly impatient. It looked like a group of people arguing about something in a hurry. In a Japanese-style courtyard, a girl in a witch costume sat under the eaves, her hands quietly placed on her sides, looking curiously at a green cicada on the treetops outside the courtyard. As a saint of the Tianhai branch of the theological sect, Yuan Kongye was trained as the successor of the church from childhood to adulthood. Her parents claimed that she had some extraordinary abilities. Therefore, every member who joins the church will be baptized and blessed by her. When she was very young, she only found this ritual very interesting. Although she didn't understand why those believers looked at her with such pious eyes, she didn't hate the feeling of being respected and loved. However, as she grew older, she began to realize that she did not have any special abilities. The so-called blessing ceremony is just a way to comfort the believers, and it is even a tool for her parents to make money. Gradually, Yuan Kongye no longer liked this kind of thing. She couldn't bear the way the believers looked at her anymore. It was like the eyes of a drowning swimmer grasping at straws. The growth of age made her feel rebellious. However, she could not resist her parents' request. Perhaps from the bottom of her heart, she also enjoyed this feeling of being respected and loved. But once people know that she is just an ordinary girl and not a saint with extraordinary abilities, she will lose all the identity and status she has now, as well as her superior life. Therefore, Yuan Kongye, who was in adolescence, has always been confused in this kind of comfort and self-blame. She kicked the wooden clogs on her feet, and the white socks wrapped her feet tightly. The divine religion originated from neon, so she always wears the clothes of a neon witch. The red and white clothing has a conspicuous and weird taste. At least in Tianhai City, she rarely went out wearing this outfit. The church behind me was very noisy. She didn't know what they were arguing about, because this group of people always did strange things. So she went to the courtyard to get some fresh air. But when I raised my head, I saw layers of white clouds in the sky moving slowly like mountain peaks, pressing towards my head. The air is dull. Yuan Kongye's chest felt uncomfortable. It seemed that something was about to happen. She put her right hand on her chest and could feel her heart beating faster. Yes or no? Something bad happened? Yuan Kongye said to himself. At this moment, the wooden door behind him was pushed open with a crash. Yuan Kongye turned around suddenly and saw the great elder of the divine sect, Uncle Tan, who had always cared for her since childhood, looking at her seriously. Saint, I have something to inform you. Just 2 hours ago, the leader and his wife's plane bound for Kyoto crashed over the East China Sea. Boom! It was as if something exploded in Yuan Kongye's mind, leaving her brain blank. As for what the great elder said later, she couldn't hear clearly. I saw that the great elder's face was more serious and cold than usual, and even his funny bald head looked like a cold stone. In the summer of 2046, Yuan Kongye's life trajectory changed dramatically. From heaven to H.L. The funerals of Hara Suiyun and my wife Kamiko were held a month later. Their bodies were never found. However, with their deaths, theological religion also faced a huge crisis. In the past, as the leader and high priest of the church, Yuan Suiyun and his wife claimed to their followers that as long as they believed in theology, they would be able to achieve happiness and avoid disasters. Countless believers are obsessed with the fantasies they spin. There are down-and-out people who are frustrated in life. There are patients suffering from chronic diseases. And there are family members seeking medical treatment for their wives and children. In order to make false promises, they donated all their property to the theological sect, and even defrauded their relatives and friends to donate their money to the two of them. When Yuan Suiyun and his wife died, their dreams instantly shattered. Many people woke up and realized that they had been deceived. At their funeral, Yuan Kongye wore black clothes and knelt before the soul. No one came to express condolences, but the angry congregants came over and angrily insulted the whole family. Those once friendly and gentle faces have now become extremely twisted and terrifying. Only her childhood sweetheart Zheng Yixian, wearing a black suit, stood firmly in front of her. However, Zheng Yixian's strength alone is too weak. Hundreds of angry congregants at first just insulted Yuan Kongye and his family. But soon, this emotion turned violent. They angrily smashed Yuan Kongye's home and took away everything they could. Some people even had nowhere to vent their anger, so they rushed over and kicked over the memorial tablets of Yuan Suiyun and his wife. Yuan Kongye watched all this in horror. She cried and begged them not to do this. "Please, take whatever you want, but keep the photos of my parents. Please." Seeing Yuan Kongye's pleading appearance, those believers felt the pleasure of revenge. Someone slapped her in the face. "You damn liar. Your whole family deserves to die. Even if you die 100 times, it will not make up for your sins." Yuan Kong's face bulged in the middle of the night, but he protected the photo of his parents and hugged it tightly in his arms. Zheng Yixian stood in front of her and pleaded in a humble tone that I was innocent. "If you have any grievances, just vent them on me. Let her go. She is still a child." Naturally, no one would refuse such a request. What's more, the anger in their hearts has been burning brightly, and they must have a place to vent. As a result, Zheng Yixian was quickly knocked to the ground by a group of people, and fists and kicks rained down on her. Yuan Kongye held the photo of her parents and looked at the scene in front of her with a horrified expression. She was trembling and her body was like sitting chaff. Among the crowd, someone suddenly reached out to her. "The father's debt must be paid by the son. Since you are alive, you little liar, you must atone for everything your parents have done." Yuan Kongye's mind went blank, and she only felt that her body quickly became cooler. Stab prick. She was pushed violently to the floor. Countless hands stretched out towards her body. She had never felt like this before. The excessive stimulation made her mentally numb, and her body even lost feeling. All she knew was that every part of her body seemed to be crawling with countless ants. Even if she wanted to open her mouth and scream for help, she couldn't. At this moment, she was like a doll being played with by countless people. The bald head she once loved to caress also crawled onto her body. Yuan Kongye once thought she was dead, but she survived after all. But what about surviving? She lost everything she owned. During the 2 years she spent recuperating in a sanatorium, she thought about ending her life numerous times. It was Zheng Yixian who stayed with her all the time, telling her that nothing was her fault, and that she was the best girl in the world. But for Yuan Kongye, this warmth was not enough to fill the huge hole in his heart. "Now, Zheng Yixian, do you think this world is too dirty?" Yuan Kongye sat in a wheelchair and looked at the snowy scene outside the window, and said to Zheng Yixian calmly, "If gods really exist, why don't they cleanse the world?" Zheng Yixian came over and slowly knelt down in front of her, his eyes filled with pity and sincerity. But he couldn't answer Yuan Kongye's question. Yuan Kongye smiled weakly. "Yes, there are no gods in this world. Everything is just a matter of human suffering. My parents are liars who play with people's hearts, and the members of theological religion are greedy and ignorant believers. Even me. He is also a cowardly and incompetent doll who is at the mercy of others." She suddenly straightened up her expression. There should be no such thing as human beings in this world. Zheng Yixian held her cold hand and comforted her silently. "It's just that the heavy snow fell harder and never stopped. The snow disaster came without any warning. The blizzard continued, as if it would never end. and the world finally became chaotic, with desperate cries everywhere. But Yuan Kongye didn't feel scared. She was even a little happy, because the gods finally heard her voice and came to purify this ugly world. In the last days, the ugly side of human nature is fully exposed. She has seen with her own eyes children abandoning their parents for food, husbands and wives living under the same roof, and having to put a knife under the pillow every day. Yuan Kongye smiled happily. She thought she was going to die in this cleansed world. When the end of the world came, everything was in chaos, and she and Zheng Yixian, who were weak, were also separated. She should have died. But just when she was about to die of cold and hunger, a special voice suddenly sounded in her heart. She woke up named Return of Death. Ability. It's like a person has an extra arm, and he naturally understands its function. A glimmer of light finally appeared in Yuan Kongyekung's eyes. Isn't this the guidance given to her by the gods? This must be her mission as an apostle of God. To bless others, to seek the strength of the unfaithful, and finally grow into a god to punish all the filth in the world. She thought about everything that happened in the morning hall that day. If she had been strong enough back then, nothing would have happened. People, if you want to change the world, you must have a power strong enough to subvert everything. Yuan Kongye survived. Her life is no longer confused. She was willing to sacrifice everything in order to accomplish the goals God had given her. The first person she killed was a nun named Chen Ro. In the cold apocalypse, Chen Ro adopted many orphans and distressed people in St. John's Cathedral, provide them with food and medicine, and comfort them to survive with hope in the end times. Chen Ro was like a beacon in the apocalypse, bringing warmth to many people, including Yuan Kongye, who almost died for a time, just because she has a special power, the gift of Jehovah. For those whom her hands touch, any physical pain will be healed and any mental uneasiness will be soothed. Yuan Kongye felt the long-lost warmth by her side. Chen Ro is a true believer, with a devout heart and mother-like kindness. Yuan Kongye needs her power. That is the best power to use to summon foolish people in the last days. So she took advantage of Chen Ro's lack of defense and tricked her into using Bingpa, and then killed her with a sharp kitchen knife. Everything is for the will of the gods, and everything is sacrificial. Sister Chen Ro, you will forgive me, right? She covered her cheeks with her blood-stained hands, and 2 lines of muddy tears flowed from between her fingers. Chen Ro's death made many people feel sad and uneasy. But soon Yuan Kongye appeared and showed that he had the same abilities as Chen Ro. As a result, people quickly forgot about Chen Ro. They were so cold and hungry that only their minds could see what was in front of them. So they quickly knelt down at Yuan Kongye's feet. The prototype of the snow worship sect began to appear from this moment. At first, Yuan Kongye was not willing to accept male believers. Because of that incident, she rejected any man from the bottom of her heart. She thinks men are dirty pigs who only act on lust. Let her not mention touching, not even wanting to look at it. The way any man looked at her would remind her of that night of pain that seemed to last forever. However, when Zheng Yixian found her, everything changed suddenly. When Zheng Yixian found Yuan Kongye, he was as embarrassed as a wild dog that had lost its home. But when he saw Yuan Kongye, the joy in his eyes was like the brightest starlight. It's great to see you're okay. But what Yuan Kongye gave him back was only cold eyes. You go. She rejected him coldly. It seems that in order to implement her beliefs, she does not allow her heart to loosen in any way. She will instinctively reject any person or thing that may change it. Zheng Yixian asked in horror why. Is there something I did wrong that made you hate me? I know. It was my fault to lose you after the heavy snow came. But please forgive me. If I lose you, my life will have no meaning. Yuan Kongye frowned. In order to let this man who would shake her heart leave, she said, I hate all men in this world. So, you'd better stay away from me. The further away the better. Zheng Yixian's heart almost collapsed. He smiled bitterly and said that in the past, you were in Neon, and I was in Tianhai, thousands of kilometers apart. I sent you messages every day. At that time, I felt that you were by my side. But now that you are in front of me, I feel as if you are on the horizon. So, how far is far? Once 2 hearts are separated, there will be no end of the world. Yuan Kongye didn't answer him, but left coldly. But the next day, Zheng Yixian found him again. His body was covered with donated blood, and he looked so weak that he looked like he was about to die. But he looked at Yuan Kongye with a smile on his lips. You hate men, but I don't anymore. So I will never hurt you. Now, can I stay with you? Chapter 548, Becoming a Billion Points Stronger. Zhang Yi slept for 2 days. When he woke up, he still felt dizzy and had back pain. This is also inevitable. After all, after such a long battle, his body was extremely overdrawn. He is not an enhanced type of alien who is known for his physical strength. So physical fatigue is natural. But at this time, his heart felt relaxed and happy as never before. The snow worship cult's conspiracy was shattered. And after he absorbed the remaining power of Yuan Kongya, his strength increased to an unprecedented level. Although it may be inferior to the amazing power displayed by Yuan Kongya, it is at least up to the level of Bian Junwu. What is the standard for Epsilon level? I'm probably close to this level now. Simply speaking of destructive power, forget it. No matter what, there is nothing in Tianhai City that can threaten me. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, took out a beef cheeseburger and a cup of Coke from another space, and ate them in large gulps. The feeling of fullness in his stomach made him satisfied. Then Zhang Yi changed into a set of home clothes, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Yi lowered his head and saw Hua squatting at the door, looking up at him. Meow. There are very complex emotions in its eyes. Worry and joy coexist. It seemed as if he was afraid that Zhang Yi would not wake up. But it's no wonder that not only it, but also other people in the shelter are worried about Zhang Yi's condition. After all, Zhang Yi left everyone this time and faced a terrifying opponent alone. Zhang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. Hua jumped into his arms, and then snored and snuggled into his arms. After confirming that Zhang Yi was safe and sound, Hua squinted her eyes with a sweet smile. Zhang Yi stroked Hua's head and walked towards the living room step by step. In the living room, Zhou Qier, Yang Mi, and Zhou Haimei were sitting on the sofa chatting. Most of his words were regrets about the current situation in Tianhai City and worries about Zhang Yi's health. The former is because after this battle in Tianhai City, most of the remaining survivors died. The latter is easy to understand. Zhang Yi walked down the spiral staircase. When the women downstairs saw Zhang Yi, their faces suddenly showed expressions of joy. Zhou Qier and Yang Mi hurried over and hugged him on the left and right. Zhang Yi, you finally woke up. You slept for 2 days and 2 nights at once. But you scared us to death. How are you now? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Let me do a detailed physical examination for you. Zhou Qier took Zhang Yi to the infirmary to give him a good checkup. Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm just a little tired." After 2 days of rest, there was no problem. Zhang Yi came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. While petting the cat, he asked several people about the recent situation in Tianhai City. Zhou Qier smiled and said, "Let Xinxin report this to you." As the network security consultant in the shelter, Yang Xinxin is also responsible for monitoring the networks of other forces. She knows the most about the intelligence of various forces in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi nodded. Then call everyone over. Soon, knowing that Zhang Yi woke up, other people came here one after another. The first thing everyone is concerned about is Zhang Yi's physical condition. After all, as soon as he came back, he fell asleep without saying a word, and locked himself in the room to prevent others from disturbing him. Zhang Yi looked at everyone's worried expressions, and couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth in his heart. He smiled and said I was fine. Very fine. Hearing what Zhang Yi really said, everyone felt relieved. And Liang Yu heard a hint of Zhang Yi Huayu's hidden meaning. She couldn't help asking Dao Yuan Kongya, "Had you killed him?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and thought for a while, then shook his head. "It's not like he was killed by me. She died of exhaustion of her mental and physical strength." The side effects of Bian Junwu's superpower broke out, coupled with the 4 days and 3 nights of chasing and fighting, which exhausted all Yuan Kongya's energy. In despair, she died miserably. After Zhang Yi confirmed Yuan Kongya's death, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After all, the deeply hidden leader of the snow worship cult really killed too many people. There may be as many as 1 million survivors in Tianhai City who died because of her. After all, without her cultivation, something as terrible as the zombie tide would not have appeared. Even now, when Liang Yu thinks about the battle scene that day, she feels an extremely profound sense of powerlessness deep in her heart. Yuan Kongya was hanging high in the sky, and as soon as he raised his hand, there was a terrifying scene of the sky and the earth collapsing. It was beyond her understanding of aliens. Fortunately, Zhang Yi killed her in the end. But how did you kill her? Liang Yu couldn't help but ask. They knew that Zhang Yi was very powerful, but there was still a clear gap between Zhang Yi's power and an Epsilon-level stranger like Yuan Kongya. So there must be some secret to it. Zhang Yi looked at everyone in the living room. He picked up the tea cup in front of him, took a sip of tea, and slowly explained, "Strictly speaking, it was not my ability that really killed her. but her own ability. She has absorbed the superpowers of too many people, including some of the side effects of the superpowers. The more it is swallowed, the more toxins are deposited. When her energy becomes more powerful, the explosion of this supernatural toxin becomes more violent. That's how I finally got the better of her. Zhang Yi did not say clearly that he planned it himself and used Bian Junwu's ability to trap Yuan Kongye. After all, Bian Junwu is the most capable general in the Jiangnan region. If word spreads about his design, it may cause unnecessary trouble. After hearing this, everyone nodded. And at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they suddenly realized. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, who could have imagined that an extremely powerful being with powers that were close to those of a god would eventually die from his own power? Then, her origin has been absorbed by you. Right? Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi with burning eyes and asked the question she wanted to ask the most. Yuan Kongye is dead, but Zhang Yi is still alive. Then it is natural for Zhang Yi to absorb Yuan Kongye's power. Hearing this, the others suddenly realized and looked at Zhang Yi. There was joy and envy in everyone's eyes. They all know how powerful Yuan Kongye is. So how powerful should Zhang Yi be now after devouring Yuan Kongye's origin? Brother Zhang Yi, you are super strong now. Right? Great. Then wouldn't you be invincible? Let's see who dares to interfere with our lives in the future. Ha ha ha. The boss is so powerful. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and nodded slowly amidst the expectant eyes of everyone. Indeed, I have become a little stronger now. He made that movement with his fingers, which was just a little bit. Chapter 549 Game. Zhang Yi didn't know what went wrong. After he obtained Yuan Kongye's origin, he did not become as powerful as Yuan Kongye had shown. Perhaps it was because her promotion time was too short and her foundation was unstable. It may also be because her power was robbed, and its origin dissipated very quickly as she died. Therefore, Zhang Yi only intercepted part of her origin. In addition, the transformation of power will inevitably consume some money, and he cannot become an epsilon capable of destroying the world in one fell swoop. But that part of his origin has improved him tremendously. There was a lot of joy inside the shelter. Everyone feels that as Zhang Yi becomes stronger, they will be safer. But there is still a concern in Zhang Yi's heart. That was the investigation team sent by Jiangnan region. They could more or less feel that Bian Junwu's death was related to Zhang Yi. And after the situation in Tianhai City is resolved this time, they will definitely report to the top management about Zhang Yi when they return to Blizzard City. This is not good news for Zhang Yi. In the past, his exposed strength was not very conspicuous, and Jiangnan region did not care much about him. But this time, he killed Yuan Kongye. And thinking about it with his toes, he understood that he absorbed Yuan Kongye's origin. So, will Jiangnan region ignore an existence of this level? By then, Jiangnan region will definitely send people to recruit Zhang Yi. If you go, you may have to be like Bian Junwu, dealing with crises everywhere and walking on the edge of danger. If you don't go, you will offend the Jiangnan region. If the senior officials of the Jiangnan region are narrow-minded and think that they cannot be used by me or others, they may even take action against Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't dare to bet on this possibility. He must control the situation within his acceptable range as soon as possible. After thinking about it, he decided to have a showdown with the investigation team. Achieve your goals through them. So Zhang Yi talked with everyone for a while, then drove out of the shelter alone and headed to Qipei base. When he went there, he contacted Xing Tian and Bailey Chongqing. Xing Tian naturally had no objection. Moreover, his attitude towards Zhang Yi was particularly enthusiastic and even flattering. This is not surprising to Zhang Yi. Today's Tianhai City, to put it bluntly, is Zhang Yi's territory. The 5 major forces that once existed in name only. The snow worship sect was destroyed, and the combat effectiveness of the 3 major bases was almost completely lost. Zhang Yi, who possesses outstanding strength, has become the undisputed king of Tianhai City. Even Bailey Chongqing had a very gentle attitude when talking to Zhang Yi. There was some wooing in the words, and even a subtle hint that the two parties could work together in the future. After all, they are all in the Jiangnan area, so I will always come to Blizzard City to see it in the future. Once the captain dies, we also need to add new blood, Bailey Chongqing said with a smile. But after Zhang Yi listened, he raised the corner of his mouth coldly. Your captain died, so you should add another captain. Bailey Chongqing's face on the other end of the phone changed slightly, but she could only smile awkwardly. Okay, let's talk when you come over. Well, that's it. Zhang Yi hung up the phone with a cold tone. As for the investigation team, Bailey Chongqing frowned deeply, with a heavy look of worry on his face. The death of Bian Jun would cause the strength of their team to plummet. Originally, he hoped that Zhang Yi would join their team to make up for some of his strength. After all, Zhang Yi is very smart, and he was strong enough in the Battle of Tianhai City. In addition, he has absorbed Yuan Kongye's origin. If he can join their team, he might be able to maintain his status as an elite team. In Blizzard City, all living resources need to be divided according to contribution. Only by maintaining the status of the elite team can the living expenses of each of their members be guaranteed. However, judging from Zhang Yi's tone during the call, he made no secret of his ambitions. If he wants to come, he must be the captain of the investigation team. A newcomer was already thinking about the captain's position as soon as he arrived. And he was very capable, which naturally aroused Bailey Chongqing's concern. After all, according to the ranking of the investigation team, after Bian Jun was dead, he was the most likely person to take over as captain. This guy is very ambitious. Bailey Chongqing let out a long sigh, even hesitating in his heart whether to let Zhang Yi join their team. But if Zhang Yi doesn't come, how can Bian Jun would make up for his losses? As the alien closest to the level of Epsilon, Bian Junwu is one of the top combat forces in Blizzard City. Such a character is also at the captain level among other ace teams. How could it be so easy to find? Bailey Chongqing was a little upset. He came to the room where the team members were. At this time, Wu Di's physical condition was much better after several days of recuperation. But his hair had been dyed silver, and could not be restored to its original condition. Everyone else had their own injuries. They were already seriously injured when they were hit by the aftermath of the battle against Ming Kongye. Bailey Chongqing walked into the room, her expression not very good. When everyone saw this, they asked about the reason. Bailey Chongqing thought for a while, and said what Zhang Yi said. What he means is that if we want him to join our investigation team, he will be the captain. After Bailey Chongqing said this, he saw complicated expressions on the faces of the team members. Some were angry, and scolded Zhang Yi for his ambition. Some remained silent, seeming to think that Zhang Yi was qualified to compete for the captain's position. After all, everyone knows that he swallowed Yuan Kongye's origin. So who knows how strong he will be now? Bailey Chongqing spread his hands, looking like he was right. Of course, I think Zhang Yi is right to have this idea. Everyone wants to climb to a higher position. What's more, he is also the biggest contributor to this Tianhai City operation. If he wants to be the captain, I don't think there will be much problem in terms of strength. However, after all, he had no experience working with us. If you join our team, it will take time to adjust. Being a captain is not just about strength. He gave Bian Junwu as an example. For example, our side team, he convinced us both in terms of ability and personality. But this Zhang Yi, we still know too little about him. As soon as Bailey Chongqing finished speaking, Wu Di couldn't help it in the hospital bed. He said excitedly, "Who is Zhang Yi? Even if he wants to join our team, why should a newcomer be the captain as soon as he comes? If he comes, I won't stay any longer." Kongsheng also crossed his arms, frowned and said, "Is this what he told you? That's too crazy." Qi Guangming said directly that in my heart, the only person qualified to take over the position of captain is Uncle Bailey. No matter how good Zhang Yi is, he still has to abide by the rules when he comes. Yi Jikam frowned and said nothing. Ming Xiu looked at everyone in the room, and did not express any opinion. They knew that Bailey Chongqing definitely wanted to take over as captain. But they don't have much opinion on this. After all, Bailey Chongqing has always been the vice-captain of the team, and his strength and character are worthy of everyone's respect. However, they also hope that Zhang Yi can join the team to supplement their strength. Bailey Chongqing smiled, and waved his hand. The senior management still has the final say on who will be the captain. It doesn't matter whether I am the captain or not. What is important is that the team can develop better in the future. Zhang Yi is coming to talk to us later. I think everyone should first see his attitude. Chapter 550 Domineering. Zhang Yi arrived at the Qingwei base, and was immediately warmly welcomed by Xing Tian. He brought dozens of people to greet Zhang Yi, including his favorite devil dog Lei and his goddaughter. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows when he saw the battle, and asked with a smile, "Are so many people coming to greet me? I was really flattered." Xing Tian was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Zhang Yi was on guard against him. He couldn't help but touch the back of his head and laughed and said that after so many years, your cautious character has really not changed at all. But don't worry, I don't have the guts to fight you. As he spoke, he approached Zhang Yi and winked at him. After all, your current strength is probably no less than that of Yuan Kongye back then. Right? Everyone in Tianhai City knew that Zhang Yi killed Yuan Kongya. So they thought that Zhang Yi had absorbed Yuan Kongya's power, and his current strength had reached Yuan Kongya's level. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets, sighed softly and said, "It's not as simple as you think. That battle. Alas, no more. Take me to see the people from the investigation team first." If it were the past, Zhang Yi wouldn't mind if Xing Tian and others thought he was powerful. But it's different now. Now, he is really strong. But he has to pretend that he is not that strong, because he doesn't want to be noticed by the Jiangnan region, because he is too strong. But he also knew that no matter how hard he explained, Xing Tian might not believe it. So Zhang Yi only said half of the words, and let Xing Tian think for himself. As for whether he believes it or not, that's up to him. At the moment, Zhang Yi's most important thing is to communicate with the investigation team first. Xing Tian smiled and said, "Come with me." He stepped out of the way, and when Zhang Yi walked over, he followed Zhang Yi half a step behind. As Xing Tian walked, he fought against Zhang Yido. The battle was too brutal. Wei Dihai died in the battle, and more than 90% of our strangers were killed or injured. Even such a strong investigation team was seriously injured. "Old classmate, you will be the boss in Tianhai City from now on. You have to protect your brother." Zhang Yi glanced at him and smiled non-committally. He has no interest in expanding his power. If your subordinates take care of too many people and things, they will only cause more trouble for you. How could he be as comfortable as he is now? The two chatted casually on the road. Zhang Yi basically knew what Xing Tian said, and Xing Tian didn't dare to divulge the situation of the investigation team, so he didn't get any useful information. Soon, Zhang Yi arrived at the place where the investigation team was recuperating. This is located in the underground shelter. It is a very high-level recuperation room. Although it is not as good as the large villa of Zhang Yi's family, it is already the best treatment in the entire Qipei base. After sending the people there, Xing Tian left here consciously. But Zhang Yi's appearance made the atmosphere on the investigation team side become a little tense. Among these 6 people, some were looking at him, while others had a hint of hostility in their eyes. There is no doubt that Wu Di, who has always had problems with Zhang Yi, has the most vicious eyes. He was also the first to greet Zhang Yi. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Yi looked at Wu Di. This kid's hair was all white. The last battle had taken a heavy toll on his energy. But now when he looked at Zhang Yi, although he still pretended to be unhappy, he was not as hostile as before. In the past, Zhang Yi never understood why this guy had such a bad attitude towards him. Could it be that he was jealous because he was too handsome? Zhang Yi was so slanderous in his heart. However, he still raised his eyelids slightly, put his hands behind his back, and said leisurely, "Now that the battle is over, can't I come and see the wounded? After all, we may have to work together in the future. If I am too indifferent, people may say that I am inhumane and do not know how to sympathize with my teammates." As soon as these words came out, almost everyone in the investigation team frowned. A sentence of sympathy for the team member seems to have the meaning of treating oneself as the captain. Although some people in the investigation team welcome Zhang Yi's joining, this does not mean that they are willing to accept a domineering person, even if the current Zhang Yi does have the capital to be domineering. Wu Di was furious, pointed at Zhang Yi's nose and yelled, "What are you proud of? Just because you want to join our investigation team. Do you have the qualifications?" Zhang Yi glanced at him lightly, with a calm look in his eyes, but with a condescending look down on him. "Just because I solved Yuan Kongya, do you think I am qualified?" This sentence choked Wu Di. When they first attacked Yuan Kongya, their investigation team didn't get any advantage, and even he himself almost ran out of gas and died. If Zhang Yi hadn't been there, they would all have died in the battle. From this perspective, they all owe Zhang Yi a favor. But of course Wu Di didn't want to admit this, so he turned his head to one side with a dark face. Seeing this, Zhang Yi's smile became even thicker. He puffed out his chest and glanced at everyone. "After everyone goes back, don't forget to explain the situation in Tianhai City to the senior officials of Jiangnan region, so that they will know my merits. I am very sorry for the death of Captain Wu of the Border Army. If I have this opportunity, I hope to inherit his legacy, protect this land, and bring a harmonious and happy life to the people of Jiangnan region." What he said made everyone present feel numb and have goosebumps all over their bodies. At this time, everyone's favorability towards Zhang Yi dropped even more seriously. At this time, Zhang Yi was speaking in an official tone and looked like a villain who has succeeded. Comparing it to his humble and cautious appearance when the investigation team first came to Tianhai City, he was completely different from the other person. Bailey Changqing coughed. feeling a little unhappy in his heart. But he still forced a smile and said, "Don't worry. We will never forget your contribution. It's just that the decision about joining the investigation team has to be made by the senior management." Johnny laughed and said it was just one more process. "You say. Who else could I be?" He walked over and hugged Bailey Chongqing. "Brother Bailey, let's go out and talk." There are some words that are not suitable to be spoken to ordinary team members. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at the other people in the room. Everyone gnashed their teeth. If they hadn't considered that Zhang Yi's strength might have reached a level they couldn't imagine, they would have actually come up to fight in a group. Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi and wanted to test Zhang Yi's attitude. So he nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, since you want to talk to me alone, of course I will accompany you." The two people left the room arm in arm. As soon as they left, the room exploded. Kong Sheng held his muscular arms and said with an unhappy expression that Zhang Yi is too arrogant. Now he hasn't joined our team yet. He just looks aloof. If he really came, or even became the captain, wouldn't his tail be raised to the sky? Chapter 551 Showdown. Kong Sheng's words made everyone nod their heads in agreement. Ming Xiu held her chin angrily. "If he joins the investigation team, I will apply to be transferred to another team." Everyone knew that what Ming Xiu said was angry. The configuration of each team is determined by the top management and cannot be changed easily. The sharpshooter Qi Guangming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "You say, if we don't report his matter to the district, then wouldn't he be able to become our captain?" As soon as these words came out, it was shocking. It's not that the idea hasn't occurred to others, but no one dares to say such things easily. Failing to report what was known and concealing important information would be a serious crime if found out. If the interests of the top leaders of the region are harmed, they may even be executed as traitors. Ming Xiu said in surprise. "Are you crazy? You even dare to say such things?" Qi Guangming took a deep breath and spread his hands. "I'm just talking casually." Everyone fell into silence because this topic is so sensitive. However, they couldn't help but look outside the house. After Bian Jun was dead, Deputy Captain Bailey Chongqing took over as the temporary captain. He is currently the most prestigious person in the team. If he really wants to do that, he must make the decision. Zhang Yi took Bailey Chongqing away from the team members' recuperation room. The two went next door and found a clean room, which happened to be a billiards room where they usually entertained. Zhang Yi leaned on the table and put away the domineering smile on his face. His eyes fell on Bailey Chongqing's face. His eyes sharp. "Brother Bailey, do you support me as captain?" When Bailey Chongqing heard this, a deeply hidden dark light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He smiled and said that you have made such great contributions, and the superiors will choose you without my support. Zhang Yi nodded. "That's right. As long as you truthfully report my achievements, and based on my current strength, the senior management will definitely appoint me as the captain." Bailey Chongqing took a deep breath through his nose. "Although I don't want to discourage you, this matter may not be as simple as you think. In Jiangnan region, there are only 6 special investigation teams like ours. Each one is a team composed of the most elite aliens after layers of screening. Especially the selection of captains is extremely strict. Although you have made great contributions, you are still a newcomer after all," Bailey Chongqing said, stretched out his hand to scratch the back of his head, and said with an honest smile, "Of course, that doesn't mean it's impossible. I'm just afraid that you expect too much. So I'll vaccinate you in advance." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "That was really a trouble for you. However, I have this confidence." Bailey Chongqing couldn't hold it any longer. He looked at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, can I ask you, what is your current strength?" "He is only stronger than Bian Junwu." Zhang Yi gave the answer directly before he finished speaking. "Now he has more powerful abilities, no less than Bian Junwu's annihilation, and is perfectly capable of having no side effects. So at this time, he has surpassed Bian Junwu in terms of comprehensive combat power." Bailey Chongqing was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed a true expression. He clenched his fists subconsciously, but quickly released them. He looked at Zhang Yi and said with a smile that maybe you have now reached the level of an Epsilon alien. In this case, you do have the ability to become our captain. Epsilon, a stranger of this level can no longer be guessed using common sense. So if Zhang Yi is at this level, no matter how many problems he has, he is definitely qualified to be the captain. Zhang Yi thought for a while, shook his head, and said that it shouldn't be to that extent yet. Bian Junwu said that Delta is a watershed in the level of strangers. There is a very obvious difference. That is, whether you have phagocytosis ability. But the distinction between other levels is blurry. Generally, they are the professional scientific institutions of each major force, divided according to the strength of their abilities. Otherwise, only the Epsilon-level aliens themselves can judge the level of superpowers in this realm. But Zhang Yi judged based on experience that he definitely could not meet that standard at this time. After all, the power displayed by Yuan Kongye, who had just been promoted to the Epsilon realm, could be described as devastating. When Bailey Chongqing heard Zhang Yi say this, he smiled and said that the more you say this, the more confident you will appear. Zhang Yi saw a look of loneliness on Bailey Chongqing's face. If Zhang Yi's strength is similar to him, then he can still strive for the position of captain. But now, he knew in his heart that his strength was far inferior to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is young and powerful. If Zhang Yi takes over, he may never have the chance to become captain in his life. But at this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. What? Are you giving up like this? Bailey Chongqing frowned and asked with surprise, what do you mean? Zhang Yi waved his hand. Okay. Stop pretending. Do you really not want to be the captain yourself? Bailey Chongqing laughed. Look at what you said. Maybe it was true that I had this idea at the beginning. However, his expression became more serious, and he stared at Zhang Yi seriously. What the investigation team needed was a strong person to lead it. You are more qualified than me. The investigation team is a team that walks on the edge of life and death. Although they are all elites, they dare not claim to be invincible in this apocalyptic world. In order to maintain order in the entire Jiangnan region, they often have to face some unknown existences. They once set off several teammates in person. Even in the battle in Tianhai City, even their most powerful captain was killed. At such a time, you can have thoughts of fighting for power, but it must not override the life and death of the collective. Zhang Yi said that things are not what you think. In fact, my contribution to killing Yuan Kongye this time was not the greatest. He looked seriously into Bailey Chongqing's eyes and said word by word. But your investigation team. Bailey Chongqing's body shook violently, with an incredible expression in his eyes. In fact, although their mission was completed this time, they were hit hard by the death of Bian Junwu and the fact that Zhang Yi took the first place. But Zhang Yi actually said that they were the biggest contributors to the success of this operation? Zhang Yi. What do you mean? Everyone knows that it was you who killed Yuan Kongye. Otherwise, based on our words, there is no way to deal with an Epsilon-level alien. Chapter 552 Exchange of Interests. Zhang Yi said calmly to Bailey Chongqing. But without you, I alone would not be able to defeat her. The most important thing is Bian Junwu's contribution. Moreover, the existence of the investigation team itself is an important force that restricts the snow worship cult. If it weren't for the concern that they were still in Tianhai City, Yuan Kongye would have already started a large-scale purge of other forces. Of course, Zhang Yi had his own purpose in saying this to Bailey Chongqing. In his heart, he still thought that he was flying high. Yuan Kongye's death was due to the side effects of the superpower belonging to the captain in her body. And I just got a bargain. Overall, Captain Bian Junwu should be the top hero. So I hope to be able to put my contribution on his head. Bailey Chongqing was completely shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. Based on the level of disaster that occurred in Tianhai City this time, it can even be evaluated as the highest A-level crisis currently. Zhang Yi is the biggest contributor. If he goes to Jiangnan region, the top management will definitely give him a very generous reward. He has the materials, women, shelter, genes, medicine, and reputation in Blizzard City at his fingertips. However, Zhang Yi gave up so lightly? Bailey Chongqing was not stupid. After being shocked, he quickly thought about the reason for this matter in his mind. Not long after, he suddenly realized and said to Zhang Yi, "Don't you want to go to Jiangnan region headquarters?" Zhang Yi stared at Bailey Chongqing, and the smile on his lips became thicker. He hugged his shoulders, sat on the billiard table, and smiled. It's convenient to deal with smart people. That's right. I don't want to go to that Blizzard City. Bailey Chongqing was a little surprised. But thinking about Zhang Yi's living conditions in Tianhai City, he felt it was understandable. The living conditions in that shelter are better than most areas in Blizzard City. The most important thing is that it belongs to Zhang Yi. I would rather have a chicken head than an ox tail. In Tianhai City, he was king and hegemon. But once he went to Jiangnan region, no matter how high his rank was, he would still be serving as a subordinate. I get it. I get it. You came to us today because you wanted us to help you conceal the truth about this incident, so as to avoid being summoned by Jiangnan region. Right? Zhang Yi did not admit it happily. When negotiating, you must take the initiative into your own hands. Otherwise, the other party will definitely push further and make more demands. So Zhang Yi crossed his arms with a sneer on his face. Not necessarily. I don't have any objections to Blizzard City. To be honest, Bian Junwu once suggested that I go there to have a try. And I was quite tempted at first. But seeing how hard you are fighting life and death, I hesitate. So try not to go if you can. But? A cold light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. And he stared straight at Bailey Chongqing. And a pressure suddenly rose from Bailey Chongqing's heart. Zhang Yi said word for word that if I really go to Blizzard City, I must seek a position as captain. There are only a handful of strangers at the captain level. Bian Junwu is dead. And Bailey Chongqing's ability is barely enough to hold this position. But if Zhang Yi fights for it, his chances of everlasting success will be slim. After all, his strength is far from comparable to Zhang Yi today. Zhang Yi came over, reached out, and patted Bailey Chongqing's heavy shoulder. He meaningfully said to Bailey Chongqing that I am very hesitant now. It is okay to go. But it would be better not to go. But it's hard for me to make a choice in this matter. After all, I have difficulty choosing. So I leave this choice to you to make it for me. Oh no. Rather, should you choose to be the captain of the investigation team? Or continue to be your deputy captain? Zhang Yi's words were clear enough. Of course, he saw through Bailey Chongqing's desire to be promoted. After all, a man was born in heaven and earth. How can he live in depression for a long time? Evergreen is very excited. His heart was beating fast. Zhang Yi gave him such a good opportunity. Of course, he wanted to be the captain. After all, the pay gap between the captain and the vice captain is quite large. There are a total of 6 captain-level figures in Blizzard City, and they enjoy Blizzard City's A-level material distribution treatment, second only to the commander-in-chief and other senior officials. Bailey Chongqing frowned and looked at Zhang Yi. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and his expression became serious. However, if we conceal information about you from the headquarters, once the matter is exposed, we will be severely punished. Zhu Shuai has a military background. So Blizzard City's system is also a military management system with clear rewards and punishments. Zhang Yi frowned and asked with a surprised look on his face to hide it. Why hide it? When did I ask you to hide information from Blizzard City's top management? Evergreen, huh? Zhang Yi smiled a little cunningly. Did you see with your own eyes that I killed Yuan Kongya? Bailey Chongqing was shocked that it didn't happen. Zhang Yi continued to ask. Do you know my current strength level? Bailey Chongqing was stunned again. After being silent for a moment, he shook his head. Do not know either. If he hadn't fought in person, he would certainly not be able to judge how strong Zhang Yi was now. But according to logic, Zhang Yi bit his finger and interrupted Bailey Chongqing's speech. We can't talk about logic. We need to talk about evidence. You can't be sure of what I said. So not reporting them is not concealment. Although Zhang Yi's logic is a bit speechless. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. Bailey Chongqing was almost confused by Zhang Yi's logic. However, even so, but we still need to explain how Tianhai City's mission is accomplished. Zhang Yi waved his hand, and I will help you think about this problem. The greatest credit should be given to the sacrifice captain. Zhang Yi thought of when Bian Junwu died in front of him. In fact, when Zhang Yi asked Bian Junwu to use Ice Soul, Bian Junwu probably had seen through Zhang Yi's thoughts. But the situation was critical, and he had no other choice. Speaking of which, Zhang Yi still felt a little guilty about Bian Junwu. Not much, but still a little bit. Although he is a self-centered person, he is still unwilling to easily harm someone who has no grievances against him. Unless his life safety is threatened. It is not a good thing to pluck a hair and benefit the world. And it is not a good thing to know that the world is dedicated to one body. This is Zhang Yi's basic rule of conduct. So now, he decided to give the great credit for killing Yuan Kongya to Bian Junwu. At least it can give his wife and children, whom he misses so much, a better life. Chapter 553. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. Without the influence of Bian Junwu's ability, Yuan Kongya would not have died at all. Therefore, Bian Junwu made the greatest contribution. And Yuan Kongya's death was not due to anything Zhang Yi did, but under the leadership of your investigation team, and with the joint assistance of all the strangers in Tianhai City, Yuan Kongya finally overexhausted his superpower, and the side effects of his superpower broke out, and he died. What do you think of this explanation? Zhang Yi told a story to himself. Bailey Chongqing sighed deeply after hearing this. You don't look like a warehouse manager, but like a network writer. Zhang Yi sneered. Are you kidding? Those who write about the internet are poor people, and will starve to death. Anyway, that's all I've said. I can't influence your thoughts. You make up your own mind on what to do. Johnny has already made his attitude clear. He believed that Bailey Chongqing and others would make the appropriate choice. After all, no one can be in conflict with their own vital interests. Only then did Bailey Chongqing understand. Why did Johnny act so domineering as soon as he arrived here? He deliberately left a bad impression on his players, making them unwilling to accept Johnny as their captain. So now, as long as he returns forever, he can use his prestige in the team to guide him. The team members should readily agree to this. There is another crucial point here. Johnny completely gave up this credit. Then this credit will fall on the investigation team. Team members can also receive generous rewards. Johnny could see that Bailey Chongqing was moved. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he had successfully made Bailey Chongqing his mouthpiece. Seeing that Bailey Chongqing was still thinking, Johnny reached out from his pocket and took out a dark pistol. It was Bien Jun's pistol, and was lent to him during the war. The gun was specially made and had Bien Jun's name on it. Johnny felt that it should be returned. The point is, there's nothing too special about the gun. The special thing is the bullet inside. Bailey Chongqing couldn't help but sigh when he saw Bien Jun's gun. His old friend for many years passed away forever. Johnny looked at him and said, "The bullets you used before were called Origin bullets. Right?" Johnny is very interested in the Origin bomb. It can actually pose a threat to high-level aliens. Of course he wants such a good thing. After all, among his attack methods, guns are a very important one. Johnny's principle is that if you can use a gun, don't do it as much as possible. And if you can take advantage of long range, don't get close. The main attack is a long hand against a short hand. Bailey Chongqing glanced at Johnny and said seriously, "Don't even think about it. Origin bombs are strategic materials that are strictly controlled even at the regional headquarters. It's impossible to give it to you." Johnny smiled and said, "Can't we just talk?" Bailey Chongqing teased that if you want to get the Origin bomb, there is only one possibility. That is to join the headquarters and become a member of the investigation team. Johnny smiled helplessly. As he thought, this kind of thing was not so easy to obtain. Forget it. I'm not willing to risk my future on a bullet. Then things have been decided happily. I will go back first. See you if you have time. At this point, Johnny paused and quickly changed his words. Forget it. It's best that we don't meet again in the future. If you see Bailey Chongqing again, it can only mean that something happened again. Johnny doesn't want to have so many troubles again. He walked to the door and prepared to go out. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi's back and suddenly stopped him. Zhang Yi, you have so much power now. Are you really willing to settle down and be an ordinary person? In these troubled times, you could have done something great. Zhang Yi said without looking back that he was not interested. Originally, being able to eat and wait for death was the life Zhang Yi longed for most. He is enjoying his little life now. There is no need to work. I stay at home every day and have a few friends around me to talk to. Eat, drink and have fun. There are many beautiful girls at home. Such a happy life is simply heaven. What else do you need a bicycle for? Zhang Yi was too lazy to explain to Bailey Chongqing. Everyone has a different way of living. As long as you live happily. Bailey Chongqing watched Zhang Yi and go. When Zhang Yi disappeared from his sight, his frown quickly calmed down. Unconsciously, a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now, he could finally take over the position of captain without any psychological burden. Zhang Yi left the location of the investigation team and planned to return to the shelter. Xing Tian has been waiting for him outside. Next to him was the 5 to 6 meter tall big dog and a cute little girl. Seeing Zhang Yi come out, Xing Tian enthusiastically went over to say "Lo, Lao Zong. You talk so fast." Zhang Yi said calmly and casually chatted with them about something. After explaining the matter, I came out. Zhang Yi didn't intend to talk to Xing Tian, but Xing Tian was very enthusiastic. Today's Tianhai city is in ruins, and all major forces have been defeated. Without Zhang Yi to protect him, Qipei base might be destroyed by someone in the future. Lingling, haven't you always said that you admire Uncle Zhang Yi? Come and say "Lo" to your uncle quickly. Zhou Lingling, the goddaughter next to Xing Tianxiao, winked hard. Zhou Lingling was not old, and she was still wondering when she saw the hint given to her by her godfather. Who is Uncle Zhang Yi that she admires? However, she still ran up to Xing Tian timidly, staring at Zhang Yi with her big eyes flashing, looking very cute. Seeing such a cute little girl, Zhang Yi had a rare smile on his face. Hello. Hello. Zhou Lingling looked at Zhang Yi curiously, and said timidly, "Call Uncle Zhang." Xing Tian said, "Open." "Uncle Zhang." Zhang Yi nodded, then showed a regretful expression. "Oops. You didn't tell me you had a daughter earlier. I was so busy that I didn't bring any gifts. I'll make it up next time." Xing Tianying smiled and said, "Look, what you are talking about are all my brothers. Why are you so polite? It's getting late. Let's stay for a meal." Zhang Yi sighed and reached out to pat Xing Tian's arm. "Okay. Don't do this with me. It's really not interesting. If you encounter anything in the future, I will help you if it is convenient." But Zhang Yi gave a profound smile. "From now on, you and Qipei Base must listen to me. Understand?" Xing Tian was not unhappy at all, and said readily that it was no problem. "You can take whatever you need from here. We will also obey your orders from now on." Zhang Yi couldn't help but look Xing Tian up and down. This kid is quite happy. He doesn't want the power in his hands, and is willing to be Zhang Yi's little brother. Although the situation was stronger than the person, he had to do it as a last resort. But being able to show no nostalgia is indeed not something ordinary people can do. Xing Tian smiled nonchalantly, and said that power is very useful. "But I am not born to be a leader. You are smarter and better than me. I have nothing to worry about when I leave the Qipei Base to you." Xing Tian's greatest advantage is his self-awareness. What does Qipei Base have to offer by surrendering to Zhang Yi? At least I have a big backer to rely on in the future. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's current strength, it would be effortless to destroy them. That's right. The three major Al-Qaeda organizations including Qingwei Base now have almost no decent defense forces. All the aliens died, and almost all the soldiers who were proficient in using weapons were killed. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, but his heart was not very relaxed. In the past, the 5 major forces in Tianhai City plus his team were very powerful. As one of the most populous cities in China, Tianhai City's combat capabilities are among the best in the country. Of course, it is incomparable to the 6 major military regions. But few ordinary cities are stronger than them. However, now, Tianhai City is dilapidated and withered due to the snow worship cult, and its combat effectiveness has plummeted. In the future, Zhang Yi will not need to worry about the threats from several major forces, but he may face attacks from surrounding cities. After all, Tianhai City has always been prosperous and rich, with sufficient supplies. In the eyes of the forces belonging to the surrounding cities, it has become a huge piece of fat. It's really a lot of trouble. Zhang Yi exhaled a breath. Afraid? That's not the case. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to stir up trouble, few people in the entire Jiangnan region can pose a threat to him. But as long as the surroundings are in a state of disorder and chaos, he cannot stop enjoying life. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. Zhang Yi rubbed his neck. Now it seems that the existence of such power in Jiangnan region is indeed necessary and inevitable. Chapter 554 Eclipse of the Moon. The cold wind is like a knife, and the setting sun is like blood. The blurry evening light lingers at the end of the sea and sky. The cold and calm on the sea level is terrifying, leaving only the vast dead silence between heaven and earth. Above the vast ocean of ice, a huge icebreaker slowly approached. It has been drifting on the sea for several days. If it were not for this huge icebreaker, it would never be able to traverse the deep sea in such a frozen apocalypse. But at this time, there were not many crew members visible on this huge icebreaker, because the huge hull can withstand the erosion of the ice ocean. But it cannot stop the shoal wind on the sea that is sharper than a knife. The entire Shy Race has always been driverless. Today in 2050, artificial intelligence has replaced most of the work in the mechanical field. Even in this dangerous environment, waves of deep music vaguely came from the ship. On the deck of the Shy Race icebreaker, a man wearing a gray newsboy cap and a suit and vest of the same color was lazily leaning against the railing. He has a slender build and looks to be around 30 or 40 years old. To be able to stay outside in such a cold environment without wearing cold-proof clothes shows that he must be a strange person. And he is a strange person with a very good physique or the ability to withstand the cold. The deep music came from the shakuhachi in his hand. When the song ended, he looked at the dead sea and looked up into the distance. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When he smiled, he gave people a very evil feeling, like a scheming fox. He put away the shakuhachi, turned around and walked towards the cabin. In the cabin below, there were more people at this time. The warm air brought by the air conditioner makes the environment below comfortable and pleasant. When Newsboy Hat came in, there was a man dressed as a warrior lying lazily beside the wall by the door. He had long bun, wore a dark blue kimono, and was barefoot. Although he looked like he was sleeping, he was holding a katana wrapped in red thread in his arms. Through his loose kimono, you can vaguely see a short sword hidden in his arms. At the bar not far away, two men were gambling. The simplest way of gambling was to guess coins. A man with a slick-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses was in charge of the dealer, and the man opposite him with a long scar on his face guessed heads and tails. It seemed like a fair game, but Scarface kept losing, and soon there were empty bottles of sake piled up in front of him. The newsboy had passed the samurai and the two gamblers and came to the center of the cabin. Here, there is a small table. A woman wearing a witch costume was sitting at the table. There was an ancient scroll open in front of her. She was holding a brush with an imp statue on its head and dipping it into the ink in the box next to it. But the ink was not black, but red, as bright as blood. Newsboy had half knelt down in front of her, raised his head, and asked with a smile, "What's my luck today?" The Miko bowed respectfully to the newsboy hat and said, "Good luck." Newsboy Cap nodded with satisfaction and breathed a long sigh of relief. "That would be great. If this continues, we will be able to land in that city called Linhai soon." He turned to look at the sofa not far away. Sitting on it was a man nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a brown bear. But the man was wearing a black suit and flipping through a sailing magazine with his thick palms. The picture was somewhat inconsistent. "Great work. How far do we have to go?" The man named Dogong Yanjin didn't even raise his head. There were still 3 days. The newsboy hat raised his head with a smile, looked at the ceiling and sighed. "There are 3 days left. Right? In 3 days, we will land in the place called China. Then, write a legendary story that belongs to us." The investigation team's mission in Tianhai City is over. Bailey Chongqing led the team members back to Jinling, and back to the super military fortress located on the east side of Jinling that was built with a lot of money. Blizzard City. The sky is covered with heavy snow, and this gray super building is crawling on the ground like a beast. The tall city wall is more than 50 meters high, and every 3 meters there is a soldier with a loaded gun and wearing a black combat uniform guarding it. There is a tower every 10 meters with a high-speed machine gun inside, with a rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute. It can tear apart all carbon-based organisms in an instant. The construction of this super fortress covering an area of thousands of square kilometers began decades ago. According to Xinjiang's military plan, Blizzard City and 5 other militarized fortresses are known as China's last 6 lines of defense. They have the most powerful army and weapons and equipment in China. No matter what happens, as long as they are still there, China will stand firm. Bailey Chongqing's car came under the tall city wall and drove into the heavy metal gate after inspection. Inside Blizzard City, it was quiet and even a little depressing. There are no famines or unrest due to food shortages. But what is implemented here is comprehensive military management. Therefore, there are almost no activities of ordinary people in the streets and alleys. There are only soldiers here, and special personnel working for Blizzard City. After Bailey Chongqing and the others returned, staff members came immediately to take them for inspection. These team members who are fighting outside need to ensure that their physical condition is normal after returning, and that they will not bring in unknown germs from the outside world. After a complicated inspection, a young officer appeared in front of Bailey Chongqing. He was wearing a straight green military uniform, his head straight up, and a pair of priceless gold-rimmed glasses. After seeing Bailey Chongqing, he said to Lieutenant Colonel Bailey, "Please come with me." Bailey Chongqing nodded and followed the young soldier. The identity of this soldier is not ordinary. He is Lan Xinqing, the secretary of Zhejiang, the supreme commander of Jiangnan region. He was a civil servant with an unusual family background, and was very trusted by Zhejiang. As usual, after they returned from their assigned tasks, they all needed to report the situation to Zhejiang personally. What's more, this time, Tianhai City's problems are more serious. After all, the death of a captain-level figure was enough to alarm the entire Blizzard City hierarchy. Bailey Chongqing followed Lan Xinqing to the command center and Zhu Zheng's office. "Commander, Bailey Chongqing has arrived." Lan Xinqing was outside the office and reported to Zhu Zheng through the communication device. After receiving Zhu Zheng's affirmative reply, Lan Xinqing moved out of the way, and the dark silver metal door in front of him slowly opened. Bailey Chongqing felt a little nervous and walked in step by step with a straight face. After all, this time he came here to lie to Zhu Zheng. Although he had discussed it with the team members before coming, everyone agreed with his approach. But Zhu Zheng's majesty is too deep-rooted in the hearts of everyone in Blizzard City. So much so that this veteran, who has been fighting for a long time, will be afraid of him. Chapter 555 Blizzard City. Bailey Chongqing walked into Zhu Zheng's office. Zhu Zheng is about 50 years old, with gray hair and a thin figure. But he always had a steely look on his face, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. After Bailey Chongqing entered the door, he subconsciously glanced at the guard standing behind Zhu Zheng. He is slightly younger than Zhu Zheng, in his 40s, with an unremarkable appearance, wearing a pair of old-fashioned round glass lenses and a pigtail on the back of his head. But Bailey Chongqing knows that this gentleman's strength is probably ranked among the top 3 in the entire Blizzard City. When Bian Junhua was still alive, he once told Bailey Chongqing that within 100 steps, it would be easier for him to kill him than to kill a chicken. Commander-in-Chief. Bailey Chongqing came to the office, stood in front of the mahogany table, and solemnly said, "Okay," as a military salute. Zhu Zheng put his hands behind his back and nodded at him. "You have completed this mission very well. Originally, I thought that you would temporarily retreat, and then the headquarters would carry out a devastating attack on Tianhai City. This time it was good. The city of Tianhai City was saved." In Zhu Zheng's tone, he didn't care much about Tianhai City. He already knew that almost all the people in Tianhai City died in the zombie wave, and there was not a single person left alive. Therefore, this city can be completely abandoned. Bailey Chongqing said that this operation was thanks to the Psy team. If he hadn't sacrificed himself to contain the cult leader of the Snow Worship sect, we would have all been blamed. They made a report to the headquarters before returning. As for the statement in the report, it is almost the same as what Zhang Yi said, but it has been slightly polished. But the main credit still went to their investigation team. Especially Bian Junhua's credit was highlighted by them. When Bian Junhua was mentioned, Zhu Zheng couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness on his face. Bian Junhua was once a good player in the army. After the end of the world, he also made very important contributions to the Jiangnan region. His death is an irreparable loss for Jiangnan region. Although he knew that one day would come sooner or later, Zhu Zheng still couldn't help but feel sorry for it at this time. He looked at Bailey Chongqing and waved to him. "Sit down and talk." After the two sat down, Zhu Zheng continued to ask, "This time you went to Tianhai City. Did you encounter any good seedlings that you could bring to the headquarters for cultivation?" Bailey Chongqing has already reported to Zhu Zheng via email on various aspects of the Tianhai City mission. So at this time, Zhu Zheng did not talk about the mission anymore, but talked about talents. After all, although the Jiangnan region headquarters is full of talents, people often sacrifice themselves, resulting in inability to make ends meet. Therefore, it is particularly important to attract new blood from surrounding cities. Bailey Chongqing straightened her back and sat on the chair. The first thing that came to her mind was the shadow of Zhang Yi. Today's Zhang Yi is definitely not as powerful as Bian Junhua back then. And putting aside his strength, in terms of strategy and temperament, he is definitely worthy of people's attention. But according to his agreement with Zhang Yi, he cannot expose Zhang Yi's strength. Bailey Chongqing's thoughts were racing, and he said to Zhu Zheng, "There are indeed several powerful people in Tianhai City. After our investigation, there are 7 people who I think have the strength to join the investigation team. Xing Tian from Qingwei Base, Xiao Honglian and Zhu Qi-ting from Yansheng Base, Chen Jingwan from Chaoyu Base, and Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and Yang Mi from Zhang Yi's team. Among these people, they are basically all powerful combat characters. However, Yang Mi's abilities are very supportive, and she is very suitable to be included in the team." Zhu Zheng nodded slowly after listening. "You have already said this in your report." He crossed his hands on the table, and suddenly said that I am very interested in this young man named Zhang Yi. "Can you tell me more about him?" Bailey Chongqing felt a little nervous, and said in her heart that she was here after all. There are some things he can hide, but there are some information that he just can't. For example, everything Zhang Yi did during the zombie crisis was too eye-catching. He was the only team leader who was not affected by the zombie tide in the early stage of the zombie tide. During the joint battle with the Snow Worship cult, he relied on his powerful sniper ability to kill almost all the bronze-armored corpses by himself. Later, in the decisive battle, he also used the powerful defense ability of the space system to delay Yuan Kongye. It can be said that without Zhang Yi, this mission in Tianhai City will definitely fail, and these people will not even be able to save their lives. With so many dazzling deeds, even if Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing tried to hide them, they couldn't hide them all. Therefore, Bailey Chongqing just hid the fact that Zhang Yi killed Yuan Kongye in the final battle. As for his previous achievements, there is no way to hide them. And this was enough to make Zhu Zheng interested in Zhang Yi. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhu Zheng seriously. Zhang Yi is indeed a talent. He is very capable, and has extremely rare space powers. If he can come to our Jiangnan region headquarters, with his ability, he will be an elite member of the investigation team. Bailey Chongqing first praised Zhang Yi. But soon, he changed the subject. But this person's thoughts and character make people not very reassured. Zhu Zheng's eyes narrowed. Oh, what does this mean? Does he have a bad personality? For the Jiangnan region's investigation team, the first criterion for recruiting people is not ability, but absolute loyalty to the region. This is not a corrupt idea. But in troubled times, if the people inside have wrong ideas, it is likely to cause huge trouble internally. Bailey Chongqing knows this exactly. So he said this. He went on to say that Zhang Yi has a very selfish character. He is just like the aliens in other cities. Perhaps it is because he has experienced too many bloody and cruel things in the apocalypse that he does not have any collective consciousness. Even when we were fighting zombies, he always focused on personal interests first and was always ready to abandon his teammates and escape. In addition, this person does whatever it takes to achieve his goals, giving the impression that he has no faith. When Bailey Chongqing said this, he suddenly felt that he had gone too far. Although he deliberately discredited Zhang Yi and prevented Zhu Zheng from being tempted by him. But slandering others behind his back can easily affect his own impression in the minds of leaders. Bailey Chongqing hurriedly looked for compensation. But one thing to say, his mentality is understandable. In the last days, it will be difficult to find a few people with firm beliefs. After Zhu Zheng heard this, his thoughts on Zhang Yi became much lighter. An unstable alien. Even if he has good strength, he doesn't want to use it. In Zhu Zheng's eyes, Zhang Yi is just an ordinary Delta-level alien. Although there are not many foreigners of this level in the Jiangnan region headquarters, they are not few either. But if he knew that Zhang Yi had devoured the incomplete origin of an Epsilon-level alien, then the situation would be difficult to say. Chapter 556 Summoning Order. Regarding the origin of Yuan Kongye, Bailey Chongqing explained to Zhu Zheng. The report said that Yuan Kongye died without a complete body, and his origin also dissipated between heaven and earth. Regarding this report, Zhu Zheng was not suspicious at all. It's just because of two things. First, he believed in the loyalty of the investigation team, and there was no need for the people in the investigation team to hide anything. If they obtain their origin and become stronger, they will receive key training from the region. Secondly, in the past missions, there were fierce battles, in which aliens were killed without any intact bodies, and the source collapsed from time to time. Not to mention a war this level, with countless casualties and millions of people killed in a city. Then it is very reasonable for Yuan Kongye's origin to dissipate. Although it is a pity, there is nothing to blame. After finishing the brief chat, Zhu Zheng looked at Bailey Chongqing with a thoughtful light in his eyes. Each of the 6 major investigation teams at the headquarters must have a powerful stranger to lead the team. Now that Bian Zhengwu has died in the battle, Blizzard City can't find anyone else whose strength is close to Bian Zhengwu's. Then Bailey Chongqing is the best candidate to succeed the captain. Bailey Chongqing is quite powerful. Although he is not as good as the captains of the 6 major investigation teams, he is still stronger than ordinary team members. The key is that he is experienced in performing tasks and has considerable prestige within the team. Therefore, Zhu Zheng raised his head and said seriously to Bailey Chongqing, "Everlasting, now that Bian Zhengwu has been killed, I am very sad. But the position of the investigation team cannot be left vacant. From today on, you will be the captain of the Black Robe team." Bailey Chongqing's majestic body suddenly trembled, and his eyes couldn't stop the excitement. Although the captain and the vice-captain are one word different, their treatment is very different. This means that he and his family will be able to enjoy Blizzard City's A-class living treatment in the future. Bailey Chongqing burst into tears, and quickly stood up, and saluted Zhu Zheng with a military salute. "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for your cultivation." Bailey Chongqing will definitely try his best to contribute all his strength to the Commander-in-Chief and Blizzard City. Zhu Zheng nodded. "Well, the official appointment documents will be in your hands in the next 2 days. On the other side is Zhengwu. This mission will be based on what you declared, establishing first-class individual merit for him, and first-class merit for your Black Robe team as a collective. His family enjoys the treatment of martyrs, and can always enjoy the headquarters A-class living materials supply." Bailey Chongqing nodded excitedly. "Thank you, Commander." Bailey Chongqing left Zhu Zheng's office, walking out the door. Although the weather outside is gloomy, there is plenty of light. He was in a great mood. Although he had just lied to Zhu Zheng and concealed some information about Zhang Yi, the result made everyone happy. Zhang Yi didn't have to come to Blizzard City as he wished. Bailey Chongqing became the captain, and Wu The soldier who died in the battle got a first-class meritorious service inexplicably. From now on, his wife and children will have no worries about food and clothing. This result couldn't be better. Just as Bailey Chongqing was sighing, a cold voice came from not far away. Vice Captain Bailey. Oh no. I should call you Captain Bailey now. Bailey Chongqing turned around and saw a woman in a white coat walking towards him. She is tall and has a lazy expression with a hint of indifference. Her long hair is casually tied up with a ballpoint pen. As soon as Bailey Chongqing saw her, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It turns out to be Professor Shun. The visitor is Li Lingxue, the chief professor of Blizzard City's Scientific Research Department. In Blizzard City, few people dare not give face to the Scientific Research Department, because after the era of Great Mutation arrives, the role they can play is even more powerful than the army. Li Lingxue came over and said lazily, "Where is that thing you were talking about?" "Oh, here it is. I originally said that after reporting my work to the Commander-in-Chief, I would personally deliver it to you." Bailey Chongqing took out a silver metal box from the pocket of his combat uniform and handed it to Li Lingxue. Li Lingxue looked at the box curiously. "Is this the mutant plant you mentioned?" Bailey Chongqing nodded. "It has a very powerful growth ability, and can also create zombie viruses that can infect the host." Li Lingxue raised her eyebrows. It didn't sound very powerful. Bailey Chongqing looked a little embarrassed. This thing almost destroyed the entire Tianhai city. But in Li Lingxue's mouth, it seemed to have no effect. But it's no wonder that Professor Li has studied too many weird things. Li Lingxue put away the box containing the bloodvine rhizomes, and went back without even saying hello. Bailey Chongqing is used to her attitude. This person is not arrogant. She is just not very interested in things other than scientific research. He shrugged and turned towards home. After Bailey Chongqing left the office, Zhu Zheng sat on the chair, his face extremely solemn. The level of crisis in Tianhai City this time was much higher than he imagined. This is the first time since the end of the world that a captain-level figure has died in battle. Now, it is only half a year before the end of the world comes. Even if Blizzard City has many capable people, it can't help but consume like this. An idea that had occurred in his mind for a long time resurfaced at this time. Zhu Zheng crossed his arms and looked out the window at Blizzard City covered in heavy snow. He murmured to himself that it would be difficult to maintain the stability of the Jiangnan region for a long time, just by relying on the power of Blizzard City. It seems that we have to rely on the power of various places. He used the communicator to call his secretary Lan Xinqing in. Lan Xinqing came to Zhu Zheng's desk and said respectfully, "Commander, what are your orders?" Zhu Zheng looked at him seriously. "Xinqing immediately issued an announcement in my name. The target is all the forces of a certain scale in the entire Jiangnan region. Tell them that in 10 days, I will hold a conference of aliens in the entire Jiangnan region in Blizzard City. Invite them to come and participate." Lan Xinqing was slightly startled when he heard this, then smiled and said, "Are you finally planning to integrate the power of Jiangnan region?" Zhu Zheng's eyes flashed with a deep light. "This plan has been in my mind for a long time. It's just that Bian Junwa's death made me realize that I must speed up the pace and can't delay it any longer. The reason why this was not done in the past was because the time was not yet ripe at that time. Nowadays, countless large and small forces have formed in various cities, fighting and killing each other. Even if the Jiangnan region uses absolutely powerful force to deter them, it does not have that much energy to manage them. After all, many issues such as blocked information channels and inconvenient transportation need to be taken into consideration. Long-arm jurisdiction will always produce many disadvantages. However, now, forced by the situation, Zhu Zheng had to take action to integrate the forces of the Jiangnan region early. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of Blizzard City to maintain stability would have too great an impact on their core strength. Lan Xinqing bowed and said yes. "I will draft the edict immediately. Let all the leaders of large-scale forces in Jiangnan region have to come here." He pushed up his glass lenses, with a playful cold light in his eyes. "If any force dares to disobey the edict, can I directly send an investigation team there to eliminate them?" Zhu Zheng nodded. "Yes. If necessary. Kill some outstanding birds first. This conference is compulsorily convened, and no one will be allowed to fail to come. Otherwise, it will be regarded as disobedience to Jiangnan region. If that were the case, there would be no need for them to exist." Chapter 557 Two Ice Souls. Tianhai City. After the Snow Worship Cult War, the entire city fell into silence. Several major forces have been damaged and unable to expand their territory. Or it can be said that expanding the territory is completely meaningless. Apart from the Snow Worship Cult, There are still more than a dozen people who survived by chance, including Li Jian and his wife. They gathered the people who had not died in the disaster and established a new harmonious home with St. John's Cathedral as the center. After the disaster, one thing turned out to be a good thing. That is, there are fewer living people, and various resources are relatively less scarce. In the past, the snow worship sect also stored a lot of supplies, which could supply the survival of thousands of people. There are only a dozen people left alive now, and they can survive while relying on these supplies. And they don't need to worry about others coming to snatch these things, because except for a few major forces, there are almost no living people in Tianhai City. But now, the three major bases are experiencing heavy rain and heavy losses in combat power. Fortunately, they retained their base and were still able to survive. The three major bases all contacted Zhang Yi, expressed their loyalty to him, and begged Zhang Yi to protect them. Zhang Yi has no interest in being the boss of Tianhai City. He just hoped that no one would disturb his peaceful life. Therefore, in the face of the requests from the three major organizations, Zhang Yi just said lightly, asking them to live their lives well and not to disturb him in the future. Although Zhang Yi said so, the three major organizations still came over from time to show their courtesy. They rushed to give Zhang Yi the supplies they had. But Zhang Yi's family lacked nothing. However, he was quite happy when Qin Jingwan brought someone with him and gave him fresh sea fish. Everything seems to be developing towards a stable and peaceful state. As for Zhang Yi, he has been observing something recently. That is Yang Mi, who uses the Ice Soul to awaken her powers. When Yuan Kongye dies, the stranger who uses the Ice Soul to awaken his powers doesn't know what will happen. Zhang Yi still has 2 Ice Souls in his hand. These 2 Ice Souls can create 2 strangers. If Yang Mi did not have any adverse reactions due to Yuan Kongye's death, then he would consider giving these 2 Ice Souls to Zhou Ke and others. After all, to survive in the apocalypse, having the ability to save your life will be of great help to yourself and your team. 10 days passed in a flash, and Yang Mi's body did not show any abnormal changes. According to Zhang Yi's request, Zhou Ke will conduct physical examinations on her every day, and Zhang Yi himself will also personally examine her inside and out. However, Yang Mi's body did not have any adverse reactions, which made Zhang Yi feel at ease. In other words, Ice Soul acts like a catalyst. It can stimulate the human body's potential for mutation without causing side effects. The only shortcoming disappeared with the death of Yuan Kongye. So now, it is a pure treasure. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately decided to take out the remaining 2 Ice Souls and give them to the people around him. So, Zhang Yi called Yang Xinxin, Zhou Ke and Lu Ke to his room. He expressed his meaning in the most tactful way possible. Now I have confirmed that Bingzhou can still play a role after Yuan Kongye's death. Now I still have 2 Ice Souls in my hand that can be used by you. But there are 3 of you, and there are only 2 Ice Souls. You are all very important people to me, and I don't want to be unfair to one. Therefore, it is up to you to decide how to distribute it. Yang Xinxin is a think tank and a top hacker. Lu Ke is a mechanical engineer, and Zhou Ke is a doctor. All 3 were valuable to him. Zhang Yi did not want to neglect anyone and cause him or her inner dissatisfaction. Therefore, he simply let the 3 women decide how to distribute it. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lu Ke and Zhou Ke's eyes showed excitement. Of course, they longed to gain superpowers and become more useful people. After all, after seeing the extraordinary abilities of strangers, it would be false to say that I am not envious. Only Yang Xinxin, she said calmly, no, I give up. Leave the opportunity to both of them. Zhang Yi and the other 3 were a little surprised. This is the treasure that everyone wants in the apocalypse. Yang Xinxin actually gave up right away? Yang Xinxin explained that my mind is the best power. You need its power more than I do. So I'll leave it to you. Zhang Yi thought for a while and nodded. He thought Yang Xinxin was right. Yang Xinxin's mind is her best ability. She had been paralyzed for many years and had become accustomed to acting with her mind. As a logistics player, most of the time she won't be able to use her abilities. On the contrary, it was Zhou Ke and Lu Ke, both of whom had their desire for superpowers written on their faces. So Yang Xinxin generously gave the opportunity to them. Lu Ke looked at Yang Xinxin and couldn't help but ask Xinxin, have you thought it through? Yang Xinxin smiled and shook her head. I've thought about it clearly. You don't have to worry about me. Go get the powers you want. A gentle look flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Ke and Zhou Ke stopped insisting. They looked passionately at the wooden box in Zhang Yi's hand. Zhang Yi opened the wooden box and displayed 2 silver white Ice Souls in front of the 2 of them. You all know how to use it. Just place it between your eyebrows. Johnny said, staring at the two of them seriously. This is to prevent their bodies from undergoing any changes beyond their control. Luke Karen and Joe Karen excitedly took the ice soul. The thing was cold in the hand, soft and bouncy, and felt like a living thing. The two of them pressed the ice soul between their eyebrows, and soon it integrated into their heads. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin were waiting nervously and expectantly. The process of fusing the ice soul between the two people was very fast. Their physical fitness is relatively good, so they are not as uncomfortable as Yang Yi was at the beginning. But even so, they still lay on Zhang Yi's bed and let their bodies accept this foreign thing. Zhang Yi sat on the chair, patiently waiting for their bodies to change. After more than 10 minutes, Luke Karen was the first to return to normal. She was sweating profusely, and beads of sweat covered her neck, arms and chest, as if she had just finished a 10-kilometer marathon. There was no change in her body, but Zhang Yi felt that her eyes seemed to be brighter, like a black shining diamond. How was it? Was it successful? Zhang Yi leaned forward and asked curiously. Luke Karen gasped for air, and it took him a long time to speak. She gave Zhang Yi an affirmative look and said with excitement, Brother, I successfully awakened my superpower. Chapter 558 Awakening. When a person acquires superpowers, it is as if his body has gained an extra arm or a finger. It appeared so suddenly, and the stranger understood the supernatural power, as well as he understood his own body, and knew very well how it could work. Under the expectant looks of Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin, Luke Karen explained his abilities. She took a spoon from the table and quickly bent it in front of the two people without using any physical force. My abilities are related to metals and mechanics. It seemed like I could control the metal my body touched. Luke Karen's eyes were shining brightly. She clenched her fists and said excitedly, This is great. With this ability, I will be able to create many powerful weapons in the future. Zhang Yi held his chin and asked in a deep voice. In other words, your ability is related to mechanical aspects. Can you improve the performance of your weapons? Luke Karen replied without hesitation. Of course. She looked at the spoon in her hand and said with a smile, With this ability, I can perfectly grasp every detail of the weapon. Adjust your weapons for optimal performance. Not only weapons, but all mechanical creations will be transformed into the most perfect form when they are in my hands. Zhang Yi smiled and said that's a good feeling. Your abilities are not separate from your job as a mechanic. Come back and help me strengthen all those firearms. Good. Guaranteed to complete the task. Luke Karen smiled, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. By the way, boss, please give me a name for my superpower. Luke Karen said suddenly. Zhang Yi smiled and said that this is your own ability. You should name it yourself. Right? Who knew that Luke Karen looked at Zhang Yi very seriously and said sternly, My life was saved by the boss. And my superpowers were also given by the boss. So I have to ask you, boss, to name my powers. Zhang Yi knew clearly that Luke Karen was expressing her gratitude and loyalty to Zhang Yi. He nodded, and after thinking carefully for a while, he said, Since your ability is to control machinery, why not call it Divine Machine Management? Bar. Luke Karen liked this name very much. Her eyes were shining as she kept chanting the name. Divine Machine Management. Divine Machine Management. What a great name. From now on, I will also be a strange person with superpowers. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin looked at Luke Karen with smiles. The two of them were already thinking about how to maximize Luke Karen's abilities. At this moment, Joe Kier returned to normal. It's just that her body sweated more than Luke Karen's, so that her whole body was soaked and her skin was shiny and smooth. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yi felt that her skin was whiter and tenderer than before, and her already attractive body had become even more charming in proportions. Being stared at by Zhang Yi, Joe Kier's face turned slightly red. Why are you staring at me like that? Does it look good? Zhang Yi couldn't help but nodded, smiled and said, You look good. You've always looked good. Yang Xinxin and Luke Karen next to them looked amused. Joe Kier was also embarrassed to show off in front of his two younger sisters. She sat up gracefully. Has Karen succeeded? What is your superpower? Luke Karen honestly explained his powers. Joe Kier smiled when he heard this and said, It's a magical plan? It's a really useful power. And it suits you very well. Then what kind of power do you have? Sister Kier. Luke Karen asked curiously. Joe Kier calmly explained that my superpower is related to medical skills. She explained her abilities to several people without reservation. My ability can accelerate the activity of my own cells and allow them to repair and regenerate quickly. This ability can be used not only on myself, but also on others. After hearing this, everyone finally understood why Zhou Qir's body became more perfect. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen are really jealous, because this kind of ability is what every woman desires. As long as Zhou Qir is willing, she can modify her body proportions at will and become a real devil figure. Another aspect is my hands, she said and stretched out her long, white hands. These are a pair of hands belonging to a surgeon. Clean, white and steady. My hands can heal other people's pathologies, and they can even replace scalpels in performing surgeries on the human body, Zhou Qir said, slowly walking to Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin looked at her in surprise. Sister Qir, what are you going to do? Zhou Qir squatted down with a smile. I want to see if I can heal your leg. Before Yang Xinxin could refute, Zhou Qir suddenly stretched out his hands. Under everyone's gaze, the hands suddenly became transparent. Then, they slowly sank into Yang Xinxin's legs. It slowly climbed all the way from Yang Xinxin's legs to her spinal cord. Yang Xinxin could feel something stirring inside her body, but the feeling didn't make her painful. Instead, there was a feeling that something was being purged from his body. Soon after, Zhou Qir's hands were taken out from Yang Xinxin's spine. Along with it, there was a large ball of gray-black mucus. While Zhou Qir was cleaning the dirt on his hands, he said to Yang Xinxin, Xinxin, you can try to see if you can stand up. In Yang Xinxin's pupils, the waves suddenly shook. Having been paralyzed for many years, what she longed for most was to have a pair of healthy legs, so that she could walk like a normal person. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at Zhou Qir, and then at Yang Xinxin. Is this the legendary medical miracle? If Zhou Qir can even cure paralysis, there may be no surgical injuries that she can't cure. This ability is simply too powerful. Lu Karen hurriedly came to Yang Xinxin and looked at her with encouraging eyes. Xinxin, give it a try. As she said that, she stretched out her hand to hold Yang Xinxin's arm. Yang Xinxin looked at her legs nervously, and then began to exert force unskillfully. The legs that had been without feeling for many years now actually developed a kind of strength. Supporting her body, she slowly stood up from the wheelchair. Ah! Stand up. I stand up. I can feel them. The girl let out a cry of surprise, completely losing the appearance of the highly intelligent and Yandra girl in the past. With Lu Karen's support, she walked forward step by step and quickly adapted to walking. Yang Xinxin's eyes were filled with tears, and she shed tears while smiling. She rushed over quickly, with a smile on her face. Zhou Qir reached out to pick her up, but she didn't expect Yang Xinxin to pass her and dive into Zhang Yi's arms. Brother, I can stand up. I am a normal girl now. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Qir, who looked embarrassed and wanted to laugh. Well, very good. From now on you can use your own legs to walk. Chapter 559, Recreating the Origin Bomb. After Yang Xinxin's leg healed, she was as happy as a flying butterfly. For the first time, she ran around the entire shelter to convey the good news that her leg was healed to everyone in the shelter. Even Fatty Sue, who was usually the most disliked by her, was not left out. After everyone knew that Yang Xinxin's leg was healed, they all happily congratulated her, especially after learning that Zhou Qir and Lu Karen had awakened their powers. I felt even more moved that there were more talents in the shelter. Only Zhou Haimei is still an ordinary person, but she is very measured, knows her position, and has no complaints in her heart. She is a smart woman, and she is not like a young girl who desires supernatural powers. As a housewife, you don't need to go out to fight and kill, but you can also enjoy a comfortable life at home. Isn't that pretty good? Zhang Yi needs her to be a spiritual therapist to comfort the lonely soul of Uncle Yu, an old man. She also performed her part very well, and because of her presence, the atmosphere in the entire shelter has become better. This is the ability of mature and intellectual women to enliven the atmosphere. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was happy to see Yang Xinxin's leg healed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Superpowers are indeed very convenient, and can do things that humans could not do in the past. Is this the evolution of a species? Although it caused the death of most of the people on the planet, the remaining people, as fire, will become a more powerful and outstanding population. I think I seem to have grasped the law of evolution. Zhang Yi leaned against the door, looking at Yang Xinxin running around on the first floor, and said lightly, Zhou Qir and Lu Karen were lying on the railing on the second floor. When they heard what Zhang Yi said, they couldn't help but cast curious glances. Zhang Yi said that in the past, I have always felt that everyone's abilities are related to their personal temperament. Now that I see the changes in you too, I finally confirm this. Zhang Yi raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Karen and Lu Karen. He said that Kerr is a doctor. So your awakened ability is healing. Karen is a mechanic. And your awakened abilities are related to machinery. So can I understand that the awakening of this ability is closely related to your own ability? Or is it the power you want in your heart? Even the stronger this desire, the more powerful the superpower obtained. When the two of them heard what Zhang Yi said, they couldn't help but think deeply. Zhou Kir said it seemed like it was indeed like this. Uncle Yu was awakened by the shooting. So he wanted to get a stronger body. So his superpower was to strengthen his body. Su Chunlei awakened his superpower on the verge of freezing to death. He hoped that he could withstand the severe cold. As a martial arts fanatic, Teacher Liang hopes to gain faster speed and stronger strength. Now that I think about it carefully, it is true that everyone's changes are related to their desires. When Lu Karen heard this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi. So brother, you have awakened the space system power. What is the reason for this? Is it because you work as a warehouse manager? Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What does he want most? It was after death that the extremely strong resentment made him reborn. Because he has suffered too much from the lack of supplies in the apocalypse. Did he awaken his space power to stock up on goods? So is my rebirth a kind of ability? Zhang Yi subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his left eye. This is indeed an interesting idea. We must know more about our own abilities, and then try our best to develop them. Only in this way can we survive better in the last days. Zhang Yi put down his left hand and waved to Lu Karen with a smile. Karen, come here. Just have a chance to verify the strength of your abilities. Lu Karen ran to Zhang Yi and looked at Zhang Yi expectantly. She also hopes to do more things for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi opened the different space, reached out and slowly took out a dark bullet, and handed it to Lu Karen. Now with your ability, can you reproduce the original bomb? Origin bomb? A product of Jiangnan region headquarters. Even at the Jiangnan region headquarters, it is controlled level ammunition, and only members of the investigation team and other special forces are eligible to use it. The production process is extremely complex, and the materials are very rare. Ordinary arsenals cannot produce it. It is said that this is specially created by the special department of Jiangnan region to deal with aliens. And the number is limited. When dealing with Yuan Kongye, Zhang Yi got Bian Jun was pistol. Although he later returned the gun, he secretly hid one of the original bullets. Because this kind of bullet has the effect of restraining superpowers. Even Yuan Kongye, who is as powerful as Epsilon, will have her telepathy shield pierced by the origin bullet. Zhang Yi has long been eyeing this special ammunition. It's a pity that Evergreen and the others are not kind enough to share some with Zhang Yi. At this time, Lu Karen awakened her superpower. With her mechanical skills and the ability to control the divine machine, Zhang Yi wanted her to try to see if she could recreate the origin bomb. Once successful, the combat effectiveness of their entire team will increase by several levels. Even people without superpowers can still threaten aliens with origin bombs. Not to mention that Zhang Yi is a top-notch sniper himself. So this thing will benefit him the most. Lu Karen reached out and took the origin bomb. The moment her fingers touched it, her brain quickly analyzed its material ratio. After a moment, she frowned slightly and told Zhang Yi that this kind of bullet was very special, with 12 kinds of rare metals used in it. The cost of just one bullet is probably not less than 100,000 yuan. Rare metals? No wonder. Zhang Yi said. How about it? Can you reproduce it? The corners of Lu Karen's mouth raised slightly in a proud smile. In the past, this was not possible with our production environment. But now? Hey. Absolutely no problem. It's just that the material aspect is more difficult. After all, rare metals are not easy to find. I'm afraid you have to go to several major laboratories in Tianhai City or university research centers to find them. Zhang Yi smiled happily. As long as it can be built, materials are not an issue at all. You make a list for me. What materials are needed? I will ask Xingtian and Xiao Honglian to find them for me. Rare metals have many uses, and they would not suspect that Zhang Yi wanted to use them to create origin bombs. Then again, so what if they knew? Even the Jiangnan region cannot be so overbearing as to not allow others to produce their own origin bombs. Right? At least the current Jiangnan region does not have this level of control. Okay. I'll send it to you right away. Lu Karen immediately took out his satellite phone and made a list of the special materials needed for the origin bomb. Zhang Yi added many other rare substances to it, made a list, and sent it to the three forces. Let them help collect. The more the better. Tianhai City used to have a prosperous economy, with many scientific laboratories and top universities. So collecting enough rare metals is not a problem. After the three families received the news from Zhang Yi, they couldn't analyze anything based on this list. They were very happy that Zhang Yi finally asked them to do something, because only Zhang Yi lets them do things, which is a sign of treating them as one of his own. It's not a problem for the three families to collect these materials individually. Chapter 560 Holy Silver Bullets. Brand new equipment. As soon as Zhang Yi spoke, several forces in Tianhai City rushed to collect materials for him. Within a few days, the entire Tianhai City was looted, and they sent Zhang Yi a large amount of rare materials. Zhang Yi praised their contribution, and then sent the materials to Lu Karen's studio and asked her to start replicating the origin bomb. The task of replicating the origin bomb is also very challenging for Lu Karen. After all, there are no two advanced industrial assembly lines in the shelter. It's completely flammable by landing. Divine machine management. Abilities to carry out work. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and asked Lu Karen to take his time. Anyway, the war in Tianhai City is now over, and there will be no more large-scale conflicts in the coming years. But now that he had the materials for the origin bomb, Zhang Yi also tried to ask Lu Karen to build a new combat uniform for him based on it. Lu Karen quickly waved his hand. Brother, you'd better give up on this idea. She explained it carefully to Zhang Yi. It turns out that the origin bomb is only used against aliens, and can break the aliens' protective power. However, if the materials used to make the origin bomb are used to make protective clothing, the defensive power may not be as effective as ordinary body armor. To put it simply, it is like physical resistance and magic resistance. If you use the materials of origin bombs to build a suit, the defense against supernatural powers will be stronger. But if you encounter someone with a gun, or an enhanced type or orc-type alien who is good at strength, this material is not as effective as the current protective clothing. After Lu Karen's explanation, Zhang Yi suddenly understood. He touched his chin and thought, so, could this material be used to create a lining? Wear it under protective clothing. Lu Karen's eyes lit up after being prompted by Zhang Yi. It is indeed a very good idea. Before Zhang Yi could be happy, Lu Karen poured cold water on him again. But it is easier to make bullets. But it is more difficult to make a new suit. She spread her hands and first needed to spin thread, and then weave it into clothes. It's easy to say, but incredibly complicated to do. Zhang Yi slapped her forehead and then remembered that she was a mechanic, not a tailor. Anyway, you should copy the origin bomb first. As for the suit, you can take your time to figure it out later. Lu Karen nodded. Okay, big brother. Not long after, Lu Karen's origin bomb was reproduced. With the control of the divine machine, it is very easy for her to reproduce a weapon as long as she has the original as a sample and enough materials. She gave Zhang Yi a box with rows of silver bullets densely packed inside. Well, this is? Zhang Yi couldn't help being surprised when he saw the silver bullet. I remember that the origin bomb should be black? Lu Karen proudly said that I had improved on the origin bomb. Additional rhodium is added to it to enhance the rigidity of the bullet, and it contains heavy metal toxins. Once the enemy is shot, his injuries will be aggravated by heavy metal infection. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's hand that was about to pick up the bullet stopped in midair. The poison has been quenched. Right? You can. It's really my style, Lu Karen quickly said. I know. Brother, you must like this. After all, your usual style of doing things is relatively good. Lu Karen stopped abruptly and swallowed back the words. Unscrupulous or shameless. There are a few black lines hanging from Zhang Yi's forehead. I'll just assume you are complimenting me. However, if it is poisonous, how should I use it? Lu Karen said that the poison is inside. Only after it comes out of the chamber. The toxin will be stimulated by the burning of gunpowder and contact with blood. If it is not stimulated, touching the body will have no effect. I named it Holy Silver Bullet. In this way, it can also be distinguished from the origin bomb. Hee. Lest someone discovers that you copied the ammunition from Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi couldn't help but praise Lu Karen's wit. He reached out and picked up a holy silver bullet. And the moment he touched it, he could feel a slight discomfort. This thing does have an impact on his abilities. However, fortunately, Zhang Yi's superpower is space. Therefore, special bullets or ordinary bullets make no difference to him. While Zhang Yi was studying bullets, Lu Karen brought over another huge metal box. The box was nearly 2 meters long and looked very heavy. Even Lu Karen, who had been doing manual work all day long, found it difficult to carry it. Brother, there is another good thing that I specially created for you. See if you like it? Zhang Yi's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the length of the box. Could this be a new gun built for me? Lu Karen. Divine Machine Management. Being able to polish machinery to the finest level means that she can greatly improve the performance of weapons. Lu Karen smiled and nodded. Brother. You are smart. You can tell what it is at a glance. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. He reached out to take the weapon box, put it on the table, and reached out to open the buckle. What comes into view is a set of dark silver weapons. A pair of silver pistols with a mysterious violet pattern tattooed on them. A heavy sniper, with its stand separated from the wall. Looks like Zhang Yi's favorite anti-material sniper rifle. Zhang Yi now likes weapons very much. As soon as he saw them, he immediately picked them up and played with them. An expert would know if it was there as soon as he made a move. When the weapon was in his hand, the right weight and perfect feel made Zhang Yi so excited that he wanted to hug Lu Karen and kiss him. Marvelous. These weapons are so awesome, Zhang Yi said happily. Lu Karen said that weapons and holy silver bullets are used together. In other words, even if the weapon or bullet is picked up by someone alone, it cannot be used normally. This is custom made for you, big brother. Lu Karen's face turned red. Zhang Yi's love for weapons greatly satisfied her vanity. As a top mechanical craftsman, seeing her work appreciated by others is what she is most proud of. Later, she told Zhang Yi the name of her weapon. The two dark silver pistols are named Bai Xiao, and the anti-material sniper rifle is named Lei Shu. Zhang Yi took the guns and quickly figured out how to use them proficiently. While he was excited, he didn't forget to reward Lu Karen. So Zhang Yi walked over with a smile, stretched out his hand, and patted Lu Karen's fair and tender face. Karan, you are truly a genius like no other in the world. You have made great achievements this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? Chapter 561 Email from Jiangnan Region. Lu Karen blushed even more when Zhang Yi praised him. But she still said excitedly, Big brother. Me. I want to build a mecha. Okay? Zhang Yi's eyes were slightly startled. Mecha? In Zhang Yi's impression, that kind of thing has always existed in science fiction movies. Of course, today in 2051, humans have indeed developed prototypes of various mechas. However, their cost is too high, and their performance cannot meet the needs of mass production. Therefore, so far, I have not heard of any country having a large number of mecha troops. There are some science studios that have made some exoskeletons out of hobbies. Lu Karen seemed to notice Zhang Yi's suspicion, and she said sheepishly that in fact, I am engaged in mechanical engineering because I like robots. Being able to build a mecha is my biggest dream. I didn't dare to think about it before. After all, the structure of the mecha is too complex, requiring tens of thousands of components. But now, I have it. Divine Machine Management. Ability. Lu Karen looked at his right hand. She couldn't help but hold it tightly, her eyes full of confidence. After replicating the origin bomb, I felt that my ability could potentially turn the mecha into a reality. What ordinary humans cannot do, aliens can do. Zhang Yi smiled. If you want to do something, just do it. I support you. Lu Karen put his hands behind his back nervously and said sheepishly, but that would require a lot of materials. Zhang Yi waved his hand, and it was okay. If you need anything, tell your brother. It's just materials. But it's not easy to solve. The huge Tianhai city still lacks the material she needs? Zhang Yi didn't know at this time how much trouble his casual promise would cause him in the future, because he forgot to ask how complicated the materials Lu Karen wanted to build the mecha were. Zhang Yi was as happy as a child getting a new toy when he got a new weapon. After the end of the world, he fell more and more in love with weapons with powerful destructive power. Although the war is temporarily over, he still spends a lot of time training every day to be prepared for danger in times of peace. The first is to learn martial arts with Liang Yu. Zhang Yi's melee combat ability is somewhat weak, so it is important to improve his martial arts skills. He can avoid close combat with others, but he cannot avoid it. In addition, it is to develop your own special abilities. Now his supernatural power level is no less than that of Bian Zhenwu. Although the level of terror is not as terrifying as that of Yuan Kongya, he can still be regarded as a powerful alien. Suddenly gaining great power, his abilities will change accordingly. Zhang Yi needs to spend a certain amount of time to become familiar with the enhanced skills. Inspired by Zhang Yi's efforts, other people in the shelter did not dare to relax, especially Uncle Yu and Fatty Su. After the two people learned about the classification of supernatural power levels, they understood that they were aliens below the Delta level. That is, the kind of aliens whose upper limit had been fixed long ago. But Zhang Yi reminded them that superpowers are only part of combat power. If you are proficient in mastering your own abilities, it is not surprising that low-level aliens can defeat superior ones and counterattack high-level aliens. Therefore, they are all training hard, just so that they will not hold back Zhang Yi in future battles. It seems that everyone feels that life in the future will not always be easy. They don't know that one day they will face new challenges. But the speed of arrival of this day was somewhat unexpected, because the email from Jiangnan region has been sent to Zhang Yi. The email was received after dusk. On a rare sunny day, the snow in the sky stopped, and the sun shone weakly through the clouds outside the shelter. The sun is white, and its light has no temperature. It just makes the earth more bright. Zhang Yi was sitting in the living room, opposite the burning fireplace. The fire crackled, the orange flame flickered, and a plume of smoke rose as it was exhausted by the shelter's air purification system. Zhang Yi was wearing blue Farron pajamas and lying barefoot on a high-end sofa imported from Rome. Yang Mi sat on the other side and used the technique she had just learned to squeeze his feet. Zhang Yi took his mobile phone and saw the signature. Jiangnan Region Commander-in-Chief's office. When I received the email, I immediately felt alert in my heart. Could it be that Bailey Chongqing failed to keep his promise and revealed my information? Zhang Yi was a little worried. Nowadays, his life is very comfortable, and he doesn't want to be someone's little brother at all. He clicked on the email and read the contents carefully before his brows relaxed, because the content of the email was not directed at him personally, but an open letter. The content of the letter was an order to the alien organizations in the entire Jiangnan region. They are required to arrive at the Jiangnan region headquarters on time on April 8th. This is an order from Zhu Zheng, the commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region. Although the email didn't say what would happen if I didn't go. But if you think about it with your toes, it's clear. If anyone dares not to go, it is equivalent to falling out with Jiangnan region. At that time, I am afraid that I will face the thunderous wrath of Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi has no doubt that a team like Bian Junhua's Blackrobe team can easily wipe out all the alien organizations in a city. The day did come. Not surprising, Zhang Yi said lazily. Although he is not happy to leave Tianhai City, this situation will happen sooner or later. After the arrival of the Ice Age, high-level government orders could not be issued to local areas, resulting in the emergence of large and small organizations in various regions. As the situation gradually stabilizes, it must be managed by senior management. Otherwise, the whole land will definitely be in chaos. And once it encounters an enemy from the outside, it cannot form an effective force confrontation. The Jiangnan region must free its hands at this time to unite the scattered sand in many cities in Jiangnan. Zhang Yi can understand this. It's just that others are lazy and really only want to take care of their own little land. Zhang Yi was not the only one who received this email. The entire Jiangnan region, hundreds of cities, and forces large and small, as long as they reached a certain level, all received this email. The call of Jiangnan region? Is this asking us to perform Hajj? Is there going to be a war? No, it shouldn't be enough. I really don't want to go. It would be great for me to be a local emperor here. It's a pity that I can't beat them, so I can only get past them. How is the world outside now? I'm also curious. So let's go there. Zhang Yi looked at his phone lazily. There was no way he could refuse this matter. Even if his strength became stronger, he would not want to have trouble with the strongest force in the region. However, he had to inquire about the situation in advance. Zhang Yi pulled out Bailey Chongqing's contact information from his phone, smiled slightly, and dialed his number. Chapter 562 Integrating Power. Bailey Chongqing is now the captain of the Black Robe team. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to leak the intelligence of the region to Zhang Yi. But there was a big secret between him and Zhang Yi. So Zhang Yi asked him for information about the gathering. And he had to tell Zhang Yi some information. Even if he could only tell Zhang Yi part of it, it would be much better than Zhang Yi's random guessing now. At this time in Blizzard City, Bailey Chongqing was wearing casual clothes and sitting at the dining table at home, waiting for dinner. There was heavy snow outside, and there was a warm scene inside. His son was only 8 years old, with a big head, and was digging into the bowl with chopsticks. His wife was in the kitchen making soup. Regardless of this ordinary house, it is definitely an A-level living area in Blizzard City. Only captain-level figures and their relatives can live here. Bailey Chongqing was recently promoted. He is in high spirits during happy events and works extra hard when accompanying his wife on errands. But at this moment, he picked up the phone and saw that the person calling was Zhang Yi, and the smile on his face immediately froze. There is a big secret about him becoming the captain. The credit that originally belonged to Zhang Yi was divided among their entire investigation team. Otherwise, according to the rules of the headquarters, Zhang Yi must be invited here. It is hard to say whether he should be the captain or not. But it will never be his turn to be everlasting. Therefore, Bailey Chongqing, who had pigtails in Zhang Yi's hands, looked a little strange. Xiao, who next to him, looked at his father with a strange expression and couldn't help but ask his father, "What's wrong?" Bailey Chongqing looked at his son and smiled and said it was nothing. His father had something to do at work. "You and Mom should eat first." He walked to the bathroom with the phone, locked the door, carefully looked around, and then answered the phone. "Hello? Zhang Yi? Who else could I be?" "Captain Bailey. How are you doing lately?" Bailey Chongqing took a deep breath when he heard Zhang Yi's joking tone. "Thanks to you, I also became the captain. What do you want from me?" Zhang Yi didn't mince words. He said straightforwardly, "What is the summoning order of Jiangnan region? Tell me about it." Bailey Chongqing smiled easily when he heard this. It turned out to be because of this. "Have you received the email?" "Just received." "That's right. The Commander-in-Chief has recently made a decision to integrate all the forces that can be integrated in the Jiangnan region. We have also been notified of this matter, because there will be many strangers from all over the world on April 8th. We need to maintain the stability in Blizzard City. By then, there will be at least 2 investigation teams there." Zhang Yi remembered that Bian Junhua had said that there were 6 investigation teams, like theirs in the headquarters. And any investigation team is powerful enough to sweep across an area. Not only are their team members all high-level aliens, but they also have the most advanced equipment and science and technology provided by Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi didn't care about this. What he was most concerned about was the purpose of this gathering. Is calling us there this time to include us? Unified and reorganized into alien troops, managed by the region. Is it right? Bailey Chongqing scratched his head. I don't know this. After all, the will of the headquarters will not be communicated to us frontline combatants. However, I think you may be overthinking it. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. Oh, how to say? Bailey Chongqing truthfully said that supporting a foreigner at the headquarters requires a large investment of resources. If the forces of the entire Jiangnan region were concentrated, wouldn't your food, clothing, housing, transportation, and training resources all have to be provided by the region? Even though Blizzard City has a big business, it cannot afford this kind of consumption. Zhang Yi sneered. There are only a few thousand people at most. And you can't afford to take care of the food? Bailey Chongqing laughed loudly when he heard this. Although foreigners have big appetites, a little food is not a problem for the headquarters. We have our own agricultural plantations and are self-sufficient. However, what is really scarce are drugs specifically used to cultivate aliens. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. Is there such a thing? Of course. The forces at the regional level have the most advanced technology in the country and the most professional means of cultivating aliens. Otherwise, why do you think the aliens in Blizzard City are generally stronger than those in other cities? Zhang Yi has gained experience, but he is not envious. If becoming stronger requires sacrificing freedom, he would rather not do it. Anyway, he is strong enough now. After hearing what Bailey Chongqing said, Zhang Yi rubbed his nose. In short, can I understand that Jiangnan region requires us to obey the management, but is unwilling to provide us with materials? Bailey Chongqing shrugged. That's not the case. In these troubled times, strangers from the outside world are also a very huge force. The commander wants to make good use of this power and prevent it from getting out of hand and turning into trouble. So when the time comes, I will definitely give you an acceptable condition. Zhang Yi felt a little reassured. If that was the case, there would be nothing wrong with going over and taking a look. As long as you hide your true strength well and don't let anyone know. That's okay. So he said, okay, you can talk about it. But I still have to go and take a look in person to know the details. Bailey Chongqing said with a smile, when you come, I will treat you to a drink. Okay. You don't need to tell me. I will come find you when the time comes. Zhang Yi also replied with a smile. Bailey Chongqing naturally wants to win over Zhang Yi and let Zhang Yi keep the secret of the two of them. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to get more information about Blizzard City from him. The two of them each get what they need. After ending the call, Zhang Yi stretched and asked Yang Mi to stop. Go call everyone over. We have something to do again, Zhang Yi said to Yang Mi. Yang Mi heard Zhang Yi's call and roughly understood what was going on. This made her sigh softly, lamenting that the quiet days were going to be disruptive again. She nodded, and then went over to tell everyone to gather in the living room. Zhang Yi sat up on the sofa, reached out, and took a piece of ice cream from the coffee table to eat. This time, he still had to give face to Jiangnan region's summons. However, in the summons order, it was only noted that the leader of the force must go, but it didn't say not to take people there. Therefore, Zhang Yi considered bringing the main combat power of the team with him. After all, this is the first large gathering of strangers in the Jiangnan region. I don't know how many local forces will meet in Blizzard City by then. There is no one who can survive in the apocalypse until now and form a certain scale of power. Powerful people from all walks of life gather together, and friction will arise if you are not careful. Although Zhang Yi is not a troublemaker, it is always the safest way to bring more people. While waiting for everyone to come over, Zhang Yi made a phone call to Xing Tian and asked him if he had received any news. Xing Tian gave an affirmative reply. I just received it too. Zhang Yi, do you think we should go or not? Zhang Yi said that Xing Tian had received the news, and it seemed that Xiao Honglian and Qin Jingwan would not be left behind. At this moment, the entire power of Tianhai City may have to pass by together. Chapter 563 Deciding on the candidate to go to Blizzard City. Zhang Yi said to Xing Tian that of course he would go. Let's get together then. Such a large number of people can also intimidate others, lest some blind people come and cause trouble. Zhang Yi and his team are elite and have a relatively small number of people. It's better to bring the other three forces together. When the time comes, they can still be able to block the knife if something happens. It's perfect. Xing Tian was determined to follow Zhang Yi and naturally agreed happily. Well, let me know when you are going to set off. Well, that's settled then. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, he said the same thing to the other two families. Sure enough, they also received news from Jiangnan region and expressed their willingness to follow Zhang Yi to Blizzard City. After making the call, everyone had already arrived. After everyone heard Yang Mi talk about the general situation, they couldn't help but talk about it in the living room. Everyone's face was full of curiosity and anxiety. They don't know much about the Jiangnan region, but he also knew that that place had extremely powerful energy. Needless to say, there is no need to talk about the various modern weapons. Let's just talk about the aliens coming out of their place. They are all very powerful. The Black Robe team led by Bian Junhua left a very deep impression on everyone in Tianhai City. Okay, everyone is here. I'll just tell you what brought you here. Zhang Yi sat up straight, looked at everyone and said, the Jiangnan region headquarters issued a convening order to all forces within the region. We are required to arrive at Blizzard City in Jinling before April 8th. There is basically no room for maneuver in this matter, let alone refusal. We must go there. So let me tell you in advance and be prepared. There is nothing negotiable about this matter. They will not be stupid enough to go against Jiangnan region. Go. Of course you have to go. Zhang Yi simply informed them. After everyone listened, they couldn't help but start talking. Fatty Su asked worriedly, why did the district suddenly summon us? Is there any conspiracy? Uncle Yu said that probably not. It might just be a general mobilization similar to a military parade. Fatty Su asked again if there was going to be a war? Uncle Yu said, that's hard to say. However, probably not. He smiled and said that although we are in the end of the world now, with 6 major regions guarding China, who would dare to invade? Zhang Yi listened to everyone's discussion and told everyone the news he got from Bailey Chongqing. Don't worry too much. I've already communicated with my friends over there. This time should be a conference held by the Jiangnan region headquarters in order to confirm its authority and unify the large and small forces under the jurisdiction of the entire region. It's not as if they should recruit us and let us leave Tianhai City and go over there. Zhang Yi spread his hands. After all, if we leave, Tianhai City will really become a dead city. Maybe others will take notice of you. I believe Jiangnan region will not make such a decision. Okay, now we have to decide who will go there. Zhang Yi glanced around the crowd and said calmly, let's stay the same. Me, Uncle Yu, Su Fatty, Lian Yu, and Wawa are heading to Blizzard City. Others stayed behind. But someone had an opinion. Zhou Qier looked at Zhang Yi eagerly. Zhang Yi, this rare gathering of strangers in the entire Jiangnan region. I also want to go and have a look. Maybe it can be of some help. Zhang Yi smiled and said, you are a doctor. We didn't go to fight. What are you doing there? That's not good. Zhou Qier hugged Zhang Yi's arm and said coquettishly, as you said, it will be a mixed bag over there. What if you have a conflict with someone and start a fight? Don't you feel relieved to have a personal doctor here? Zhang Yi smiled and said, can Blizzard City not even have a doctor? Zhou Qier raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, can you trust their doctors to treat you? There was something unusual in Zhou Qier's eyes. Zhang Yi frowned and thought for a moment, and immediately realized the problem. Are you saying that if I accept their treatment in the past, I might leak my own information? Jiangnan region possesses extremely advanced science and technology, and also has a specialized agency to rate aliens. In other words, if Zhang Yi is inspected by them like this, their level of strength and even the specifics of his abilities may be thoroughly investigated by them. Zhou Qier said seriously, I am worried that they will get your genetic sample and use it to make weapons against you. Zhang Yi's gaze became more profound. He couldn't help but think of the origin bomb. This kind of weapon was specially developed to deal with aliens. If your genetic information is obtained by others, it is very possible to develop weapons specifically for yourself. Not only Zhang Yi felt in danger, but everyone else also felt a chill in their backs. Is it so complicated? In this way, even if we go there, we must be careful not to leave our own information casually. Fatty Su, in particular, had a serious look on his face. After thinking about his usual hobbies, he decided to bring some chili pepper water there and determined not to leave any DNA there. Zhou Qier's words successfully convinced Zhang Yi. He felt that it was most reassuring for doctors to use their own people. Zhang Yi nodded and said to Zhou Qier, Okay, you can come with us. Great. Zhou Qier laughed happily. It was a rare opportunity to travel far away, and she certainly didn't want to miss it. At this time, Lu Karen cast an envious look at Zhou Karen and volunteered. Brother, please take me with you. Zhang Yi glanced at Lu Karen and couldn't help but rub his head to calm down. If you all follow him, how can we take care of him? Lu Karen gave Zhang Yi an irresistible reason. Brother, Jiangnan region has so many advanced weapons. There must be others besides origin bombs. Don't you want it? She put a hand on her chest and said confidently that as long as I was given a chance to touch them, I would be able to analyze their structure and material composition. There is a high probability that it can be reproduced. Zhang Yi slapped his thigh and went. He must go. Even if no one goes, they have to take my flammable sister with them. So the decision to go to Blizzard City was made happily. As for the others, they have no plans to follow. Yang Mi and Zhou Haimei like to stay at home and enjoy the quiet years. Yang Xinxin, on the other hand, has to stay at home. On the one hand, she provides information technology support to Zhang Yi and the others. On the other hand, only she and Zhang Yi are familiar with the various systems at home. Zhang Yi left home, and it was up to her to maintain the safety of the shelter. So, there were a total of 6 people, and 1 cat who decided to go to Blizzard City this time. Chapter 564 Xiaomaishan Subway Station. After Zhang Yi determined the number of people going to Blizzard City, he replied with 3 words to the other party. Received. This is basic courtesy. After all, if you read it back, it will easily leave an arrogant impression on others. Soon, another email was sent over there. The content inside is very simple. Please wait at Xiaomaishan Subway Station in Lujiang District at 2:30 p.m. on April 7th. Someone will come to pick you up at that time. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. He thought he would drive there by himself. But he didn't expect that a special car was arranged. But if you think about it carefully, it's right. If everyone drives there, there will be too many people and cars, making it difficult to manage. Zhang Yi thought of this and ordered everyone at home to pack their things. There are still 2 days until April 7th. Then, he directly started a conference call and invited Xing Tian, Xiao Honglian and Qin Jingguan in. The 3 people did not dare to neglect and immediately appeared in front of the camera. Zhang Yi said that I had already replied to the email from Jiangnan District, and they said they would arrange someone to come and respond. How's it going over there? The 3 people expressed the same idea one after another, and all said the time and address the other party gave them. There is no suspense. Just like for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded. But at the same time, he couldn't help feeling afraid. If you are careless and fail to reply to that email, it may cause the other party to misunderstand. Is there anything to say about Xiaomaishan subway station? Is it possible that we can take the subway there directly? Zhang Yi asked the 3 people. Xiao Honglian and Xingtian looked confused. Only Qin Jingguan calmly said that there are 2 types of transportation lines in China. One is for civilian use, and the other is for military use. Some transportation lines, including railways and subways, are not open to the public. Its construction is also relatively secretive and cannot be accessed by ordinary people. I remember there was a special train passing by Xiaomia Mountain. Qin Jingguan had a lot of status before the end of the world. He was the son of a high-ranking military official, so he knew something about it. Zhang Yi couldn't help but nodded. That's it. Since it is a dedicated line, can it still operate normally in the apocalypse? It's really awesome. After sighing with emotion, Zhang Yi reminded them not to bring too many people with them when they go, but only need to bring a few elite strangers with them. But these words sounded a little hurtful. There are very few aliens left in the 3 major bases, and almost all of them died in those battles. Now that the 3 major bases are put together, there are only a dozen strangers, not as many as there were in one base. The good news is that those who survived were the best of the best, and they could barely hold on for a while. Everyone naturally obeyed Zhang Yi's words and got ready to go. 2 days later, at noon on April 7th, Zhang Yi set off with a group of people. As a space alien, the biggest advantage is that you don't need to think about what to bring when traveling. Anyway, just bring it all. Zhang Yi carefully checked the weapons and equipment on his body, whether the combat uniform was complete, and whether the dagger was in a convenient position. If the firearm is placed in a different space, the safety must be turned on to ensure that it can be taken out for shooting at any time. After everything was ready, the 6 of them and 1 cat left the shelter. After saying goodbye to Yang Xinxin and others, they rushed to the Xiamayashan subway station. Xiamayashan subway station is only more than 30 kilometers away from the shelter, and it takes less than an hour to drive there. After Zhang Yi and the others arrived, they found that cars from Xingtian and other 3 forces were waiting here early. Although Zhang Yi repeatedly asked them not to bring too many people, it seemed that each family brought no less than 10 people, all of whom were fully armed elite soldiers or strangers. Zhang Yi got out of the car, and Xingtian and others saw him from a distance and hurried over to say hello. Zhang Yi, you are here. Zhang Yi looked at them with a smile. Based on your number, if all the forces send many people there, wouldn't there be tens of thousands of people? Xiao Honglian sighed and said that we are indeed a little scared now. It's better to bring more people with you to be safe. Zhang Yi understood Xiao Honglian's concerns. Tianhai City has been in constant war since the end of the world, and almost all the people who were left were almost dead. Nowadays, when traveling to a strange place and meeting so many large and small forces, it is inevitable that I will not feel confident. Be cautious, Zhang Yi said calmly without making any further comments. Everyone, led by Zhang Yi, went to Xiamayashan subway station and saw Zhang Yi using his space powers to put away the snowmobile. So Xiao Honglian was the first to come over and said with a smile to Zhang Yi, "Why don't you collect the car for us? Otherwise, if you leave it here for a long time, it will be easily damaged." This sentence also shows trust in Zhang Yi. After all, their snowmobiles are also important strategic resources. Xingqian and Xinjingwan also hurriedly said, "Yes, Zhang Yi, your ability is so convenient. Just do us a favor." Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. "If you can trust me, then I will do you this little favor." Everyone said in unison that of course they can be trusted. Zhang Yi walked over, and with a simple wave of his hand, all the snowmobiles they drove were taken into the different space by him. When Xiao Honglian and others saw this, their eyes were full of envy. The space ability is really very practical. It is both offensive and defensive, and it is also perfect in terms of supporting functions. After everyone arrived at Xiamayashan subway station, it was already buried in heavy snow. Fatty Su walked over and stirred up the snow on the ground. He opened his hands towards the ground with 5 fingers spread out. Fubuki. As soon as the ability is activated, the deep snow on the ground immediately flies out from the center of the circle towards the surroundings, as if it has been blown by a hurricane. Not long after, the entrance to the subway station more than 10 meters underground was revealed. Zhang Yi and others walked in and saw that this subway platform was different from other places. When you reach out and touch it, you can feel that its walls are wider and thicker, and the material used is also higher grade concrete. This material can withstand severe impacts. After all, it is a military railway line, and the construction level is naturally different from that for civilian use. Uncle Yu turned on the lights, illuminating the area below as bright as day. Everyone followed the path to the platform. It was cold and dry below, and it was so dark that it was hard to believe that a train would pass by here. No one dared to step over here, so there was still an hour before 2:30 p.m. The guys chatted for a while and exchanged their views on the Jiangnan region headquarters. Xingtian and Xiao Honglian were just chatting, and they had no understanding of the Jiangnan region, but who knew that Zhang Yi actually got some useful information from Qin Jingwan. Chapter 565 Blizzard City Special Train. Qin Jingwan came from a distinguished family, and his father was a high-ranking military official. Otherwise, he would not be able to become a lieutenant commander in the Navy at the age of less than 30. Although now that the end of the world has come, all the titles and authority that he had before have been reshuffled. But the resources and connections are still there. Just like Shen Xinyan, the leader of Xishan Base, had an old relationship with Zhu Zheng, the commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region. Qin Jingwan also has friends in Blizzard City. At this time, several major forces in Tianhai City were united and hoped to receive Zhang Yi's protection. So Qin Jingwan came over like a treasure and told Zhang Yi some of what he knew about the Jiangnan region summons order. I have a friend who serves as a company commander in the Blizzard City Defense Force. I asked him about the situation this time, and he knew part of the situation. This time Commander-in-Chief Zhu Zheng summoned all the major and minor forces in the entire Jiangnan region to actually make plans for the future. First, half a year after the end of the world, some large-scale forces have basically formed in various places, and it is no longer as chaotic as before. The headquarters hopes to manage these forces in a unified manner. Secondly, the integration of forces is also to prevent invasion by foreign enemies or mutated creatures causing chaos. Zhang Yi glanced at Qin Jingwan and asked curiously, I can understand that the mutated creatures are causing trouble. But what about the invasion of foreign enemies? Looking at Blue Star now, there is no country that is not struggling to survive in the Ice Age. They have trouble protecting themselves, but they still have the energy to harass us? When the two of them were talking, others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Qin Jingwan smiled profoundly. Although he had turned into a one-eyed dragon and looked a bit like a pirate when he wore an eye patch, he still had the elegance of a young master despite his extraordinary background. Qin Jingwan put his hands in his pockets and said with a faint smile that a large-scale war would definitely not break out. However, small-scale conflicts in border areas are said to have never stopped. The key point of the problem lies in China's geographical location. As we all know, there are too many countries, large and small, on our borders. Moreover, our country, China, has a vast territory. Although the high-level military force is still strong, its military strength is not as good as before. Therefore, I am tired of dealing with numerous small-scale harassments around me. At this point, Qin Jingwan said, of course, this situation is not unique to China. In fact, this situation exists basically all over the world. Even some small countries have perished. Zhang Yi felt a little dizzy after hearing this. He rubbed his temples and said lightly that there were too many snakes, insects, rats, and ants to kill all. But national affairs, planned by carnivores, do not require us to worry about them for the time being. There are high-level officials from the region who make the decisions, and they have more experience in handling these matters than we do. The most we can do is act as pawns, and do our best to make our own contribution. Zhang Yi's life principle is that if he is successful, he will help the world. And if he is poor, he will be alone. First, he must ensure the safety of himself and those around him. But in terms of the interests of the country, if he needs to take action, he will not shirk it. At this time, veteran Yu Jiguang said loudly that if anyone dares to invade our territory, I will be the first to go to the battlefield and beat them out. Xiao Honglian folded his arms and said lightly that it was natural. But if it really goes as you said, my heart will feel much more at ease. At least if you know the purpose of this meeting, you won't be suspicious all day long. Although no one else spoke, many people's eyes became hot. They can fight among themselves for resources, but that is their own family's business. If someone really dares to attack one day, they will definitely risk their lives to fight. Anyway, after the end of the world, they have become accustomed to seeing life and death, and their fear of death has weakened a lot. Even if they have to die, they hope that their death will be worthwhile. While everyone was talking about it, Hua, who was sitting on Zhang Yi's shoulder, suddenly sat up straight, eyes as wide as bells, staring at the end of the subway tunnel. Meow. It patted Zhang Yi's tactical helmet with its white paws, signaling to him that there was movement ahead. Zhang Yi quickly looked back at the end of the subway tunnel. After a while, a faint light suddenly appeared in the darkness, and the rumble of a train approaching at high speed reached everyone's ears. Coming, Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. Everyone looked over there, a little excited and a little nervous. It is inevitable for everyone to do this when it comes to unknown things. Soon, the subway lights cut through the dark tunnel and shone on everyone. It was a military green special train, like a long dragon running underground. And it quickly arrived at the platform in front of everyone. It's so fast. It's like a high-speed train running underground. Soldiers are very valuable, so it is not surprising that military trains have such speed. Laugh. After the subway stopped, it made the sound of steam. Then the subway doors opened. But only one door opened. Behind the door, a tall and straight conductor wearing a black uniform, stood in front of everyone with a smile. When Zhang Yi saw the conductor, he felt a chill on his back. Because she was a woman nearly 1.9 meters tall, with skin as white as snow, and although the smile on her face was bright, it was terrifyingly cold. It feels a bit like a living person. Sure enough, Luke Karen beside him quietly said to them that this is a robot. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that no wonder he had such a gloomy feeling. This is probably the uncanny valley effect. The conductor bowed to everyone and saluted. Everyone, please board the Blizzard train number 13. After saying that, she stepped aside and made way for everyone. Zhang Yi walked up first with a calm expression. After getting on the train, everyone found that this place was really different from the ordinary subway. The interior from the seats to the floor interior is completely different from that of a civilian subway. In the corner at the end of the subway, there are several huge green iron boxes with a faint red light on them. I don't know what they are used for. Zhang Yi was not a talkative person, so he found a seat in the middle and sat down. Zhou Qi and Lu Karen quickly sat next to him. This carriage is relatively spacious, so it stands to reason that everyone has a seat. But no one dared to sit next to Zhang Yi and the others, as well as next to the leaders of the three major forces. Fortunately, these elites were trained in the apocalypse and were not so pretentious. They sat casually in the carriage and could rest against the carriage. Soon, the car door slammed shut again. The conductor stood by the door with a smile, looking straight ahead with a signature smile on his face. Soon, the train turned into a long dragon in the darkness again, rumbling and roaring towards the front. There are no station announcements and no route maps. Zhou Qi and Lu Karen's expressions were tense at first, but then they got really bored and fell asleep leaning on Zhang Yi's shoulders. But Zhang Yi didn't sleep. When he thought that he was about to arrive at the legendary Blizzard City, he couldn't sleep at all. Chapter 566 Tigers and Leopards in Groups. After the train drove in the dark for an hour and a half, it suddenly stopped midway. But the car door did not open, and Zhang Yi and the others could vaguely see the cold light outside through the window. They leaned on the car window and looked out, and saw a group of people pouring into another car. They are wearing completely different clothes from Zhang Yi and others, but they should also be specially made clothes with advanced cold protection capabilities, because the light in the subway was very dark. Zhang Yi could not see their faces clearly, but he could feel the murderous aura permeating the air in the shadows. Obviously, this group is the Doomsday Masters of another city. They are also ruthless characters who came out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Sure enough, the people who went to Blizzard City this time were all ruthless people. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But when Zhang Yi said such words, Xing Tian, Xiao Honglian, Qin Jingwan and others looked at him with extremely strange eyes. Cruel person? Are you talking about them? If they are cruel, then you are Satan. Although Zhang Yi repeatedly reminded them not to reveal any information about him to the outside world, especially his strength. But no one in Tianhai City knows that Yuan Kongya, who originally established himself in the realm of Epsilon, was killed by Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi, who has absorbed Yuan Kongya's origin, is now so terrifyingly powerful that it is really unimaginable. In fact, Zhang Yi always easily forgets how powerful he is. He feels like he's just an ordinary person, and he reminds himself of that often. Only in this way will he not be complacent and make mistakes like Yuan Kongya did. That's right. If the original Yuan Kongya had been replaced by Zhang Yi now, the ending would definitely be completely different. Yuan Kongya will lose, largely because she believes in her own power too much. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and quietly observed everything outside. Soon the train started moving again. This scene lasted 9 more times. Zhang Yi didn't know which batch of passengers he was on the bus, but judging from the geographical location, it shouldn't be too late. Through this, we can determine how many cities in the Jiangnan region have large-scale alien forces, because small-scale forces do not need to be personally summoned by the Jiangnan region. For example, take Tianhai City where Zhang Yi and the others are located. Although after the battle with the snow worship cult, only 4 major forces remained. However, Tianhai City is very large, with villages, towns and prefecture-level cities surrounding it, so there must be some small-scale human groups. The Jiangnan region does not need to govern them with long arms. It only needs to manage the head forces in each region, and the forces below will naturally be governed by the head forces. After a long journey, the train finally stopped at a brightly lit platform. When the train pulled into the platform, Zhang Yi and the others knew that they must have arrived at Jinling, because only the Blizzard City in Jinling still has the ability to maintain the normal operation of subway transportation. There will be lights, Zhang Yi glanced at the satellite phone and saw that the time was a little after 6 p.m. This trip took them more than 3 hours. And considering the need to detour to other cities on the way, it was considered relatively reasonable. At this time, the robot conductor suddenly twisted his neck and looked at Zhang Yi and others. She smiled and said, "Everyone, the final stop, Blizzard City, has arrived. Please pack your luggage and get off the bus as soon as possible. Every terminal station Blizzard City has arrived. Please pack ye and belongings a car as soon as possible." Zhang Yi stood up slowly and said lightly, "Let's go!" The eyes of the others were a little nervous. They stood up involuntarily and waited for Zhang Yi to take the lead and go out. Zhou Ke and Lu Karen were even more cautious, never leaving Zhang Yi's side. Zhang Yi stepped out of the subway and saw the doors of more than a dozen carriages opened, and groups of soldiers dressed in combat uniforms and armed to the teeth walked out. Everyone looks like an ancient heavily armored warrior, wrapped in thick combat uniforms. People were sitting next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, looking at each other with cold and fearful eyes. Among this group of people, there are also some people who are uniquely dressed, or even wearing only thin clothing. There are even some giants who are 4 or 5 meters tall and have to squat and climb out. All kinds of characters make the entire subway platform look like a world exposition. A chilling and eerie atmosphere filled the place. Zhou Ke and Lu Karen's little faces were pale, and they couldn't bear the murderous aura permeating the place. Not all of these warriors are deliberately releasing murderous intent to intimidate others, because murderous aura itself is a kind of aura that will naturally appear on the body after killing too much. You can't smell it with your nose, and you can't see it with your naked eyes, but your body's instincts can detect it. This is like the reason why a dog will be so frightened that he cannot move after seeing a butcher who kills the dog. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people deliberately display their aura in order to show their strength during gatherings. But Zhang Yi is obviously not included among these people. Although many people died at his hands, he was not a murderous person. Essentially, he only plays defensive counterattack, taking shots at his attackers. Coupled with a long-term mental training, his murderous intention can be well concealed. Even people who don't know him well may think that he is somewhat harmless at first glance. Zhang Yi silently slowed down and did not let himself go in front, because the leader is the easiest to be targeted. While hiding himself, he was also secretly observing the strangers nearby. Not only Zhang Yi, almost all the strangers who came here chose the same approach. They were wary of the strong men in the surrounding cities. In the apocalypse, no one is a true friend or enemy. Everyone may cooperate at any time because of common interests. And naturally there may also be wars due to competition for resources. Nowadays, the power of most cities has stabilized. If there is another dispute, it will only be a battle between cities. These strangers are so arrogant that they want everyone to know how powerful they are. Some were restrained, covering their whole bodies in black burqas so that even their faces could not be seen clearly. Some are calm, observing everyone openly and allowing others to look at them. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a few unkind eyes coming from beside him. Looking at them, he looked over subconsciously. The teens in the car next to them stared at them without hesitation. Not only Zhang Yi, but others also gradually discovered the evil nature of this group of people. Qin Jingwan frowned and reminded Zhang Yidao that they were from Days City. Did you see that bald head? His name is Sun Jiaming, and he also controls a fleet. There has been friction with us before at sea. Days City? Zhang Yi is very familiar with this city because it is on the southwest side of Tianhai City. Next to Tianhai City, he often visited this city in the past. After feeling their unkind glances, Zhang Yi couldn't help but glance at Qin Jingwan. Are they coming for you? As soon as these words came out, others also looked at Qin Jingwan. If it was Qin Jingwan's own personal conflict, others would not want to cause trouble for him. Qin Jingwan was a little anxious and hurriedly said that although we had some conflicts with Sun Jiaming in the past, they are definitely not just hostile to our Chaoyu base now. As I said before, there are many people who think that our power in Tianhai City is weak and have ideas about us. Without him having to say anything, Zhang Yi could already feel many eyes from around him looking towards them. Zhang Yi calmly said that he should ignore them for now and finish the matter here. This is Blizzard City. No one dares to act rashly here. What's more, if these people really don't know whether to live or die, Zhang Yi is not afraid of them. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, several powerful people felt a little more at ease. Today, the stability of Tianhai City rests entirely on Zhang Yi and his team. The alien forces in Days City saw Zhang Yi and others unresponsive and thought this was a sign of cowardice. Sun Jiaming sneered, crossed his arms and said, It seems that Tianhai City has really been destroyed. They were very arrogant in the past. I heard that Wei Dinghai is dead. How can a mere Chen Jingwan support a team? In the past, when Tianhai City was strong, every force had strong troops. Sun Jiaming's forces frequently collided with Chao Yu base at sea, but they had to give way every time. Now that all the power in Tianhai City has fallen, he can just get the situation back. You can even consider going to Tianhai City and plundering the resources there. Not far away from Sun Jiaming, a woman with big waves and flaming red lips smiled charmingly. Look at their team. There are only so many people here. It seems that the rumors are true. The huge Tianhai City used to be so prosperous, but now its population is withering. What a waste! This woman is Gu Hongdai, the leader of another force in Day's city. In addition to the two of them, Chen Liangyu, the leader of another force, is also here. He was wrapped tightly, with a blue scarf wrapped around his neck. They looked at Zhang Yi and others with sinister eyes, but they didn't say a word. But from his eyes, it is not difficult to see that he also has thoughts about the people in Tianhai City. It's not just them. There are several other organizations from the surrounding cities of Tianhai City, and they are also looking at Zhang Yi and others with the eyes of scrutinizing prey. In the apocalypse, the law of the weak and the strong is universal. If you are not strong enough but have a lot of resources, you will definitely be coveted by others. But now, although they have all kinds of thoughts about Zhang Yi and others, this is Blizzard City after all. They have not forgotten the purpose of coming, and they do not dare to act recklessly here. But it's hard to say what will happen after leaving Blizzard City. After all, judging from the number of people coming to Tianhai City on this trip, they did show a weak state. When everyone got off the special train, there was suddenly a burst of neat and heavy footsteps in front of them. Everyone looked around and saw a group of soldiers wrapped in black combat uniforms and holding black rifles appearing in front of the platform. Their clothes are very strange. They are so pure black that even the light is absorbed into them. Zhang Yi frowned when he first saw their clothes, because the feel of these combat uniforms is somewhat similar to the combat uniforms of Bian Junwu and other investigation teams. But compared to them, the combat uniforms of Bian Junwu and others are not so standardized and should be customized. These soldiers wore black helmets and black leather gloves on their hands. Not even a trace of skin exposed. But they stood there, as majestic as iron towers, motionless, as if they were growing on the ground. They didn't do anything. They just stood there. And the momentum they showed shocked the alien forces in the 12 cities in front of them. Blizzard City Defense Force, Yan Yun. The elite among the elite in Jiangnan region. Special forces among special forces. Chapter 567 Yan Yun Troops. Yan Yun's troops appeared in front of everyone for the first time. They are all pure soldiers. After the end of the world, it is not an exaggeration to call them pure killing machines. Even if there are 300,000 defenders in Blizzard City, the number of such elites is only 5,000. It's just that they are different from ordinary defense forces. They are just elites who exist to deal with the problem of mutant creatures. People like Bianju and Wu Bailey Chanqing and others were all strong men who came out of this army. A handful of 20 Yan Yun team members were able to overwhelm the 12 cities in the Jiangnan region. And thousands of strong men were trembling, even though they also came out of blood and fire. When they encountered this kind of killing machine, the gap between them was still obvious. Among the crowd, a beautiful woman with a high bun and flaming red lips looked at Tin Yan Yun and couldn't help but lick her lips. Her eyes filled with fiery color. It's really mighty and majestic. I really want to taste their taste. In another direction, a veteran carrying a black violin case with a solemn look on his face narrowed his eyes. And there seemed to be a secret competition in his eyes. Inside the platform, although everyone was intimidated by the momentum of Yan Yun's troops, they were not afraid. On the contrary, some people are calculating Yan Yun's strength in their minds, silently measuring the level of Jiangnan region's strength. At this moment, a tall figure slowly walked out from behind Tin Yan Yun. A pair of black leather boots stepped heavily on the floor, causing Zhang Yi to frown at the noise. The sound seemed to be intimidating and quite impolite. Everyone saw the owner of the pair of black leather boots. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man. He was wearing a green military uniform, and the golden general stars on his shoulders were particularly conspicuous. He wears a loose green robe over his military uniform, with half of his face hidden under the collar. All that can be seen is the tall nose bridge and a pair of sharp eagle-like eyes. But when these eyes glanced at everyone present, everyone felt as if a knife had been slashed across their bodies, sending chills down their spines. So strong. Zhang Yi immediately felt like this. Just a look made him feel dangerous. This kind of thing is almost rare for him nowadays. Only Bian Junwoo, who used Nirvana, and Yuan Kongye, who had just been promoted to Epsilon, had given him such a feeling. In Zhang Yi's mind, what Bian Jun was said to him emerged. Jiangnan region is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and there are 6 investigation captains like him. The person in front of me is the commander of Yin Yun's troops at first glance, and his strength is probably not weaker than Bian Junwoo, even stronger than Bian Junwoo. After all, when Zhang Yi saw Bian Junwoo, he was already terminally ill, and not in the most perfect condition. The Jiangnan region headquarters should not be underestimated. There are so many experts here. I have to keep a low profile. Zhang Yi immediately reminded himself of this. He remained calm and silently retreated behind everyone. Zhang Yi is like this, let alone others. There were even a few strangers who deliberately released their momentum and showed off their strength. After being glanced at by the general-looking man, they broke out in cold sweat, and even their legs became weak and almost fell to the ground. At this time, the man spoke slowly, and his voice was gloomy, like it was coming from the barrel of a cannon. Everyone, welcome to Blizzard City. I am Tu Yunlai, Director of the Operations Department of Jiangnan Region, and I am here to receive you on behalf of Jiangnan Region. When he said this, he slowly raised a finger. Here, I want to tell you about the rules of Blizzard City first. Remember, these are important to you, because in Blizzard City, the rules are absolute. Anyone who violates this will face severe punishment. This is your first time here, so maybe you are used to being undisciplined outside. But here, embrace your personality. Tu Yulia's words were very blunt and showed no mercy. He would set rules for everyone right from the start. As expected, these words made many people frown and feel unhappy in their hearts. But Zhang Yi understood that this move was just a show of force to prevent these outsiders from messing around in Blizzard City. After all, in the past 6 months since the end of the world, they have been kings and hegemons within their respective spheres of influence. This process must be accompanied by all kinds of bloody violence. There are even various anti-human actions. For example, Yuan Kongye hates men so much that he can't even see the love between men and women. So he always wants to throw away other people's lychees, if the Jiangnan region does not strongly deter them. I am afraid that there will be restless people among this group of people who will disturb the security of Blizzard City. Fortunately, these people were not fools. Although they were a little dissatisfied with Tu Yulia's statement, no one dared to stand out at this time. Tu Yulai continued and said that I will arrange a place for you to rest tonight. The commander-in-chief will hold a meeting in person tomorrow, and everyone must attend on time. Finally, he emphasized in a very stern tone that remember, don't cause trouble here. Curb your habits in the outside world. After Tu Yulai said this, he turned around and left the subway platform regardless of everyone's reaction. To be honest, he felt a little disappointed, because if someone had stood up to challenge him just now, he could just take the opportunity to kill them to intimidate everyone. Unexpectedly, these strangers from 12 cities were so restrained. This is fine. They will be obedient and save a lot of trouble. After Tu Yulai left, someone immediately came over and guided everyone to the resting place with a smile. Leading Zhang Yi and the others was a female waitress wearing a black and white uniform. She came over with a big smile and bowed. Everyone, please come with me. I will be responsible for entertaining you during these few days in Blizzard City. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. In addition, I will send Blizzard City's rules to your communication devices. Please read them carefully. Blizzard City implements military management and has many rules. Please be careful not to violate the rules. Zhang Yi nodded, smiled and said, thank you. They were led out of the subway station by the waitress. After coming outside, everyone saw the whole picture of Blizzard City. This city is located in the east of Jinling. It is a city within a city, with an area only about 1/5 of the entire Jinling. The entire city is surrounded by thick walls tens of meters high. As for the interior, urban architecture is not much different from elsewhere. However, patrolling soldiers can be seen everywhere on the streets. They hold guns and look at these new arrivals with vigilance. Only then did Zhang Yi feel the taste of the so-called militarized city management. After getting out of the subway, the temperature dropped suddenly. Everyone was wearing combat uniforms, so they were not afraid of the low temperature. And the waitress also activated her special cold-proof clothing. Under her uniform, there was a cold-proof device, and a transparent helmet blocked the cold wind, but it would not affect others' view of her delicate face. Chapter 568. City. After Zhang Yi and other forces from 12 cities arrived here, they were led by service personnel, and went to the areas temporarily reserved for them to live in. Everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. Zhang Yi asked the female waitress, "Miss Dao, what are the ordinary people here doing? Why can't I see anyone's shadow?" The waitress heard this and answered Zhang Yi with a smile. But the smile on her face was a bit too professional and without any emotion. As if a smile mask was placed on her face. "They are all working." While leading the way, she said slowly that in Blizzard City, everyone is assigned jobs according to their talents. To keep the city running, people need to work 24 hours a day. Therefore, most ordinary people work more than 14 hours a day. In other words, except for rest and meal time, all other time needs to be devoted to work. Of course, this is only for grassroots staff. For those rare technical talents engaged in special positions, they can enjoy a favorable standard of living. People with more outstanding abilities can enjoy better living conditions. However, most people are just ordinary workers, so they spend most of their time working. Upon hearing the service staff's introduction, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with amusement. "So, what about the elderly and children who are unable to work? What should they do?" Lu Karen interjected and said that special care should be given. Right? After all, the physical conditions of the elderly and children are different from those of young adults. The smile on the lips of the waitress leading the way became thicker, but there was a hint of bleakness in her smile. Not so, whether it is the elderly or children, unless their family members can provide enough contributions to make up for their share of the vacancy. Otherwise, they are not qualified to live in Blizzard City. What? Lu Karen's face was full of shock, and he couldn't help but say that this is too cruel. This is just a very simple rule of survival in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi calmly said to her that there was no need to make a fuss. Even though the Jiangnan region headquarters has a lot of supplies, they must strictly control the number of residents in the apocalypse. Since they can only take care of the life and death of some people, they must leave their spots to more valuable people. This makes sense. Lu Karen sighed lightly. I understand the truth. But doesn't the social state of human civilization still exist here? I thought it would be different from Tianhai City. At least, we'll take good care of the children. Zhou Qier and Liang Yu both had expressions of unbearable sadness on their faces. Indeed, at the very least, they believe that children should be protected. Because children are the future. If the children are kicked out of Blizzard City because they cannot provide enough labor value, what will happen in the future? The waitress said disapprovingly that this problem was not a problem at all. Wouldn't it be better to just let those couples who have the ability to provide more value have more children? We in Blizzard City have fertility indicators. When necessary, giving birth to a child is also a task that must be completed in the apocalypse. Lu Karen opened his mouth, unable to imagine that such a law would be implemented here. Only Zhang Yi was not surprised at all. The group of people came outside, and there was already a bus waiting for them. Everyone got in the car. Xiao Honglian and others were very cautious, and did not dare to talk much on the road, because they know that everyone in Blizzard City may report their words and deeds. If you accidentally say something wrong, you may get yourself into trouble. Zhang Yi had also warned them about this before they set off. After getting in the car, their respective communication devices received Blizzard City's management regulations. Zhang Yi quickly browsed through it and found that there were many laws and regulations, more than 100 of them. It can be seen that this was improvised after the end of the world. But there are strict regulations in all aspects of life. Among the regulations, there are more than a dozen items highlighted in red, which are special reminders for outsiders like Zhang Yi. For example, Blizzard City implements a curfew after 12 o'clock, and no one is allowed to appear on the street except with special approval from Blizzard City's top management. For example, fighting is prohibited in Blizzard City, and violators will be severely punished. The specific punishment is not stated clearly. It probably depends on the situation. But I think the punishment will not be light. Because at this time, internal struggle is something that the top management should try their best to avoid. Zhang Yi read all the regulations carefully. Fortunately, most of them don't have many restrictions on outsiders like him. As long as he just stays there and waits for the conference to be over. That's alright. However, Zhang Yi still felt very depressed about the management regulations for residents in the city. He raised his head and glanced at the waitress, who always had a fake smile on her face. And he began to understand why she always gave people a cold feeling. In this place, the primary purpose is survival, not life. After being accustomed to a free society for decades, they suddenly live in a city with such strict management. It is inevitable that they will lose part of their humanity, especially the part about freedom and happiness. Zhang Yi read through the regulations and looked at the time. It was now around 7 p.m. Curfew is still more than 4 hours away. Zhang Yi asked the waiter If I go out now, it should be okay to return to my residence before 12 o'clock. Right? The waitress frowned visibly. She politely replied, I suggest you try to avoid this kind of behavior, because there are patrols patrolling everywhere in the city. Your presence on the street at night may cause unnecessary trouble. I feel like I'm in enough trouble right now. Johnny thought. Of course, he couldn't stay at the residence all night. It was easy to get here. He wanted to find Evergreen. If two people chat face to face, they can gather more information about Blizzard City. At least for the sake of the secret between the two of them. He could give him some guidance, so that he wouldn't cause any trouble in the meeting tomorrow. Being able to obtain one more piece of information would allow Zhang Yi to make fewer mistakes than others. This is very critical. He did not continue speaking. This female service staff is only a grassroots worker, and her status in Blizzard City seems to be at the lowest level. Later, he contacted Bailey Chongqing directly. Bailey Chongqing is the investigation captain, and his level should be very high in Blizzard City. Chapter 569 Undercurrent. Zhang Yi and the others were led by the service staff to the resting place. This is an apartment-like house with soldiers strictly guarding the surrounding area. The environment in the apartment is pretty good, and everyone is assigned a single room. The corresponding matters within the apartment were also sent to everyone through communication equipment by the waiter. You can contact them for catering and other services. Zhang Yi and the others, as well as members of the alien organizations from other cities, entered the apartment one after another. It was still early, and everyone had no plans to rest now. So Xiaohong, Lian Xingtian and Qin Jingwan came to Zhang Yi's room to discuss tomorrow's meeting with him. Xiaohong Lian's face didn't look very good. As soon as she arrived at Zhang Yi's room, she said worriedly that I had observed it when she came here. We brought the minimum number of people. The number of people coming from other cities can easily reach hundreds. And I can feel that they have more aliens than us. More than that? Qin Jingwan glanced at Xiaohong Lian and said in a solemn tone, I noticed a lot of prying eyes. There are many people with bad intentions among them. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. He had felt this way before. After all, among the teams in the 12 cities, they were the only ones with the smallest number of people. Moreover, the news that Tianhai City has experienced a zombie crisis must have spread to other cities. After all, the battle was too fierce. Not to mention that the zombie wave had spread towards the surrounding cities. But the scale of the battle was huge enough to attract the attention of other cities. In today's Tianhai City, talents are withering, and the number of foreigners is pitifully small. It is indeed easy to be looked down upon. Xing Tian was a little aggrieved. Damn it. If it were the original situation, would they dare to do this to us? Thinking back to the beginning, when the 4 major bases, 1 sect, and Zhang Yi's team were all present, Tianhai City's combat effectiveness was very strong. After all, Tianhai City is one of the most populous and economically prosperous cities in China. The underlying foundation determines the superstructure. Even in the end of the world, Tianhai City's power far exceeds that of most cities in the Jiangnan region, and may be second only to Blizzard City. But now, 80% to 90% of the aliens in Tianhai City have been killed by Yuan Kongya, and the remaining strength is really pitiful. No wonder he is looked down upon by others. Zhang Yi didn't have much indignant expression on his face. He just said lightly that this is Blizzard City, and even if they have ideas about us, they don't dare to take action. Before we understand the will of Jiangnan region, no one is allowed to take action here. Otherwise, you will violate the rules of Jiangnan region, and I will not be able to protect you. The other 11 cities were just small fish and shrimps, and Zhang Yi didn't take them seriously at all. With his current strength, he is definitely at the top level in Jiangnan region. If someone doesn't have the foresight to provoke him, he will make them regret their stupid decision. The one that needs to be careful is Jiangnan region. It's not that the Jiangnan region has any ill intentions toward them, but simply that God's power is unpredictable. When Xiao Honglian and others heard what Zhang Yi said, the angry expressions on their faces softened. However, Qin Jingwan said worriedly that we were afraid that we would be forbearing, but they would be aggressive. After all, no one can hurt the tiger's heart, but the tiger is harmful to others. Zhang Yi looked at him, smiled and said, You mean, they will take the initiative to attack us? Qin Jingwan folded his arms and preached very seriously. After all, Tianhai City has a prosperous economy and abundant supplies. But now only a few of our forces are guarding it, and there may be less than 10,000 surviving humans. It is inevitable that others will not miss you. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. He had indeed considered the issues mentioned by Qin Jingwan. I told you not to think about this issue for now. Deal with the immediate problem first and focus on tomorrow's conference. Let's talk about other things later. Everyone was following Zhang Yi's lead at this time. He had said so. So naturally no one had any other opinions. They also know that the peak combat power of Tianhai City must be supported by Zhang Yi. If there is a conflict with other cities one day, it will have to be Zhang Yi's fault. After Zhang Yi saw off a few people, he planned to have a chat with Bailey Chongqing to prepare for tomorrow. So he called Bailey Chongqing. After receiving Zhang Yi's call, Bailey Chongqing was not surprised. He smiled warmly and said that the area you live in is Area B, and I live in the nearby Area A. I will issue you a temporary electronic pass. Come directly and find me at the password bar. Zhang Yi smiled and said okay. Soon he received a temporary pass from Bailey Chongqing. Zhang Yi glanced at the room. Zhou Ke and Lu Karen were sitting on the bed, looking at her eagerly, although both of them had their own rooms. Perhaps because they were frightened by the strictness of Blizzard City, they both ran to Zhang Yi's room to find a sense of security. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "You guys rest here first. I'll go out to meet an old friend." Zhou Ke smiled and asked, "Are they from the Black Robe investigation team?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Yes. Let's talk to them." His old acquaintances in Blizzard City could only be the Black Robe team. This was no secret. Knowing that what Zhang Yi was doing was very important, neither Zhou Karen nor Lu Karen asked to follow him. Zhang Yi left the room and walked outside the apartment building. At this time, he discovered that he was not the only one who did this. Even though the service staff warned them not to leave the apartment building easily. But whoever can come here is not a hero. How could I be intimidated by mere service staff? There were already many people communicating in the corridor. And some people walked out of the apartment and planned to visit Blizzard City. When Zhang Yi was about to walk out of the floor they were on, the waitress who brought them over came over anxiously and stopped in front of him. "Where are you going?" Zhang Yi watched her go out with a smile. She became even more anxious. "Didn't I say that? Please do not leave the apartment easily, in case the patrolling city defense troops discover it then." Zhang Yi interrupted her. "As long as I don't violate the rules of Blizzard City, it will be fine. The rules you set us don't seem to say you are not allowed to leave the apartment." The waitress looked a little ugly. "But if something happens to you outside, the higher-ups may blame me," Zhang Yi said. "You have a lot of rules, but don't use this to restrict my freedom. I will abide by Blizzard City's rules." He stared at the waitress, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. "But please remember one thing. We are here as guests, not as subordinates, let alone prisoners." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yi ignored the waitress's ugly face and walked straight past her. Chapter 570 Password Bar. The waitress still didn't know who the person in front of her was. Otherwise, she would never have the courage to come and stop Zhang Yi. Some people are like this. With a little bit of power in their hands, they like to make things difficult for others as much as possible. After Zhang Yi walked out of the apartment building, there was light snow falling outside, and the road was clean with only a few snowflakes. Someone will clean here every day to ensure that the road is smooth so that traffic can be convenient and huge tanks can pass. Zhang Yi saw many fresh footprints on the road ahead, and knew that there were already people like him going out. After all, among the forces in the 12 cities in the Jiangnan region, there are many people with special connections like Xinjingwan. Zhang Yi turned on the satellite phone, which had the map and direction tips of Area A given to him by Bailey Chongqing. He followed the instructions above and walked towards Area A. Blizzard City Government Area. Commander's Office. Zhu Zheng was sitting on a chair in the office, and in front of him stood Tu Yunlai, the director of the Department of Operations. Tu Yunlai stood as straight as a javelin, his face buried deep under his high collar. Zhu Zheng had just finished listening to Tu Yunlai's report, and his face couldn't help but show a hint of solemnity. "What did you say? Among the 13 cities we notified, strangers from only 12 cities have arrived? What about the people in Linhai City? Why didn't they come?" Tu Yunlai's dull voice came from the coat. According to the conductor's records, when the special train stopped at the Linhai City station, no one appeared on the platform. Zhu Zheng had a complicated look on his face. He subconsciously rubbed the fingers of his left hand with his right hand. He didn't get angry, but was keenly aware that something was wrong with this matter. Linhai City, northeast of Tianhai City, is also a coastal city. However, compared to Tianhai City, its prosperity and city size are much inferior. According to the intelligence from Jiangnan region, the alien forces in Linhai City are not particularly strong. They have 6 force organizations of reasonable size. No matter whether they are individual organizations or combined, they have no strength to go against the will of the Jiangnan region. Faced with the summoning order from the Jiangnan region, None of them came. This was very strange. Are they crazy and dare to compete with Jiang'an region? This is obviously very unlikely. Zhu Zheng looked at Tu Yunlai and said seriously that he would send someone to investigate this matter carefully. Try contacting them, and see if you can still get in touch. Tu Yunlai immediately said that he had communicated with them, but did not receive any response. But it is certain that they have received our message. Hearing this, Zhu Zheng's expression became more solemn. Did you say something? Tu Yunlai said. Let me send someone over to investigate. If they really dare to disobey orders, then destroy them directly. Zhu Zheng looked at Tu Yunlai and nodded slowly. Just do as you say. Zhang Yi followed the map's instructions and came to Area A. All areas in Blizzard City are divided according to levels. The living areas of each level are separated by thick high walls, forming a natural hierarchy. It's just that here, the level system depends more on the contribution you can make to Blizzard City. Although the wall is very high, Zhang Yi can clearly feel that the light behind the wall is much better than that in Area B. This can be judged by the light. After the end of the world, energy is very precious. Although the lights in Area B are bright, they are only a source of light for daily life. Area A is much richer, with colorful lights spreading along the high walls like a rainbow. Zhang Yi could guess that life after that would be like the downtown area before the end of the world. Not only can you enjoy the quality of life, but there are also many spiritual entertainment facilities. However, there were more security forces with guns at the door of Area A. After they saw Zhang Yi, they immediately stopped him with stiff expressions. Please show your ID. Zhang Yi turned on the communication device and showed the temporary pass issued to him by Bailey Chongqing to the other party for verification. After verification and confirmation, the defense force guarding the gate immediately changed their attitude and respectfully invited Zhang Yi in. As the defense force, they are not qualified to live in Area A. Therefore, everyone who can enter Zone A is naturally envied by them. Zhang Yi walked into the gate of Area A. After arriving in Area A, the scene in front of us suddenly became clear. There are tall buildings and colorful neon lights all over the streets. Suddenly, he seemed to have returned to the bustling city of the past from the end of the world. Although there are fewer pedestrians on the streets due to the cold weather, there are still some. There are even brightly lit shops operating on the roadside. Zhang Yi thought that Bian Junmu once said that in Blizzard City, there were indeed streets as prosperous as before the apocalypse. This time, he really believed it. It's just that this kind of beauty only belongs to a few people. Zhang Yi followed the map Bailey Chongqing gave him and arrived at the door of the bar called Password. When he came here, he discovered that the Password bar was different. There are many modified snowmobiles parked around here, similar to the ones driven by Bian Junmu and others. And most of the people who come in and out of here are characters with a fierce aura about them. You don't have to be a high-ranking member of the defense force to be a member of the investigation team. It seems like this is a place similar to a veterans club. But it's normal for Bailey Chongqing to like to come to this kind of place. He was originally from a military background. Zhang Yi came to the door of the bar and was immediately blocked by two guards wearing black combat uniforms. Are you a member here? The Password bar is a membership system, and most of the people who can come here are familiar faces. And they saw that Zhang Yi was angry, so they stopped him for questioning. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Please wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he dialed Bailey Chongqing's phone number. Bailey Chongqing just said, "Give them your phone number." Zhang Yi handed the phone to the two guards. After they took it, their expressions quickly became respectful. For them, being the captain of the investigation team is almost the pinnacle of their careers. "Sorry, sir. I didn't know you were a distinguished guest. Please come in." The two guards respectfully gave way to Zhang Yi. This also allowed Zhang Yi to see that Bailey Chongqing's status in Blizzard City is indeed not low now. No wonder he wanted to be the captain so much in the first place. Sure enough, there are many benefits, and the status has been improved several levels. Zhang Yi walked into the bar. Immediately a waitress in a burgundy uniform came over to receive her. "Are you Mr. Zhang Yi? Captain Bailey asked me to lead you," Zhang Yi said calmly. "It's me." The waitress smiled and turned around. "Please come with me." Chapter 571 Deng Shitong. After entering the bar, Zhang Yi felt the chaotic atmosphere inside. The smell of alcohol filled the air, and the man's hearty laughter was particularly clear. But the waitress in red took Zhang Yi to an elevator. Seeing Zhang Yi's confused look, the girl in red smiled and said that the first floor was full of ordinary customers, while the upper floor was a private box for VIP customers. After all, it's impossible for those big shots with status to drink in noisy places like ordinary people. Right? Zhang Yi laughed and said that the hierarchy is really strict. The girl in red covered her mouth and smiled softly. Of course. At any time. Social stratification is inevitable. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Based on her countless experiences of reading people, it is natural to see that Zhang Yi is extraordinary. Although Zhang Yi does not have the demeanor of a noble child, his calm attitude is nothing like pretending. I think he must be an experienced man. As a waiter here, she will not miss every opportunity to please the big shot. I just hope that one day I can climb a high branch and become a person who can live in Area A. You look unfamiliar. You must have just come here from the outside world. Right? She asked with a smile. Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled lightly, but did not answer her question. To find out information about him? Do you really think he is Hina? Zhang Yi has always been strictly conservative about his personal information and will not disclose it to anyone easily. Seeing Zhang Yi ignoring her, the waitress's smile grew thicker, but a fleeting displeasure flashed deep in her eyes. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 13th floor. The waitress smiled and extended her hand and said, "Here it is. The person waiting for you is here. Sir, please." Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets, nodded politely to her, and walked out of the elevator. He expected to see Bailey Chungqing's familiar big face, but I didn't expect that after walking out of the elevator door. I entered a very huge and empty room. There was a chair in the middle of the room, and sitting on it was a handsome and enchanting man with long silver hair. He was holding a glass of red wine in his hand, sitting lazily on the gorgeous chair, looking at Zhang Yi like a gentleman with a smile on his face. Zhang Yi had a question mark on his face after seeing him. He obviously came here to find Bailey Chongqing. But why did a strange man appear in front of him? Or a woman? He looked around in surprise, and made sure there was no one else in the room. He then apologized sheepishly. The waiter seemed to have led me the wrong way. I'm leaving now. But at this time, the man spoke, and it sounded like a man's voice. No, you're not in the wrong place. I asked her to bring you here. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. Oh, but I don't seem to recognize you. The man said to himself. Your name is Zhang Yi. Right. The person who can be met by Bailey Chongqing in person should still be somewhat capable. At this point, he spread his hands. Of course, I don't particularly recognize him as the captain. It's just that I've heard a little bit about you. Zhang Yi's expression became serious. The other party's tone was a little loud, and he didn't even take Bailey Chongqing seriously. And he dares to go beyond the evergreen and let others come over to him. I don't know what his intention is. Could it be that he knows his true identity? Who are you? The handsome man glanced at Zhang Yi, with a playful smile in his peach-like slender eyes. You should have heard my legend. My name is Deng Shitong. Zhang Yi. He didn't know where the person in front of him got his confidence. But when the other party spoke, that feeling of confidence overflowed. It was as if knowing his name was a matter of course. Zhang Yi could only smile awkwardly and looked up at him for a long time. But this perfunctory tone obviously made Deng Shitong very dissatisfied. His expression changed. He frowned and said, Have you never heard of my name? Zhang Yi didn't want to talk nonsense to this person. Bringing him here without his permission has delayed his search for Evergreen. And he is still being sentimental here. It's really perverted. I'm not from Blizzard City. Is it weird that I haven't heard your name? I have to go see my friends, so I won't spend more time with you. After Zhang Yi said this, he was about to turn around and leave. But the next moment, a hand suddenly placed on his shoulder. Zhang Yi's eyes tightened, and he instinctively struck out with a knife with his backhand, but was easily blocked by the opponent. Don't be nervous. I just want to see who the guest of Evergreen is. When Zhang Yi turned around, he saw his appearance. It's Deng Shitong himself. But Zhang Yi turned around in surprise, and saw Deng Shitong sitting on a chair, drinking red wine elegantly. Twin. Deng Shitong did not answer Zhang Yi's words. It's just that now the two people spoke at the same time, and said the same words. The voice echoed in the air. And suddenly it seemed like countless people were speaking at the same time. The two figures that originally existed in the room suddenly transformed into 10 or 20. They all had the same appearance. And their voices were erratic, and they didn't know where they came from. Zhang Yi had no idea what the other party was capable of. So he became increasingly cautious. I heard that you are a strange person from the space system. Can you show me your abilities? I really need a member like this in my team. If you have good abilities, I can consider making you a substitute for the celestial team. Zhang Yi was already a little angry at this time. The man in front of me maintained a high profile from beginning to end. Moreover, he talked to Zhang Yi arrogantly, but ignored Zhang Yi's thoughts at all. Although he doesn't know what the opponent's abilities are, Zhang Yi has never been a character that can be manipulated at will. In his right eye, A faint light flickered. Be prepared to distance yourself, and then defend and counterattack. If necessary. It is not impossible to activate divine power at this distance. Just when the situation was tense, the elevator door suddenly opened. Bailey Chongqing's strong body hurriedly walked out. Zhang Yi. Why did you come here? Come back with me quickly. I'm still waiting for you to drink. He walked over with a smile and put his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulders. When Deng Shitong saw Bailey Chongqing coming, his eyes were a little disappointed. He said lightly, Evergreen, it's very interesting for me to meet this friend of yours. I want to chat with him for a few words. You don't have any objections, right? Bailey Chongqing scratched his head honestly. Ha ha ha. Captain Deng is actually interested in my friend. This is his honor. Only. His eyes narrowed slightly. You should at least greet me in advance for this kind of thing. Right? After all, we are all the captains of the investigation team. Isn't it a bit unruly for you to do this? Team leader? The corners of Deng Shintong's mouth raised slightly, with obvious contempt. If Bian Junwu said this, I might give him some face. But your strength seems not enough. Being ridiculed by Deng Shitong in person. Bailey Chongqing immediately became angry, and an astonishing momentum was released from him. Deng Shitong, are you trying to make things big in Blizzard City? Chapter 572-6 Investigation Teams. Deng Shitong frowned. He seemed unhappy with the way Bailey Chongqing spoke to him. But now that Bailey Chongqing is here, he can't continue to demand Zhang Yi. After all, if he makes a big deal here, he will also be blamed from above. What's more, he just thinks that Zhang Yi is an interesting stranger with some potential, who can become a reserve member of his Tianshan team and help him store things. Although he was not afraid of making things worse for Zhang Yi, he did not want to cause any trouble to himself. So Deng Shitong waved his hand. Forget it. You may not know what kind of opportunity you missed. Our Tianshan team is the strongest existence in the Jiangnan region. After saying that, he turned around lazily. Countless figures in the sky disappeared in an instant. Even his figure disappeared directly from the place. After listening to Deng Shintong's words, Zhang Yi had some concerns in his mind. Bian Junwu once said that there are 6 investigation teams in Blizzard City, and Deng Shitong is obviously the captain of another investigation team. Zhang Yi already had some understanding of Deng Shitong's abilities. Bailey Chongqing waited until Deng Shitong left. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and said to Zhang Yi, I'm sorry. This happened to you when you first came here. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, glanced casually around the room, and said it didn't matter. It wasn't a big deal. It also allowed me to get to know a captain-level figure. Let's go! Bailey Chongqing took Zhang Yi into the elevator. In the elevator, Bailey Chongqing told him the identity of the man. The person just now was Deng Shitong, the captain of the Tianshan team, one of the 6 major investigation teams. This person is very capable, but extremely arrogant. He comes from the Deng family, a large family in Jinling. Due to his strong talent and family background, he always looks arrogant. But he is not a bad person. You can understand it as a super rich second generation with talent and background. Zhang Yi said calmly that it didn't matter. He could feel that Deng Shitong had no ill intentions towards him. But the feeling of looking down at Zhang Yi from a high position really made Zhang Yi very unhappy. By the way, tell me about your 6 investigation teams. I'm quite interested. If you encounter someone in the future, it's better to be mentally prepared and not offend. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Evergreen is very generous. So this doesn't matter? Anyway, in Blizzard City, everyone knows our name. The 6 major investigation teams were formed by Commander-in-Chief Zhu Zheng himself. They are the gods and demons, the iron-blooded black-robed Rose and Reincarnation. Each team has its own style, and is very easy to identify. Our black-robed team all wears black combat uniforms. The Celestial team is wearing a silver suit, which is the highest technological masterpiece of the Deng family. The other 4 investigation teams are all performing tasks outside, and are not in Blizzard City for the time being. The most obvious characteristic of Team Rose is that all their members are women. Zhang Yi nodded, remembering the general idea in his mind. It can be seen that the affairs of Jiangnan region are indeed very busy. Otherwise, there would not be a regional conference held here, and there would still be 4 investigation teams performing tasks outside. In other words, people think that it is enough for 2 investigation teams to guard here. Deng Shitong. Zhang Yi thought of the handsome man just now, and couldn't help but recite his name silently. How does this person's strength compare with Bian Junwu? Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing. Regarding his abilities, Zhang Yi already had a basic judgment in his mind. But Zhang Yi didn't know Deng Shitong's strength level. Bailey Chongqing's face turned serious when he heard Ding Shintong's name. As I said, his talent is very high. This has something to do with the Ding Group behind him. The background of Ding Group is very terrifying, and its industry involves many high-tech fields. This includes biotechnology. Ding Shintong's current strength is inseparable from the efforts of his family to cultivate him. If you look at it purely in terms of abilities, he is even stronger than the side team. After all, he doesn't have huge supernatural side effects like the side team. Zhang Yi's heart trembled. Bian Junwu. Annihilation. He knew very well how powerful and destructive it was. The ability of Ding Shitong is still higher than that of Bian Junwu. In fact, this person's strength is not inferior to Zhang Yi's. This is definitely a dangerous person, and it's best not to mess with him. Bailey Chongqing added that of course, strength cannot be generalized by the intensity of supernatural powers. In terms of combat experience, Captain Bian would have no problem beating him 10 times. Zhang Yi nodded. Having strong abilities is one part, and being able to fully utilize one's strength in battle is also very important. Here, I have to mention the theory of shuriken and pebbles again. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing playfully. So do you know what his ability is? Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi. Why do you ask this? Even if you know, I advise you not to fight with him. Zhang Yi waved his hands repeatedly. I was just curious. I was tricked by him just now, which made me a little worried that he would take action against me in the future. Bailey Chongqing smiled. You don't have to worry about this. As the captain of the Celestial team, although he is conceited, he will not take action against you as long as you do not violate the rules of the district. As for his abilities, I really don't know, because there are very few people in Jiangnan region who can let him take action now. When Bailey Chongqing shook his head, there was clearly some bitterness in his eyes. Although he has now become the captain of the Black Robe team, it does not mean that he is strong enough to compete with the other 5. He is still far behind the level of Bian Junwu and Ding Shintong. An undetectable smile flashed across Zhang Yi's lips. Bailey Chongqing didn't know about Ding Shintong's ability, but he was aware of it. The ability to have multiple shadows is not a clone. It's just an illusion. From the beginning, the image of him sitting in a chair in front of Zhang Yi was false. Zhang Yi is a space alien, and he is most sensitive to the fluctuations of space. That's why he knew that Ding Shitong had been hiding in the room, and then suddenly appeared behind him, pretending to be incarnated with thousands of abilities. The reason why Zhang Yi let him touch his shoulder was just to hide his ability. But one thing to say, this ability is indeed very powerful. If used well, it can kill people silently. But if he faced Zhang Yi, the outcome would be hard to say. At least his invisibility wasn't very effective for Zhang Yi. Of course, if Ding Shitong can become the captain, and his strength is at the level of Bian Junwu, he must have other abilities. Zhang Yi is not willing to conflict with him if it is not necessary. It would be best if they could become friends. But when he thought of his arrogant temperament, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. He has no interest in following the crowd. Chapter 573 Woody's Past. Bailey Chongqing took Zhang Yi to the box on the 7th floor. From here, you can look down on the scene below and see the chaotic play in the bar. Here, you can also indulge your innermost desires. Those fierce men, each holding a wine bottle in their left hand and holding a charming woman in their right hand, were doing whatever they wanted to do under the dim light. The central stage was illuminated by blue lights, and 6 women in cool clothes danced there. The scene is gorgeous and astringent. So lively. Zhang Yi commented with a smile. How about it? Do you like it here? Hee hee. It's very rare for you to go to a place like this in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi glanced at him lightly and said lightly. Believe me, this kind of thing is very easy to do if I want to. Bailey Chongqing scratched his head helplessly. Well, I almost forgot that you are already the 2 emperor of Tianhai City. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, lazily crossing his legs. Bailey Chongqing asked, what kind of wine do you like to drink? Zhang Yi shook his head and forgot about drinking. Drinking would make things worse. After all, you can go back to Blizzard City to rest. But I came here because I have something to do. Bailey Chongqing nodded. Oh well, what do you want to know about me? But let's talk first. There are some things I can say to you, but there are some things I can't tell you. Zhang Yi smiled lightly and reassured that what I was asking about was not a secret. He looked at Bailey Chongqing, smiled meaningfully and said, you know, I have no interest in coming to Blizzard City. I just want to confirm what exactly this rally requires of us. Bailey Chongqing rubbed his hands. This matter actually has something to do with Captain Bian's death. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel awestruck when he heard Bian Junwu. Bian Junwu indeed made a great contribution in killing Yuan Kongye. Bailey Chongqing said that this was the first time that a captain-level figure had been killed in battle. This caused concern among the senior management of the headquarters. If the headquarters continues to dispatch troops to perform missions in the future, there may be casualties among the top aliens. Therefore, local forces must be mobilized to preserve the existing alien strength in Blizzard City. Of course, it is also to avoid internal friction and facilitate the management of the entire Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi had never thought of what Bailey Chongqing said. But that wasn't what he cared about most. I want to know. Are you going to have compulsory conscription? Zhang Yi's strength is top-notch across the entire Jiangnan region. This strength cannot always be hidden. If one day the headquarters forces him to come here and become a member of the investigation team, Zhang Yi will not be happy. Bailey Chongqing was silent. He thought for a while and replied that I didn't know about it either. But I can tell you that absorbing powerful forces from around us is something we have always done. Blizzard City has a permanent population of more than 1 million. Most of them are not native. We have strict screening criteria for every resident. If you don't contribute enough, you will be kicked out. And if we find very capable people in the outside world, they will be recruited by us. This is why even a strong alien like Captain Bian must work hard to complete the mission. Because he has a family. And if he wants to maintain a high standard of living for his family, he must continue to complete tasks to earn points. When it comes to points, Bailey Chongqing explained it to Zhang Yi. Here, money is of no use. And even jewelry. Gold and silver are scrap metal. Only points are the common currency. Zhang Yi took a sip of hot water, looked at Bailey Chongqing and asked leisurely. In other words, in this large-scale recruitment in Jiangnan region, it is very likely that some members will be selected to join the investigation team at the headquarters. Right? This is hard to say, Bailey Chongqing said with a smile. At the very least, for an outstanding stranger like you, I'm afraid the senior management will try their best to keep you here. Faced with Bailey Chongqing's teasing, Zhang Yi smiled and said, But if I come, your matter will be difficult to explain. In the mission report to kill Yuan Kongye, Zhang Yi was marginalized. But Zhang Yi showed his strength, and it was difficult for Bailey Chongqing to explain to Zhu Sheng. Sure enough, Bailey Chongqing's face looked slightly uncomfortable. Don't worry. I told the commander about your problem. Although your strength is pretty good, but your loyalty is not high enough. Joining a large region may become a destabilizing factor. This is what the commander is most afraid of. As long as you don't do too well, he won't force you to stay. Zhang Yi felt a little relieved, which was naturally the best. While the two were talking, the waitress rang the doorbell. Mr. Bailey? Someone is looking for you. It's Mr. Wu Di from the Black Robe team. Zhang Yi frowned slightly when he heard the name. Wu Di's attitude towards him has never been very good, and he has an inexplicable hostility. So Zhang Yi doesn't like that person very much. Why is he here? Bailey Chongqing explained that members of our team often come here to drink. After all, you also know that members of the investigation team like us, who are fighting on the front line, are always on the edge of life and death. So I will enjoy myself whenever I have free time. But I don't want to see him, Zhang Yi said lightly. Bailey Chongqing suddenly realized. And so did he when he slapped his forehead. At that time, he had been targeting you. But now I am the captain of the Black Robe team. In order not to create a gap between you and my team members, there is something I must explain to you. It's about Wu Di. Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa, tilted his head and looked at him, waiting for his explanation. Bailey Chongqing's eyes were somewhat reminiscing as he spoke eloquently. It turns out that Wu Di was not a member of Blizzard City before. He was picked up by Bian Junwu during a mission. At that time, Wu Di was just a small employee in the company and unknown, struggling to survive in the apocalypse. When he was on the verge of death, it was Bian Junwu who saved him. And it was that time that he accidentally awakened his supernatural powers. Since then, Wu Di has been following Bian Junwu. In Wu Di's eyes, Bian Junwu is his savior and his mentor on the road to superpowers. He is a father-like figure. The reason why Wu Di is hostile to you is not against you personally, but anyone who might take the side captain's place. Because of the hidden injury of the captain, he might be killed at any time. The addition of new players is based on the withdrawal of old players. Therefore, when the captain shows his appreciation for you, it means that he realizes that he will not live long. Wu Di couldn't accept this. This is a kind of paranoia in his heart. Perhaps he feels that Captain Bian will not die until he can find a new team member. Chapter 574 Battle. After listening to Bailey Chongqing's explanation, Zhang Yi felt a little baffled. It turned out that he had suffered an unreasonable disaster. He smiled faintly and seemed a little speechless. But he couldn't really argue with that childish man. In short, as long as he doesn't come over to trouble me, it'll be fine. As for what he thinks of me, that's his own problem. Bailey Chongqing shrugged. But he deliberately wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between Zhang Yi and Wu Di. So he said, I think you can talk more. Maybe you will find that he is actually a very good person. It's just that sometimes my brain is a little too simple. As Bailey Chongqing said. He asked the waiter to bring Wu Di in. The waitress went ahead anyway and opened the door to the private room. Soon Wu Di walked in. He was wearing black casual clothes, with his hands in his hip pockets, looking like a will-o'-the-wisp boy. It's just that the cool black hair at the beginning has now turned gray. This is the aftermath of the battle against Ming Kongyi. But looking at it this way, it actually adds a bit of elegance and evil charm. When he saw Zhang Yi, there was no trace of surprise in his eyes. Instead, his eyes were bright, and he came straight towards him. Zhang Yi, I guessed that you would definitely come to see Captain Bailey. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Having said this, both Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing felt that something was wrong. Wu Di came here for Zhang Yi. Bailey Chongqing hurriedly asked Xiao Wu, what are you going to do? You should understand that the captain's death has little to do with Zhang Yi. And if it weren't for him, we might have to end up in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little cold, and he never left Wu Di's body to prevent this kid from suddenly attacking him. Wu Di bared his teeth and looked at Zhang Yi with a sinister smile. Who said that the captain's death had nothing to do with him? If he hadn't encouraged the captain to use Ice Soul, the captain would have been alive for at least a few months. During that time, he could at least return home, see his wife and children for the last time, and live with them for a while. And this happiness was taken away by him. Zhang Yi did not refute this. He admitted that the only thing he was a little unkind about this matter was that he couldn't stand up to Bian Junwu. But he also gave the main credit for Tianhai City to Bian Junwu as compensation, so that his family would have enough food and clothing for the rest of their lives. A few months of Bian Junwu's life was exchanged for him for a military merit that could protect his family's happiness for half his life. Although he did not ask Bian Junwu's opinion, it was generally a fair deal. But towards Wu Di, Bailey Chongqing and others, Zhang Yi didn't feel the slightest guilt, because they, like Zhang Yi, are all vested interests. If you are here to cause trouble, I have no interest in accompanying you. Zhang Yi stood up from the sofa, turned around and planned to leave, going back to the apartment to rest. Who knew that Wu Di suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped in front of Zhang Yi. Wait a minute. I finally saw you today. But I won't let you run away easily. Zhang Yi looked at the arm blocking him in front of him, and a murderous intent gradually emerged in his eyes. You want to fight with me? Bailey Chongqing was also anxious. Even he didn't know how powerful Zhang Yi was at this time. Although Wu Di is a genius, it is difficult to compete with Zhang Yi. Wu Di, don't be impulsive. The side team chose to use Bingpa on their own, and you can't blame Zhang Yi for this. Wu Di smiled, but looked at Zhang Yi with cold eyes. I know. But when I think about the boss dying in Tianhai City, I feel unwilling. Zhang Yi, before the boss died, he always said that he admired your ability, and we intend to win you over to become one of us. So I've always wanted to fight you and test how strong you are. I didn't have this opportunity before, but now you and I are free. So I'm going to have a fight with you. Zhang Yi couldn't help but cover his forehead. Since you already know that I am not primarily responsible for Bian Junwu's death, why come to fight me? Wu Di grinned and said, I just want to prove that I am stronger than you and more worthy of Boss Bian's expectations. Cold sweat broke out on Bailey Chongqing's forehead. Wu Di, don't be impulsive. You are no match for him now. Wu Di said with a smile. You have to play a game to know. He looked at Zhang Yi next to him. I already figured out your ability when I was in Tianhai City. Of course, you also know my abilities. So it's a fair fight between the two of us. Moreover, he was determined on one thing. That is, Zhang Yi will not reveal his true power in Blizzard City. At most, it can only show the level before absorbing Yuan Kongya's strength. Just use your original strength to fight me. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. What was the point of such a battle? I can't think of any reason for me to fight you. Zhang Yi will only fight for his own survival. He is not an aggressive person, just because of Wu Di's obsession. Having a fight in Blizzard City is obviously not in line with his style of doing things. There is no reason. Wu Di looked at Zhang Yi with a smile and said, just because this is Blizzard City, my home court, if you don't agree to my duel request, I will take advantage of the local residents and make things difficult for you. There was a hint of threat in Wu Di's tone. As an investigative team member, it is not too easy to cause trouble for Zhang Yi. He seemed to be convinced of Zhang Yi's character, and was unwilling to cause trouble in Blizzard City. Sure enough, Zhang Yi's eyes became solemn, and the look he looked at Wu Di also showed a fierce look. You are playing with fire, Bailey Chongqing also said. Xiao Wu, you should stop in moderation. Wu Di shook his head firmly. Captain Bailey, although you are the captain, you can only control me when performing tasks. I have to do this. Otherwise, I will always have obsessions in my heart. So please leave me alone today. He bared his teeth and stared into Zhang Yi's eyes. So, do you accept my request for a duel or not? Zhang Yi squinted his eyes, and he could feel the madness and passion in Wu Di's eyes. This guy is a crazy maniac. Zhang Yi understood that if he didn't accept this duel today, Wu Di didn't know what he would do. As a result, the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised slightly. Well, since you want to have fun, I'll play a game with you. But then, Zhang Yi stretched out a finger. But the initiative cannot be all in your hands. Let me put forward a condition. At the very least, we need to add some color to this duel. He hadn't seen such a reckless guy for a long time. But he couldn't fight this fight in vain. He had to get some wool from Wu Di's body. Chapter 575 Lottery. Facing the aggressive Wu Di, Zhang Yi also became a little angry. Although he didn't want to fight a meaningless war, it was necessary to teach this man, who didn't know the heights of the world, a lesson. After all, he is not someone who always holds back. However, he couldn't fight this fight in vain. Hearing that Zhang Yi agreed to fight him, Wu Di's eyes flashed with excitement. Did you agree? Ha ha ha. Good. As for the lottery, tell me, what do you want? Zhang Yi thought for a while, pointed at Wu Di and said, I am only interested in weapons and armor. Jiangnan region is so technologically advanced, so it must be outstanding in terms of equipment. Zhang Yi had a deeper plan in mind. He came this time with Lu Karen. As long as he is given a sample of the best equipment, Lu Karen will have a chance to reproduce it. Therefore, even though Zhang Yi was not a weapons expert, he still made such a request. Wu Di frowned. What you want is a weapon. Oh, it's not impossible. But for strangers like you and me, weapons and other foreign objects don't mean much. Bailey Chongqing helplessly covered her forehead. Wu Di really has no idea about Blizzard City's weapons. Many weapons are highly classified. Although they are very convenient to use on weekdays, they are absolutely not allowed to wander outside. For example, origin bombs and the black suits they usually wear. He came forward worriedly to warn. Don't be impulsive. Both of you. It's okay to have a simple discussion. But you must not get angry. Otherwise, I will not sit idly by and watch. As for the lottery in the game, Zhang Yi, do you have any weapons that you are good at using? You basically don't even think about hot weapons. But you can get one of cold weapons. Zhang Yi is a bit speechless. And cold weapon? He is best at using guns. And cold weapons are only used for self-defense at most. And he has never used them a few times so far. Even the Dragon Ming made of adamant metal was given to Liang Yu to use in every battle. Now it is still on Liang Yu. Bailey Chongqing saw that Zhang Yi's expression was different, and quickly said with a smile, Don't worry. We won't fool you with scrap metal. Our Black Robe squad has a lot of good stuff in its arsenal. For example, you have always heard of weapons made of adamant metal. Right? Edelman metal? Zhang Yi is very familiar with this material. Liang Yu's Long Ming uses this material. Unfortunately, according to Lu Karen, this material is extremely scarce and ordinary people cannot get it. But for the Jiangnan region's investigation team, this kind of material is no longer scarce. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little fiery. He had to have his own weapon to defend himself. I quite like using knives. Bailey Chongqing had already opened a transparent floating screen in front of Zhang Yi. On the light blue screen, images of weapons appeared one by one. Bailey Chongqing stretched out his hand and scratched it. And all kinds of weapons immediately appeared in front of Zhang Yi. The weapons we use every day are made of adamantium metal. This is the standard weapon exclusively used by the investigation team. You can pick one you like. Don't worry about whether it's a good one or not. I'll just give it to you, Bailey Chongqing said to Zhang Yi with a smile. For aliens, dependence on weapons is not particularly high. Unless you are an enhancement type alien who is good at weapons. Or a weapons master pays more attention to this. Among the Black Robe team, only Bailey Chongqing is more demanding on equipment. Of course, the reason why Bailey Chongqing said that he would give Zhang Yi a weapon was not because the Adelman metal weapons were popular. But he understood that with Wu Di's current strength, it was impossible to beat Zhang Yi. Rather than making the relationship between two people tense, it is better to be a smooth relationship. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the many adamant metal weapons displayed by Bailey Chongqing. You must know that Liang Yu's Dragon Ming was specially given to a lady who had protected a high-level official in Shenjing. In other words, this weapon is extremely rare. But among the top combat teams in the region, such as the investigation team, adamant metal weapons have become common. Wu Di frowned slightly. Logically speaking, this kind of weapon cannot be used by people other than the investigation team. Of course, the material formula of adamant metal is not a national secret, and several of the world's leading countries have mastered its smelting technology. Therefore, as the captain of the Black Robe team, Bailey Chongqing, giving Zhang Yi a hand is not a big deal. That's one of the privileges of being a captain. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. He didn't want to accept favors for no reason. No need. Since it is an agreed bet, then I will get it based on my strength. He walked over and searched among the many weapons. The shapes of these weapons are very unique. They are different from traditional cold weapons, and have a very distinctive cyberpunk metal style. Zhang Yi quickly found a long knife inside. It was a straight knife with a blade of only about 1 meter, which was much shorter than the long Ming used by Liang Yu. It is slightly thicker on the back, and should have the shape of an imitation of Tang Yingdao. But it is full of modern technology. Zhang Yi thought about it carefully. He was not a pure alien who relied on weapons to fight, and his strength was weaker than the enhanced and orc-type aliens. Therefore, it is more suitable for him to choose this type of knife that is more suitable for close combat. To put it bluntly, this kind of knife is more suitable for him to use for defense and parry if it is not necessary. He will not choose close combat, let alone engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. So Zhang Yi pointed to the horizontal knife and said, "I will choose it." After Bailey Chongqing confirmed it, he smiled and put away the image of the weapon. But he still advised that this time it was just a discussion, and he hoped that the two of you would not go too far. I will also intervene when necessary. Wu Di smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. I know it in my heart. Just defeat him, and it won't hurt his life." He had no personal grudges with Zhang Yi. This battle was just for his personal obsession and some unspeakable purpose. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. And so did I. But where are we going to fight? Bailey Chongqing looked at the two of them, and saw that the duel could no longer be stopped. So he had no choice but to make the duel as peaceful as possible. So he said that there is a martial arts field in Blizzard City specially used for training and fighting. Only there can the fight be legal. Let's go there. Zhang Yi glanced at Wu Di, nodded and said okay. Let's go there. Wu Di grinned, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 576 Martial Arts Arena. Wu Di and Zhang Yifei want to have a fight to relieve his knot. Bailey Chongqing had no choice but to act as a middleman to conduct the refereeing. So Bailey Chongqing took them out of the password bar, and went to the martial arts performance venue specially provided for soldiers in the region. This place is located in the center of the battle. Even at night, it is still brightly lit, and guarded by elite soldiers and generals. Bailey Chongqing took Zhang Yi inside without any obstruction. Zhang Yi was also observing here along the way. This place gave him a feeling that was beyond the times and dreamy. All the buildings inside are made of dark silver metal-like material, which even feels higher end than the materials in his shelter. The defense is also not at the same level. The height of the first floor alone is more than 10 meters. When people are here, they can clearly feel their insignificance. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of something, smiled and said to Bailey Chongqing, "Can I call my friends over?" Bailey Chongqing looked at him in surprise. "Don't you still trust us?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "That's not the case. But if I get injured, I need my personal doctor to treat me." Bailey Chongqing smiled. "Don't worry. There are specialized doctors in this place. And..." He glanced at Wu Di, but didn't say the rest of the sentence. "With your strength, Zhang Yi, is it possible to get injured?" Zhang Yi smiled meaningfully. "I only accepted treatment from my own doctor." After Bailey Chongqing thought about it for a while, he probably understood Zhang Yi's concerns. Although ordinary people are not allowed to enter the combat center, the core area is not a martial arts arena, so it doesn't hurt to call others over to watch the battle. "Alright. You can call your friends over, and I will give them passes." Zhang Yi nodded, and asked Liang Yu and others to come here. In fact, his most critical purpose is to get Lu Karen here. Let her take advantage. Divine machine management. The ability to analyze the materials of this place for him. It would be best if he could imitate it so that his shelter could be strengthened in the future. Area A and Area B are considered high-end areas in Blizzard City, and are relatively close to the combat center. So it didn't take long for Lu Karen and the others to arrive here. When they first arrived here, they were full of curiosity, and were shocked by this spectacular building. The most obvious thing is the chilling atmosphere here, emanating from every soldier. You know, even the soldiers responsible for guarding the combat center are all members of Blizzard City's elite Union force. When Liu Karen and the others arrived, they quickly came over to ask what happened to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi briefly told him about his duel with Wu Di. Everyone's eyes looked very strange when they heard this. Wu Di wants to duel with Zhang Yi. Isn't he overestimating his abilities? Zhang Yi said in a low voice that this boy is not stupid. He is very smart. I know I can't use my full strength in Blizzard City. Otherwise, try to challenge him elsewhere. Does he dare to challenge me? When Liu Karen heard what Zhang Yi said, he frowned and said with some disgust, "He is so despicable." Uncle Yu asked confusedly what was the point of doing this. It would be disgraceful even if he wins against you who is not fighting with all your strength. Zhang Yi said calmly that what he wanted to prove was that he was stronger than me during the Battle of Tianhai City. Some people are like this, always hoping to find spiritual comfort for themselves. This is his obsession. However, there may be other hidden stories. Zhang Yi lowered his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "In short, I must defeat him without exposing my own strength." This is a little challenging for Zhang Yi, but not much. He already knows Wu Di's abilities very well. But then again, in addition to his new abilities, Wu Di also knew a lot about his abilities. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at Liu Karen. Combustible. It is rare to enter the interior of the combat center. You take the opportunity to get in touch with various materials here. You know what I mean? Liu Karen groaned. He thought he was just here to watch the fun. But he didn't expect that he still had a mission. But she nodded excitedly. Okay. I promise to complete the task. This job is also very challenging for her. But she loves it. After possessing superpowers, her favorite thing to do is to research new materials and make new mechanical weapons and equipment. While several people were chatting, Bailey Chongqing pulled Wu Di aside. Wu Di calmly put on a pure black tight-fitting leather jacket, and then wrapped a black bandage around his wrist. Bailey Chongqing frowned and said worriedly to Xiao Wu, "Zhang Yi's strength is now only slightly stronger than before. He can even resist Yuan Kongya's attack. Can you really beat him?" Wu Di's eyes were shining, but he was no longer as arrogant as before. "I see. But boss, I have already figured out his abilities in that battle." Wu Di's eyes are blazing, and his strength lies in defense, not offense. If Yuan Kongya hadn't been too weak in combat experience, he wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Boss Bian always warned me when he was alive that the strength of ability does not determine everything. The key lies in this. He pointed to his head. I've already thought of a way to beat him. A proud smile appeared on the corner of Wu Di's mouth. At least this time. I must beat him once. Otherwise, I will never be willing to accept it in my life. What he longs for most is Bian Junwu's recognition. Even if Bian Junwu is dead, as long as he defeats Zhang Yi, who has high hopes for Bian Junwu, he will be satisfied in his heart. What's more, he knew that Zhang Yi would not use his full strength here. No matter what. Just winning is enough. The time, place and people are favorable. And those who are good at making use of the favorable conditions are also excellent warriors. Bailey Chongqing sighed helplessly. I hope so. He also felt that Wu Di's analysis was reasonable. When fighting someone with max defense like Zhang Yi, there won't be much danger as long as you're not too stubborn to fight him. Of course, the premise is that Zhang Yi doesn't use his extremely lethal space-killing skills. Bailey Chongqing turned around to look for Zhang Yi. He had to give Zhang Yi a few words. Soon Bailey Chongqing came to Zhang Yi, smiled and said to him, Let's go. I will take you to change clothes first. Do you need to change clothes for a duel? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Of course. Bailey Chongqing laughed and said that in a duel in a martial arts arena, you have to wear training clothes. This can protect your body well from harm. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi saw Wu Di walking out of the locker room wearing a black tights. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay. Let's go there. Chapter 577, Space Ability Users in Blizzard City. Zhang Yi came to the locker room accompanied by Bailey Chongqing. There were grids on the cabinets beside the wall. Bailey Chongqing walked over, used his authority to take out a set of training clothes, and then handed them to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the training clothes and walked to the compartment inside. He first carefully inspected the training clothes to see if there were any special devices. This set of clothes feels very strange when you first get it. It is much heavier than ordinary tights, and the thickness is much higher than ordinary fabrics. It is obviously made of some kind of high-tech special material. If I wear it, I'm afraid my personal data will also be recorded. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Fortunately, I'm not an enhanced alien. so it doesn't hurt to just collect my physical data. As for whether my superpower data will be collected, won't it be okay if I retain my strength? Anyway, there must be statistics on his basic abilities in Jiangnan region. And his only secret is the new fighting method he awakened after absorbing Yuan Kongye's origin. He couldn't demonstrate that ability to anyone here, because it was his trump card. Zhang Yi took off his coat and put on the tights. This suit is very interesting. There are no zippers or other structures. Instead, after putting it on, press a button on your right hand, and the tights will automatically fit tightly on your body. After wearing it, Zhang Yi did not feel any discomfort. He moved his body and felt a strange feeling. His body seemed to become more flexible and his strength became stronger. This kind of training clothes actually has such effect? Zhang Yi said in surprise. He walked out of the cubicle, and Bailey Chongqing was waiting for him outside. Zhang Yi expressed his doubts. The training uniforms of Bailey Chongqing Laughing Road are actually made of the same material as the uniforms of our investigation team. We usually wear a set of built-in battle suits when we go out on missions. It can improve our overall quality. It is no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary person wearing it can achieve the most basic physical strength of an alpha-level enhanced alien. Zhang Yi looked at the training clothes on his body in surprise. There were such magical clothes? Bailey Chongqing could see Zhang Yi's hot eyes, and reminded with a smile that this kind of training uniform is very precious. In Blizzard City, only people from the Yanyan Army and the 6 major investigation teams are qualified to use it. If you like it, you can consider joining our Black Robe team. Zhang Yi curled up his lips and said, I'd better skip this. Right. Bailey Chongqing shrugged. He knew that Zhang Yi didn't like to be restrained. So, let's head to the martial arts arena now. Zhang Yi said there was no rush. I would give them my satellite phone for safekeeping. The satellite phone contained a person's secret. Bailey Chongqing thought Zhang Yi didn't trust the storage mechanism here, so he could only smile and say okay. You are really cautious. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Be careful when sailing the 1,000-year-old ship. Details make a difference. What he said was a pun, and Bailey Chongqing didn't realize the deep meaning in his words. He walked out with Zhang Yi. At this time, Wu Di was already waiting for Zhang Yi's arrival in the middle of the martial arts arena. He folded his arms, closed his eyes and rested, trying to adjust himself to the best state. Zhang Yi came to Lu Karen and others and handed the satellite phone to Lu Karen. Flammable. Please keep this thing for me first. Zhang Yi turned his back to Bailey Chongqing and gave Lu Karen a wink. Lu Karen understood and reached out to touch the training clothes on Zhang Yi's arm. Zhang Yi chatted with her for a while and delayed for a while. After Lu Karen finished analyzing the material structure of the training uniform, Zhang Yi turned around and walked towards the martial arts field. Zhang Yi. Stop clicking. Stop clicking. Bailey Chongqing did not forget to remind Zhang Yi. He was very worried that Zhang Yi would be hit on the head. Divine power. If used, it is very likely that Wu Di will be killed in one blow, even if he was physically as strong as him. There was no guarantee that he would survive the attack, not to mention Wu Di's small arms and legs. Zhang Yi waved his hand behind him, indicating that Bailey Chongqing didn't need to worry. Soon, he walked along the passage and arrived at the martial arts arena below. As for Bailey Chongqing, Lu Karen, Zhou Qi and others, they were watching the battle on the second floor. The entire martial arts field is about the size of half a football field, and its shape is similar to a football field or the Colosseum in ancient Rome. On the periphery are buildings more than 10 stories high, and you can clearly see the battle scenes in the field. Zhang Yi stood dozens of meters away from Wu Di. He looked at the space around him and frowned slightly. This place seems a little small, and some of it can't be used. Battles between high-level aliens can easily cause large-scale destruction. This small space is obviously not enough. Wu Di put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, You don't have to worry about this. Zhang Yi hadn't said anything yet, but in an instant, all the scenes in front of him were zoomed away. Wu Di, who was dozens of meters away from him, suddenly ran hundreds of meters away, and the martial arts field that was half the size of a football field has become more than 10 square kilometers in size. Zhang Yi was startled for a moment, then understood. Is this a space power? This was the first time he saw a space ability user other than himself. At this time, not only the space in front of Zhang Yi and the others became larger. On the viewing platform on the second floor, the scene in front of Lu Karen, Zhou Qi and others also became vast. However, rather than saying that the scene has grown larger, it is better to say that everything in front of you has shrunk. Bailey Chongqing explained to them that this is the ability of the administrator of the martial arts field, and its name is Martial Arts Arena is a very functional space system ability. A mechanical and emotionless voice sounded in the ears of Zhang Yi and Wu Di. Martial arts performance begins. When the battle started, no one noticed that apart from Zhou Qi and others, there were actually other spectators present. The use level of the martial arts field is very high, and only members of the investigation team and Yinyan cadres are eligible. And battles of this level do not happen often in the entire Blizzard City. So when the martial arts arena was applied for opening, it naturally attracted many people to watch the battle. For example, Deng Shitong, the captain of the Tianshan team, is currently in a house on the 3rd floor, looking meaningfully at the two people on the field. He was more or less curious about Zhang Yi. If he can really defeat Wu Di, then it is not impossible to give him a chance and become a substitute for the Tianshan team. Deng Shitong was lying on the railing, squinting his eyes and smiling. Behind him were two members of the Celestial team. A strong man with short hair and a beard, and a feminine-looking man in white. Chapter 578 Battle against Wu Di. Deng Shitong was watching the battle upstairs, and several members of the Blackrobe team also arrived here one after another. It is rare to have such an exciting battle, and of course they will not miss it. But among these audiences, they are not the most distinguished, because today, the Commander-in-Chief of Jiangnan region, Zhu Zheng, also appeared at the martial arts arena. He was sitting in a box on the 5th floor, and the glass in front of him turned into a huge screen, which was divided into more than a dozen pieces, observing the two people in the field from various angles. On the sofa to his right sat the Minister of War, Tu Yulai. On his left stood his secretary Lan Xinqing, and on his right was his bodyguard Sun Lushuan. It can be said that at least half of the big guys in Blizzard City who are still in the city are here. It is indeed unusual for a simple duel to attract so many people's attention. The battle begins. The distance between the two sides is several hundred meters, but both of them are long-range attack types, so this distance is not a big problem. Zhang Yi took out two white owls with both hands, pointed them at Wu Di and pulled the trigger. Precise shooting. The bullet automatically locked onto Wu Di's position. However, what Zhang Yi used this time was not the holy silver bullets that could destroy demons, but special armor-piercing bullets. When using holy silver bullets in Blizzard City, it is easy to suspect that they are replicas of the origin bullets. Zhang Yi would not make such a stupid mistake. But even armor-piercing bullets still possess extremely powerful lethality due to his superpower. But when Zhang Yi raised his hand, hundreds of white light balls appeared around Wu Di's body, covering his entire body. When the bullet approached the white balls of light around him, it was melted in the air. Seeing this scene, Deng Shitong couldn't help but nodded. This kid has great talents and abilities. Wu Di's talent is very high, and even Bian Junwu is very optimistic about the floating cannon that converts mental power into energy. After the battle in Tianhai City, it was obvious that his combat effectiveness had risen to another level. Zhang Yi remained unmoved. Wu Di knows his abilities, and will definitely be wary of his spear skills. It would be strange if Wu Di couldn't guard against him. But, so what? Do you have more mental power, or do I have more bullets? Zhang Yi kept pulling the trigger with both hands, while slowly moving his position and shooting at Wu Di. All bullets were fired at the same position, trying to break through the defense area of the floating cannon. It's useless. I already understand your attack methods. This kind of attack is just trying to hurt me. It's absolutely impossible. Wu Di stretched his right hand forward, and more than a dozen light balls condensed into a huge floating cannon, and blasted towards Zhang Yi fiercely. In an instant, a white beam of light penetrated the space and came to Zhang Yi. But the light pillar suddenly disappeared in midair. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door from the very beginning of the battle. Wu Di knows his abilities, and he also knows Wu Di's abilities. At this time, the two of them were competing for their trump cards and their ability to spot tricks. Can space-based abilities absorb attacks? Deng Shitong touched his chin and said curiously. But then he smiled. But this absorption must not be unlimited. I wonder if he can take my attack. At this time, the bearded man behind him smiled and said that the abilities of the space system rarely have powerful attack methods. However, I am very interested in discussing with him. The feminine man next to the bearded man smiled faintly when he heard this. There are only a few people with melee and space abilities like you. If you fight him, isn't that bullying him? The bearded man laughed. He was right. It was indeed too bullying for him to fight someone like Zhang Yi, who was outside of Blizzard City, because he is the deputy captain of the god team. Divine Fist Liao Honglei. Deng Shitong lazily held the side of his face with one hand. His face was as beautiful as a woman's. It doesn't matter. All I need is his ability to store items. This will make it much easier for our team to perform missions in the future. However, it would be more interesting if he could give me a little space shock. Deng Shitong looked at Zhang Yi on the martial arts field with a little expectancy in his eyes. In the first wave of tests between Zhang Yi and Wu Di, neither one could do anything about the other. However, the two men's attack continued. Only by continuing to attack will the opponent be forced to reveal their flaws. Zhang Yi ran out of bullets in both pistols. And then he suddenly pressed the button on the gun handle, and the empty magazine fell off. 2 full magazines appeared out of thin air, and were replaced by him with one hand. Bang 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 bang. Zhang Yi's shooting didn't stop for a moment. Even if he is a foreigner, he cannot remain indifferent to this kind of attack. And Wu Di's aperture defense was really powerful, not letting a bullet get close to Wu Di. But to Zhang Yi, it doesn't matter. As long as it can consume the invincible power, even a little bit is valuable. Wu Di stared at Zhang Yi, not daring to be careless at all. He knew that Zhang Yi was good at defense, but not very good at attack. But Zhang Yi has a powerful move that can directly hit him hard. However, this skill is not perfect. After Wu Di returned, he carefully studied Zhang Yi's information. It was found that before he used his divine power, he would have obvious skill forward movement, and the distortion of space was not achieved in one step. Moreover, the divine power consumes extremely powerful powers. After releasing it, Zhang Yi's body will be temporarily empty of supernatural powers, and he will not be able to use the second divine power in the short term. As long as he remains vigilant and avoids Shui's attacks in time, he can take advantage of Zhang Yi's attack gap to counterattack. Let's see how I do this trick. It's specially prepared for you. Wu Di sneered and spread his hands, and light spots the size of water droplets slowly appeared around his arms. They were so densely packed that there were thousands of them. This is a small floating cannon. Although it is not as powerful as the previous light balls, it is more numerous and difficult to defend against. Then he waved his hands, and thousands of light points instantly cut through the space and shot towards Zhang Yi. Dimensional Gate. Zhang Yi took his time and opened the dimensional door in front of him. However, those light spots did not disappear directly into the dimensional gate, but suddenly spread out in the air and flew in all directions around Zhang Yi. This is... Do you want to perform an AoE attack on me? Zhang Yi immediately understood Wu Di's intention. A smile appeared on Wu Di's lips. The Psi team once said that your ability can restrain my floating cannon. But how do you defend against this kind of attack that comes from all directions and has no blind spots? Thousands of light points were suspended in midair, covering the so-called directions around Zhang Yi. In Zhang Yishua's bright eyes, they became brighter and hotter. Then, there was a series of amazing explosions. Chapter 579 Floating Cannon. Boom! Thousands of micro-floating cannons exploded around Zhang Yi, illuminating the space with bright light, causing dazzling light pollution. Liang Yu couldn't help but said that he really came prepared. In this way, it would be difficult for Zhang Yi's double doors to exert a defensive effect. Uncle Yu also crossed his arms, and said that Zhang Yi's defense itself is not very strong. So even if a miniature floating cannon explodes, it will cause damage to Zhang Yi. But, can we beat Zhang Yi in this way? At least Uncle Yu and the others won't worry, because in the face of such a large AoE attack, Zhang Yi still has the means to deal with it. The next moment, everyone saw Zhang Yi's figure emerging from the distance. Then he pulled the trigger with both hands and shot at Wu Di. Although it is impossible to absorb such indiscriminate attacks with double doors, it is still possible to escape from the attack range. Oh! Space travel? What an interesting life-saving ability. Deng Shintong's eyes lit up slightly. Liao Honglei still said, Do you just know how to escape? Although it is a very powerful skill in the apocalypse, it is still not qualified to become an official member of the investigation team. The investigation team needs personnel with combat capabilities to perform their tasks. They only know how to defend blindly, which is of little use to them. In another room, Zhu Zheng and others were also staring at the screen to watch the battle between the two. Zhu Zheng's eyes mainly fell on Zhang Yi's picture, seeing that his spatial ability was biased towards defense. Zhu Zheng immediately saw the characteristics of his ability. His ability should be to connect to a different space outside this world, whether it is absorbing attacks or traveling through space. Different spaces are used as a medium. Only, how will he attack? The vast majority of aliens only have one kind of power. Even if they develop a variety of skills, they are all expanded from one kind of power. Zhang Yi's abilities don't seem to be highly offensive, no matter how much they are developed. They are mostly used for storage and defense. How can he defeat Wu Di, who has strong offensive ability, if he just defends blindly? Sun Lushuan, who was behind Zhu Zheng, lowered his body slightly, and said to him, "Commander, but I felt that Zhang Yi must be hiding a powerful killing move." Zhu Zheng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Sun Luxuan's evaluation. Sun Luxuan's strength is also among the top in the entire Blizzard City. But only Zhu Zheng knows how strong he is. Being able to be commented by him personally shows that Zhang Yi is qualified enough to be noticed by Sun Luxuan. "How to say?" Zhu Zheng asked. Sun Luxuan looked at Zhang Yi's resolute and calm profile on the screen with a smile. "It's a feeling." He acted too calmly, and even gave people a feeling of confidence. This can't even be called confidence, but a feeling that one's victory is taken for granted. If he hadn't been a truly strong man and had completely grasped the situation, he wouldn't have had this expression. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng and Lan Xinqing both stared carefully at Zhang Yi's expressionless face on the screen. Sure enough, Zhang Yi in the image is calm and indifferent, like a game player playing against a human machine. Half of Tu Yulia's face was hidden under his high collar. Although he didn't speak, he looked at Zhang Yi more. Interesting. A smile appeared on Zhu Zheng's lips, and he crossed his legs, intending to quietly enjoy this wonderful battle. I knew that this boy was not as simple as Bailey Chongqing said. On the martial arts field, Zhang Yi's counterattacks were still intensive and fierce. His energy was not entirely focused on the battlefield. This is not arrogance. It's because he is very clear about his own strength and Wu Di's strength. If he really goes all out, he can even kill Wu Di instantly. After all, in this limited space, Wu Di, who is not good at running, can't avoid his killing move with extremely huge attack range. But he can't do that, because he had already noticed that Wu Di coming to him for a duel would definitely attract the attention of many people. Among them may be the top management of Blizzard City. If your performance is too outstanding, you may be forcibly recruited to Blizzard City. After all, it is impossible for the region to allow such awesome people to exist outside the region headquarters. He wants to win. But he wants to win so that no one will doubt his strength. After thinking about this, Zhang Yi gradually had a layer of calculation in his heart. He knew how he was going to fight Wu Di. The thoughts in my heart lasted only a moment. But the bullets in my hands had already been fired dozens of times at a rapid rate. Although they were all blocked by Wu Di's aperture, Zhang Yi quickly changed his bullets, and his attack didn't even have a pause. Zhu Zheng nodded. This style of play is indeed interesting. It has a lot of space, and can store a lot of weapons and ammunition. In other words, he alone is a huge arsenal. Fighting a war of attrition is also a very good choice. No matter how powerful the alien is, there will be a moment when his powers are exhausted. But Zhang Yi didn't know how much ammunition he had. If Wu Di continues to spend time with Zhang Yi like this, he will definitely be the loser in the end. It seems like you want to consume me to death. Wu Di was also aware of Zhang Yi's plot. If he really lost like that, he would be completely embarrassed. The core combat member of the dignified Blackrobe team was actually defeated with a firearm. If he tells it, he will become the laughing stock of the entire Blizzard City. Sorry, but all this is within my expectations. Wu Di touched the ground with his feet and started to retreat quickly. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Both he and Wu Di are long-range attack types. But he has the trump card in the mid-range. Whether it's divine power or a surprise attack using the double doors. But it is impossible for him to use his divine power here. If the opponent is already prepared for the double gate, it will be difficult to attack suddenly. So what's the point of Wu Di's long distance? Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He was silently waiting for Wu Di's attack. But he remained unchanged in response to all changes, and continued to shoot Wu Di with a pistol. At this time, he really had the urge to change the bullets to holy silver bullets. Then a sudden attack would leave Wu Di defenseless and break through his protective aperture. However, that would expose the existence of the holy silver bullet. Secondly, the holy silver bullet is very effective in destroying demons. But its armor-piercing ability is not as good as ordinary armor-piercing bullets. And it cannot penetrate Wu Di's black training uniform and cause him damage. It doesn't make much sense. With the help of the training suit, Wu Di's speed became very fast, and he quickly opened a distance of 800 meters between him and Zhang Yi. This distance is the limit of your space travel. Wu Di stopped there, and the scene of Zhang Yi traveling through space and fighting Yuan Kongya appeared in his mind. After his calculations, Zhang Yi's original shuttle distance was only 300 meters. Even if his power is stronger at this time, a radius of 800 meters is enough. He has been preparing for today's battle for a long time, including the fighting methods to defeat Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, come and try this trick of mine. If you can take it, I will admit that your strength is superior to mine. Chapter 580, The End of the Two Worlds. After leaving Zhang Yi 800 meters away, Wu Di opened his hands towards Zhang Yi, scolded lightly, and suddenly countless tiny light spots appeared from around him. The number of them was like countless rainbow bubbles blown up. They were densely packed and quickly rose into the sky, almost completely covering the entire area of the martial arts arena. After a while, they flew around Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stared at them cautiously, but they did not explode immediately. Like a big ball of foam, a spherical cloud with a radius of 800 meters formed around Zhang Yi. Wu Di looked at Zhang Yi and murmured, "This move is specially prepared for you. Its name is Floating Bubble. A total of 300,000 micro-floating cannons, which lasted for 2 minutes. Now, even if you use that weird space ability, you can't defend it. Although the floating cannon is turned into tiny particles, its lethality is still powerful enough." Wu Di didn't want to kill Zhang Yi. As long as he could make Zhang Yi look disgraced, he would win. Because of this trick, he can continue to use it 3 times. Burst. Wu Di didn't talk nonsense, and after the bubble cloud formed, he immediately began to gradually detonate those micro-floating cannons. 300,000 floating cannon-like particles gradually exploded, covering a range of 800 meters. Zhang Yi couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Even if you want to hide in a different space, you could only hide for 1 minute at most. In other words, this move is almost impossible for Zhang Yi to avoid. The explosion at the scene lit up with bright light and shadow, like countless soap bubbles exploding in the sun. Everyone stared at the scene on the field, hoping to know how Zhang Yi would respond to such a move. Even in the eyes of Deng Shitong and Bailey Chongqing, this kind of move is difficult to dodge, and they can only resist it with strong defensive capabilities. But Zhang Yi, he is not an enhanced alien, and he does not have that kind of terrifying defensive ability. Although the training clothes can protect his body, he will be directly judged to lose the game based on the extent of his injuries. Even Uncle Yu, Liang Yu and others who were the most confident in Zhang Yi couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this move used by Wu Di. This move was completely created for Zhang Yi. Only then did they understand why Zhang Yi was so strict about keeping his information secret. And even the people around him couldn't know the whole story. Because once your abilities are known to others, your weaknesses will be infinitely magnified in the eyes of your opponents. Even high-level Delta aliens will be targeted at their weaknesses by means of their opponents, causing significant damage. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the martial arts arena. They all wanted to see if Zhang Yi could resist this kind of move that specifically targeted his ability. The 3-minute floating bubble explosion caused a dazzling visual effect and hindered everyone's ability to observe the scenes in the field. But 3 minutes later, what Wu Di wanted to hear was broadcast from the martial arts arena system. The martial arts performance is over. Zhang Yi is defeated. The sound did not appear. After the light and shadow ended, Zhang Yi stood in place intact. His expression was very calm, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They had thought that Zhang Yi could take this move, but they absolutely couldn't imagine that Zhang Yi could take it so perfectly without suffering any damage. For the first time, a look of surprise flashed in Deng Shintong's eyes. Interesting. Really interesting. It seems that he is stronger than what is recorded in the regional intelligence. In another private room, Xu Zheng was also puzzled. How did this kid do it? His abilities shouldn't have such perfect defensive capabilities. But Sun Luxuan behind him pushed up his glasses, smiled and said, "I can probably see what's going on." Tu Yunlai also nodded secretly. It is indeed a very interesting defensive skill. This guy has maxed out his defense skills. Seeing Xu Zheng and Lan Qiqing puzzled, Sun Luxuan explained to them that just when the explosion occurred, he opened a perfect defensive wall, absorbing all attacks from all directions. When Xu Zheng heard this, he spoke out about the martial arts field and analyzed the battle scene just now. This martial arts arena is used for battles between aliens. Through the training uniforms and the monitoring system in the martial arts arena, the information about the abilities used by aliens can be perfectly obtained. Of course, this can also help aliens improve their weaknesses. As soon as Xu Zheng spoke, there was a reply immediately, and it was presented in the form of a 3-dimensional image. In the picture, when the 300,000 floating light particles began to explode gradually, Zhang Yi suddenly opened a spherical film barrier around him. It was a door to a different dimension, and compared with what he used before, dimensional gate, different. This time the space door is spherical. It completely enveloped him. Zhu Zheng's eyes were a little shocked. Isn't this an absolute defense? Sun Luxuan smiled and said that there is no absolute defense in this world. If there is, it is just that the offensive power is not strong enough. Lan Qiqing frowned slightly and said strangely, But from the beginning to the end, he was using various means to defend. Is this kind of person too stubborn? If he is blindly defensive, how should he attack? Everyone is curious about this question. However, when Zhang Yi appeared in the martial arts arena intact, everyone realized that Zhang Yi was at least in an invincible position. An alien with absolute defense. Innately invincible. Zhang Yi looked at Wu Di calmly, and he could see strong shock and unwillingness in Wu Di's eyes. Wu Di gritted his teeth and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? How could you block my attack? I have thoroughly studied your abilities. You can't block this move at all. Even if the power of my floating light particles is greatly weakened, it won't be able to hurt you." He felt a little panicked. So he opened his arms again, and floating bubbles rose into the sky. He wanted to try again. Stop doing useless work. Zhang Yi looked at Wu Di coldly. He had to admit that if it was a month ago, he would have been very embarrassed when encountering such a trick. But after absorbing the origin of Yuan Kongya, his skills also evolved, which was an upgrade to the subtle operation of supernatural powers. Zhang Yi's body did not move, and a spherical dimensional wall appeared directly around him, wrapping him tightly. Now, there is an entire different dimensional space between him and the real world. Unless the energy limit exceeds the endurance of his dimensional gate, nothing can attack him beyond this defense. This move can be called his absolute defense and a perfect barrier. The two worlds are bound together. Chapter 581 Attention. Wu Di's attack came again, but this level of attack was unable to cause any damage to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi knew that his battle would definitely be watched. Therefore, he cannot fight for too long to avoid exposing his strength. However, he also doesn't know how to use his divine power and the newly learned killing move. After all, he had no intention of killing Wu Di. So he just calmly raised his pistol, pointed it at Wu Di and shot. At this time, Wu Di was still in shock, facing Zhang Yi's shooting. He subconsciously used the ability of the aperture to resist. But this time, the pitch-black bullet penetrated directly through his aperture defense and landed on him. Ah! Wu Di was in pain. His expression was distorted, and he knelt on the ground clutching his chest in pain. At this time, the sound of announcements from the martial arts arena rang in everyone's ears. The martial arts performance is over. Wu Di is defeated. The sudden end of the battle did not surprise anyone, because the battle between high-level aliens is like this. The outcome is decided in a moment. A brief loss of concentration, a tiny exposure of weakness, can determine victory, defeat, life or death in an instant. Wu Di couldn't believe his ears. This bullet. He looked at the ground and saw a dark bullet lying there quietly. Just now, this bullet penetrated his defensive aperture and landed on his training uniform. Because of the protection of his training uniform, he was not penetrated. But the system of the martial arts arena had already determined his defeat based on the extent of the damage. Rise. Origin bomb. How come you have such a thing? Wu Di shouted at Zhang Yi in the distance in disbelief. It's just that the distance between the two people was too far, and Zhang Yi didn't hear what he was shouting. Zhang Yi just smiled lightly. The victory was decided, and the battle was over. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. But everyone could see the scene clearly. Deng Shitan looked at Zhang Yi's leaving figure, with light blooming in his eyes. This guy is indeed smart. Even Liao Honglei and Bai Chunyu behind him couldn't help but look sideways. First, ordinary bullets were used to make Wu Di careless. And then, the ordinary bullets were mixed with origin bullets. Such an attack is indeed easy for people to make mistakes. However, in the final analysis, Wu Di's combat experience is too little. In his words, Liao Honglei looked down upon Wu Di. He crossed his arms and smiled lightly, and said that if it were veterans like us, we would never make such a mistake. He won't give Zhang Yi a chance to shoot. The soft-looking Bai Chunyu next to him smiled lightly and said, "But he is indeed a very talented person in combat. Isn't he? Knowing how to use your strengths and avoid your weaknesses is quite rare." Deng Shitan ignored the words of the two men behind him. He looked at Zhang Yi with admiration in his eyes. Then he thought to himself that the establishment of the investigation team is fixed, and the number of people cannot be increased at will. This Zhang Yi is already qualified to become an official member of the Tianshan team. But, otherwise, Lu Yinghao should be kicked out from the official team members. His strength has been somewhat lagging behind. In the box where Zhu Zheng was, everyone's eyes were a little hot when faced with Zhang Yi's victory. Being able to defeat Wu Di shows that Zhang Yi has the strength to be an elite member of the investigation team. After all, Wu Di is also at the top of the Black Robe investigation team. It seems that our information about Zhang Yi is indeed wrong. Zhu Zheng frowned slightly. Was this something Zhang Yi hid? Or was Bailey Chongqing hiding something when he reported it to him? No. Not really. Zhang Yi's ability has been reported truthfully. He is indeed a strange person who is good at defense. From an attack point of view, it is more about using the mind rather than having powerful attack attribute abilities. It can only mean that this person's power is not very aggressive. But he is too good at fighting. But why does he have an origin bomb? Zhu Sheng said, looking at Secretary Lan Xinchen next to him. The origin bomb is a secret of China. It was jointly developed by the technical departments of the 6 regions. Both the materials and the production process are absolutely confidential. Even in Blizzard City, only a few people such as Yun Yin, the investigation team, and the guards around the high-level headquarters have this thing. Because the materials used are so rare, ordinary people have no chance to use them. No wonder Zhu Sheng is sensitive. Lan Xinchen quickly reported that Su was a few that he got by chance when the Black Robe team was performing a mission in Tianhai City. I will go find Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing to confirm. Zhu Sheng nodded. If that's the case, that's okay. Just leave a few out and let others use them. This Zhang Yi can be considered and used in the future. Lan Xinchen saw Zhu Zheng's admiration for Zhang Yi and couldn't help but ask the commander-in-chief if he should be transferred to Blizzard City. Let him be trained, and then consider incorporating him into Yin Yin's army, or assigning him to a certain investigation team? Zhu Sheng thought for a while, then waved his hand. It's better not to use it for now. After all, he is the leader of the aliens in Tianhai City. Today, Tianhai City is in dire straits, and its combat effectiveness has dropped sharply. If he were transferred again, there would be no peace in Haishur from that day forward. When Lan Xinchen heard this, he said that the commander-in-chief was thinking about it. Lan Xinchen has followed Zhu Zheng for many years and knows his temper. The subtext of these words is that although he admires Zhang Yi somewhat, he has not yet reached the point of liking him. After all, Zhang Yi's strength was at best above average among the investigation team and Yin Yin's troops. Zhang Yi left the martial arts arena and came to the second floor. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi with no surprise in his eyes. Thank you for showing mercy. Zhang Yi said nonchalantly that was all. A mere Wudi was never taken seriously by Zhang Yi. As for weapons, what do you say? Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, if you are so anxious, I can take you to get it later. The survey team's weapons depot is in the combat center. Not very far from here. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay. I'm going to change clothes first. When it comes to the training clothes on his body, Zhang Yi really can't put them down. Although the protective suit he wore before was very defensive and equipped with many modern technological equipment, it was definitely not as powerful as this black tights. Not only does it have strong defensive power, but the key is that it can improve a person's basic physical fitness, which is terrifying. Zhang Yi really wants to get a set, wear it as a lining, and wear it with combat uniforms. It will be perfect. But now, he can only think about it, because Chongqing cannot give him a set of such high-tech equipment. Fortunately, he has Lu Karen. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen next to him. Lu Karen nodded towards him, with a confident look in his eyes. A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. It seems that he is about to get this good thing. Chapter 582 Sir. Please stay. Zhang Yi came to the locker room and changed out of his training clothes. The texture still made him feel fond of it, but he couldn't take it away from here. Fortunately, Lu Karen, a mechanical master, is here, and he will rely on her to reproduce this material and help him build a set. Zhang Yi changed his clothes and walked out of the dressing room. Wu Di is already outside. An annoyed look could be seen on his face. But the hostility towards Zhang Yi was no longer the same as before. After the fight, the obsession in my heart was finally let go. He also understood that Zhang Yi didn't even attack with all his strength now. If he couldn't beat him, he would have no chance in the future. I can only say that I am a little bit reluctant. When Zhang Yi came out, I heard him telling Bailey Chongqing that I thought I was very well prepared this time and would have a chance to beat him. Bailey Chongqing comforted him that your time in joining the investigation team was too short. What you lack is actual combat experience. You just need to practice more in the future. Zhang Yi came out. Are you two finished chatting? After we finish chatting, please take me to get my loot. Bailey Chongqing waved to not far away, and saw Ming Xiu, a member of the investigation team, walking over carrying a black box. She handed the box into Zhang Yi's hands. This is what you want! Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, and he wanted to open it to take a look at his new weapon. But Bailey Chongqing stretched out his hand to hold down the box, and gave him a wink to look at it after he went back. Although the standard adamant metal weapons are not Blizzard City's top secrets, Ordinary soldiers are not qualified to use them. In principle, it is not a good idea for Bailey Evergreen to give one to Zhang Yi. But Blizzard City's temporary rules do not stipulate this in detail. Therefore, Zhang Yi can use it. But there is no need to be too showy. After all, this is a combat center, and it would not be a good thing for people to discuss it. Zhang Yi understood, reached out, and put the weapon box into the different space. There were other familiar faces from the Black Robe team around. Apparently they had all watched the battle between the two men, and their eyes looking at Zhang Yi became more and more admiring. In terms of combat effectiveness, Wu Di is currently second only to Bailey Changqing in their team. Zhang Yi was able to defeat him easily while retaining his strength, which shows his strength and clear fighting mind. Bailey Changqing smiled and put one arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder, and the other arm around Wu Di's shoulder. After this fight today, the past grudges will be wiped out. I hope you can be friends in the future. Friend? This word made Zhang Yi's mouth reveal a meaningful smile. His standards for choosing friends are very high, but he still has to give him the evergreen face. Anyway, he won't lose a piece of meat by saying nice words. Zhang Yi smiled and took the initiative to extend his right hand to Wu Di. After that, we should take more care of each other. Wu Di and Zhang Yi themselves have no personal grudges. After the fight, he also felt the gap between himself and Zhang Yi. This kind of people are arrogant, but they admire the strong. Zhang Yi took the initiative to reach out to him again, and he stretched out his hand to shake Zhang Yi's hand a little embarrassedly. Oh! After this fight, it was already getting late. Blizzard City has a curfew, which naturally has no impact on Bailey Changqing and others. But Zhang Yi had just arrived, and he didn't want to mess with the rules and let people use this as an excuse to target him. He then said that we should go back and rest first. There will be a meeting tomorrow. Bailey Changqing nodded. Okay. After your meeting is over, we can get together again when we have time. Speaking of which, I didn't even let you drink good wine today. As a local landlord, I didn't treat you well. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. If he had time then, of course, he could have a few drinks together. Zhang Yi left the combat center with the others. Not to mention, but here at the martial arts arena, everyone who had watched the battle had their own thoughts. Deng Shitong seemed to have the idea of wanting to win over Zhang Yi. But today he had already met Zhang Yi, so when he went to look for Zhang Yi again, he felt a little rushed, which was not his style. He has never even heard of my name. Deng Shitong. No wonder. After all, it came from a small place. After Deng Shitong thought for a while, he turned to Bai Chunyu and said, You can go find Zhang Yi later and ask him to come to my home to meet you after the meeting. Bai Chunyu is careful and cautious in doing things, not as reckless as Liao Honglei. So it would be best for him to go to Zhang Yi. By the way, don't forget to take him to the standings to take a look at, so that he can know who I, Deng Shitong, am. The hard currency in Blizzard City is personal points. The easiest and fastest way to get points is actually to go out and perform tasks. Therefore, the ranking of the points list also symbolizes personal strength. Deng Shitong's points have always been number 1 on the heavenly ranking. He had to let Zhang Yi know his strength, so that he would be willing to join his team. After all, Zhang Yi seemed closer to the people in the Black Robe team at this time. If he was accidentally fooled by Bailey Changqing and joined the Black Robe team, it would be a waste of talent. Bai Chunyu always had a smile on his face. He nodded. Captain! After saying that, he turned around and left the room to find Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi left the combat center with several people in his team and prepared to return to the apartment building. Having just received a weapon, Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a good look at it. In this way, there is no need to share Long Ming with Liang Yu. I just don't know which weapon is better, his horizontal sword or Long Ming, which are both made of adamantium metal. In addition, he also had some worries in his heart. He hoped that his battle with Wu Di would not attract too much attention from the top management of Blizzard City. When the time comes, people will covet his strength, so it won't be good to force him to stay in Blizzard City. Just after leaving the combat center, I suddenly heard a feminine voice from behind, calling Zhang Yi's name. Mr. Zhang Yi, please stay. Zhang Yi and others turned around subconsciously when they heard this voice. I saw a man with a feminine face standing on the steps, wearing a silver-white combat uniform, with squinted eyes and shoulder-length hair. Zhang Yi has never seen this person before, but the identity of the characters who can appear here must be extraordinary. Your Excellency? My name is Bai Qiuyu, and I belong to the Tianshan team, Bai Qiuyu said as he slowly walked down the steps and came to Zhang Yi. He smiled and said, I just saw the battle between Mr. Zhang Yi and the Black Robe team Wu Di. The gentleman's fighting thinking is very clever, and his abilities are also very interesting. Team God? The gorgeous figure of Ding Shitong suddenly appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. Is this an attempt to win over me? Chapter 583 Cross Sword. Chunyu didn't play charades with Zhang Yi. He said bluntly that after you guys finish attending the meeting, our captain hopes you can go over and meet him. Because you people from outside the city don't know much about the situation in Blizzard City. You may accidentally be deceived by others, and go to a place you shouldn't go. Chunyu said with a smile. If what I expected is correct, Bailey Chongqing of the Black Robe team has recruited you to join their team. Right? Zhang Yi thought to himself that Bailey Chongqing didn't have the courage. If I went, his captain would not be saved. But Chunyu felt that he had guessed correctly. His smile grew even stronger. After the former captain Bian Junwu died in battle, the strength of the Black Robe team had dropped to the bottom of the 6 major investigation teams. It is even possible that the team formation will be cancelled in the future. Therefore, I hope you will be more cautious and don't be fooled by others. Zhang Yi heard that Ding Shitong wanted to invite him over to chat. So he probably wanted to invite himself to join their team. It's a pity that Zhang Yi has no plans to join Blizzard City. Just don't hit the smiling man. According to Bailey Chongqing, this Ding Shitong's status in Blizzard City is still higher than that of Bian Junwu. Then Zhang Yi will naturally not offend him. So Zhang Yi said that after the rally is over, I will go visit Mr. Ding Shitong. Chunyu's eyes opened slightly, showing a satisfied smile. Then, I will come to you then. It's also a good way for you to have a good understanding of the history of my God team. And the strength we are waiting for. After finishing speaking, Chunyu turned around and returned to the combat center. Several people nearby looked at Zhang Yi. Fatty Su asked the boss worriedly. Now you are being targeted. Alas, there is really no way. You are like a dazzling diamond, unable to cover up your own light. Zhang Yi said lightly. With my strength, it is inevitable for them to pay attention to me, even before absorbing Yuan Kongya's origin. Zhang Yi's performance was enough to attract Bian Junwu's attention. So this matter is inevitable. People, being too good is also a kind of trouble. However, if I don't want to join Blizzard City, I think they won't force me to do so. Bian Junwu and Bailey Chongqing both mentioned this to him. The investigation team and Yen Yun's troops have very high requirements for loyalty. Therefore, the process of attracting foreigners from the outside world is very strict. Not only does it need to be strong, but also family background, character, etc. must be considered. As for forced recruitment, unless you are the kind of person with outstanding abilities, Blizzard City's senior management will have to take you under their command even if they are shameless. For example, Zhang Yi will probably face this situation after he completely exposes his strength. But now, he only shows the strength of an elite investigative team member. Looking at Blizzard City, although there are not many combatants at this level, there are not too few among the 6 major investigation teams and Yen Yun's troops. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, everyone felt relieved. Because according to what they heard before, the rules in this Blizzard City are very complicated, and survival materials are determined based on everyone's contribution. When Zhang Yi comes to Blizzard City, they will inevitably follow him. But then, they will be too restricted by people. How can they feel at ease in Tianhai City? As for Lu Karen, he kept his eyes on the box in Zhang Yi's hand. Zhang Yi naturally knew what she was thinking. So he smiled and said, Let's go back. Let's go back quickly. He also wanted to take a look at this new weapon. Everyone returned to the apartment. The waitress, who had previously received them, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that they had returned safely. She frowned slightly, obviously feeling a little unhappy. But he didn't dare to show it here. But the professional smile on his face became colder. Zhang Yi didn't bother to talk to her, and returned to the room with everyone. Zhao Honglian and others were staying in the apartment at this time, and did not know about the duel between Zhang Yi and Wu Di. Everyone came to Zhang Yi's room, and looked expectantly at the black box in his hand. Especially Liang Yu and Lu Karen were most curious about the weapon Zhang Yi-san had obtained. Zhang Yi didn't hide it, put the box on the table generously, and then reached out to open it. There was only a snort. And after the box was opened, a white smoke filled the air. Zhang Yi frowned and subconsciously wanted to dodge. But Lu Karen understood him very well, and said that this is a chemical agent used to maintain metals, which can ensure that metal materials are not corroded. Usually only extremely valuable treasures and weapons are maintained using it. Only then did Zhang Yi feel relieved. After the smoke dissipated, the shape of the horizontal knife inside was revealed. Everyone involuntarily came over to admire the appearance of this weapon. At first glance, you can feel that this knife is extraordinary. The shape is full of cyberpunk style. The blade glows with a layer of blue under the light, and the handle is wrapped in black leather. This knife is not long. The blade and handle are only a little over 1 meter. About 1.2 meters. Compared with Long Ming, the long sword used by Liang Yu. Its length appears shorter. The blade is straight, and can be used for piercing and slashing. It is not the kind of weapon that can be used widely, but it is more suitable for close combat. Parry and block. The advantages are close range response and portability. What a knife! Liang Yu recognized it at a glance. It was similar to the Tang Dynasty Hingdao. Although it was not an ancient style, it was still a good item for close combat. Zhang Yi raised this horizontal knife. Although he was not an expert in using knives, he could still feel the sharpness of the blade, which was definitely not inferior to the roar of the dragon. Lu Karen said impatiently, "Brother Zhang Yi, can you let me take a look?" Zhang Yi smiled lightly, "And you can take it and see it." In the apocalypse, cold weapons are most useful for enhanced aliens. After all, this is not the ancient time, and all kinds of thermal weapons are very easy to use. Zhang Yi asked for it as a bonus, just to add a weapon for self-defense, which would not be used most of the time. Because of this, Bailey Chongqing didn't look too distressed when he gave him the knife. Of course, this is not to say that it is not precious, but for aliens above Zhang Yi's level, most of the time it is not as useful as superpowers except for aliens who are good at using weapons for melee combat. Lu Karen reached out and took the horizontal knife. It was not heavy, only about 5 or 6 pounds, but it was extremely sharp. It is just suitable for people like Zhang Yi who are not particularly powerful to use. Lu Karen touched the blade with both hands. Divine Machine Management. The skill is activated immediately and begins to analyze the overall material structure. Chapter 584 Holy Judgment. Lu Karen analyzed and completed the horizontal knife made of adamant metal. When Zhang Yi saw her frowning deeply and her serious look on her face, he couldn't help but ask, could this kind of metal be reproduced? Everyone is also looking forward to Lu Karen with great hope. If they could get a weapon made of the hardest metal today, everyone would want to own one. Even those who have no strength to tie a chicken can use it to defend themselves. After all, in the apocalypse, who can not love magical weapons? Lu Karen said to everyone that I have completed the analysis. The creation of this kind of adamantium metal is very complex. In addition to the extremely rare materials used, the forging process is also extremely cumbersome. For me, it certainly works. Divine Machine Management. Ability. It takes a certain amount of time to smelt adamantium, but how to shape it into a weapon? I have to think about it slowly. When everyone heard these words, they did not look disappointed, but smiled. It should be like this. If you can easily crack the top cold weapon materials in the region and refine the same weapon, wouldn't they all have to wipe their necks? Zhang Yi and Liang Yu both had their own weapons. Among the others, only Uncle Yu was a close combat alien who had higher requirements for weapons. So everyone is not eager for this magical Edmund metal equipment. Zhang Yi comforted Lu Karen and said that you don't have to worry about this matter. Just do it step by step. Haste makes waste, especially products in these high-tech fields. You must have enough patience to produce them. If this thing was so easy to reproduce, it would have become popular among the entire Blizzard City troops by now. Encouraged by Zhang Yi, Lu Karen nodded vigorously. I will definitely study the production process of it, and that black suit as soon as possible. Liang Yu took the knife and admired it carefully for a while. As a warrior, she has a special love for weapons, especially famous weapons. She could also use the horizontal knife. But what she was most happy about at this time was that Zhang Yi had her own weapon, so she would no longer always use her dragon cry. In fact, Zhang Yi would hand over Long Ming to her unless there was a big battle. At other times, such as when Zhang Yi practices his sword, he also likes to use Long Ming. After all, every man cannot resist the charm of the sword. Zhang Yi, give this knife a name. The sword must have its name in order to suit its owner. Liang Yu said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took back the horizontal sword without putting it into the scabbard, because his different space is the best scabbard. And the reason why he doesn't put the scabbard in is so that he can take it out at any time to fight the enemy. Looking at the sword flashing with a faint blue cold light in his hand, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, let's call it the Holy Judgment. Divine Judgment, of course, is human life. Cutting people is like cutting paper. This is the meaning given to it by Zhang Yi. After naming the knife, Zhang Yi asked everyone to go back to their rooms to rest and wait for tomorrow's Jiangnan Regioneering Organization rally. Operation Center. After Zhu Xun watched the battle, he admired Zhang Yi in his heart, but he was still thinking about Bailey Chongqing's comments to him. He frowned slightly and thought about whether he could put this shield in a suitable position and use it. That's right. Not swords and guns, but shields. Zhang Yi gave him the impression that he was a strong defensive shield who was extremely good at defending and making sure that he was not in danger before counterattacking. This kind of person may be boring, but if placed in the right position, it will often produce unexpected effects. At this time, Secretary Lan Xincheng came from outside, came up to him, and whispered a few words. Zhu Sheng raised his head and said lightly in a majestic tone, "Let him come in!" Lan Xincheng took the order and went down. After a while, he came over with someone. That person was none other than Wu Di, who had a fierce battle with Zhang Yi before. Wu Di came not far from Zhu Sheng, straightened his back, and gave a respectful military salute. The commander-in-chief and his subordinates were not strong enough to defeat Zhang Yi. "Please punish me." It turns out that the reason why Wu Di appeared at the password bar by such a coincidence and seemingly recklessly challenged Zhang Yi to a duel was not a coincidence at all. He did this on Zhu Sheng's order. Ever since the last battle in Tianhai City, Zhu Sheng had been interested in the name Zhang Yi. No matter how Bailey Chongqing reports, one fact cannot be concealed. That is, in the final battle, it was indeed Zhang Yi who single-handedly blocked the alien Yuan Kongye, who had just been promoted to the Epsilon level. Although it was just a brief mention, it fell into Zhu Sheng's ears. But he could not ignore it easily. He knows better than anyone what it means to be an Epsilon level alien. Even though there are many experts in Blizzard City now, there is no one who has truly reached the world-recognized level of Epsilon. Even masters such as Deng Shitong, Dian Junwu and others were just a little behind. Just such a thin line is the difference between cloud and mud. Even so, Zhang Yi was able to block Yuan Kongye's attacks many times? What does that mean? It goes without saying. So Zhu Sheng had already made a plan in his mind. Zhang Yi will definitely come to this gathering. And this battle has been arranged by him a long time ago. Only, the result of this battle made him a little disappointed. It turns out that Zhang Yi is really only good at defense, but his attack methods are relatively poor. That's why Zhu Sheng later lost interest in Zhang Yi and only regarded him as a chess piece with special defensive capabilities that could be used at special moments. Zhu Sheng turned his head and glanced at Wu Di. The defeated Wu Di was obviously ashamed in front of Zhu Sheng, lowering his head and not daring to look into Zhu Sheng's eyes. Zhu Sheng smiled kindly and said, "Ha ha! What is there to accuse? It has only been 3 months since you awakened your superpower and joined the Black Robe team. Wu Di, you have great potential. The reason why you lost to Zhang Yi is just because you lack combat experience." Speaking of this, Zhu Sheng's face became a little serious. Now that Dian Junwu is dead in battle, the combat effectiveness of the Black Robe team has also been seriously damaged. You need to grow up as soon as possible. In the future, you and Bailey Chongqing will carry the banner of the team together. Wu Di clenched his fists tightly, thinking of Dian Junwu, whom he regarded as his father. He felt a little sad, but he also felt a surge of pride in his heart. That's right. Now he must take up the banner of the investigation team. Without Dian Junwu to rely on, he will become everyone's support. He is still young and his abilities still have unlimited room for growth. So temporary victory or defeat proves nothing. Wu Di raised his neck and said loudly, "Commander, I won't let you down." Chapter 585 The Situation of Tianhai City. Early the next morning, everyone from the outer city received a notice, requiring them to arrive at the Tianshan Conference Center in the center of Blizzard City before 9:30 in the morning. According to the previous notice, the official start time of the rally is 10 o'clock, so it is reasonable to ask them to arrive half an hour in advance. After Zhang Yi got up, his eyes were a little blurry. In fact, he didn't sleep well all night last night. After all, we are in a strange city and a strange room, and it is difficult to sleep peacefully. Not to mention that the battle last night caused countless thoughts in his mind. So he barely fell asleep until late at night. After waking up in the morning, a group of waiters wearing the same uniform came to the apartment pushing a dining cart, delivering food to them from room to room. I don't know if it was an appointment, but the heads of the other 3 forces and Zhang Yi's team members came to his room to have dinner together. Zhang Yi's room is not very big, and there is not even a place to sit when there are many people. So everyone sat on the floor or on the bed, eating and discussing today's meeting. As for the topic discussed, it is just a commonplace and will be mentioned again at this time. Zhang Yi dealt with them casually, but focused on the precautions for coming here. Listen, this is Blizzard City. Although we dominate Tianhai City, our power is still too small compared to the regional headquarters. Not to mention that now, There are alien forces from 12 cities in the outer city gathered here. If you are not careful, your gun will go off. So I don't want any of you to get into conflict with anyone else. Having said this, Zhang Yi specifically emphasized that if something really happens, just bear with it for the time being. We will solve it slowly after leaving Blizzard City. Otherwise, in the city, even if someone points your nose and scolds you, you are not allowed to fight with them. Xiao Honglian frowned slightly when she heard this. She naturally knew that this was very difficult. After all, when there are too many people, conflicts can easily break out. Especially with the current situation in Tianhai City. It is easier for people to treat him as a soft persimmon. But she still nodded. Zhang Yi, now that we have decided to take you as the leader, we will definitely listen to you. Xing Tian was smiling. And so was I. Only Qin Jingwan frowned deeply, with a look of deep worry on his face. Zhang Yi saw something was wrong with him, and asked lightly, Qin Jingwan, do you have any different opinions? Qin Jingwan was taken aback and hurriedly laughed and said, how could it be possible? I think what you said is very reasonable. It's just that I'm afraid that this time we come to Blizzard City, even if we want to be safe, it may not be peaceful. Everyone couldn't help but look sideways when they heard this. Qin Jingwan's identity is quite special. He is from a high-level executive in the Jiangnan region. Although based on the time when China was founded, it is difficult to find any family that has lasted for many generations. But his parents were also quite powerful and well-connected in Jiangnan. Even now, he still has many relatives and friends in Blizzard City. Even if you can't count on it, you can still get some information that ordinary people don't understand. Zhang Yi said to Qin Jingwan, unless you enter Blizzard City, if you stay in Tianhai City, we will still be a community of interests. Is there any news you should share? Qin Jingwan shook his head. I have no interest in Blizzard City. I would rather have a chicken head than an ox tail. I still understand this truth. He slowly told everyone that after I came to Blizzard City yesterday, I found some news, which was not very beneficial to us. The problem of corpse tide in Tianhai City has actually been spread throughout the Jiangnan region for a long time. In particular, several surrounding cities have been affected by the spread of zombies. Nowadays, they almost all know that Tianhai City has experienced the turmoil caused by the zombie tide. And almost all the major forces have been destroyed. And there are no powerful forces. However, Tianhai City has always been prosperous, with a large population and numerous resources. In the past, when we were strong, they didn't dare to provoke us. But now it's like a fat sheep. There are always people who want to take a bite. Xiao Hong Lianxingqian suddenly became angry. They dare. Zhou Qir and others also looked worried. After finally living a peaceful life for a few days, is there going to be another war? Only Zhang Yi looked calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. I thought it was a big deal. So this is it? Zhang Yi's tone was very indifferent. Qin Jingwan looked at him in astonishment. Zhang Yi, you? How could you not care at all? The law of the jungle is the rule in the last days. What's so strange about this? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. But? Before Qin Jingwan could refute, Zhang Yi said that if anyone dared to come over, wouldn't it be better to kill them? It's not a big deal either. In the past, this was how we solved the problem among several forces. What is coming cannot be avoided. Today's Tianhai City is indeed too weak in the eyes of the outside world. Coupled with a large amount of resources, it will definitely make surrounding cities excited. After that battle, Zhang Yi guessed that there would be such a day in the future. So there was nothing surprising. Zhang Yi's attitude was too calm and fell into the eyes of everyone. But he had a kind of confidence in strategizing. So everyone felt very at peace and thought that by following Zhang Yi, they were following the right person. But in fact, what Zhang Yi had in mind was very simple. If anyone comes to invade Tianhai City, he will fight back. But even if he encounters a force that is powerful enough to make him feel troublesome, he can only protect his own territory. As for the other three forces, what should we do? If you don't have strong strength, don't occupy too many resources and not let go. Greed is okay. But greed without strength will only lead you to destruction. The little friendship Zhang Yi had with them was not enough for him to fight bloody battles for the three forces. After everyone had breakfast, they took a look at the time and saw that it was already past 8:30. And then they all set off to the venue. After leaving the apartment, I could see alien organizations from other cities rushing towards the venue on the road. Forces large and small are all based on cities. Although in the past, they may have been in a competitive relationship with each other. But at this time, they all chose to stick together tacitly to show their strong power and avoid being looked down upon by organizations in other cities. In a world where the weak eat the strong, if you are labeled as weak, you will definitely be purged. Among the 12 cities, the teen in Tianhai City seemed relatively deserted, because their number is the smallest. Unlike other cities where there are often hundreds of people, or even large teams of hundreds of people, it's not that Xiao Honglian and others don't want to bring more people. It's that the team is almost exhausted. Even among these soldiers, there are still some members who are not aliens. Looking at the majestic teams in other cities, Xing Tian felt a little guilty, and secretly thought that he hoped nothing would happen. Chapter 586 Neon Country. Zhang Yi and the others arrived at the center of the Tianchong Guild Hall, where Wuyang was already full of people. The forces in various cities are familiar with each other, and are communicating with each other. After all, after the end of the world, most of the people who can become the leader of a force are once powerful people. Among them are mainly military cadres like Qin Jingguan, and some are senior officials from various places. Of course, there are also some people like Zhang Yi and Xing Tian who rely on their tyrannical power to conquer one party's forces. Zhang Yi didn't have much communication with the world outside Tianhai City, so he didn't go to chat with anyone. He just followed the guidance of the service staff, led Lian Yu, Zhou Qir and others into the venue, and quietly found a place to sit down. This venue is very large, with a step structure that can accommodate 2,000 people for a meeting. Zhang Yi and the others found an area in the middle and back to sit down, and then waited silently for the conference to begin. Qin Jingguan, Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian also took their seats in the area near Zhang Yi. But they waited for a long time, and until 10:30, they did not see Zhu Zheng appear at the venue to preside over the meeting. Zhang Yi yawned and leaned lazily on the sofa seat. Quite bored. It is difficult for meetings in China to be held on time. It is usually good if it can be held within 1 hour of the agreed time. Especially this time, when it comes to the integration of forces in the entire Jiangnan region. Many factors must be considered. Zhang Yi was used to the process of waiting for meetings when he was at work, so he had no complaints and just chatted with Zhou Karen and Lu Karen there. However, in the venue, some people gradually became restless. Zhang Yichuan pretended not to hear, but he didn't expect that this meeting would be postponed until the afternoon. And all this was not intended to be left out by the Jiangnan region leaders headed by Zhu Zheng. But because something happened, the time returns to 7 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Zheng got up early, finished his morning exercises, and then had dinner with his wife and children. But he didn't enjoy the meal very well. An urgent message was sent to him from Tu Yunlai of the operations department. Zhu Zheng just glanced at it through the communication device, and his brows suddenly knitted together solemnly. He immediately put down his job and said to his wife Li Yunping, "You guys eat slowly. I'm going out for something." When Li Yunping saw this, she said helplessly that she had to eat something first. Right? Otherwise, I will feel hungry again in the morning. But this was not the first time she had seen this situation. After the end of the world, the entire country of China is supported by the 6 military regions. As the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan region, Zhu Zheng has very heavy responsibilities, so nothing can be done without him. Li Yuping skillfully took out the lunch box from under the cabinet, put some food in it, then ran outside and handed it to Zhu Zheng's driver. Standing next to the car door was Zhu Zheng's guard Sun Lushuan. When he saw Li Yuping, he just nodded. Li Yuping was not surprised either. Sun Lushuan's identity is very different from that of ordinary guards. He is a top expert in Blizzard City. He follows Zhu Zheng and is only responsible for protecting Zhu Zheng's safety and does nothing else. Zhu Zheng got into the black bulletproof vehicle and the vehicle quickly drove towards the combat center. When Zhu Zheng arrived at the combat center, Tu Yunlai had been waiting for him at the door for a long time. Zhu Zheng walked quickly to the door and asked in a solemn tone what was going on. The two people walked quickly to the commander's office in the combat center. Tu Yunlai followed Zhu Zheng, and Xin Shenghui reported that according to your instructions, I sent people to Linhai to investigate the fact that the forces there did not report to Blizzard City. But when they arrived at Blizzard City, they found that all 3 forces there had been slaughtered. Zhu Zheng's face was a little gloomy. Several people got on the elevator and headed towards the commander's office on the top floor. Although the several forces in Linhai City are not very strong, they still have thousands of people, adding up to more than 50 strangers. It is simply not something that ordinary people can do to destroy them all. Have you found out who did it? Tu Yunlai replied. After our people passed by, they encountered a group of people. His voice became deeper. The ones I sent over were all good players from Yenyun. Although there were only 4 of them, their combat effectiveness was definitely not weak. However, 3 of the 4 people died in the battle. Only one named Chen Qi escaped. According to him, Those people spoke Japanese. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Zheng's eyes immediately became sharp, and he turned around suddenly. You mean? They are from Neon country? The guard behind him, Sun Luxuan, pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a cold murderous desire flashed through his narrow eyes. It is an emotion engraved in the bones. What's more, today, the world is in chaos, and people from the Neon Kingdom have once again set foot on the Chinese soil, massacring the alien forces in Linhai City, and beheading Yan Yunwei from the Jiangnan region. This behavior is tantamount to a declaration of war. Zhu Zheng's face was so gloomy that even Sun Luxuan and Tu Yunlai felt their hearts palpitate. Although this old general does not have any special powers, the power he possesses can completely cleanse the entire archipelago. Once it is confirmed that the other party is really a stranger sent by Neon, then the state of war will escalate. Tu Yulia's voice came from the collar. According to the intelligence obtained so far, their number is not very large, and they are not a large-scale force. Maybe just a pioneer. Please allow me to lead my troops to destroy them. Zhu Zheng remained silent. He was thinking about the stakes in this incident. A foreign organization near the sea was completely wiped out, which was not a big loss to him. What's serious is that the significance of this incident may be a sign that people on the archipelago have begun to pursue Chinese territory again. A mere neon sign would not be taken seriously by Zhu Zheng. The Jiangnan region alone has the power to completely level that archipelago. It's just that the use of extraordinary force is more serious, and neon is also involved in many countries. This is something that can affect the whole body. It is not appropriate to start a war casually. Zhu Zheng thought for a moment. But fortunately, the loss was not serious yet. As a commander-in-chief, he will not be impulsive, but chooses to make decisions before taking action. Where is the Yanyan guard named Chen Qi? Zhu Zheng looked at Tu Yunlai. Tu Yunlai replied angrily that he has been brought here and is waiting to report the specific situation to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator had already reached the top floor. Zhu Zheng took the first step. So what are you waiting for? The stakes are too high to be trifled with. He had to confirm whether this operation was the outpost of a large-scale neon invasion or just an operation organized by some Ronin. There are completely different concepts between the two. Chapter 587 The Long Wait. Zhu Zheng came to the office and saw Yan Yunwei Chen Qi, who was bandaged and weak. Chen Qi, tell me exactly what you saw when you went to Linhai City this time. Zhu Zheng asked Chen Qi to sit down and report the news to him. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to comfort her. Chen Qi swallowed and told the results of his investigation in Linhai City. The things are basically what Tu Yunlai said, but they are more detailed. But what is certain is that the culprit who killed many strangers in Linhai City spoke Neon language. Zhu Zheng calmly asked how many people there were. Chen Qi replied that we only saw 3. And from beginning to end, only one person with a knife took action. His knife was very fast, and he cut off Xue Ting's arm with one blow. Chen Qi's face looked a little sad. He thought of those comrades and felt sad. As soon as we played against each other, we felt that we were not on the same level as each other at all. So the 3 of them tried their best to hold each other back, creating an opportunity for me to come back and recover. Fortunately, our transportation was better than theirs, so I saved my life. Chen Qi suddenly clenched his fists and shouted to Zhu Zheng, Commander, you must kill all these bastards to avenge your dead comrades. Zhu Zheng folded his hands to support his chin, and there was no change in expression on his face. Just calmly said to Chen Qi, don't worry. We will never sit idly by in this matter. These neon people dare to come and run wild on the land of our country. Their ending is only one word: death. Zhu Zheng's words were categorical, as if the god of death had pronounced the fate of those people. He looked at Chen Qi and his voice became gentler. You go back and recuperate first, and leave the rest to the district to handle. Chen Qi nodded obediently, then limped out of Zhu Zheng's office on crutches, accompanied by a nurse. Tu Yulia's eyes were fixed on Zhu Zheng. As soon as Zhu Zheng gave an order, he would lead his people there and kill all the neon people in Linhai City. But Zhu Zheng had his own thoughts. The identities of these neon men must be confirmed. The first thing to do is to inform Shengjing District, and then contact Neon's senior management. The results obtained are nothing more than 2. First, Neon executives admit that these are their people, which means that a full-scale war is about to begin. This possibility is the lowest, because with Neon's national power, it is impossible to compete with China, not to mention not knowing whether to live or die and come to invade China's territory. The most likely scenario is the second one, where Neon's top executives simply don't admit that those people have anything to do with them. That's right. It doesn't matter whether they are an organization invading in their own name or aliens under orders from Neon's top brass. As long as the top management of Neon does not admit it. It means that it is impossible for the top management of Neon to fall out with Huagua for them. In this case, no matter how the Jiangnan region deals with those people, it will not be too much. A mere team of Neon strangers dares to run wild on the land of China. They are really looking for death. Zhu Zheng snorted coldly, then took out the communicator and started to contact the senior officials of Shengjing district. After all, when it comes to Neon, it is equivalent to foreign affairs. According to convention, Shengjing still has to make the communication. Zhu Zheng was delayed by matters in Lehai City, so he naturally had no way to chair the meeting. So here at the Tianchong Guild Hall, everyone waited from morning to noon, and gradually began to feel impatient. Although they were in awe of the Jiangnan region's strength, they were still powerful, and they would definitely not feel happy being left out like this. In addition, Zhu Zheng needed to discuss the matter with the top management of Blizzard City, so there were no higher-level figures at the venue to hold the meeting. Fortunately, the captains of the two investigation teams came and worked with the Yanyan troops to maintain order at the scene, so the venue was not disrupted. However, the irritability in the hearts of the aliens from the major forces in the 12 cities was difficult to contain. At noon, Blizzard City provided them with lunch. But because Zhu Zheng didn't know when he would come, he asked them not to leave the venue and only had boxed lunches. Zhang Yi and others are relatively better. After all, there is a lot of food in Zhang Yi's alien space, so the problem of eating is easily solved. Others ate simple lunch boxes provided by the Blizzard City cafeteria, but they were feasting on fish and meat on the side, and the food was steaming hot and fragrant, making the surrounding alien forces feel jealous. If Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi were not comfortable in any way, it was because the sofa seats at the venue were too hard. After sitting for a long time, their buttocks would inevitably hurt. By the time it was past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, no one had seen Zhu Zheng and other Blizzard City executives coming. Xiao Honglian couldn't help but complain. Are they using us for entertainment? What's the point of deliberately ignoring us? Although Zhang Yi was a little impatient, he did not show any resentment. He just said lightly that big fists are the best. Xiao Honglian's face turned a little red. But they were too. Zhang Yi waved his hand to signal her not to continue talking. No matter how much you say, it's useless. The situation is stronger than the people. There are dozens of alien organizations in 12 cities here. We don't want to be the first to take the lead. Some people will be unable to hold back and take the lead. Xiao Honglian looked around after hearing this. And sure enough, there were whispers in the venue. When you listen carefully, you can find that everyone is beginning to feel resentful about Jiangnan region's actions this time. There are even some who are hot-tempered, and the words coming out of their mouths are quite unpleasant. Xiao Honglian frowned. But are we just waiting here? Zhang Yi smiled. Just pretend you're in a meeting now. Anyway, even if I give you a serious meeting, you won't listen to a few words. Zhang Yi is very tolerant. Small meetings are held for important matters, and large meetings are held for unimportant matters. In fact, Zhu Zheng asked them to come this time just to inform them of Blizzard City's decision, not to discuss anything with them. Therefore, the content of the meeting will not make much difference whether you listen or not. People don't need their opinions anyway. At this moment, Zhang Yi looked at the door of the venue and suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Bailey Chongqing, the captain of the Black Robe team. His sturdy figure is very easy to recognize. He was standing at the door just now, observing the situation inside the venue with sharp eyes. Zhang Yi thought to himself that Blizzard City dared to let so many strangers in, so he was confident enough to suppress them. It seems that there are strong troops outside ready. Once any problem arises here, they will suppress it without hesitation. Everyone was bored in the venue. It was noisy. There were too many people, and the air became turbid. Zhang Yi suddenly stood up and said to others that I was going out for a walk. After saying that, he walked to the aisle alone. Glacier hurriedly said, I'll go too. Zhang Yi waved his hand, stopping her and others who wanted to go out with him. I'm going to talk to Bailey Chongqing. You just stay here and don't move around. There are a lot of people here, and it's a mixed bag. It's better not to walk around randomly, lest you inadvertently conflict with someone. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Glacier sat down obediently. Liang Yu and Uncle Yu and Fatty Su were sitting on the outside. If something really happened, they could be protected immediately. Chapter 588 Tool. Zhang Yi walked out of the back door and immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. But Bailey Chongqing saw him, stretched out his hand to signal the guards not to be nervous, and then walked over. Zhang Yi. Bailey Chongqing greeted with a smile. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Do you know what's going on?" Bailey Chongqing looked around and pulled Zhang Yi aside. Then he told him that something big had happened up there, and the commander-in-chief couldn't come over for the time being, because things there were urgent and had to be dealt with quickly. So I don't mean to leave you alone. I will naturally come to see you when there are results over there. Zhang Yi nodded clearly. Oh, so that's it. Can I ask what it is? Bailey Chongqing shook his head. But I didn't know this. You have to know that our investigation team is just an armed force, responsible for executing orders issued by high-level officials. But in other cases, we have no way of knowing. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, but said, "But it seems that things are going to change in the Jiangnan region." Strangers from 12 cities gathered in the Jiangnan area. Isn't this a big deal? But Zhu Zheng was still delayed by other things, which meant that things over there were more troublesome. Zhang Yi had a bad feeling in his heart, and he even felt that he would be involved in that matter. Perhaps it is difficult for many forces in the entire Jiangnan region to survive alone. But now, he didn't know anything, and there was no use worrying. Zhang Yi stretched out. In this case, he just gave us a notice and asked us to go back and wait. Why do we have to wait here? Bailey Chongqing smiled bitterly and said, "Who says it's not the case? You wait here, and we have to maintain order nearby." However, I heard that the incident was so urgent that the senior management went to a meeting to discuss countermeasures. So there is no time to take care of this. This doesn't sound like good news, and I'm already starting to get a little scared. Zhang Yi smiled. Bailey Chongqing let out a long sigh, his eyes full of worry. Who says it's not? If something big happened, people from the investigation team would definitely be on the front line. His position as captain had not been secure for long, and with Bian Jun's death, the strength of the Black Robe team was greatly reduced. If there really is a large-scale conflict, will he be able to come back unharmed next time? Seeing Bailey Chongqing's appearance, Zhang Yi took out a pack of Tian Shao from the different space and handed one to Bailey Chongqing. Bailey Chongqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Before the end of the world, a pack of these cigarettes cost 100 yuan. Now, the cigarette industry chain has long been shut down, and it is impossible for major forces to waste resources in this area. Therefore, the value of this package and the world is even higher. If you put it in Blizzard City, you can exchange it for a good weapon. Zhang Yi lit it himself first, and then lit it for Bailey Chongqing. Bailey Chongqing took a deep breath, and then showed a satisfied expression on his face. The two started chatting about each other. It's boring to wait inside. Zhang Yi might as well chat with Bailey Chongqing outside and learn more about the Jiangnan region. Not only them, people from other forces also came out to get some air. The area around the guild hall was heavily guarded, and they were not allowed to leave the area. So soon, there were many people outside smoking and chatting in twos and threes. Suddenly, Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing heard a commotion coming from not far away. The two looked over curiously. I heard someone say, "Let's go! Hurry up and watch the fun!" Someone started a fight. Hey, this is really interesting. You can just go and have a look to relieve your boredom. After hearing this, Bailey Chongqing immediately contacted the surrounding Yin Wei to ask what happened. It didn't take long for him to receive a response. Facing Zhang Yi's curious eyes, he smiled and said someone was fighting outside. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You don't care?" Bailey Chongqing said disapprovingly that as long as they don't destroy Blizzard City or conflict with the residents of Blizzard City, we won't care. This is not part of Blizzard City's rules. Zhang Yi laughed and said maybe they were too bored and were looking for fun by themselves. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi with a slightly teasing look in his eyes. But, I heard that some of the people fighting were from Tianhai City. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly condensed. People from Tianhai City? Before he came, he warned everyone repeatedly not to conflict with any strangers from other cities here. Even if you encounter any situation, you have to wait until the conference is over before handling it. Who is so impulsive and conflicts with others? I just hope that people who are not on my team are good. Bailey Chongqing said. Do you want to go over and have a look? Zhang Yi had already turned around and walked towards the busiest place. Bailey Chongqing and Zhang Yi walked that way together, and there were already many people watching the excitement in front of them. Everyone shouted excitedly, "Kill! Kill him! Hit me hard!" Bailey Chongqing led the way, and the surrounding crowd quickly branched out. He and Zhang Yi squeezed to the front of the crowd. Only then did Zhang Yi see who was fighting. One is Chen Jingwan, and the other is Sun Jiaming from Days City. Seeing that it was them, Zhang Yi understood what was going on. Chao Yu Base and Sun Jiaming's forces are both at sea, and there have been conflicts in the past. Xiao Yu base was strong at the beginning, and based on Wei Dinghai's temper, he would definitely suppress Sun Jiaming. Now that Tianhai City has declined, Xiao Yu base's strength is only 20 to 30% of its heyday. Naturally, Sun Jiaming would not miss this opportunity and beat up the drowned dog. The two may have had a quarrel and started fighting. After Bailey Chongqing came over, several Yin guards nearby saw him and greeted him respectfully. Although they are not the same system, Bailey Chongqing's level is much higher than these Yin guards. In addition, Bailey Chongqing is also a person who has stepped out of the Yin system and is their outstanding senior. How is this going? Bailey Chongqing asked a Yin Yunwei wearing a black combat uniform. The Yin Yunwei laughed and said that they would fight them themselves. You have already applied to us, and of course we have no reason to refuse. He also had an attitude of watching the excitement. Zhang Yi frowned and looked at the scene in the field. Sun Jiaming's ability is very special. It seems that he should be an enhanced type of ability user. His two arms swelled up like two orangutan arms, and his palms became like two huge cattail fans. Opposite him, Qin Jingwan was beaten in an extremely embarrassed state, with multiple injuries all over his body. Obviously, Qin Jingwan is not Sun Jiaming's opponent. Sun Jiaming looked at the struggling Qin Jingwan with a mocking sneer on his face. If Wei Dinghai was still alive, he might be able to give me a fight. Who do you think you are? Worthy of fighting me? When Qin Jingwan heard Sun Jiaming mention his dead old superior, he suddenly became furious and rushed towards him with a roar. Qin Jingwan's movements were like lightning, and his body twisted in midair, as if a huge human snake was about to wrap around Sun Jiaming's body. But Sun Jiaming took his time. Hey! Court death. He opened his two huge palms, captured Qin Jingwan's body, and then held it tightly. Then he stretched Qin Jingwan's body like noodles and smashed it to the ground with all his strength. Originally, Qin Jingwan's ability could soften himself and increase his toughness, making it difficult for him to be hurt even by bullets. But when Sun Jiaming took action, a concussive force came out of his right hand, penetrating Qin Jingwan's body and directly stimulating his internal organs. Ahem. Qin Jingwan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, Sun Jiaming had no intention of stopping. He laughed and waved him around like a rope. The victory or defeat has been decided. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Qin Jingwan has no chance of winning. At this time, he seemed to have become a toy in Sun Jiaming's hands. When the people around saw this scene, they laughed excitedly and cheered for Sun Jiaming. Haha. Well done. Is this the alien from Tianhai City? It's too good. It is said that he is also the leader of a force. Isn't it? That's it? It seems that there are no strong people in Tianhai City now. TSK. 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 I just heard about it before. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, there is nothing to doubt. This kind of people can dominate everywhere. What a pity for such a good place. Some people's eyes have begun to look strange. Tianhai City is very wealthy. Chapter 589. You embarrassed us. This is not a duel, but a one-sided ravage. The strengths of Qin Jingwan and Sun Jiaming are not at the same level at all. According to Zhang Yi's judgment, Qin Jingwan's superpower level is only at the LV3 Gamma level, which is originally behind the first-tier level in Tianhai City. If Wei Dinghai hadn't died, there would have been no chance for him to take over. The ability that he was proud of was being manipulated and played with at will, and he made a fool of himself at this time. There were also subordinates from Xiao Yu base around, but they didn't dare go over to rescue Qin Jingwan, because this was a one-on-one duel as agreed. Even Qin Jingwan was beaten violently by Sun Jiaming, and their fight was in vain. The strangers in Days City are not vegetarians. Zhang Yi also saw Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian among the crowd, but they obviously had no intention of taking action. Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian saw Zhang Yi. Their eyes looked hopeful, and they looked at Zhang Yi, clearly asking him if he wanted to take action. Zhang Yi smiled coldly and looked away. Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi, a little worried that Zhang Yi would suddenly become angry and kill everyone here. He put his hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder and comforted him. Do you want me to stop him? It's inconvenient for you to take action. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing after hearing this, but suddenly laughed. There was no hint of displeasure in his smile. It's not necessary. Isn't it interesting? Just in time to relieve everyone's boredom. His relationship with the three major forces in Tianhai City is also not close. Although the three major bases are trying their best to please him and hope to gain his protection. But this time, Qin Jingwan did not listen to Zhang Yi's warning and went to duel with Sun Jiaming without permission, which was against his order. Just let him suffer on his own. As for this matter, will the forces in other cities think that Tianhai City is weak? That doesn't matter. If anyone has that idea, you can give it a try. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he turned around and left. There was nothing interesting about this kind of one-sided farce. After some thought, Bailey Chongqing asked Tian Yue to go and stop Sun Jiaming in the name of not causing trouble. But at this time, Qin Jingwan had been beaten to the point of losing half of his life. It also let all the strangers present know that the standard of strangers in Tianhai City was greatly reduced. And even this level could be the leader of the force. Zhang Yi returned to the venue and sat down in his seat. Others also came back one after another. Everyone was talking and laughing about the battle just now, and their contempt for Tianhai City was evident in their words. Many people even cast their gaze in the direction of Zhang Yi and others, and most of them were teasing and sarcastic in their tone. Liang Yu sighed lightly. Now things became troublesome. Qin Jingwan's defeat made people feel that Tianhai City no longer had a strong force and was weak to be bullied. Even Liang Yu can see the problem. Others can naturally see. Everyone couldn't help but have worried looks in their eyes. Zhang Yi said nothing. It's useless to say more now. The key is to see how you do it. After handling the affairs of Blizzard City, he will naturally find someone to stand out and establish his authority, letting people know that there are still strong people in Tianhai City. Xiao Honglian, Xing Tian and others also came back, followed by Qin Jingwan, who was covered in injuries, although he felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were an organization in Tianhai City, so they couldn't just ignore him. Several people came and sat down not far from Zhang Yi. Qin Jingwan looked bruised and swollen, but Sun Jiaming did not dare to kill him here, so there was no serious problem in his actions. After several people sat down, they could clearly hear other people mocking them, and their faces were extremely ugly. Zhang Yi, however, didn't even bother to look at Qin Jingwan, and was chatting and laughing with Zhou Karen, Lu Karen and others there. Xiao Honglian couldn't stand it anymore, so he came over and said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, can you ask Dr. Zhou to take a look at Qin Jingwan? He seemed to have injured his internal organs." Zhang Yi didn't look back and said lightly that he liked fighting, so why couldn't he afford to lose? Xiao Honglian looked a little embarrassed. She also knew that Zhang Yi was annoyed that Qin Jingwan did not listen to his words and dueled with Sun Jiaming in private. Qin Jingwan also knew that he was in the wrong, but he still explained to Zhang Yi, "It's not that I'm brave. It's just that they bullied me too much. I was just having a good chat with an old acquaintance outside when he came over and mocked my old boss Wei Dehai. He also said that we have no one in Tianhai City now. So why not join him and let his people manage Tianhai City? In the presence of so many cities' forces. If I just tolerate it, wouldn't it mean that the forces in Tianhai City are looked down upon?" Hearing this, Zhang Yisai glanced at him, but asked casually, "Have you given face to Mayor Tianhai now?" One sentence slapped Qin Jingwan's face hard. Now everyone has seen that the leader of a force in Tianhai City is so weak and is being played like a bug by Sun Jiaming. All the major forces in Tianhai City had lost all their face by Qin Jingwan. Qin Jingwan's expression became distorted. "Me." Zhang Yi did not let him continue with the convenience, but said coldly, "Okay, stop talking. You don't need to explain anything to me. After all, we are not familiar with each other." Qin Jingwan's back felt cold. Zhang Yi's words already expressed his attitude. "Since you don't listen to me, we will have nothing to do with each other in the future. What does the life and death of your Qiaoyu base have to do with me? No need to explain your approach to me." Qin Jingwan hurriedly admitted his mistake to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, I was wrong. This time it was my fault, and I deserve the beating. I will listen to you in everything from now on, but you must never leave us alone. Qiaoyu base's biggest reliance is shipping. After what happened today, Sun Jiaming saw his strength, and he was afraid that he would attack them mercilessly at sea in the future. It is even possible to come across the sea and destroy them. By then Qiaoyu base will be finished. If you want to survive, you must be protected by Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi sneered. "Wrong? What's wrong with you? How capable you are. Leader of the dignified Qiaoyu base. Do you need to apologize to me for anything you did? You just exposed your own strength and made everyone think that all the forces in Tianhai City are weak. It just adds trouble to other forces. What's wrong with you?" Although Xiao Honglian and Xingqian didn't speak, they still had objections to Qin Jingwan's behavior. But Zhang Yi spoke out without hesitation. Qin Jingwan's face turned pale, and he hesitated, not knowing what to say. He is only about 30 years old, although he is older than Zhang Yike. He comes from a high-ranking family, and was taken care of everywhere as soon as he entered the army. His character is far worse than Zhang Yike's. So after being slightly stimulated by Sun Jiaming, He couldn't control himself and ran to fight with others. He couldn't even judge his own strength clearly. He was slapped in the face and caused trouble to other forces in Tianhai City. Who could be wrong if he was good? Chapter 590 Federation. For someone like Qin Jingwan, who makes trouble off stage and is weak on stage, you have to slap him hard in the face. It was okay if he woke up. But Zhang Yi didn't bother to care about him if he couldn't. Compared with the wily and scheming Wei Dinghai, Qin Jingwan is not even the slightest bit worse. If this continues, without Zhang Yi's intervention, Qiao Yu base will soon be destroyed, or his men will seize power. Qin Jingwan was really scared, and he buried his head very low. Zhang Yi, it's my fault. I did something wrong. Please, for the sake of everyone being a powerful force in Tianhai City, please save me. Zhang Yi sneered disdainfully. When will the fact that we are both members of Tianhai City's forces be able to be used as an argument? Have you forgotten that they were still facing each other life and death before? Shoo. Zhang Yi put a finger in front of his lips to signal him to stop talking. Take a break. Zhang Yi was really fooled by Qin Jingwan this time. However, this incident can at best speed up the conflict between Tianhai City and other cities. Since the war in Tianhai City, the population has been declining, and conflicts with surrounding cities are inevitable. Sooner or later, Zhang Yi will take action to deal with this matter. It's just that Qin Jingwan must pay the price for his stupid behavior this time. Without enough sincerity, Zhang Yi would not be able to protect him. At this time, Zhang Yi was already considering whether to take over a few of his large sailing ships. Qin Jingwan was extremely scared at this time and hesitated, not knowing what to say. Zhou Qi is still smart. She could see that Zhang Yi didn't say anything, just that he didn't intend to give up Qiao Yu base completely. So she walked over, smiled and said to Qin Jingwan, "Let me help you check the injury first." With Zhou Qi's mediation, Qin Jingwan felt a little better. Zhou Qi helped Qin Jingwan check his body and found that his internal organs were indeed seriously injured, although it may not appear to be a serious injury on the surface. It will not take long for it to become a serious injury or even life-threatening. She takes advantage. Doctor. He helped Qin Jingwan treat Qin Jingwan with his special powers, and then took out the medicine from the medicine bag he carried with him and gave it to him. Qin Jingwan was extremely grateful, thanked him repeatedly, and begged Zhou Qi to help him intercede with Zhang Yi. Zhou Qi just smiled and told him to pay attention to his recovery and never fight with others again. She returned to Zhang Yi and whispered to Zhang Yi about the hidden wounds in Qin Jingwan's body. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed, and he looked at the forces in Day's city not far away from them. Sun Jiaming's bald head was facing away from him, and he seemed to feel Zhang Yi's gaze. He turned his head, smiled coldly at Zhang Yi, and wiped his neck. Zhang Yi withdrew his gaze, and did not continue to discuss the matter. He just said lightly, "Let's wait for the meeting." At about 2:30 in the afternoon, Zhu Zhen finally appeared at the venue. Accompanying him were Tu Yulai, the director of the operations department, and Deng Shentong, the captain of the Tianshan team. As soon as these people appeared on the scene, the strong sense of oppression immediately made the venue quiet. Zhu Zheng's expression was very serious today, which was related to the big event that happened in the morning. But now that he is here, it means that the matter has almost been dealt with. Zhu Zheng stood on the stage and glanced at the more than 1,000 people present. He could feel the strength and unruliness of many strangers in these 12 cities. If he could gather this power together, it would probably be no less powerful than the Yinyan troops in his hands. "Welcome to Blizzard City." Zhu Zheng spoke, and his steady and powerful voice spread through the microphone to everyone's ears. "I am Zhu Zheng, the commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region. I was delayed for some time just now because of a special matter. I would like to apologize to everyone here. Next, I won't waste everyone's time. Let's make a long story short and talk about the purpose of calling you here. Since the advent of the Ice Age in December last year, the world has been in chaos, and society has lost its proper order. Now half a year has passed, and most of the survivors have formed groups of various sizes. Among them, there are many lucky ones who have awakened their superpowers and possess powers beyond ordinary people. And everyone here is the most powerful representative of each region. I hope that we can concentrate our efforts to do big things, instead of being like a mess and prone to conflicts with each other. Therefore, from today on, I decided to establish the Jiangnan Superpower Federation. Everyone within the Jiangnan region must participate. In particular, the large forces in your 12 cities must become important members of the Federation." Zhu Zheng's voice echoed in the venue. Many people couldn't help but frown in thought after hearing this. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and thought to himself that this was indeed the case. But he didn't know what they wanted us to do, and how much benefit they would give us. Otherwise, none of the people here would do anything that is not beneficial. If it gets too big, even if the Jiangnan region is strong, it may have to pay a huge price to suppress it. Others were also talking in low voices, and the hall was noisy. Tu Yunlai, Ding Shitong and the guard Sun Luxuan next to Zhu Zheng glanced at the venue, and their strong aura made everyone shut their mouths and wait for Zhu Zheng's next words. Zhu Zheng continued to say that the Jiangnan Superpower Federation is affiliated to the Jiangnan region headquarters, and I will personally serve as the president. Members of the Federation can move within their respective regions. However, in the event of special events, the regional conference will assign tasks, and the members of the Federation will go to carry out the tasks, and they must not violate them. Upon hearing this request, the discussion at the scene started again. Some people couldn't help but snorted coldly. Doesn't this mean that we will be the lackeys of the Jiangnan region? And it's the kind that brings its own dog food. Yes, if we are allowed to join the big zone, it would be fine if we live in Blizzard City. But on the one hand, they let us stay where we were. And on the other hand, we had to do things for them unconditionally. Isn't this just putting a dog leash around our necks? Zhu Zheng raised his voice a bit. Of course, I won't let you do your work in vain. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the district, you will be given corresponding rewards. You can use the points obtained from missions to redeem medicines, weapons, and other supplies in the region. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. This was quite tempting. As far as he knows, the weapons level of the region is much higher than that of Tianhai City. For example, origin bombs, unique training uniforms, and weapons made of adamant metal. I'm afraid it's just the tip of the iceberg in Jiangnan region's weapons arsenal. Moreover, according to information revealed by Bailey Chongqing, Jiangnan region has been able to synthesize compounds specifically targeted at aliens to enhance their power. These are all great things. Chapter 591 Absolute Strength. Zhu Zheng ignored the commotion below and continued calmly. The third point is that internal strife within the region is strictly prohibited. In the past 6 months, the number of human deaths caused by internal friction has been horrific. Among them are some strangers. I don't want to see this kind of situation again. I don't think you want to live in fear every day. Therefore, the internal fighting must end immediately. Anyone who dares to encroach on other areas can complain to the Federation, and I will send someone to make a ruling. The third point makes some forces excited. Not every alien from every faction is aggressive. After experiencing the brutal battles since the end of the world, there are always some people who want to live a peaceful life. When Zhou Qier heard this, she looked at Zhang Yi with some relief. Wouldn't it be great if this could happen? Zhang Yi curled his lips and sneered softly. It's too naive. Just listen to the sentence. Don't take it seriously. If that kind of thing could be solved so easily, there wouldn't be so much turmoil throughout the ages. Human greed is endless. There will always be people who desire stronger power and more supplies and invade others. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Zheng finished speaking, the female leader of Dae's city, Gu Hongdai, raised her hand and asked charmingly. However, what should we do if some weak forces occupy resource-rich areas? Wouldn't that be a waste? When she said this, she glanced at Zhang Yi. Not only them. Many people looked at Qin Jingwan subconsciously. Qin Jingwan's face turned red with anger. But it's helpless. Today, he has become famous in the entire Jiangnan region, the kind that is embarrassing to the whole family. Zhu Zheng frowned and said in a deep voice that the district would coordinate the redistribution of resources. Moreover, the resources within your respective areas of influence are enough for you to survive. Right? The number of survivors in the Jiangnan region is now less than 5%. And it is impossible for there to be insufficient survival supplies. And the materials Gu Hongdai mentioned are naturally not needed for survival, but needed for strategy. For example, machinery factories, weapons, vehicles. For example, population. If you want to expand your power and become stronger, these are essential. Not everyone just wants to survive the apocalypse. Many people are ambitious and want to carve out a kingdom in this troubled world and become kings and hegemons. Gu Hongdai curled her lips with a narrow smile on her face, obviously not taking Zhu Zheng's words seriously. The faces of the strangers at the scene were full of contempt, and they all felt that Jiangnan region's request was too overbearing and unreasonable. Among the crowd, a man wrapped in white cloth stood up. He stared at Zhu Zheng and said with a cold look, "Does Jiangnan region mean to absorb all of us and then let you control us? If we have to obey your arrangements in everything we do, wouldn't we be no different from puppets?" There was a burst of approval from below, but Zhu Zheng's expression did not change at all. But very suddenly, A subtle sound of breaking through the air sounded in everyone's ears. The next moment, the alien's head flew high from his neck. Blood spattered onto the faces of several people nearby. His body was still standing, but his head fell on the table in front of him. Zhang Yi's eyes condensed, and he captured everything that just happened. The stranger was at least 30 meters away from the podium. But at that moment, the guard standing behind Zhu Zheng suddenly took action. 3 slender steel wires flew out of the sleeve of his right hand and cut off the stranger's head in the air. But the speed of his attack was so fast that no one at the scene could react. Call out. 3 steel wires flashed with silver light in midair. They were too thin to be seen clearly without looking carefully. It was only because there was a trace of scattered blood on it that people noticed it. Sun Luxuan retracted his wire, then slowly adjusted his black goatskin gloves, then put his hands behind his back and looked at the venue with a smile. This move caused the venue to become silent again, because the person who just spoke out, many people know, is a power leader in Sichuan City. It is said that he is very powerful and is a Delta-level stranger, on the same level as Xiaohong and Wei Dinghai. However, such a strange person was defeated by one move. What a powerful shock is this! That guard can instantly kill the stranger in white, so he can naturally kill most of the strangers at the scene instantly. Zhang Yi's eyes became profound. The guards around Zhu Zheng are truly terrifying. Maybe even better than Bian Zhenwu. The 13 cities of Jiangnan, except for a few areas such as Blizzard City and Tianhai City, have not had direct contact with the Jiangnan region. Naturally, they can't understand that their own strength is far from enough compared to Blizzard City's top combat power. It's just that they are kings and hegemons within their own territory, which gives them false confidence. Let them think that they are qualified to talk to Zhu Zheng. However, although they are only a few dozen meters away from Zhu Zheng now, in terms of the authority and strength they possess, it is like they are separated by a huge chasm. An alien murmured to him in astonishment. He actually took action. Sun Luxuan's blow shattered many people's illusions. As Sun Luxuan took action, the doors at the rear and sides of the venue were also opened. Bailey Chongqing appeared here with the members of the Black Robe team and a large number of Yin guards. The atmosphere at the scene was solemn. Even Deng Shitong twisted his wrist, with cold eyes and a mocking smile on his lips. This strong sense of oppression made everyone present panic. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance. Although he didn't think Blizzard City would launch a major purge, he was still ready to escape. Ahem. At this time, Zhu Zheng's voice came from the speaker. Don't get me wrong. He stared at everyone in the venue and said coldly, I am not discussing with you. I am just informing you. Any member who refuses to join the Super Federation will be regarded as an opposition to the Federation and to the entire Jiangnan region. And there is no need for such forces and people to exist in this land. An indifferent smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. This was how it should be. He had realized it a long time ago. But he didn't expect that there would be so many idiots trying to reason with a behemoth like the Jiangnan region. Some people even dared to stand up and speak out. Probably their brains have been frozen by the temperature of more than 60 degrees below zero. Chapter 592 Who Approves and Who Opposes. Nothing went beyond Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, he had an affair with Bailey Chongqing before, and knew the considerations of Jiangnan region. To be fair, he thought this move was relatively reasonable. If Zhang Yi were in Zhu Zheng's position, he would adopt the same strategy. Otherwise, if chaos and fighting continue in various places, sooner or later the entire Jiangnan region will be beaten to pieces. If there is another invasion from outside, what will we do to resist it? As for Zhang Yi, does he have any opinions on this? Yes, but not much. Although being controlled by others makes people uncomfortable. Who makes Jiangnan district awesome? People are more powerful than him. So he doesn't mind giving Jiangnan region any face. Of course, if the other party asked him to die, then Zhang Yi would not agree. But before that step, Zhang Yi didn't want to completely fall out with Jiangnan region. After Zhu Zheng finished speaking, he looked at everyone again. After the shock just now, no one dared to stand out anymore. Who is in favor of what I just said, and who is against it? Zhu Zheng continued to ask. Everyone looked at each other, and tacitly chose not to speak. Zhu Zheng said coldly, and without saying a word, I will assume that you all agree. Then, just sign your name on this membership application. After Zhu Zheng finished speaking, his secretary Lan Xinqing pushed up his glasses, and motioned to Yin Yunweiman outside. Immediately, 2 teams of people walked over from the 2 aisles with prepared membership application forms in their hands, and handed out the application forms to the leaders of each force. As long as they signed this membership application form, It will mark that they will officially become a powerful organization under the Jiangnan region from now on. Will be dispatched by Jiangnan region. Johnny also received one. And he quickly read it. It was exactly the same as what Zhu Zheng had described. And there were no other additional conditions. Johnny naturally signed his name on it. Zhu Zheng cared about this kind of procedure. But in fact Johnny didn't care that much. If one day Zhu Zheng sends him to die, this piece of paper will have no restraints on him. As a human being, you must know how to be flexible and inflexible. There is no need to stand out. Some of the others were calm and composed, while others looked unwilling. But they still signed the membership application form because of their fear of the Jiangnan region. Zhu Zheng saw the thick stack of forms in Lan Xiqing's hand and nodded with satisfaction. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to everyone, "Don't worry. I won't let your efforts go in vain. From now on, you can receive a supply every month. These include weapons and equipment specially made for the region. Moreover, if you complete the tasks assigned by the district, there will be special rewards for you." After Zhu Zheng finished speaking, he reached out and took out a small glass bottle from his coat pocket, holding it between his fingers. Everyone's eyes fell on the small glass bottle, and they were all curious about what it was. Zhu Zheng said in a deep voice that this thing is called compound number 2. Its function is to help people enlighten their abilities and tap their potential. Simply put, after using it, your abilities will become stronger. This thing is also on the list of mission rewards. After hearing the effects of compound number 2, everyone's eyes became hot. So far, the only way they have found to enhance their abilities is to devour them. But this approach also has great difficulties. First, they need to kill one person to seize the opponent's origin. This is a relatively difficult thing, and the number of aliens is still too rare. Second, as the power level increases, the effect of cophagy also decreases, and it is necessary to continuously devour the origin of high-level aliens. But how can high-level aliens be so easy to kill? Now, Zhu Zheng tells them that there is medicine that can help them increase their strength. Of course they are eager to get this. In the apocalypse, strength is everything. But when Johnny saw that thing, he frowned slightly. He also knew a bit about chemical compounds, and he learned it from Bailey Chongqing's few words. The reason why the Jiangnan region headquarters is so powerful and has so many high-level aliens is related to the compounds they developed. The Njunwa seems to be the user of the compound. Even the side effects of the mutations around him were caused by the compound. Although he could gain powerful power in a short period of time, he would need to take huge risks. And Zhang Yi was not willing to make such an exchange. But obviously, everyone else was deeply attracted by this thing. No wonder there are such powerful strangers in the Jiangnan region. It turns out that they are aided by drugs. Could it be? Can we get it too? Just complete the tasks assigned by Jiangnan region. Seems pretty good too. Zhu Zheng held a big stick in one hand and sweet dates in the other, which made everyone's dissatisfaction dissipate a lot. At least it seems that it is still profitable to follow Jiangnan region. Just as everyone was thinking about the pros and cons, Zhu Zheng spoke again. You came at the right time. And now there is an opportunity for you. Not long ago, a group of Ronin organizations from the Neon country appeared in Linhai City. The total number of people in this organization is 13. Linhai City is currently occupied by them. If anyone can eliminate these Ronin, then he can get 10 copies of number 2 compound and the right to dominate the entire Linhai City. There was an uproar immediately below, because the 4 words Neon Ronin are so impactful. No matter how they fought in the past, even if it involved life and death, it was still a family matter. But now that foreign enemies have invaded, their hatred has immediately shifted. The abominable Neon Ronin dares to set foot on the land of our country. You are really looking for death. Do they think that when the end of the world comes, they have the right to be arrogant? Kill! Kill all these damn Ronin. No one can be left behind. Johnny also narrowed his eyes slightly. Neon Ronin. They are so brave. They ran to the territory of China and occupied a city. Then, there is no doubt that the local forces have been eliminated by them. No one can endure this. Uncle Yu gritted his teeth and scolded his mother. These are the bastards! Kill them all! Everyone looked angry. There were also some people who were excited when they heard the conditions given by Zhu Zheng. 10 copies of compound number 2 can greatly enhance the strength of 10 aliens, and will definitely make an organization much stronger. But the most tempting thing is the control over Linhai City. The local forces in Linhai City have been eliminated by the Ronin. In other words, whoever completes this task can become the absolute king of Linhai City. Moreover, his identity and power are recognized and protected by Jiangnan region. Many people have this idea. But some people are also thinking about how risky this task is. After all, that Ronin organization could wipe out the entire alien force in Linhai City. Chapter 593 Recruitment. Zhu Zheng had a panoramic view of the changes in the expressions of everyone below. He knew some people were still waiting for concrete information. Zhu Zheng didn't play tricks and told the information about those Ronin. This group of Ronin comes from the north of Neon, and is a gangster organization that is rampant in the area, called the Corroding Moon. After they dominated Guangdong, they began to think about China's land. So they crossed the sea. We have already communicated with Neon's top management. The actions of these people have nothing to do with Neon's official top management and are private behaviors. So, you can go hunting with confidence. Of course, their strength is not weak. So you need to be prepared for this. But we have the advantage of having more people. As long as you are willing, anyone can go over and do this task. All I want to see is the heads of 13 of them. A stranger below slowly raised his hand. Zhu Zhang and Zhang Yi looked at him. That was a person who was wrapped up extremely tightly, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Zhang Yi had noticed him before on the subway platform. This man had a military spirit and should be a retired veteran. At this time, he was also the leader of a force. The veteran asked. Neon executives said that those people were not sent by them. This statement is completely unbelievable. What if we are attacked by the other party when we go on a mission? Many people nodded in agreement with the veteran's words. Neon people are busy at all times. And there are many duplicitous people. Can you believe what they say? If the time comes when they go on a mission, they discover that this group of people is just the vanguard of Neon. And there will be other reinforcements later. By then, they will definitely be in danger. Zhu Zheng raised the corner of his mouth with a somewhat disdainful attitude. It doesn't matter. What's important is that they don't officially admit that these people are related to them. Therefore, we can hunt these Ronin as much as we want. The Neon people didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, ha. Zhu Zheng sneered. If it was proven that this group of people were related to Neon's top executives, the matter would be easily solved. They strike first. So we can naturally use all means to fight back. Zhu Zheng's words were almost plain. As long as it is discovered that this group of people is related to Neon's top management, it will prove that the other party has started an invasion war. Then the world will really be leveled. Even its allies had nothing to say. These words increased the confidence of the aliens present. With the strong military power of Jiangnan region as the backing, they don't have to worry at all. All we need to do is launch a grand hunt for those Neon wanderers. The veteran nodded silently, agreeing with Zhu Zheng's words. As for why it is necessary to mobilize the troops of the entire 12 cities in Jiangnan, the reason is also very simple. This is a hunt. They want to surround the Corrosion Moon organization and kill everyone without leaving a trace. The opponent will not wait stupidly to confront them. They will definitely flee. And this kind of encirclement and suppression will inevitably require more than 10 times the strength of the opponent. Just like hundreds of years ago, during the Ming Dynasty, thousands of Japanese pirates were encircled and suppressed in the southeast. And even 300,000 troops were needed. Uncle Yu couldn't help but said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, we can also participate in this encirclement and suppression. As a veteran, Uncle Yu still has a strong complex in this regard. Zhang Yi held his cheek with one hand, tilted his head, and looked indifferently at Zhu Zheng and the enthusiastic crowd on the stage. But he was deep in thought. Although the Ronin is hateful, he will not act based on his own whim before doing something, but will think about the stakes involved. The Ronin must be suppressed. But why didn't Zhu Zheng send his investigation team there? Even though the Black Robe squad has now lost Bian Junwu, the God squad is still at full strength. Not to mention they still have 5,000 Yen guards. There may be only one answer, and that is, Zhu Zheng is reluctant to let his team take big risks. That's why we have to let the forces from the outer city go to carry out this task first. It would be best if it succeeds. Even if it doesn't succeed, you can still find out some details about the other party, and then let Blizzard City's elite be dispatched. Judging from this, maybe if we encounter similar problems in the future, we will first use the power of the outer city. The elites in his hands are reserved, and will not be used unless they are performing special tasks. After all, the status of Jiangnan region is maintained by armed force. And Zhu Zheng also has to consider this factor. There is always selfishness in people. After thinking clearly, Zhang Yi calmly said to Uncle Yu, let's observe the situation first. I'll go back to Bailey Chongqing to find out the specific news there. There must be some things that Zhu Zheng didn't explain clearly. Zhang Yi's character is to make decisions before taking action, so that he can be in a safe position. On the podium, Zhu Zheng waved his hand, and said righteously, "All organizations participating in this operation can go to the headquarters to receive supplies such as weapons and equipment." Zhang Yi thought that this was also confirming how many forces were involved in the operation. If the number of participating forces is insufficient, I am afraid it will be necessary to assign tasks by name. Someone immediately stood up at the scene and expressed their attitude that they would lead people to Linhai City to encircle and suppress the group of rogues. 4 or 5 forces suddenly appeared. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, thinking that since this is the case, I won't show off for the time being. Whether these forces are motivated by the interests of the family and the country, or simply for the benefits promised by Zhu Zheng, there are definitely many who will go to perform tasks. Zhang Yi never wants to stand out, even if the benefits are considerable. Then, let this group of people pass first. It would be best if they could successfully exterminate those rogues. If they fail, Zhang Yi can also use this to obtain more information. Then when he takes action, he will be more certain of winning. Looking at those enthusiastic strangers, a faint light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Only 13 people were able to wipe out all the forces in Linhai City. How strong is that team called Corrosion Moon? Could it be that it is not weaker than Blizzard City's investigation team? If that were the case, those who went to encircle and suppress the people did not know how many people would die. The meeting came to an end amidst the excitement. The forces willing to go to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon signed up one after another and received supplies. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, quietly led the people out of the venue. Operations Center. Commander's office. Xu Zheng was sitting on the sofa, looking at the report handed over by Lan Xinqing. In the end, there were 10 forces that signed up to go to Linhai City to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon. It's a lot. It's a very powerful force. Xu Zheng nodded. Although many large and small forces came to Blizzard City this time, many forces were unable to participate in the encirclement and suppression due to various reasons. For example, the geographical location of Linhai City is too far from their city, or they may have other concerns. However, Xu Zheng did not see the signature of any power leader in Tianhai City, especially Zhang Yi's signature. This made him frown. Tianhai City is very close to Linhai City, and Zhang Yi is strong enough, but he was afraid to avoid fighting, which really disappointed me. He felt more and more that Bailey Chongqing was right. This Zhang Yi has too many thoughts and is difficult to control. Chapter 594 Vanguard. Zhu Zheng thought of Bailey Chongqing's evaluation of Zhang Yi and couldn't help but sigh. This person puts personal interests first, and is indeed not suitable to be absorbed into my Blizzard City. When the secretary next to him, Lan Xinqing, heard this, he immediately came over and said with a smile that Tianhai City is now almost abandoned after the previous corpse wave turmoil. Not only were there few living people, but all the major forces were also severely damaged. Judging from their current strength, they are simply unable to undertake the work of maintaining regional stability. Now, Zhang Yi's performance is dissatisfying again. Why not consider supporting a group of new forces? When Zhu Zheng heard this, his eyebrows twitched, and he was actually a little moved. The huge Tianhai City was originally a super city with a population of 20 million. The city is also very rich in resources. But now, the population is withering, and the major forces guarding it, except for Zhang Yi's team, are unable to govern. It would be better to introduce the power of other cities. Firstly, it stabilizes the stability of the Tianhai City area. And secondly, it also provides a check and balance to Zhang Yi to prevent him from becoming a dominant player in Tianhai City. To put it bluntly, Zhu Zheng didn't like Zhang Yi's solitary style. He put his hand on the table and tapped it, and slowly said that this matter could be included in the plan. It just so happened that there were 10 forces participating in the mission in Linhai City this time. When the task is completed and the land in Linhai City is not enough to allocate, we will introduce several companies to Tianhai City, which will be easier to handle. The two of them divided Tianhai City like a cake without any hesitation. In fact, for Zhang Yi, this doesn't matter. Anyway, his team is small and only needs 2 sites in Lujiang District and Xishan District. No matter how much Xu Zheng stirs up, it has nothing to do with him. It's the interests of the other 3 families that are at stake. However, if anyone dares to snatch food from his mouth, Zhang Yi gives Jiangnan District face. You can come over. But now that you are here, can you still leave? At this moment, Xu Zheng received a report from the front desk. Commander, Captain Deng Shitong of the Celestial Team wants to see you. Hearing this, Xu Zheng raised his hand and said, "Let him come in." Lan Xinqing smiled and said that Deng Shitong probably came to ask for a fight. The celestial team led by Deng Shitong is the most famous in Blizzard City. Because Deng Shitong is young, powerful, and warlike. He is always the one who is most active in performing tasks, eager to make achievements and become famous. Now, he has been dominating the Blizzard City standings for nearly 2 months. As a result, many people in Blizzard City believe that he is the #1 expert in the Jiangnan region. Coupled with his excellent background and handsome appearance, he was once supported by most residents of Tianhai City. Many people even believe that once Zhu Zheng retires to the second line one day, Deng Shitong will take over the position of regional commander. Zhu Zheng also admired this young genius very much. After a while, Deng Shitong walked through several doors and entered Zhu Zheng's office. As soon as he came over, he asked Commander Zhu Zheng why we were not allowed to carry out this mission, although there were a large number of alien teams sent this time. It was obvious that the opponent was not an ordinary alien organization. If they really wanted to escape, the forces in the outer city wouldn't be able to catch them, Deng Shitong said with some contempt. After all, they are not professional. Moreover, there are fights among each other, making it even more difficult to unite and cooperate. But after Zhu Zheng heard these words, he smiled. He leaned back on the sofa and asked lightly, "Do you know much about lunar eclipses?" Deng Shitong opened his mouth, but said nothing. They had never had any contact with the Ronin from Neon, and could not obtain information. Zhu Zheng took a deep breath and said that in Neon today, Kanto and Kansai are divided into 2 factions. One is from Kanto, Izumo. One is from Kansai, Pelican. The Eclipse group is a group of Ronin that runs rampant in Kanto. Even the Izumo organization, which controls most of the official power in Kanto, is helpless against them. It can be seen that the strength of this group of Ronin is very powerful, even comparable to that of your investigation team. Zhu Zheng stared at Deng Shitong and his eyes became serious. Before I get the exact information, I can't let you take the risk. After all, the 6 major investigation teams are the pillars of Blizzard City. Deng Shitong frowned. Neon is just a small country. So what level can the alien organization that runs rampant there have? Zhu Zheng shook his head and looked at Deng Shitong helplessly. Don't underestimate your opponent. To underestimate them is to underestimate yourself. Even during the Great Patriotic War, our battle losses with Neon were 5-1 or even 9-1. We can despise the enemy strategically, but we must pay attention to the enemy tactically. Don't be careless. Deng Shitong calmed down and thought to himself. Although Neon's land area is not large, it still has a province with hundreds of millions of people. Judging from this ratio, it is not surprising that many powerful aliens were born from it. Deng Shitong even thought jokingly that Neon people have always been relatively abnormal, and now it is normal for them to become more powerful after mutation. He understood Zhu Zheng's purpose. So what you mean is that letting the forces from the outer city go to Lehigh City first is actually to allow them to obtain information about the eclipse? Zhu Zheng nodded approvingly. Yes, that's exactly the purpose. Of course, it would be best if they could successfully deal with these strangers. But even if they failed, they could at least produce something from Eclipse. When the time comes, they will also have a share of your credit. Deng Shitong understood Zhu Zheng's thoughts and calmed down. However, I feel that with the strength of those people, it would be difficult to do it. Somehow, Zhang Yi's figure appeared in Deng Shitong's mind. Among the forces in the outer city, there were not many people who could catch his eye, and Zhang Yi was undoubtedly the most outstanding one. Because he defeated Wu Di, Deng Shitong couldn't help but ask, was Zhang Yi going to Haishur that day? When Deng Shitong asked about Zhang Yi, both Deng Shitong and Lan Xinqing's son Luxuan were a little surprised. This arrogant and proud captain of the God Squad rarely hears other people's names from his mouth. Zhu Zheng was a little unhappy. That guy didn't sign up to participate in this operation at all. How cunning! Deng Shitong's eyes flashed. But he smiled and said it would be better to say that he was very smart. At least he knew that this task was not that simple. Zhu Zheng obviously didn't like this statement. He crossed his hands on his chest and said with a straight face that if everyone was as self-centered as him, the Super Federation would not be able to continue. Zhu is a soldier, and soldiers believe in unconditional obedience to orders, and the sole principle of action based on the will of the top. But Deng Shitong is not, and neither is Zhang Yi. Therefore, instead of thinking Zhang Yi was rebellious, Deng Shitong admired his intelligence. He, Deng Shitong, can tolerate everyone as long as he has talent, and can tolerate others. After all, he, Deng Shitong, is an excellent leader. Excellent leaders are good at exploring the strengths of their subordinates and allowing them to better drive themselves. Chapter 595. Face it. The other side. Zhang Yi led everyone out of the Tianchong Guild Hall, which was still lively. Although the meeting was over, many people stayed there, actively discussing the situation in Linhai City. Zhang Yi doesn't need to chat with them. He can get more information by asking Bailey Chongqing. At this moment, a burst of ridicule came from their ears. Tianhai City is right on the edge of Linhai City. Now that the Neon Ronin invaded, you actually ran away in fear. What a shame! This voice couldn't help but make the faces of everyone present change. Especially Qin Jingwan's face turned blue and red, anger and humiliation filling his eyes. Because the person who spoke was Sun Jiaming, the leader of the forces from Dae's city. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and looked towards them. I saw the three major forces in Dae's city gathering together and walking outside. The number of strangers in these three major forces is much greater than that in Tianhai City. And their number is much 3 times that of Tianhai City. Naturally, the momentum overshadowed them. Xiao Honglian and others were a little nervous. The difference in numbers is too big. If a fight breaks out, they will. Xiao Honglian looked at Zhang Yi subconsciously. If Zhang Yi takes action, they still have a chance to win. No, we can definitely win. Zhang Yi never fights a battle he cannot win. Thinking of this, Xiao Honglian felt much more at ease, and felt that Zhang Yi's handsome profile became more and more fascinating the more he looked at it. After returning to Tianhai City, she will definitely get closer to Zhang Yi. The structure of the Jiangnan region will definitely change in the future. And she also needs to find a protective umbrella for the Yangsheng base. The leaders of the 3 major forces in Dae's city came over. There is still some distance between them, and it can be seen that their relationship is not that harmonious. But when putting pressure on Tianhai City, their goals were the same. Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, "Didn't Yu Shuai say that? This matter is entirely voluntary. It seems that you don't need to worry about what we do. Right?" Sun Jianming and the other 2 looked at each other, the contempt in their eyes getting stronger. Even the stranger next to them sneered. It's so funny that you can even say this kind of thing. At present, the interests of the family and the country are all in hiding. Hey, are you still qualified to represent Tianhai City here? Let me tell you, all the forces in Tianhai City have been destroyed now. Just look at the leader of Chaoyu base. TSK. If you don't have the ability to grasp such a good area in Tianhai City, you might as well give it up early. The aliens in Dae's city mocked the aliens in Tianhai City without restraint. This made the aliens in Tianhai City look very ugly. Even the good-tempered Liang Yu couldn't help but frown and subconsciously looked at Zhang Yi. As long as Zhang Yi opens his mouth, they will rush forward without hesitation and slap these people in the face. However, Zhang Yi listened to their cynicism without any expression on his face. Weak people will be irritated by other people's stimulation, such as Qin Jingwan. Because of being weak, I have low self-esteem, so I can't stand the slightest ridicule from others. But for a strong person, the voice of the ants is too small to be heard. How could he lose his temper because of a bunch of bugs? I just pity their ignorance. But Zhang Yi would not do anything outside Tianchong Guild Hall. The other party must have planned to provoke them into taking action, and then strike back fiercely. In this way, even if the top management of Blizzard City takes the blame, they can still shift the responsibility to the strangers in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, with some pure murderous intent in his heart. These annoying bugs. I really want to crush them one by one. He smiled slightly and excused himself. Then he said to the other people next to him, "Let's go." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yi turned around without looking back and walked away from the apartment. Originally, Xiao Hong, Qin Jingwan and others were waiting for Zhang Yi to take action. I didn't expect that Zhang Yi had no temper at all and walked away after being ridiculed like that. They were dumbfounded. Also dumbfounded were the aliens from Osawa City. Can you endure being ridiculed to your face like this? Is he cowardly and incompetent? Or is he too tolerant? Only Liang Yu, Uncle Yu, Fatty Su and others followed Zhang Yi and left with smiles. They have long understood Zhang Yi's style of doing things. How can you anger him with just a few words? Seeing everyone in Zhang Yi's team leaving, Shang Tian hurriedly followed. From beginning to end, Zhang Yi did not greet them. In Zhang Yi's eyes, if they wanted to kill people in Dae's city, he would not interfere. Xiao Honglian and Qin Jingwan understood something in their hearts. They glared at the strangers in Dae's city, then turned around and left silently. Sun Jiaming spat on the ground fiercely. Pooh! Courageless bastard! What the H.L.? The other side? Ice Butterfly. Gu Hongdai, the leader of the organization, said with a smile. Their leader looks so weak. How can such a person lead a team? As a leader, you must have sufficient dignity and ability. If you cannot protect your territory and subordinates, who will obey you? In Gu Hengge's view, Zhang Yi's behavior was a sign of cowardice. At this time, Shan Liangyu, the leader of the third force, had a cunning light in his eyes and said with a smile, "Isn't this just what we want?" Sun Jianming, Gu Hongdai and Shan Liangyu looked at each other, and then revealed sinister smiles on their faces. They can already determine what the situation is like in Tianhai City today. Chaoyu Base was once one of the 5 major forces in Tianhai City. Its leader turned out to be just a Gamma-level alien who was hung up and beaten by Sun Jianming. In Days City, this level is at most captain level, and they came here deliberately to find trouble. But in fact, they wanted to confirm the strength of other organizations in Tianhai City. But the result was that they insulted them wantonly. But those people didn't even dare to talk back and ran away in despair. "This is a very good opportunity," Sun Jianming said in a deep voice. Gu Hongdai looked at the two of them with a smile. "It was rare for the 3 of us to get together. How about finding a place to have a drink and chat?" Sun Jianming and Shan Liangyu happily agreed to Gu Hengge's proposal. They both know what each other is thinking. Nowadays, there is interference from external forces in the Jiangnan region, and in the surrounding areas of Tianhai City. Several major forces are involved in the encirclement and suppression of the Ronin in Linhai City. At this time, no one cares about what is happening in Tianhai City. None of them signed up for that mission. The purpose is to eat this piece of fat in Tianhai City. Regardless of Zhu Zheng's righteous words, they are not allowed to fight among themselves. But as long as they take over the territory of Tianhai City first, there are naturally many ways to explain it. For example, we help brother cities maintain public security and provide targeted support to poor and weak areas. As long as established facts are established first, Jiangnan region will not say anything when the time comes. Who will help the weak speak up? Chapter 596. Don't be carried away by emotions. Zhang Yi left first and walked towards the apartment. He planned to see Bailey Chongqing again, attend Deng Shentong's appointment, and then return to Tianhai City without anything else. Zhang Yi has already seen the inner thoughts of these birdmen in Days City. These guys must have thought that the forces in Tianhai City were weak and could be bullied, and they had the idea of taking action. So there is no doubt that it is most appropriate for them to take advantage of the Ronin's attack, and the district's thoughts are there. At that time, Zhang Yi will give them a big surprise. Xiao Honglian and Qin Jingwan followed. Qin Jingwan kept looking at Zhang Yi in front of him, mumbling and not daring to say anything. But in his heart, he was still a little unhappy with Zhang Yi's actions. After being humiliated in front of others, "You, Zhang Yi, are now the boss of Tianhai City after all. Don't you even dare to talk back?" The relationship between Xiao Honglian and Zhang Yi is closer. After all, she helped Zhang Yi in the first place. In addition, she is a woman and has a gender advantage. Even if she asks Zhang Yi, she won't be angry. So she walked up and smiled as much as possible and said, "Zhang Yi, that one. We don't have any objection to what you're doing. It's just that you didn't have to have that attitude towards them just now. Right?" "Which attitude?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and asked coldly. "That is, it feels a bit weak. You obviously don't need to do this," Xiao Honglian said. Zhang Yi sneered disdainfully. He put his hands in his pockets and glanced at Qin Jingwan behind him, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "So what do you think I should do? Get into a fight with them, and then be punished for violating Blizzard City's regulations? Or would they immediately retaliate and get into a fight like they were scolding someone in the street? There are so many of them. Can they make any noise?" Zhang Yi shook his head and stopped doing meaningless things. Xiao Honglian said, "But doing this will make people think that Tianhai City, are weak and can be bullied." "Haha. That's not my fault either," Zhang Yi sneered. Behind him, Qin Jingwan blushed and quickly buried his head. Zhang Yi was clearly nodding at him. Xiao Honglian wanted to say something more, but Zhang Yi was a little impatient. Zhang Yi, have been doing my best all my life. Why do I need to explain it to you?" This sentence choked Xiao Honglian back. She didn't dare to ask any more questions. She could only lower her head helplessly and said, "Don't be angry. I'm just asking casually." As she spoke, she stepped aside. After arriving at the apartment, Qin Jingwan went to heal himself, and the others returned to their rooms. Everyone has concerns in their hearts, especially the 3 major Al-Qaeda organizations, who are worried about the future situation of Tianhai City. Today is different from the past. Their 3 major bases are no longer powerful forces. Even now, facing the oppression of the 3 major alien organizations in Days City, they can only endure it silently. To put it bluntly, even if the 3 of them join forces, They will not be as strong as the original one. Now they can only rely on Zhang Yi. Otherwise they will definitely be defeated if the alien organization in Days City attacks. Or if other forces covet the resources of Tianhai City attack. Therefore, at this time, they must consider their future options. The words were divided into two parts. On Zhang Yi's side, everyone also gathered in a room. After closing the doors and windows, Liang Yu was the first to ask Zhang Yi, "When will we take action?" Zhang Yi is not the kind of character who accepts everything. Others were bullying him. How could he remain indifferent? It didn't happen at that time just because it wasn't the right time. Zhang Yi was sitting on the sofa seat. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. We are not the one taking the initiative. We need to wait for them to take action first. Wait for them to take action first. Liang Yu couldn't help but frown. And others were also curious about Zhang Yi's decision. In this way, wouldn't we fall into passivity? Zhang Yi looked at everyone with a smile. "Oh, tell me, what should we do?" Fatty Su, who had always been wretched, stood up boldly. He gritted his teeth and said those guys were so hateful. "I can't bear to humiliate us in front of so many people. If you ask me, we might as well run on their way back to Days City in advance and intercept and kill them." Fatty Su looked at Zhang Yi and suddenly smiled. "With your strength, boss, wouldn't it be easy to kill them?" Zhang Yi asked back. "Do you know their strength?" Fatty Su was speechless. How could he understand the strength of the alien organization in Days City? Zhang Yi asked again. "Do you know my strength?" Fatty Su originally planned to say something. But when he saw Zhang Yi's teasing eyes, he wisely closed his mouth. Others also looked at Zhang Yi, intending to listen to what he would do next. Zhang Yi said to them seriously, since they are all his own, "I will tell you the truth. First of all, my strength is not yet at the level of Yuan Kongya. Even the devouring of supernatural powers is not complete. Not to mention that her original origin was also incomplete. This may be related to her supernatural properties. So, don't think that I have Epsilon level strength now. In fact, I can only be regarded as a relatively strong existence among Delta. Moreover, don't underestimate anyone. You have seen Sun Jiaming's strength before. He can completely defeat Qin Jingwan. As for the leaders of the other two forces, they are probably not much different from him. It is very stupid to act rashly before knowing the opponent's ability. And we intercept and kill them without knowing anything? What is this if not blind arrogance?" Zhang Yi's words gave rise to strange thoughts in everyone's minds. For some reason, they all subconsciously believed that Zhang Yi's strength had reached at least close to Yuan Kongya's level. Yuan Kongya's destructive power left a deep impression on them. So much so that they believed that Zhang Yi could kill strangers below Epsilon at will with his own strength. But right now, it sounds like that's not the case at all. Zhou Qi was smart enough to realize the problem. Actually speaking carefully, even if we include the strength of the three major bases, there is a big gap between us and the opponent in terms of overall strength. The only advantage is that Zhang Yi is stronger than them. But we only analyze this through common sense. And we can't even determine what their abilities are. Therefore, it is not a wise idea to attack rashly and intercept in advance. Zhang Yi nodded in approval. He looked at Fatty Su and Uncle Yu and said, "You guys are all blinded by anger. Remember my words. To survive in the apocalypse, always stay rational." Chapter 597, Qin Jingwan's Pain. Zhang Yi's explanation convinced everyone. This is also his consistent style of doing things. And he will never put himself in danger because of complacency. How can there be any invincibility? Yuan Kongya thought the same way at the beginning. But she died in the hands of Zhang Yi, who was far less powerful than her. Zhang Yi will not make the same mistake. When a lion fights a rabbit, use all your strength. Don't worry. Instead of going to them angrily and exposing your flaws, it is better to wait for work and fight in our homeland, Zhang Yi said with a smile, his eyes shining with wisdom. In fact, he already had a plan to deal with those people. Fatty Su quickly smiled and said, "Boss, I knew you wouldn't let them go so easily." Zhang Yi shrugged. "It can't be said that I won't let them go. Rather, it should be said that they will definitely come to die." Zhang Yi slowly described his plan. Their seemingly arrogant and domineering purpose is just to test the depth of Tianhai City. Now that Qin Jingwan is being beaten violently, if we choose to tolerate it after being ridiculed, it will give them the feeling that Tianhai City is easily ravaged. So they will definitely choose to invade Tianhai City soon. The smile in Zhang Yi's eyes grew stronger. At that time, in our territory, even the three Al-Qaeda organizations could send more troops and use more resources of their own forces. If we wait for work and take advantage of the location, wouldn't it be easier to kill them all? After Zhang Yi finished speaking, Everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim. How wonderful. Your method is better. I was so angry with them just now, and I just wanted to have a fight with them. Fighting on our own home court. Setting up traps and waiting for their arrival. We will have a greater chance of winning and suffer less battle losses. Everyone admires Zhang Yi's mind very much. Especially his calm state of mind. You know, not everyone can stay sane after being severely mocked in front of someone. Lu Karen blinked curiously and looked at Zhang Yi. If this is the case, brother, why don't you explain it clearly to Xiao Honglian and the others? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. There were so many people outside just now. How could you casually reveal my plan? I will tell them this matter when I return to Tianhai City and ask them to cooperate with this operation. Moreover, it also gives them a long memory so that they know what their current strength level is. Who can they rely on? Tianhai City was too comfortable before, with no foreign enemies invading. Although the three major bases were willing to respect Zhang Yi, they had some illusions and were unwilling to completely hand over all power to Zhang Yi. But this time, the threat from the alien organization in Days City is right in front of us. They will understand how important Zhang Yi is to them. This is a slap in the face to make them more obedient. Before leaving, Zhang Yi had to meet Deng Shitong and Bailey Chongqing. He called Bailey Chongqing, but was told that they were busy at the combat center. Zhang Yi then asked if it was for the Ronin organization in Linhai City. Bailey Chongqing reminded Zhang Yi in a deep voice that this matter was more serious than imagined. I can't remind you if there are too many. Otherwise it would be overstepping the bounds. Anyway, it's up to you. Zhang Yi's heart moved. Bailey Chongqing's friendship with him was not that deep. She just owed him a favor. Being able to remind him to this extent is almost equivalent to telling him clearly that this mission to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon is very dangerous. Zhang Yi understood clearly, and once again confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his thoughts. Zhu Sheng asked them to go on a mission. He wanted them to be the vanguard. They should first find out the opponent's true and false situation, and then send out the elites of Blizzard City. There is nothing wrong with this approach, and there are many tactics to lure troops on the battlefield. But Zhang Yi is not a soldier under Zhu Sheng, so of course he cannot put himself in danger. Thank you. I understand. Zhang Yi hung up the call and planned to maintain a wait-and-see attitude towards the matter, and would not take action for the time being. If Blizzard City's top brass really asks him to take action, they must provide sufficient intelligence and combat readiness resources. He, Zhang Yi, never fights an unprepared battle. Nor does he fight an uncertain battle. Bailey Chongqing was temporarily unavailable, and Zhang Yi guessed that Deng Shitong was also busy. After all, there are only 2 investigation teams in Blizzard City now. Zhang Yi didn't have Deng Shitong's contact information, so he could only decide to wait a few more days. If no one comes to look for him again, Zhang Yi will go back to Tianhai City. Anyway, Blizzard City didn't require them to leave within a few days. Zhang Yi then told the people around him, including those from the 3 major bases, not to conflict with anyone from any force during this period, no matter how others ridiculed. They just pretended not to hear, just as Zhang Yi thought. What happened in the Tianshan Guild Hall that day quickly spread to the alien groups in 12 cities. For a time, Tianhai City became a laughing stock and was used as a joke after dinner, ridiculing them for being timid. Even though they were very close to Linhai City, they did not dare to go to encircle and suppress the Ronin, ridiculing their lack of strength. The leader of Chaoyu Base was beaten like a dog by Sun Jianming from Days City. He mocked them for being weak and easy to bully. They were bullied right in front of their eyes, but they escaped silently without saying a word. These words are indeed very unpleasant to hear, and make people very unhappy after hearing them. But everyone was reminded by Zhang Yi and chose to ignore these words. They even stopped leaving the apartment and stayed in their rooms. But these words caused a huge earthquake in someone's heart. That person is Qin Jingwan, the current leader of Chaoyu Base. The ridicule and humiliation he received in Tianhai City hurt him the most, because almost everyone saw him being beaten by Sun Jianming that day. Now that his reputation has been tarnished, even the subordinates from Chaoyu Base, who he brought with him, have had a subtle change in their attitude towards him. Qin Jingwan was in his room, looking at the sky in the distance. The falling snowflakes reminded him of his old leader Wei Dinghai. Boss, I miss you, Qin Jingwan murmured. Wei Dinghai was slapped to death by Yuan Kongya because he coveted Yuan Kongya's origin. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and push forward. He originally thought that since there was no war in Tianhai City, he could sit back and relax. But he didn't expect that a rally in Blizzard City would expose his strength. After all, he is just a Gamma-level alien, and he is completely incomparable to a Delta-level leader of forces like Xiaohongli and Xingtian. Sun Jiaming didn't dare to kill them in Blizzard City. But after his strength was exposed, would Sun Jiaming lead his fleet to attack them from the sea? If that happens, Qiaoyu base will be completely destroyed in the future. And it won't be too far away from destruction. Chapter 598 Conquer. The trip to Blizzard City made Qinjing see clearly that his level of strength was completely insufficient to support a powerful base force. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally made a decision. That day, he came to Zhang Yi's door and rang the doorbell. Zhang Yi saw Qinjing coming, and after thinking about it for a while, he thought he was asking him to help him get revenge. So Zhang Yi opened the door and planned to say a few words to dismiss him. Unexpectedly, after Qinjing entered the door, he knelt down directly in front of Zhang Yi. Qinjing's head was pressed tightly against the ground, and he said with great sincerity, "Mr. Zhang Yi, please take over Qiaoyu base." Zhang Yi was a little surprised. After hearing Qinjing's words clearly, he realized the reason why he did this. Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked down at Qinjing with clear eyes, thinking that he had figured it out. Qiaoyu base would be destroyed sooner or later in his hands. If he wants Qiaoyu base to survive, he must rely on my strength. Zhang Yi remained calm, secretly calculating the gains and losses of taking over Qiaoyu base. In terms of losses, it's nothing. It was nothing more than the group of people at Qiaoyu base, and he had to care about their life and death. Although it is a bit troublesome, Qiaoyu base can be self-sufficient and there is no big problem. Just make sure they won't be attacked by other forces. As for the benefits, Zhang Yi can completely control Qiaoyu base. There are still more than 1,000 people living there, and although there are fewer combatants, the rest are professionals who are proficient in navigation and fishing. If he needs to go to sea one day, these people will be very useful. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yi felt that this deal was a good deal. However, he couldn't agree so readily. Zhang Yi remained silent for a long time, which made Qinjing, who was kneeling on the ground, feel uneasy. Would Zhang Yi look down on Qiaoyu base? Speaking of which, their team is all elite, and there is no shortage of supplies. It wouldn't be surprising if he looked down upon us. But right now, the only person I can rely on is him. At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice sounded from above his head. Get up first. Tell me what you think about this matter. Zhang Yi walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Qinjing raised his head when he heard this. Seeing Zhang Yi's indifferent expression and unable to see clearly what he was thinking, Qinjing got up and walked over with some worry. Then Qinjing sat opposite Zhang Yi. He had already thought through his words clearly in his mind. So he spoke to Zhang Yi about his plan. I have been in the fleet at Qiaoyu base for 7 years, and have a deep relationship with this fleet. Now that Mr. Wei is dead in the battle, I have to shoulder the burden of being the leader of the base. But I am not strong enough. And now people are looking down upon Qiaoyu base because of my mistakes. In today's troubled times, someone must be eyeing the Qiaoyu base. It won't be long before they invade. Qinjing's hands on his knees clenched tightly. We have no ability to protect ourselves now. If the Qiaoyu base is destroyed, the old brothers in the fleet don't know what kind of fate they will usher in. So I hope that you, Zhang Yi, can succeed me as the leader of Qiaoyu base and protect the brothers in the base. Zhang Yi nodded. What you said seems to make sense. Once foreign enemies invade, no one knows what they will do after occupying Qiaoyu base. If you encounter a ferocious one, you may even carry out a massacre. Qiaoyu base not only has soldiers and skilled workers, but also their families. The old, the weak, women and children. Once captured, will people from other forces raise these people? Don't bet on human nature. Betting on dogs will not end well. And Qinjing also knew Zhang Yi well. Although Zhang Yi is very cruel, ruthless and scheming on the battlefield, but he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. If he becomes the master of Qiaoyu base, those people in Qiaoyu base will be safe. Zhang Yi suddenly laughed. You are smart too. I know that I am a lazy person and don't like to care about so many people. Even if Qiaoyu base recognizes me as the owner, do I still have to leave it to you to take care of it? Qinjing hurriedly said. I've been told. Don't dare disobey. As long as you can protect the safety of Qiaoyu base, we will meet all your requirements. Whether it's food, weapons, ammunition, or even women, we will give them. Qinjing gritted his teeth. There are many beautiful women in our base. If you don't dislike married women, that's okay. Don't. Zhang Yi quickly interrupted Qinjing. There are enough people at home to keep him busy, and he is not interested in doing this kind of thing of breaking up families. According to you, Qinjing, who am I? Zhang Yiqing? Qin Jingwan looked at Zhang Yi eagerly, his eyes full of pleading. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Now you understand how much trouble you have caused?" Qin Jingwan's face turned gloomy. "I knew it was because I was too impulsive." Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa and said calmly that it would not be a problem for me to become the master of Qiaoyu Base. Please hand over the key to Qiaoyu Shelter. There are 2 cores of Qiaoyu Base. One is the fleet, and the other is the underground shelter. Each shelter has a special key, and only the key can open the door. In other words, whoever holds the key to the shelter is the real owner of the shelter. Zhang Yi learned about this from Xing Tian. Without hesitation, Qin Jingwan reached out and took out a black metal box from the sandwich pocket of his jacket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had seen the key to the shelter, but Qin Jingwan couldn't deceive him. This is a black box with 3 keys inside. Generally speaking, the 3 keys are kept by 3 people. Only by putting them into the key card slot in the box can the control authority of the shelter door be obtained. But now, all the keys are in Qin Jingwan's hands. He holds one set in his own hands, and the other set is given to Zhang Yi. This means that from now on, Qiaoyu Base will completely open its doors to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the key and controller over. He took a deep look at Qin Jingwan, and then the controller disappeared from his palm and entered a different space. Qin Jingwan's face looked as if he was relieved. He buried his head deeply and thanked you, leader. The moment Zhang Yi accepted the key, it meant that he officially took over Qiaoyu Base. Zhang Yi said calmly that you are still responsible for the daily management of Qiaoyu Base. I will tell you to do anything. Yes. A smile appeared on Qin Jingwan's face. He felt like a second in command again. Sure enough, he wasn't ready to be the leader yet, so it was best for him to follow the boss. Boss, what should we do next? Should he go back to Tianhai City, or find an opportunity to kill those people in Days City? Qin Jingwan asked anxiously. Zhang Yi said calmly that I will handle this matter naturally. Wait for my order, and I will tell you what to do after returning to Tianhai City. Qin Jing felt relieved when he saw Zhang Yi's confident look. Having dealt with Zhang Yi for so long, he understands Zhang Yi's style of doing things. Therefore, he did not ask any more questions, bowed deeply to Zhang Yi respectfully, and then left Zhang Yi's room. Chapter 599 Ding Yuan. Zhang Yi simply ignored the rumors outside. A powerful person is strong enough in his heart, and the clown's remarks will only make him laugh. The next day, Bai Chunyu came to find him. The member of the Celestial Squad showed up at the apartment, causing a commotion among some people. After all, the 6 major investigation teams represent Blizzard City's external violence agency. Some people have dealt with them, and know very well how terrifying these guys are. And the person Bai Chunyu was looking for was Zhang Yi, who had a low reputation and escaped without saying a word in front of strangers in Days City, which made people even more confused. Bai Chunyu ignored the rumors and went straight to Zhang Yi's residence. Zhang Yi had been waiting for his arrival and politely let him come into the house to drink tea. Bai Chunyu said with a smile, "There have been a lot of rumors about you recently." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. They were just boring people, too lazy to pay attention to them. Bai Chunyu took a sip of tea. You are really good-tempered. He has seen Zhang Yi's strength. Even among the investigation team, he is still above average. Now that he saw Zhang Yi's calm nature, he couldn't help but admire Zhang Yi. Tonight, our captain invites you to meet him at his manor, Bai Chunyu said. When Zhang Yi heard the word manor, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You just said, manor? He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Blizzard City has a radius of several hundred kilometers, so it's either big or small. There are millions of people in the city, and all of them are elites in a certain industry. In such an environment, being able to own a 2-bedroom apartment is a perk that only the super elite can enjoy. As for the manor, it's unimaginable. Bai Chunyu smiled and nodded. Yes, our captain's family contributed a lot to the construction of Blizzard City. One of the conditions is that Blizzard City must be built in the area where the Ding family is located. Ding Yuan has existed for a long time and is not affected by the apocalypse, so you don't have to be too surprised. How could Zhang Yi not be surprised? The Ding family? Jiling's big family? Sorry, he has never heard of it. But after thinking about it carefully, Zhang Yi felt relieved, because the truly top big families are often inconspicuous, but their energy is astonishingly huge. Sorry, I am very ignorant and have never heard of the Ding family. I wonder what kind of family this is? Zhang Yi asked. The smile on Bai Chunyu's face became even stronger. It used to be a secret, but not anymore. The Ding family has considerable power and wealth, and many groups in Jiangnan belong to their family's industry. Among them, the industries in the high-tech field are the most famous. How to say? You should have seen the origin bombs and the suits worn by the investigation team members. Right? Zhang Yi nodded. Those things made him covet very much. Bai Chunyu said that those things were all created by the Ding family with the help of the district. It can be said that without the support of the Ding family, the Jiangnan region would have lost at least 20% of its strength. Zhang Yi secretly cursed the big dog in his heart, but he still showed a shocked expression on his face. It was so powerful. Bai Chunyu crossed his arms. Zhang Yi's expression made him very satisfied, which could be seen from the pride on his face. So you should know what a great honor it is for you to be favored by our captain. Right? Zhang Yi nodded, feeling honored. You still have to say nice things. Bai Chunyu put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. The captain will meet you at 6 o'clock tonight. At 5 o'clock, a car will come to pick you up. Just don't run around then. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay. I will go there on time for the appointment. After Bai Chunyu finished speaking, he left the apartment. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa and fell into thought. He began to look at Ding Shitong again. He has a powerful family background, strong supernatural talents, maybe also because of family training, and an arrogant personality. Even if such people cannot become partners, they should try not to cause conflicts. When the time comes, say a few nice words, and then find a better excuse to shirk the other party's solicitation. That's it. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a black luxury car arrived in front of the apartment building. The vehicle has no brand, but it looks calm and heavy, as if it is not a car but a tank. When you look closely, you will notice that its surface isn't even reflective. Two people in black combat uniforms got out of the car, came to the apartment, and found Zhang Yi's room. Mr. Zhang Yi, my young master invites you to come and talk. A man in black said. Zhang Yi knew that they were sent by Ding Shitong, so he nodded and followed them out. There were many people watching the excitement nearby, and there was a lot of discussion. It was unknown which big shot Zhang Yi was taken away. Only a few insiders secretly wondered. What kind of ability does this Zhang Yi have that makes the captain of the God team personally invite him over? Could it be said that there are powerful people in Tianhai City who should not be underestimated? Zhang Yi got into the car. The interior structure looked very ordinary and not very gorgeous, but it feels very safe. Even the car door is nearly 20 centimeters thick, and it should be made of some special defensive material, in addition to a heating system. The most important thing for transportation in the apocalypse is defense. Zhang Yi sat in the back seat and folded his arms. The driver and the other man in black in front didn't say anything and just drove in the direction of Ding Yuan silently. After about half an hour, they stopped at a park northeast of Blizzard City. The man in black and the co-pilot explained the situation to the inside through the communication device. Soon, the gate to the park opened. The man in black said to Zhang Yi, Mr. Zhang, please get out of the car, because a wife of the Ding family hates the smell of gasoline. Our car cannot drive into the manor. Zhang Yi smiled, nodded and said okay. Guests and hosts do as they please. He is not a pretentious person. Zhang Yi got out of the car. At this time, a small door opened on the side of the main door. Bai Chunyu stood there, looking at Zhang Yi with a smile. You came? Come with me and wait for a while. The captain has some things to do, and it will be over soon. Good. Zhang Yi didn't say much and followed Bai Chunyu into Ding Garden. The Ding family's manor is very large and very gorgeous. Even so gorgeous that people are a little surprised. The weather is too cold, and most of the plants have been frozen to death. In Ding's manor, there are some plants that have been cultivated in special transparent petri dishes and are still green. But there are not many such plants. Only some extremely rare varieties. And they are still placed under the eaves. The manor is very large, and soldiers armed to the teeth can be seen guarding every entrance and exit. Zhang Yi was quite looking forward to it when he came. But after seeing it, he felt that it was just like that. Compared to his shelter, there was nothing special about it except that it was larger. Chapter 600 Language Arts. Bai Chunyu brought Zhang Yi into a room. The temperature inside was very comfortable, and the decoration in the room was also very fashionable. It may not be appropriate to describe it as gorgeous, but it is full of modern style. And the furniture in the room is all cyberpunk style, giving people a lively feel. Bai Chunyu said to Zhang Yi, please wait here for a while. Our captain will come over after handling the matters over there. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and immediately a waitress came in with a teapot and poured Zhang Yi a cup of tea. Thanks, Zhang Yi said politely, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Bai Chunyu left the room, and Zhang Yi looked at the surrounding arrangements while waiting for Ding Shitong. Outside is a large floor-to-ceiling window. And there is a landscape like a garden, and a lake outside the window, at least it should have been in the past. It's all frozen now. Although Zhang Yixindao is a big family in Blizzard City, and has strong financial resources, it is currently unable to provide heating in the entire manor. Money is useless today. Resources are allocated based on contribution. Even a big family cannot waste it. After all, Zhu Zheng would not agree. And the room is completely the comfort zone of a rich second-generation young man. There was a soft sofa, a large TV hanging on the wall, and many game console cartridges scattered messily on the carpet. Zhang Yi casually picked up the remote control on the coffee table and turned on the TV. Not surprisingly, they were all snowflakes. It would be possible to play games or something. But considering that the time was too short, Zhang Yi gave up the idea. Otherwise, if you don't have fun playing, it's better not to play. The waiting time was not that long. Less than half an hour later, Deng Shentong's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Yi. You're here. Zhang Yi glanced at the time. 5:58. Unexpectedly, the captain of the god team was quite punctual. Deng Shentong took off his coat. His slender body was tall and strong, and he could see that he exercised a lot on weekdays. Zhang Yi looked back at him. He had just arrived a while ago. Deng Shentong took out a hair rope from his pocket, tied his long hair into a ponytail, then put on his slippers, and came to Zhang Yi's side. Crunch. He sat down on the sofa and exhaled leisurely, as if he had gone through some hard work. Zhang Yi looked at him curiously. The feeling of the captain today was very different from last time. Are there flowers on my face? Deng Shentong asked with a smile, a hint of evil charm on his handsome face. That's not the case. It's just that you are so handsome that I couldn't help but take a second look. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. This time, Deng Shentong was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Zhang Yi to act so unreasonably. Not many people would speak to him in this tone on weekdays. Ha 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 ha. You are so interesting. Deng Shentong slapped his thigh. By the way, I heard about the Neon Encirclement and Suppression campaign. Eclipse Group. Action you didn't sign up for? How to think about it? A question without reason. Zhang Yi thought for a while, and answered with a smile. There are 13 cities in Jiangnan. Even if Blizzard City's investigation team and Yan Yunwei don't take action, there are still dozens of forces in 12 outer cities. One more of me is not more, and one less of me is not less. Nowadays, Tianhai City is in dire straits, and is waiting to be revitalized. You must have heard that our family's vitality has been severely damaged. Now is not the time to start fighting again. Deng Shentong touched his chin and nodded after listening to Zhang Yi's words. It makes some sense. But your strength is obviously much higher than other strangers in the outer city. If you go, I think you have a better chance of killing Ronin. A strange light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. What does Deng Shentong mean by suddenly saying this? But I am not alone. I represent a team. Deng Shentong smiled disapprovingly. If you don't want to go, don't go. I'm just asking casually. Maybe your choice is better. Deng Shentong knew the inside story of the matter, but it was impossible for him to tell Zhang Yi about it. When Zhang Yi heard what he said, his suspicions became clearer. Probably as he thought. The Eclipse Group in Linhai City is definitely not that easy to deal with. Next, Deng Shentong said, I won't beat around the bush with you. I'm calling you here today. You should also know what my purpose is. How about it? Join my team. Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, spread out his right hand, and introduced to him the benefits of joining the God Team. The God Team is the strongest existence in the entire Jiangnan region. As long as you join us, you can walk sideways in Jiangnan from now on. You can enjoy supreme glory and be feared by others. Of course, if you want to put it in a vulgar way, even if what you want is women's material, I can satisfy you. In a word, you can get everything you want from me. When Deng Shentong said this, his tone was full of confidence. He was not drawing a pie for Zhang Yi, but he thought that as his subordinate, these things were within easy reach. Of course, they do have such strength. Zhang Yi sighed. You are really amazing. I have seen many outstanding geniuses in my life, but this is the first time I have seen someone as rich and talented as you. Zhang Yi's praise greatly benefited Deng Shentong. He reached out and touched his long hair. So he said, the world you have seen is still too small, but you have the opportunity to follow me and see a wider world. He stretched out his right hand towards Zhang Yi. Come on. Become a member of my God Team. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with gratitude. This really touched me. Then after I join the God Team, will it be particularly safe and my life will not be in danger? Deng Shitong smiled confidently and said that is natural. I, Deng Shitong, have the ability to protect my team members. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, it's easy to handle. I can join the celestial team, Zhang Yi said. Deng Shitong looked happy. But the next moment, Zhang Yi said, but I am very afraid of death. How about I stay in the city and take care of the logistics for you? Deng Shitong's smile froze on his face. You? Are you kidding me? Zhang Yi blinked. Didn't you say you could guarantee my safety? I think it's safest to stay in Blizzard City. The corners of Deng Shitong's eyes twitched fiercely. What I want is team members who can fight. If you don't go out, what use do I need from you? Zhang Yi explained that I admire your strength and measure very much. So if I join the celestial team, my life will definitely be better than before. Right? If you know something about me, you should know that I stay in the shelter all day long in Tianhai City and never leave voluntarily. Even my ability is mainly defensive. Ability represents the true nature of a foreigner. My nature is like this. So of course, I will not take the initiative.